March 1975. The spring wind was blowing, the drums of life were beating, in the state-run restaurant. No one feared anyone. It was noon, the sunlight was bright, and the icicles under the eaves were slowly melting. Inside, the coal stove made the room warm and cozy, and the smell of food filled the air. In the corner sat Huchi, wearing a faded blue floral jacket, her head almost buried in her plate. What was she eating? Dumplings. Fine white flour dough, filled with pickled cabbage and pork, not bad at all. But her bright almond-shaped eyes weren't focused on the dumplings. Instead, they were fixed on the main dish at the table diagonally across from her. What a sight! The man gave off a strong, natural, rugged charm, like a piece of fine, well-cured meat. In her mind, a little voice was cheering wildly, shouting, "Look! A man! The other girl doesn't want him? Then go for it. Don't miss your chance." The shy little deer in her heart suddenly turned into a wild one, thumping hard against her chest. Just as she was lost in her thoughts, the loud voice from the next table broke in again. 500 yuan for the bride price, 3 must-have items, 36 legs of furniture, and new clothes for every season. The engagement feast must have 3 meat and 5 vegetable dishes, and the wedding must be held in a state-run restaurant. Everything must look grand. Matchmaker Aunt Lee was talking nonstop, her words flying like sparks. She didn't hold back at all, even though the 2 men across from her were wearing military uniforms. She spoke with great confidence, full of energy and authority. As soon as those words were spoken, the young woman sitting nearby almost buried her head under the table. She twisted the corner of her clothes with her fingers and didn't dare glance at the black demon even once. "Comrade Chai, I'm just saying, with your situation." Aunt Lee gave Chai a quick sideways look, then turned to Zhao Weigua and continued, "Comrade Zhao, I'm just saying, look." She paused, her tone full of disapproval. "My daughter, Xiao Wan, finished middle school and looks decent." The young men wanting to propose to her could line up from the east gate of the county to the west. "If you're serious, this amount can't be reduced by even a cent." As she spoke, she raised 5 fingers. Huchi curiously leaned forward, wanting to see the expression of the poor fellow. Uffed. One look, and she almost burst out laughing, nearly spraying out the dumpling in her mouth. She quickly covered her mouth tightly. "Stop it. Don't ruin this." The poor fellow was a big man, taller than everyone else even while sitting, like a black tower. His green military uniform was stretched tight over his solid muscles, clearly strong and well-built. With a buzz-cut, square face, thick eyebrows, straight nose, and full lips, he should have looked like a true hero. But the scar running across his right brow, paired with his dark, expressionless face, made him look more like someone straight out of a prison movie. He gave off a strong sense of security, but honestly, was this really a blind date? He looked more like a bandit who had come down from the mountains and accidentally walked into a butcher shop, ready to take charge himself. No wonder the young woman didn't dare lift her head. TSK. With a face like that, he could probably scare children into silence at night. Chai Yi's ears twitched when he heard the faint laughter from the next room, but his face stayed expressionless, like a stone statue. F500? The officer beside him, who looked a bit more refined and thinner, secretly kicked Black Tower under the table and asked cautiously, his voice trembling slightly. "That's right. 500. Plus everything I mentioned earlier. Nothing less." Aunt Lee raised her voice, trying to sound confident, but her eyes wavered. In her mind, she was already calculating. Her 2 sons were waiting for money to get married. Juanzi had searched the whole county, and even the best match only asked for 50 yuan. A bride price of 500 was a fortune. Such a profit couldn't be missed. She had to make this deal. Lu Juan tugged at Aunt Lee's sleeve, her voice trembling with tears. "Auntie, let's just forget it."
"I'm scared."
"Scared of what? A man who looks fierce is safer. No one will dare bully you." Aunt Lee spoke boldly, but her legs were shaking. The matchmaker, Zhao Weigua, glanced sideways at the calm and silent Chai Yi and sighed inwardly. Well, this old bachelor is hopeless. No wonder no one wants him. What a waste of that. Intimidating face and his promising career as an officer. Forcing a smile, he continued to persuade. Sister, look here. My brother is tall, 1 meter 90. Look at that build, solid as a rock. As he spoke, he lightly punched Chai Yi's chest twice to show he wasn't exaggerating. He's from Jilin, born in 47, a regimental officer. If he gets married, his wife can join the army right away, get official rations, and live a comfortable life. The matchmakers from both sides began their back-and-forth bargaining. Bride's side, 21 years old, second daughter of a small village accountant. She has 2 older sisters and 3 younger brothers, a true family supporter. Groom's side, 28 years old, a regimental officer from Liaoning, the only son in 5 generations, known in matchmaking circles as the general who always loses. Finally, the silent black tower moved. Chai Yi lifted his eyes, his cold gaze sweeping over Aunt Li and the timid Lu Lijuan. He opened his mouth and said one word, no. His voice was deep and firm, leaving no room for doubt. The air itself seemed to tremble. Political Commissar Zhao shook his head and slapped his thigh. I knew it would turn out like this. He was eager to help his brother find a match, but honestly, this girl wasn't a good fit. Aunt Li, looks like neither side is interested. How about we call it a day? Aunt Li felt a chill under Chai Yi's stare, but she couldn't bear to give up now that things had come this far. Forcing a smile, she stood up and pulled the trembling Lu Lijuan to her feet. Fine. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. Who's afraid of who? With that face, even the king of hell would offer him a cigarette. What girl would dare marry him? Humph. Before leaving, she took out an aluminum lunchbox from her cloth bag and quickly packed all the leftover dishes on the table. Her movements were smooth and practiced. Clearly, she was experienced at this. Well, I brought the person here, so it wasn't a wasted trip. After watching them hurry out the door, Zhao Weigua let out a heavy sigh and patted his good friend on the shoulder. Old Chai. My dear Commander Chai. Tell me, how many times has it been now? The 101st? The 102nd? From fighting bandits to guarding the border, you've always gone above and beyond. So why is it that when it comes to finding a partner, you keep losing so completely? Chai Yi sat still like a statue, his eyes fixed on the teacup in front of him, as if it held some great secret. Heavens above, earth below. Commissar Zhao muttered in frustration. Where on earth can I find a blind swan to take away this toad? A clear, crisp laugh suddenly broke the silence from the front corner. Both officers looked up at once, their eyes locking on the source. Chai Yi had already noticed the young girl. From the moment they entered, she had been peeking curiously, her eyes bright and lively, her mouth twitching as if she could barely hold back a grin. What's so funny? Laughing at me? Hu Qi froze in embarrassment, curling her toes inside her cotton shoes. But the next second, the little voice in her head waved a red flag and kicked away her shyness. The chance is right here. Miss it now, and it's gone forever. Go for it. She jumped up, showing a bright smile with 2 rows of white teeth, and hurried over to their table. Without hesitation, she dropped a bombshell. If she doesn't want it, I do. I do? You do what? Ask for food? There's not even a drop of soup left on the table. Chai Yi and Zhao Weigua both widened their eyes, completely stunned by her directness. Hu Qi didn't care about their expressions. Her smile grew even brighter, and she spoke so fast it sounded like a machine gun. Hello, comrades. My name is Hu Qi, who, as in lively and Qi, means the number 7. I graduated from high school, single and currently between jobs, healthy and full of energy. I'm 165 centimeters tall, average weight, with good values, love my country, and have no bad habits. Her words came out like a storm. Whether they liked it or not, she was determined to make an impression first. Zhao Weigua's mouth dropped open wide enough to fit an egg. His mind was racing. 10 years of blind dates, and it's been nothing but heartbreak. Every time a girl saw old Chai, she'd tremble before he even spoke and look for a way to escape. But this one, she didn't run, didn't flinch, and even took the initiative. This girl, could she be a little odd? Or maybe she has some hidden motive? A spy? A trick? Or just desperate to marry an officer? Chai-yi had the same thought, and his suspicion only grew stronger. He looked at Zhao Weiguo, and the moment their eyes met, both of them became fully alert. Two sharp gazes, filled with suspicion and curiosity, locked tightly on Hu Qi. The air around them seemed to drop to freezing point. Even the restaurant's stove felt colder. Hu Qi's face stiffened, and her heart skipped a beat. She instantly understood what was going on. Great. She had been too forward. Something unusual was happening. They probably thought she was acting strange. Feeling the weight of their stares on her back, she awkwardly cleared her throat. Ahem. Hu Qi quickly began to explain. I'm the only child in my family. My parents work at the Hongxing Machinery Factory. My grandfather was a regiment commander in the 270th Brigade of the 4th Army before he retired. My grandmother and aunt were separated from the family years ago. My eldest uncle died in the war. My second uncle went into politics after leaving the army and is now a city committee director. My aunt works at a textile factory. My oldest cousin was a hero in the Air Force but passed away 2 years ago, and my second cousin serves in the Navy. Zhao Weiguo's frown eased slightly as he listened, silently taking notes in his mind. Only child. Both parents are workers. 3 generations of soldiers. A family with a martyr. Her background is solid and loyal. Chai-yi's sword-like eyebrows moved slightly as his deep gaze fell on Hu Qi's face. The young woman had a small, pale face with freckles on her nose, clearly showing signs of poor nutrition. But her almond-shaped eyes were unusually bright, as if they held a spark of light. He tried to find any trace of deceit or calculation in her eyes, but after staring for a while, all he saw was a strange intensity. This girl definitely had something unusual about her. She wasn't afraid of him at all. In fact, there was a spark of excitement in her eyes. It wasn't admiration. It was more like a hungry puppy spotting a bone, full of pure and eager curiosity. What was she after? What was she planning? Hu Qi didn't have time to overthink. Seizing the moment, she smiled brightly at Chai-yi. Comrade Chai, you make me feel really safe. You protect the country outside, and at home you could protect me too. Pft, cough, cough. That bold confession startled Zhao Weiguo so much that he nearly choked. Covering his mouth, he waved for Hu Qi to keep going while sneaking glances at Chai-yi from the corner of his eye. He wanted to see if this lifelong bachelor could stay calm now. When Chai-yi didn't respond, Hu Qi leaned in a little closer and asked the question straight from her heart. Comrade Chai, what do you think of me? The moment the words left her mouth, the air turned strangely still. The restaurant was still full of people slurping noodles and chatting, but at their table, it felt like someone had pressed the mute button. Zhao Weiguo's hand trembled, almost spilling his tea. He gripped the cup tightly, shouting in his mind, Good heavens! This girl is fearless. You're really going for it. For once, the serious expression on Chai-yi's face cracked. His eyes shifted from calm to completely stunned. What does she mean? What do I think of her? Inside Hu Qi's heart, it was like a festival. Drums beating, fireworks bursting. Oh my, he really did look like a fierce but loyal big dog. Zhao Weiguo's heart was full of excitement, and his hands trembled. He didn't even know how to celebrate. If it weren't for the difference between men and women, he really wanted to rush over, lift Hu Qi up, and toss her into the air in joy. He tried hard to hold back his laughter and look serious. Comrade Xiaohu, your conditions are excellent. Really excellent.
Ha ha ha.
Well, does the organization, do you have many expectations for your future partner? Expectations? Hu Qi paused for a moment, then answered calmly. A small symbolic bride price of 100 yuan is enough. Being too showy attracts attention. No need to buy the usual fancy items. My family already has them. It's better to give me the cash after we get the marriage certificate. The wedding banquet should be simple and modest. All right. No problem. Everything will be done your way. Zhao Weiguo was overjoyed, slapping his thigh in excitement. He almost wanted Hu Qi to sign an agreement right there, afraid she might change her mind later. He was so happy that he completely forgot about the other groom. Chai Yi frowned as he watched the two of them, already discussing how to decorate the wedding room. He was utterly confused. Wait, who's actually getting married here? Under the table, he kicked hard at the person next to him, no reaction. He kicked again and again. Go ahead and kick. This deal must not fall through today. Zhao thought. On behalf of the organization, he had to make it happen and win her over. Zhao Weiguo seemed completely at ease, chatting happily with Hu Qi across the table. The more he looked at the young woman, the more satisfied he felt. Although her complexion was a bit dark, her features were fine. After some care, she would surely be a lovely young wife. Educated, from a good family, perfect. Most importantly, she had a unique taste. If she could take a liking to his old bachelor friend, what more could anyone ask for? While he was bubbling with joy, he didn't notice or care about the small gestures from the other side, nor the burning glare aimed at him that could almost bore holes through his head. Several times, when Chai Yi tried to speak, Zhao Weiguo quickly cut him off, either by raising his voice to drown him out or by throwing a new question at Hu Qi. He guarded the conversation tightly, giving that toad no chance to refuse. Chai Yi stared at his good brother's profile, his fists clenching until his knuckles cracked. That rascal Zhao had just sold him out. He really wanted to flip the table and leave, but before he could move, Hu Qi had already stood up, waving cheerfully at Zhao Weiguo. Comrade Zhao, it's settled then. See you tomorrow. Then she turned to Chai Yi. Comrade Chai, see you tomorrow. Before he could respond, she had already skipped out of the restaurant, disappearing at the door. Turning the corner, Hu Qi felt so happy she could almost fly, humming softly, "Today is a wonderful day. Everything goes just right. Tomorrow will be even better," finding a partner without even trying. 18 years, it had been so long. When others travel through time, they usually become adults or young people, at worst, a poor teenager waiting for a chance to rise again. But her? Oh boy, she restarted life completely, right from the womb, as a tiny baby. Thinking back to those days, it was truly a time of confusion. How did she even get here? In her past life, she was staying home during quarantine. One night, she woke up thirsty, took a sip of water, and the next moment, she opened her eyes to find herself in 1957, crying like a newborn. She was utterly confused. Her body was so small that even turning over was hard. All she could do was roll her eyes around, trying to figure out what was going on. Luckily, her new family adored her. Once she accepted reality, she couldn't help but feel cheerful. Being reborn as a baby isn't bad. I know everything already. As long as I work hard, I won't lack anything. Hu Qi was born in Shanghai. When she turned 1, she finally remembered everything from her previous life. Even though she could barely speak, she was already worrying about everything and managed to persuade her whole family to move north. At her first birthday celebration, her grandmother gave her a family heirloom, a jade pendant. By accident, she discovered it was actually a magical storage item. It couldn't grow crops or grant powers, but it could store and preserve things. Anything the family didn't want others to see, she quietly tucked inside. By 1959, during the difficult years of famine, the Hu family had already moved to Jiangxi and never went hungry. In 1966, when the country entered a time of great turmoil, her grandfather happened to be transferred to a military department in the northern province, working hard to support frontier development. After retiring, the old man didn't rest either. He became a forest ranger in the mountains, avoiding many troubles along the way. It was a bright sunny day. He took Hu Qi down the mountain to the county school to collect her high school diploma. The old man had no idea that during a simple meal, his granddaughter would stumble upon such an unexpected opportunity. It was still 2 years before the fall of the Gang of Four, and Hu Qi was almost 18. Although the family wanted to keep her home a bit longer, they had been quietly worrying and asking around for a suitable match. They didn't hope for wealth or status, just someone steady and trustworthy who could take good care of their only child. Well, Speak of the devil. Here came the match. At that moment, the new match, Chai-yi, looked so angry his face could drip ink. He suddenly turned, grabbed Zhao Weiguo, who was still grinning foolishly, and dragged him out of the state-run restaurant. Hey, hey, hey.
Lao Zhai.
Let go.
Slow down.
People are watching. What are you doing pulling me like that? Zhao Weiguo stumbled, nearly knocking off his military cap. Chai-yi ignored him and hauled him to the crooked old locust tree at the end of the alley. It was quiet there, perfect for settling things. No way. Chai-yi forced out the words through clenched teeth, his low voice full of anger. Nonsense. Complete nonsense. The girl was 18 and he was 28. How could that be right? It made no sense. Even if an older man liked a younger woman, this was going too far. Besides, with his height, his build, and his rough looks, standing next to her, they didn't match at all. They didn't look like a couple, more like a big black bear holding a tiny chick. No matter how you look at it, something just feels wrong. Nothing seems right. The two of them simply don't match at all. Zhao Weiguo was so angry at that firm no that he almost jumped. He shook off Chai-yi's hand and shouted in frustration, "My dear Commander Chai, my great leader, you're still being picky? If you miss this chance, you won't get another. It's not easy to meet a woman who's..." He stopped himself just in time when he saw Chai-yi's cold, dark face, swallowing the words he was about to say. He quickly changed his tone. "Who has good eyesight, courage, and doesn't mind your temper. Shouldn't you be thanking your lucky stars and holding on tight?" He continued earnestly, "Here's what we'll do. I'll make a call and ask around to see if the situation is real. If everything checks out, tomorrow morning we'll go pay a visit to the old hero's family. They might not even like you, you know? If the old commander sees you and kicks you out the moment marriage is mentioned, then you'll be relieved, and I'll stop worrying.
How about that?"
Saying this, Zhao Weiguo straightened his wrinkled uniform and hurried toward the post office. Chai-yi frowned deeply, feeling uneasy, and quickly followed. What do you mean, Don't you know your own situation?" Zhao Weiguo didn't let him speak, scolding him right away. "Good looks? You scare people. Gentle? You're fierce enough to make people run. As for charm, he stopped walking, looked him up and down, and said, nonsense. Besides fighting, shouting, and scaring people, what else can you do? The fact that Comrade Xiao, who doesn't mind you, is already a miracle for your ancestors. What do you think you are? Really think you're something special? A toad dreaming of eating swan meat. Now that a brave little sparrow is willing to build a nest with you, you should be grateful, brother." The more he spoke, the more worked up he became, striding ahead with anger, muttering nonstop, "Just get married already. Once you do, things will finally quiet down. With a wife, I won't have to follow you around every month, rain or shine, helping you with blind dates and embarrassing myself everywhere. Do you know what people in the compound are saying? They say all our frequent outings aren't for your blind dates, but because I'm secretly looking for a second marriage.
Ugh.
My good reputation has been completely ruined because of you. And you still dare tell me no?" Zhao Weiguo's nagging sounded like a chant, echoing endlessly in his ears. Walking beside him, Chai-yi's face grew darker, his mood heavier, his fists clenching and loosening again. Again? Every time there's a break, he just won't stop talking. What's wrong with being single? Why does everyone feel the need to teach him something? They're all out of their minds. It's not that he doesn't want to get married, but not like this. What is this supposed to be? Playing house? A joke? Zhai-yi took a deep breath, the fire in his chest burning even stronger. In his mind flashed the image of Hu Qi, short and slim, full of energy, with bright, lively eyes and a cheerful nature. She looked every bit like a beloved daughter raised with care. Could she handle the hardships of army life? Could she get along with someone as quiet as him? Could she really like this face of his? Of course. That tough, dependable look made her feel completely safe. No need to worry, no unwanted admirers, no one trying to take him away. He'd work hard outside, earn money, and come home to chop wood and take care of her. Ha ha ha. Perfect. Just thinking about it made Hu-chi, who had just received her graduation certificate, smile uncontrollably. Her steps were light, almost bouncing as if she were walking on springs. She turned a corner and ran toward the County Armed Forces office not far away. Her grandfather, Hu Pei, was still there talking with an old comrade. At the entrance, Grandpa Zhang from the reception room was reading a newspaper through his reading glasses. Hearing footsteps, he looked up and his face broke into a wide, wrinkled smile.
Oh.
Little Chi, you're here. Hello, Grandpa Zhang. Hu-chi smiled sweetly and pulled a handful of roasted peanuts from her pocket, actually from her secret space, handing them to him. Please have a snack. Oh my, you child, keep them for yourself. I'm an old man. Grandpa Zhang quickly waved his hands, but Hu-chi patted her pocket. I still have more. Next time, don't bring me any, all right? Mr. Zhang spoke as he skillfully slipped the peanuts into his pocket, then turned and walked out the door. Your grandpa is chatting with Minister Sun in the office. Wait here, I'll go call him for you. Although the old man was advanced in age, he was still strong and full of energy. He had once been a soldier, and his steps were steady and quick. In just a few strides, he entered the courtyard. Soon, Grandpa, who came out with a slightly plump middle-aged man wearing an old military uniform. The man was Sun Chuandong, the head of the County Armed Forces Department, who had once served as a company commander under Grandpa Hu. Chi-Chi, did you get the certificate? As soon as Grandpa Hu saw his granddaughter, his serious face softened with affection. Minister Sun greeted her with a smile. Chi-Chi, you're here. Would you like to come in, have some hot tea, and rest a bit before leaving? Hu-chi politely greeted him. Hello, Uncle Sun. Then she shook her head. I won't bother you while you're working. I'm just here to take Grandpa home. Grandpa Hu waved his hand and said to Minister Sun, All right, we'll talk again another time. I'll head home with Chi-Chi now. Minister Sun nodded with a smile. Sure, take care, old commander. Chi-Chi, come visit when you have time. The grandfather and granddaughter walked to the shed outside the Armed Forces compound and let out their family's horse cart. Heisheng Province was known as 5 mountains, 1 river, 1 grassland, and 3 parts farmland. Winters were long, and even though spring had arrived, the snow on the roads hadn't melted yet. Traveling out of the mountains still depended on horse carts. Hu-chi climbed up nimbly, sat down, and waved to Minister Sunday goodbye, Uncle Sun. On the road, the horse trotted steadily along the country path, pulling the cart forward. The spring breeze brushed their faces, carrying a hint of chill. Grandfather and granddaughter chatted as they rode along. Grandpa, who was driving the cart when he turned to glance at his granddaughter with a smile. Chi-Chi, what did you have for lunch at the state-run restaurant? You look so happy. Hu-chi leaned closer, her voice full of excitement she could hardly hide. Grandpa, I found someone special.
Oh.
You found someone? Grandpa, who replied without thinking, then suddenly realized what she meant. He tightened the reins. Whoa. The horse stopped at once. He turned around, eyes wide.
What?
Someone special? Where did this come from? When did you start seeing someone without telling me? When did this happen? Hu-chi burst out laughing at his reaction and quickly told him everything that had happened at the restaurant that afternoon. Grandpa, who listened in shock, almost dropping the whip from his hand.
Chai?
From Liaoning province. Wait, could it be that Chai, the one they call the black-faced officer? The old man searched his memory for the name. Yes, he remembered now. The famous black officer from the Northeast Military District. In 1962, he had been specially recruited into the army at 15. At 17, he earned a commendation in the Northwest for capturing several spies and was promoted to platoon leader. In 1965, at 18, he volunteered to serve in the South and returned as a company commander. In the years that followed, he took part in countless battles, drills, and missions, eventually rising to the rank of regimental commander. His shooting was incredibly accurate. He could hit a target from 100 steps away. His martial arts were just as strong. Even 7 or 8 skilled fighters couldn't get close to him. He was brave, clever, and full of strategy. At only 28, this regiment commander had a future full of promise. By coincidence, earlier that year, While drinking with old comrades, Old Yang had grabbed his arm and wouldn't let go, strongly recommending this black bandit. He praised him to the skies, calling him a fearless warrior and saying such a man was hard to find. But when the photo was taken out, one glance made him so angry he almost hit someone. He refused on the spot. In the northeastern military regions, who didn't know him? He carried a fierce aura that couldn't be hidden, with a dark face and a hard heart. Whether training soldiers or fighting battles, he was as tough as a real bandit, earning the nickname Black-Faced Bandit. His fierce look made him seem like a demon from a story. Humph, a rough man like that, dreaming of marrying a gentle girl? Ridiculous. Shameless. And he even had a scar on his face. After fighting for years, did he forget who he really was? To be fair, judging by Chai Yi's record and military skill, Grandpa who had to give him a thumbs up and say sincerely, "Good lad." But as a grandson-in-law, then he'd say, "No way." The sun was leaning westward, its warmth fading. The cold wind cut across their faces like knives. Hoochie pulled her scarf higher and curled up under the worn cotton blanket, not daring to look at her grandfather's expression. Grandpa, who wore a thick military coat and a lei foam hat as he drove the cart against the wind, his brows tightly furrowed. In his mind, he went over a few possible candidates, thinking about who looked decent, had a steady personality and family background, so he could quickly find a new match for his granddaughter. Rustle, rustle. The horse cart passed through a pine forest, winding along a narrow path. After about an hour, they finally reached a flat area at the foot of the mountain. Ahead stood a neat stone house. From the outside, it looked like 2 stories, but there was also a basement used for storage. Living there was warm in winter and cool in summer, and it could also keep wild animals away. Next to the house was a neatly stacked pile of firewood, as tall as a small hill. After tying the horse to a tree by the door, Grandpa who began unloading the packages he had picked up from the post office. Hoochie jumped down from the cart to help carry the smaller bundles. She took out a key, unlocked the door, and went inside. The first floor had a spacious living room, with the kitchen on the left and the bathroom on the right. Pipes had been installed in the house, and the drains led directly to a septic tank dug behind it. After moving everything inside, Hoochie went into the kitchen, lit the fire and made some ginger tea before going upstairs to change clothes. Grandpa, who took off his green military coat, hung it on the rack by the entrance, and, wearing a gray sweater, crouched by the fireplace to add more wood. At the top of the stairs on the second floor were 2 main bedrooms, each with its own dressing room. There were also 2 guest rooms, one on each side, both single rooms. In the middle of the hallway was a bathroom. There was a smoke vent under the floor, and the fireplace downstairs was burning. Warm air rose upward, making the whole floor cozy and not cold at all. When Hoochie came downstairs, the ginger tea on the stove was ready. She carried 2 rough porcelain bowls to the living room. "Grandpa, have some ginger tea to warm up." The room was already getting warmer, and the chill from earlier had faded. Grandpa, who added more firewood, stood up, patted the ashes from his hands, and came over to sit down. He lifted the bowl, blew on it, and looked at her. "Chi-Chi, tell me honestly, why do you like that dark bandit?" "Who?" Hoochie was holding her bowl carefully, blew on it, took a sip, and looked up in surprise. "What bandit?" "That man, Chai Yi." Grandpa who said with some irritation, "That's what people in his unit call him. He's dark, fierce-looking, bad-tempered, and stubborn. He looks like a Grim Reaper. That old bachelor." He suddenly stopped, glanced at his granddaughter, and asked cautiously, "I know a few officers who are good-looking and have nice tempers. How about meeting them and choosing one?" Hoochie shook her head. "No need. Seeing too many just makes it harder to choose." In her past life, she had stayed single because she was too picky and too cautious. In the end, she hadn't even found someone to share her life with. "Grandpa, the world is never truly peaceful," she said softly, putting down her bowl. "When war breaks out, people suffer. Even after peace returns, it's easier to guard against enemies outside than traitors within. So many innocent people have been wronged and suffered unjustly." She didn't need to say more. Grandpa, who had seen everything in his life and understood it better than anyone. What surprised him was that his seemingly carefree granddaughter could be so mature and calculating, even about her own marriage. She saw things clearly and spoke with a wisdom far beyond her age.
What's so good about him?
Grandpa, who still couldn't figure out what his granddaughter saw in that man. He looks good. Hu-Chi answered without hesitation. Pfft. Grandpa, who choked on his ginger tea, coughing hard as it sprayed out. Cough, cough, cough. He looked at his granddaughter in disbelief, wondering if her eyes were playing tricks on her or if the cold had affected her brain. Ha ha. Hu-Chi burst out laughing at his shocked expression, laughing so hard she could barely breathe. After calming down, she explained, good looks, education, family background, intelligence, each one is a winning card. If you only have one, you lose. As for me, I'm not good at studying or fighting, and I'm lazy too. Honestly, I just want to take it easy and live like a carefree person. Relying on myself for a good life isn't realistic, so I'll let someone else handle the hard work. Our family may not be rich or powerful, Grandpa Hu said, but finding you a husband who'll join our family isn't a problem. Grandpa Hu had planned the same thing, but his granddaughter had always been strong-willed since she was little, and she also had that mysterious Changquan bag. At her first birthday banquet, the old lady from the Tan family had given her a jade pendant, said to be something only a fated person in the family could have. His thoughts drifted away. Grandpa, what are you thinking about? Hu-Chi's voice pulled him back. Nothing. Grandpa Hu came to his senses and smiled.
What is it?
You don't want to stay at home? Staying or not doesn't really matter, Hu-Chi said as she picked up her empty bowl and went to the kitchen to wash it. After drying her hands, she sat back down. A handsome man easily attracts trouble. It's better if he looks a bit fierce. Women won't think about him, and men won't dare to mess with him. Saves a lot of trouble. As she spoke, she counted on her fingers. Grandpa, look, Chai-Yi is the only son in his family, the 5th generation in a single line, so things are simple. After marriage, I'll follow him to the army. No need to take care of in-laws, and I can manage my own home. He doesn't talk much, keeps to himself, but he's steady and reliable. She suddenly looked up, her eyes bright. Most importantly, when he's alive, he can protect me. If something happens to him, I'll still be protected. Her words were cold and realistic, even a bit harsh, but they showed that the advantages outweighed the risks. In those days, being a soldier's wife or a martyr's widow meant receiving the nation's protection and respect. It was a powerful kind of safeguard. There was no such thing as love at first sight, and certainly not attraction based on looks. Hu-Chi's personal space contained enough money to last a lifetime, along with plenty of food, medicine, and supplies. She lacked nothing, except a man. And just then, Chai-Yi happened to appear at the right moment. He looked pleasant, wasn't annoying, and met all her expectations. So why wait? Opportunities don't last long. She had to seize this one firmly. Grandpa Hu lowered his eyes and chuckled. All right, I understand what you mean. Whether it works out or not depends on that young man's performance tomorrow. Hu-Chi smiled and replied, okay, then stood up to open the packages she had received that day. There was aged vinegar and walnuts from her parents in Shaanxi, dried bamboo shoots and fabric from her uncle in Jiangxi, dried seafood from her second brother on the southern island, and traditional Beijing pastries from her grandfather's old comrade. All sorts of things were piled up on the floor. Although they lived deep in the mountains, they had goods from all over the country, and the grandfather and granddaughter lived a comfortable life. The Hu family had good genes. Everyone looked decent and well-proportioned, above average in appearance. As the only girl of her generation, Hu-Chi was especially outstanding. Since moving to the Northeast, she always disguised herself when going out, wearing plain, old clothes and looking like an ordinary village girl. Although the Hu family had some connections and influence, as the saying goes, there's always someone better out there. It wasn't thieves they feared, but those who might covet what they had. Following the principle of the one who endures to the end is the winner, Hu-Chi never dared to show off. She acted carefully and cautiously. Her whole family agreed with this, especially because of the secret she carried, something that must never be known by outsiders. An ordinary person with something precious is bound to attract trouble. At dinner time, Hu-chi took out from her secret space the dishes she had prepared earlier: sweet and sour pork, stir-fried vegetables, a basket of salted flour rolls, and 2 bowls of thick corn porridge, one large, one small. Grandpa, who washed his hands, sat down and looked at the steaming food with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. The grandfather and granddaughter tacitly avoided mentioning Chai-yi, and the meal went on peacefully. But on Chai-yi's side, a storm was brewing. After a busy afternoon, Zhao Weiguo rushed back to the guest house room right after finishing a phone call. Excited, he grabbed Chai-yi's shoulders and shook him hard. "Old Chai, my friend, you really hit the jackpot this time. No, wait, you've struck gold." Chai-yi was sitting on the bed reading, and the shaking made his book slip. Annoyed, he brushed Zhao's hands away, smoothed the wrinkles on his sleeve, and snapped the book shut. "Speak properly." Zhao Weiguo plopped down beside him and began his report eagerly. "I asked around and confirmed everything Comrade Xiaohu said. All true. Her family background is clean, her roots are solid. She's outstanding herself, a high school graduate who's even published several articles in the provincial newspaper. He was a hard-working and dependable comrade who had followed his family from the south to the north since childhood, helping to build the country." Chai-yi listened with no expression, showing no sign of emotion. Zhao Weiguo became more and more excited as he spoke, and what he said next made it impossible for Chai-yi to stay calm. "You don't know this, but our Commander Yang actually knows old Commander Hu. Early this year, he even tried to introduce you to someone, but old Commander Hu refused right away. Yang almost got scolded for it. Can you believe it? After all that, things have come full circle. Commander Yang gave strict orders. He said you must do whatever it takes to make this marriage happen. He even said he's waiting to attend your wedding and will give you a big gift. He wants to show off a bit in front of old Commander Hu at the ceremony. Make it happen? What do they take me for? A soldier on a mission? Is this marriage for them, not me?" Chai-yi's face darkened, his expression so cold it could freeze water. He suddenly stood up, his tall figure completely overshadowing Zhao Weiguo. Anger burned in his chest. His eyes were colder than ice. "That's nonsense," he growled, his voice sharp with fury. "I'm a person, not some task to be completed. Make it happen."
How?
"By forcing them to agree." "Old Chai, calm down." Zhao Weiguo quickly tried to soothe him. "The commander just wants what's best for you. If you don't settle down soon, your parents and grandparents might arrange a match for you themselves. Xiaohu doesn't mind you at all, so why don't you try a little harder and be nice to her?" "I do mind her. Is that okay?" Chai-yi paced back and forth, restless like a caged lion. He suddenly turned and pointed angrily at Zhao Weiguo. "And you, Zhao Weiguo, are you my political officer or some kind of matchmaker? You're trying to set me up now? She says she wants to marry me, and you actually believe it? What could she possibly see in me? My age? The scar on my face? Have you lost your mind?" He growled, his fists clenching tightly. "So what if I stay single? Who does it bother? Does it embarrass you? Do you all have to treat me like some leftover item that needs to be given away? I'm telling you, I'm not going tomorrow. Whoever wants to go can go. If you keep pushing me, I'll head straight to the border post right now." After all the shouting and complaining, the result was still the same. He had to go propose the next morning. The commander's order, Zhao's persuasion, and his family's pressure, none of it was something he could refuse. That night, Zhao Weiguo was in high spirits. He practically dragged the unwilling Chai-yi to the bathhouse. He watched the whole time, making sure Chai-yi washed thoroughly from head to toe, even behind his ears and under his nails, before finally letting him go. If he could, Zhao would have scrubbed him himself, just to make him look fresh and clean again. Unfortunately, that wasn't really possible. After finishing their tasks, the two of them grabbed a quick bite and returned to the guest house. As soon as they lay down, Zhao Weiguo fell asleep instantly, completely content. Beside him, Chai tossed and turned restlessly, unable to fall asleep no matter how hard he tried. Finally, he sat up, ran his hand through his short, rough hair, and felt a pounding headache and growing frustration. It was troublesome not having a partner, but having one seemed even more troublesome. If he really got married, how would life even work? He was afraid to raise his voice, worried it might scare her. He couldn't talk freely, and of course, he couldn't just argue or lose his temper. Thud, Chai fell back onto the bed, silently wishing, I hope the marriage talk falls through tomorrow. Please, Grandpa, don't choose me. Wait, where did that confidence even come from?
Oh, right.
It was Chi who gave it to him. Night deepened, and soon the room was filled with soft snores as everyone drifted into dreams. In the warm, steamy hot spring, Chai closed his eyes, trying to relax his tense nerves. Suddenly, he heard a few cheerful barks nearby. Opening his eyes, he saw a small, snow-white puppy bouncing happily toward him.
Splash.
The little dog jumped into the hot spring, paddled over to him, and tried to climb onto his chest, panting excitedly. Chai looked down at the fluffy little creature and reached out to move it away. But the puppy clung to him like glue, lifting its furry head, eyes bright and shiny, grinning at him with a silly, happy look. The little creature kept sticking out its tongue, licking noisily, and leaving his chest covered in drool. It didn't exactly tickle, but the wet, sticky feeling made him tense all over. After struggling for a while, he finally managed to pull the little thing away from his chest, only to see the dog suddenly lean forward and bite down on, Chai woke up with a start, sitting up straight. His hand instinctively covered his chest as his heart pounded wildly. You're awake?
Perfect.
Get up and wash your face, Zhao Weiguo said while getting dressed, nagging like an old caretaker. We'll eat first, then buy a proper gift for the visit. Chai didn't really hear what he said. His hand was still on his chest as he muttered softly, dreams aren't real. TCH almost got it. Chi lay in bed, hitting the mattress in frustration before pulling the blanket over his head, unable to stop himself from giggling mischievously. What a dream. No wonder people say you dream about what's on your mind. A strong man, taking a shower. Tall, well-built, muscles firm and defined.
Ha ha ha.
It was 5 a.m, still dark outside. Chi closed his eyes again, thinking sleepily, maybe I'll dream about that meaty bone again. Meanwhile, the meaty bone himself was already out, face dark with annoyance, being dragged from the guest house into the early morning due to prepare for a marriage proposal visit. Barrel of wine, Phoenix brand cigarettes, white sugar, brown sugar, 2 pounds of loose sugar, 6 boxes of pastries, canned fruit. Zhao Weiguo muttered as he checked the gift list, carefully placing each item on the back seat of the Jeep. Meanwhile, Chai leaned lazily against the driver's seat, hands resting on the steering wheel, eyes closed as if resting. When Zhao Weiguo finally finished and sat in the passenger seat, breathing heavily, he pulled out a hand-drawn map from his pocket. It had taken him a lot of effort yesterday afternoon to get this route from the Armed Forces office. Drive straight ahead. After 3 turns you'll see a grove of red trees. Then go another 2 miles. Chai opened his eyes and started the engine. The Jeep moved along the mountain road, which soon became rough and bumpy. Zhao Weiguo held onto the handle and still found time to complain. The county's supply is really poor. No Maotai, no Wuliangya, not even a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes, and the meat's no good either. If we had more time, we should have gone to the city. Without proper gifts, we'll look unprepared. Chai kept his eyes on the road, letting Zhao's words go in one ear and out the other. He actually hoped the other family wouldn't agree. It would be better if the proposal fell through. Gifts or no gifts, who cared? Besides, the pile in the back had already cost them nearly all their money and ration coupons. Wasn't that enough? They might as well sell him instead. The mountain road was hard to drive on. They had to stop several times to ask for directions, but finally, before noon, they reached the spot marked on the map. We're here. This is the place. Zhao Weiguo grabbed Chai's arm and excitedly pointed at the stone house in the open area at the foot of the mountain. The car braked and stopped steadily in front of the house. As soon as it stopped, Zhao Weiguo jumped out eagerly, stood on tiptoe to look around for someone, and called out without turning his head, "Old Chai, hurry. Move everything from the back and be careful." Chai took a deep breath, trying to calm his irritation, and reluctantly got out of the car. Just as he reached for the barrel of wine, a loud, strong voice suddenly shouted from behind, "Who's there?" Both men turned around and saw a horse cart coming out of the nearby woods, loaded with dry logs. The driver was an elderly man, about 6 feet tall and in his 60s, still strong and sturdy. He wore old army pants and a cotton jacket, with a shiny axe tucked at his waist. His sharp eyes were as keen as an eagle's. One look was enough to tell he was a trained soldier. No doubt, this was old Commander Hu. Zhao Weiguo had been about to knock on the door, but the shout stopped him. When he looked carefully, he immediately recognized the man. He quickly put on a friendly smile and called out loudly, "You must be Commander Hu. We're soldiers under Commander Yang, here to visit you." Old Hu already knew they were coming that day. The visit was just an excuse. The real reason was to discuss a marriage proposal. When they came closer, Old Hu tied the reins to a nearby tree, then turned around and carefully looked the two men up and down, especially the tall, dark-skinned officer who was unloading the supplies. Hee from afar, it looks ugly. Up close, it's even uglier. How did the scar on his eyebrow grow? It looks like a centipede. He's both ugly and fierce. He responded with a grumble from his nose, then turned his head slowly and lazily untied the ropes on the carriage. Zhao Weiguo didn't mind the other person's cold attitude at all. He eagerly stepped forward to help, saying, "Old leader, Hu, you rest here. We'll handle it. We'll do it." While untangling the knots, he winked at Chai, signaling him to come over quickly. Chai, receiving the signal, dragged his heavy steps over and started working together. After finally loosening the ropes, Chai bent down to lift the wooden stake from the carriage. Zhao Weiguo clapped his hands, dusting off the dirt. He turned to Grandpa Hu and said, "Old leader, Hu, it's windy outside. Come inside and warm up. Let Chai do this work. He's strong and likes to work." Then he turned and shouted to Chai, "Chai, move faster. Finish chopping the wood and stack it neatly." Grandpa Hu glanced at Zhao Weiguo, then stepped onto the porch, took out his keys, and opened the door. He said calmly, "Come in." "Thanks, old leader, Hu." Zhao Weiguo's heart blossomed with happiness. He had taken the first step successfully. Things are looking good. He hurriedly picked up the gifts on the ground and followed inside, leaving Chai alone, busy with a pile of wooden stakes. It's just as well he didn't go in. Chai looked at the closed door and felt relieved inside. After finishing his work, he planned to leave. Whoever cares can mention it. Outside, Chai resigned himself and finished moving the wooden stakes, then picked up his axe. Time to get to work. Inside, Zhao Weiguo carried all the gifts inside in 2 trips, piling them in the corner. He really didn't know where to put them all. The floor inside was wooden and shiny, so clean he was afraid to get it dirty. On the coffee table by the fireplace, there was a fruit tray filled with apples and oranges, rare and special. Next to it, there was a small bamboo basket filled with sunflower seeds, peanuts, pine nuts, and several roasted snacks. A faint, fresh scent floated in the air, making people feel relaxed. It was probably from a special incense. Looking around, most furniture was made of solid wood, simple in style but well-crafted. On the wall hung a deep landscape painting, and in the corner, there was a tall potted plant, red cedar. The house didn't have many valuable items, but you could see the subtle taste and care in the details. Zhao Weiguo kindly picked up the hot water kettle from the floor beside the table and refilled Grandpa Hu's teacup. "Old Commander, your place is really nice. Quiet and good for relaxing. You definitely have good taste." Grandpa Hu slowly picked up his teacup, blew on it, and took a sip. After a moment, he responded calmly with a soft Zhao Weiguo also didn't feel awkward and continued to find topics. "I heard from Commander Yang that you were quite skilled on the battlefield back in the day. Charging alone into the enemy camp and managing to bring your comrades back safely. That's a real talent. Even now, no one can match that." He kept talking enthusiastically, shifting from Commander Yang's recent news to the army's development, then from the glorious past to the peaceful present. Seeing that the conversation was going smoothly, he subtly changed the subject. Our unit also has many promising young soldiers. Take Chai Yi, for example. Compared to your youth, he's got just as much energy and drive. Last year, during border patrols, when they encountered a small group of cross-border intruders, he led 2 soldiers to confront them. Not only did they catch the intruders, but they also didn't get hurt. His courage and skills are a bit like yours back then. Seeing that the other person didn't object, he continued, Chai may seem quiet, but he's actually very thoughtful. Last winter, when new recruits in the squad were freezing, he gave his own quilt to a new soldier and slept in his coat all night. Once, when the kitchen staff was short-handed, he finished training and went to chop wood and fetch water, doing all the dirty and tiring work without complaint. You know how soldiers are, straightforward and reliable, able to handle anything. He rambled on, talking about military training, border situations, and mountain weather. Every sentence was aimed at catching Grandpa whose interest, casually mentioning Chai Yi along the way. They talked about everything, except for proposing marriage, for fear of being too forward and upsetting the old man. Grandpa, who occasionally responded with a hum, his eyes seemingly glancing out the window casually. In the yard, Chai Yi had already taken off his military coat and was only wearing a green shirt, with the sleeves rolled up to his elbows, as he swung his axe to chop wood. Crack! A sharp sound, and the wooden stakes split cleanly and quickly, one after another, without even taking a deep breath. Sunlight shone on him, causing a light sweat on his back, but it didn't affect his movements at all. He continued chopping with one axe after another. His well-defined muscles moved with each swing, showing he was a strong and energetic worker. Since the jeep stopped, Hu-Chi had been hiding behind the curtains on the second floor, watching them. That matchmaker was still in a hurry, and her target was still the big, serious-faced man who kept others at a distance. Above the fireplace, an old-fashioned clock pointed to 12 o'clock, ringing out loudly. Grandpa, who put down his teacup, looked at Zhao Weiguo and said calmly, "It's time for lunch. Let's eat together." "Yes."
Yes.
"That would be great. Sorry to bother you, old commander." "Thank you so much." Zhao Weiguo was very happy, afraid that the old man might change his mind. He quickly stood up and hurried out to call someone. Chai Yi, stop chopping. Come inside and rest. We'll finish the work this afternoon. Still working? Aren't you going to send me away? Chai Yi felt a bit speechless inside. With a loud bang, he slammed the axe back onto the wooden stake. He brushed off the sawdust from his hands, rolled up his sleeves, and, with a cold expression, followed Zhao Weiguo into the house. As soon as I stepped inside, a warm feeling quickly surrounded me from all sides, chasing away the coldness on my body. He quickly looked around the room, noticing the decorations, furnishings, and everyday tools. They looked simple, but the quality, craftsmanship, and faint pleasant scent revealed the family's wealth and good taste. "Call someone." Zhao Weiguo pulled the person to sit down, then kicked him under the table to remind him quietly. "Hello, old Hu." Chai nodded at Grandpa, who loudly, almost like giving a report. Grandpa, who didn't beat around the bush. His eyes looked at him carefully, scanning his face and body. Chai Yi stood straight and confident, not afraid of being looked at. He kept a calm face, showing no emotion. "Well, it's okay." After a while, Grandpa, who said this, sounding neutral, without showing any feelings. But inside, he was thinking, besides being a bit ugly and looking fierce, there's not much wrong with him. Hearing this, Zhao Weiguo's tense heart finally relaxed, and he let out a long breath, feeling more at ease. "Chi-Chi, is the food ready?" Grandpa, who called from the stairs. "Coming." With a clear reply, light footsteps sounded on the stairs. Thud, thud, thud. Hu-Chi came down the stairs softly and asked, "Grandpa, is it time to eat?" She was speaking as she moved closer. Grandpa, who nodded and said, then stood up and walked to the water basin. "Wash your hands and let's eat." You. Zhao Weiguo looked at the girl in front of him, eyes wide open, mouth slightly open, but he couldn't say a complete sentence after a long time. Her figure is the same. It's definitely that girl, but her appearance? The girl in front of him, Hu-chi, has lost her dull yellow skin and freckles from yesterday. She washed off her fake makeup, revealing a smooth, white, oval face. Her clear, bright almond-shaped eyes, a tall, straight nose, full pink lips, her features combine innocence and charm beautifully. She looks completely different from the little village girl yesterday, like a fairy from a fairy tale. Chai-yi was also stunned for a moment, but quickly regained his composure. Although her appearance and skin color have changed, her eyes, tone of voice, and gestures, she's still that girl. 2 words flashed through his mind. Cunning. Little liar. Just because she looks pretty, can she trick men into proposing marriage? Naughty girl. Comrades Chai and Zhao, wash your hands and get ready to eat. Hu-chi acted as if nothing was wrong, calmly greeting them, then turned and went into the kitchen. The iron pot stew she made this morning had been kept warm on the stove, so now it was ready to serve. Zhao Weiguo's gaze followed Hu-chi's figure until he couldn't see her anymore, then he snapped back to reality. He sank back into his chair, muttering to himself, it's over. No chance now. Not a little sparrow, but a real swan. He sat frozen in his chair, still overwhelmed by the surprise, while the people nearby had already left without a trace. Chai-yi had finished washing his hands and went straight into the kitchen to help. Hu-chi had just picked out the corn pancake from the pot. Seeing him come in, she naturally smiled and called out, Big brother Chai, you're just in time. Please help transfer the big goose from the pot into a bowl. I can't carry it. Chai-yi responded with a simple, and picked up the large ladle to start working. His only thought was, what sparrow, what swan? None of it concerns him. Hurry up and finish the process. Say goodbye once and for all. But unfortunately, you can't say goodbye. Hu-chi set the bowls and chopsticks, inviting everyone to sit down. At this moment, Zhao Weiguo was filled with mixed feelings. Joy because the young girl looked like an angel, and sadness because his brother looked like a fierce demon. He lowered his head, secretly glancing at Hu-chi across from him, then at Chai-yi beside her. Finally, he closed his eyes in despair and sighed. Oh, the gap between them is too big. It's like a swan paired with a toad. They just don't match, not at all. It's heartbreaking to watch, and even more painful to think about. Didn't you bring some wine? Little Zhao, go open the wine and have a drink with me. Grandpa Hu spoke, looking at Chai-yi and asking, Can you drink? Chai-yi simply replied, Yes. If we're drinking, then let's go for it. Who's afraid? Zhao Weiguo received the order and immediately brought over a 10-jean barrel of North Big Warehouse loose wine. He opened the lid, and the rich aroma of wine immediately filled the air. He poured 3 large bowls and placed them in front of everyone. It's hard to tell exactly what Old Master Hu's intentions are, but since everyone is here, Zhao Weiguo was already prepared to sacrifice himself for the gentleman. At the dinner table, the 3 of them clinked glasses, drinking with the roasted goose from the iron pot and a few small dishes brought out by Hu-chi. Zhao Weiguo's drinking capacity is quite average. He drank about half a jean, a Chinese weight measure, and his face turned as red as a monkey's butt. His tongue started to stumble, and he began to speak nonsense. Who old commander? Who grandpa?
You.
Look at my old.
Lao Jai.
Besides being a little ugly, which affects the team unity, everything else. Hick. Everything else is top-notch?
If you don't believe me.
Hick. As he spoke, he suddenly became emotional, tears welling up, and he started to cry about his bitter experiences over the years, how he had tried to marry Chai-yi over 100 times, how the family members in the compound misunderstood him as wanting a second marriage, and how his wife and children mocked him as Chai-yi's second mother. He was worried and exhausted, managing everything at home and outside. After crying for a while, he suddenly burst into laughter, pointing at Hu-chi. Ha ha.
It's Hick.
It's little comrade, Hu.
Hick. Has the eye.
My family's toad.
Hick.
Finally, someone wants him. Ha ha ha.
Don't worry.
If he dares to treat you badly in the future, I'll slap him with my big hand. Grandpa, who drank more than a gene, but his face was only slightly red, and he remained as steady as a mountain. He smiled quietly, watching Zhao Weigua act drunk like he was watching a play. Chai Yi drank the most, probably close to 4 gene. But his face was already dark, so it was hard to tell if he was really drunk or not. His eyes were fixed on Zhao Weigua, dark and menacing, like a ghost ready to attack, as if he wanted to hurt him. Everyone knew that right now what he wanted most was to strangle this talkative political officer. Fortunately, he was still somewhat sober, and his remaining reason kept him from acting on his anger. Zhao Weigua shouted loudly a few more times but finally couldn't hold on. With a loud thud, he collapsed onto the table. He was so drunk he lost consciousness and started snoring loudly. Chai Yi snorted coldly, picked up the half-full bowl of wine in front of him, and tilted his head back to drink it all in one gulp. Then he suddenly stood up stiffly, walking awkwardly to the fireplace and surprisingly began to take off his clothes. His military jacket, shirt, vest. Until he was only in his underwear, then he stopped. With a loud bang, he fell straight onto the floor, sleeping deeply. Grandpa, who walked over, kicked him a few times, and seeing he was truly asleep, took a blanket from the sofa and casually threw it over his nearly naked body. He turned to his granddaughter and said, "Finish up and go upstairs to rest." After taking a few steps, he remembered something and added, "Don't make a mess." Since she was young, my granddaughter has been very curious. Grandpa, who was afraid she might sneak over and steal. Got it. Hu-Chi was stacking dishes and nodded politely at her grandpa. It's all hers eventually, so there's no need to rush. After clearing the table, she kindly helped the other drunkard off his chair, threw him onto the floor, and covered him with a blanket. With a sharp snap of her fingers, she said, "All done." Then she ran upstairs quickly to find some medicinal herbs. She had noticed the man's muscles, but also saw many old and new scars on his back. To make the medicine last longer, she prepared some in advance, planning to take good care of him after they got married. She really is a gentle and caring little wife. Whoever marries her will be lucky. The old man, feeling fortunate, said nothing. His silence was his way of showing approval. When the drunkard finally opened his eyes, it was already very dark outside. Only the fire in the fireplace lit up the room. Grandpa, who couldn't stand it anymore, and asked Hu-Chi to brew some hangover soup, giving each person a big bowl. Otherwise, they might sleep until the sun was high in the sky. Shaylee was asleep, keeping his mouth tightly closed, making it hard to give him medicine. He drank very little and wouldn't wake up easily. Zhao Weigua drank more and woke up sooner. Lying on the ground with his eyes closed, he only felt a terrible headache and kept groaning softly. The soldier's instincts made him immediately alert. He suddenly sat up and looked around. The unfamiliar environment made him feel nervous. It wasn't until his eyes landed on Grandpa, who was reading the newspaper on the sofa, that he remembered why he was here, to propose. Oh no! He heavily slapped his forehead, feeling both regretful and embarrassed. Quickly, he got up from the ground and kept bowing toward Grandpa Hu. "Old Commander Hu, I'm really sorry. Look at me. I got too happy and drank too much, couldn't control myself, and started acting crazy. I made a big fool of myself. I'm really sorry for disturbing your peace." He spoke sincerely, with a look of embarrassment and regret on his face. Grandpa, who didn't even give him a glance. It was as if he hadn't heard anything, still reading his newspaper, letting him continue his deep self-criticism. Seeing the old man's cold attitude, Zhao Weigua's heart sank. It's over.
There's no hope now.
He wished he could slap himself twice. He knew he would get drunk and act crazy, but he still couldn't resist. Now, he probably ruined Old Chai's perfect match. Old Chai. By the way, where is Old Chai? Zhao Weigua finally remembered his close brother in life and death. That guy had a good alcohol tolerance and never acted crazy after drinking. He left him here alone. Where did he go? Zhao Weigua didn't care about his headache anymore. He turned around and was about to go out and find him. At this moment, Grandpa, who put down the newspaper, pointed to the side with a calm and steady tone and said, "This." "What?" Zhao Weiguo quickly walked over, looked down, and saw, wow. It seems he's not the only one who has given up. He saw Chai Yi lying flat in front of the fireplace, covered with a blanket, sleeping soundly.
This is not right.
What time is it? And he's still sleeping. Old Chai. Chai Yi, wake up. It's already dark. Zhao Weiguo called out, bent down, and pulled the blanket off him, trying to wake him. But as soon as the blanket flew up, his movements froze suddenly, his eyes widened in shock, and he saw a very frightening scene. He was so scared that he quickly covered him back up with a whoosh. He even crouched down, adjusted the blanket with his hand, covering him very tightly. This can't be. How could he just slip away like that? What was he up to? That quick glimpse earlier, clear abs, strong chest, and only a pair of shorts left below, which scared Zhao Weiguo so much he broke out in a cold sweat. He secretly peeked at Grandpa, who on the sofa with his remaining eye, seeing that the old man was still very calm, and finally, he relaxed a little. With the old man here, even if he was drunk, he probably wouldn't do anything out of line. Right? His heart was pounding wildly, and he looked at Chai Yi on the ground with a complex feeling of sympathy. There is also a lingering sense of fear. How many days off? Grandpa, who picked up his teacup, and asked casually. Zhao Weiguo was still a bit confused, hesitated, then replied, 3 days. The train leaves at 10 a.m. tomorrow. All right, that's enough time. Grandpa, who smiled lightly and said calmly, when you go back, if you're free, invite the Chai family's parents over to talk about the marriage between the two families. Yes, invite the Chai family. What? Zhao Weiguo instinctively agreed, then suddenly reacted, shouted in disbelief, almost unable to believe it. He wondered if he was still drunk, as his ears seemed to be playing tricks on him. Grandpa, who looked at him with a displeased glare. Zhao Weiguo quickly covered his mouth, eyes full of disbelief, and confirmed slowly, word by word. Talk about marriage. Grandpa, who didn't answer. He picked up an empty cup, poured hot tea into it, waved his hand to signal him to sit down. Zhao Weiguo walked over stiffly, like a puppet, sitting across from him with both hands and feet in place. Marriage is a big matter, based on the parents' wishes and matchmakers' words. It's better for both families to discuss the rules and conditions face-to-face before the wedding, Grandpa, who said slowly. Yes, yes, yes. You're right, you're right. Zhao Weiguo nodded hurriedly. Happiness came so suddenly that it made him dizzy. Although it wasn't his own, it was almost the same. Chai Yi hadn't even had a proper chance to prove himself, and yet, he passed.
So,
the marriage is settled? He secretly pinched his thigh hard under the table. Ouch. That really hurt. Not a dream.
Woo, woo.
Zhao Weiguo couldn't hold back his tears. He wiped his face roughly, crying and laughing at the same time. Sorry, I made a fool of myself again. How many years have you been a political officer? Grandpa, who asked calmly, clearly used to such scenes.
10.
10 years. Zhao Weiguo sniffed. Seeing that Grandpa, who wasn't laughing at him, he relaxed a little, gave a bitter smile, and said, to tell you the truth, before I got promoted, I was just a soldier under Chai Yi's command. During a battle, our instructor was lost. After we came back, no one wanted to transfer to work with Captain Chai, so Commander Yang let him choose someone himself.
He picked me.
At first, I was just a temporary replacement, but later I became official, and we've worked together ever since. You've done very well, Grandpa, who said firmly, looking at him. In Zhao Weiguo, he saw the shadow of his old comrade, Commissar Yu Jinghua, loyal, sincere, and full of heart. A political officer who could care so deeply about his commander's marriage for 10 years would surely do his main job with the same dedication. Hearing the praise, Zhao Weiguo couldn't stop his tears from falling again. There is a deep sense of recognition and endless emotion. I owe my success today to Chai Yi's support. He is my leader and also my brother. I am willing to follow him for a lifetime. Sometimes he even wishes he were a woman, so he could marry Chai Yi and avoid him being single all the time, which worries him a lot. Grandpa, who listened quietly, feeling more satisfied with Chai. Someone who can inspire such loyalty from his team must have good character, ability, and a kind heart. He also noticed that the old man has no romantic interest in his granddaughter. The way Grandpa, who looks at Chi-Chi, is honest and clear, without any hint of flirtation. This makes Grandpa, who feel more at ease. A real man should aim high and not be caught up in romantic feelings, which helps him achieve great things. Giving his granddaughter to him might mean less love, but it guarantees safety and peace, enough to protect her well. Has the marriage proposal been accepted? Zhao Weiguo was happier than if he had married himself. He didn't care that Chai was still drunk. He eagerly helped Hu Qi prepare fire and food, and even took the lead in cleaning, treating them as close family. For dinner, they had one meat dish and two vegetable dishes: scrambled eggs with bamboo shoots, spicy dried tofu, vegetable balls, and a warm millet porridge. They lit an oil lamp, and under the soft glow, the three of them talked and laughed happily, enjoying the meal together. Tonight, they couldn't leave. The fire in the fireplace downstairs was burning brightly, warming the entire floor. Zhao Weiguo lay down next to Chai, resting his head on his military coat and covered with a blanket. He was so excited he couldn't fall asleep. He glanced at the person sleeping beside him and couldn't help but chuckle softly. Luckily, he had been foresight and took care of things yesterday, cleaning up thoroughly inside and out. Otherwise, with sweat and body odor, he would have been so embarrassed. Will this marriage really happen? It's too good to be true. Zhao Weiguo happily thought about it. Tomorrow, after leaving the mountain, his first step would be to call Chai-Yi's parents to share the good news, then go to Major Yang to report his success. Meanwhile, Chai-Yi, feeling confident that the marriage was definitely going to happen, was drunk and relaxed, completely different from his usual irritation. He slept very peacefully this time, even having no nightmares. Coo-coo-coo. The crowing of a wild rooster in the mountains pierced through the morning fog, breaking the quiet dawn. Well-rested, Chai finally woke up. The faint glow from the fireplace shone on him, softening even his usually stern and cold face. As soon as he opened his eyes, he sat up sharply with a whoosh, his sharp gaze quickly scanning around. His memory returned. He remembered he was at the Hu family's place. He instinctively wiped his face, then looked down. Suddenly, he froze, his body hairs standing on end. Darn! He muttered angrily, then hurriedly checked himself. His panic made him look like a young girl who had been wronged and lost her innocence. He had been careless. Had his innocence really been lost? Who did this? He quickly grabbed the neatly folded clothes nearby and put them on, his hands trembling. His mind raced, desperately trying to remember everything from yesterday, starting from leaving the house in the morning to drinking at lunch. And then, when did he lose consciousness? Who took off his clothes? What were they trying to do? Why were they even pulling down his pants? Darn no, that's not right. He paused, looked down, and remembered that he was definitely wearing clothes when he woke up. Then he cursed fiercely. Darn it. Who knows if they took his clothes off and put them back on? How dare they mess with him?
Bad dogs?
Chai-Yi was annoyed and angry, a fire of rage burning in his head. He turned his head and saw one of the main culprits sleeping soundly. Without thinking, he raised his big foot and kicked the person 3 meters away. Oh my God. What are you doing acting crazy so early in the morning? Zhao Weiguo, who was violently kicked, curled up holding his side, grimacing in pain. Big Black. Are you trying to kill me? Big Black was Chai-Yi's childhood nickname. He hated being called that and would get angry if anyone did.
Fine.
Zhao Weiguo knew how to stir things up. Chai-Yi's eyebrows shot up instantly, looking fierce. He stormed over, grabbed Zhao Weiguo from the ground, and held him in the air, shouting low, "You son of a witch! You sold me out. And you still dare to act so cocky." Zhao Weiguo was confused and bewildered by the shouting. Sell? What did I sell you? Chai-Yi shouted angrily, exposing himself as if he had been stripped and falsely accused of losing his innocence. Every word was full of anger, as if he wanted to settle the score with him right then and there. Zhao Weiguo listened, feeling both angry and amused. He forcefully pulled apart Chai Yi's restraining hands and rubbed his reddened neck. He looked at him with a dismissive gaze and explained impatiently, "You darn fool. Yesterday noon you drank too much, got drunk, and tore your clothes off. After that, you just laid on the ground. If old Captain who hadn't covered you with a blanket, you'd have frozen solid." He briefly recounted the events, skipping the details. Chai Yi didn't believe him. His eyebrows furrowed even more, and he continued to question, "You darn liar. I saw with my own eyes that you passed out first. How do you know what happened afterward? Stop making up stories to fool me. Old Captain who told me. Otherwise, how would I know?" Zhao Weiguo rolled his eyes in frustration. But Chai Yi snorted coldly, his eyes more suspicious. "He said you believe him? I think you're in cahoots, trying to." Zhao Weiguo was so angry he laughed out loud, cutting him off. "Trying what? You." He looked at Chai Yi with a mocking expression, pointing at him and gesturing up and down. "You're a worthless piece of trash nobody wants after so many years."
What?
Lost your mind? Where do you get your confidence? And still, cooked up a story? Trying to what? He was so embarrassed he couldn't even bring himself to say it aloud. From the very beginning, Qi felt that Hu Qi's proactive friendliness was suspicious. He knew himself well. Who would be so eager to get close to him? There must be some purpose behind Hu's family, trying to hide something. Zhao Weiguo was so annoyed by his thought process that he couldn't speak. Qi Yi stared at his face, trying to find any sign of lying. He looked like a lone wolf caught in a trap, suspicious of everyone like a hunter, tense all over, showing signs of paranoia. In the end, he thought, nothing good comes from surprises. If something falls from the sky, it's probably a trap. When they couldn't agree, footsteps came from upstairs. The two people facing each other immediately noticed and exchanged a quick glance, then quickly separated, turning to tidy up the crime scene, folding the blanket, fixing the sofa, restoring it to how it was before the conflict. It was Grandpa who came down. He clearly heard the noise downstairs and came to see what was happening. "Old Captain Hu, you're awake." Zhao Weiguo quickly changed his expression, smiled politely, and asked in a friendly tone, as if he wasn't the one just scolded. Qi Yi half closed his eyes, sneering coldly, but also restrained his anger, and stiffly said, "Good morning, old Hu." Grandpa Hu responded with a simple nod, glancing briefly at the two, without asking more questions. He went straight to the fireplace, crouched down, and used an iron hook to remove the accumulated ash inside. He added some pine branches and firewood. The flames rekindled, and the room quickly warmed up. He stood up, brushed the ash off his hands, and said, "We still need to catch the train. Go check the car first. The outside firewood isn't finished yet, right? Eat quickly and leave early." At this time of year in the Black Province, the early morning temperature drops below 10 degrees Celsius. The car had been outside all night. Although they covered it with thick grass mats to block the wind, it was only partly effective. Starting the engine smoothly was uncertain. Yes, you're so thoughtful. I'll go check the car right now." Zhao Weiguo nodded politely, quickly took a few steps, and pulled Chai Yi, who was standing still, to go outside. He was giving instructions as he moved. "You go. Finish splitting all the remaining firewood quickly." Chai Yi clenched his fists, feeling a surge of anger he couldn't vent. "Finish quickly. I won't come back to this place again." He swung his axe, pouring all his frustration into chopping the wood. The sound of chopping was loud and fierce, with the axe falling fast and hard. Crack, crack. It didn't take long to finish, and the firewood was stacked neatly. Zhao Weiguo, who was checking the car and warming the engine with water, was almost done. He also wiped the frost and snow off the car body. The two of them entered the house one after the other. As soon as they stepped inside, they smelled the aroma of food. Breakfast was already on the table, and Hu Qi was setting out chopsticks. Seeing them come in, he greeted with a smile, "Brother Chai, Comrade Zhao, there is hot water by the water basin. Quickly wash your hands and come to eat." This kind of special treatment was very obvious. Zhao Weiguo happily replied, "Okay. Thank you, Comrade Xiao Hu." Chai stayed silent and was pulled by Zhao Weigua to the water basin. The hot water in the thermos was boiling, and next to it was a new bar of soap, clearly prepared for them. At the dining table, Grandpa Hu sat at the main seat. Hu Qi had already served the porridge and was waiting for the two male guests to sit down. Zhao Weigua and Chai Yi came over and sat down. As they looked at the table, they were both surprised. Is the Hu family's usual food so fancy? There were 2 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes, stir-fried eggs with green peppers and ham, shredded pork with bean sprouts, braised eggplant, and vinegar-flavored cabbage. Ham is a rare item, only available with special tickets. Are they using it to entertain guests? Main food, a basket full of cornmeal buns. Each person had a bowl of thick yam and red date porridge, fragrant and sweet. The two of them said nothing, exchanged a glance, and thought the same thing. Could it be that they specially prepared this because they are here? This meal was even more elaborate than the ones served to leaders in the army. Drink more porridge to soothe your stomach and boost your energy. Seeing that they were a bit reserved and hadn't started eating, Hu Qi spoke to encourage them. Grandpa Hu picked up 2 bright yellow cornmeal buns and handed them to them. Eat quickly. We still have to hit the road, right? Chai nodded softly with a quiet took the steamed bun, and felt its warmth and softness in his hand. He took a bite and chewed carefully. It was indeed made of cornmeal, but the texture was smooth and pleasantly sweet. It was completely different from the rough buns served in the army cafeteria, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Yes, you should have some too. Zhao Weigua politely took one, squeezed it lightly, then took a big bite, looking very satisfied. That was no surprise. He had already tasted it last night. Comrade Xiao, whose cooking was truly good. That old fellow Chai Yi would be eating well from now on. Suddenly, Zhao remembered the kick he had received that morning. His side still ached faintly, and he angrily bit into the bun, muttering in his heart, "How dare you hit your matchmaker? Just wait. After you get married, I'll make sure Comrade Xiao, who keeps you busy." Chai Yi stopped overthinking. After finishing his food, he planned to leave. They would probably never see each other again, so what was there to argue about? He might as well think of it as being bitten by a dog. Instinctively, he glanced quickly at the culprit, only to meet Hu Qi's gaze. Her eyes were bright, carrying a hint of something hard to describe. Seeing him quickly look away and pretend to stay calm, Hu Qi couldn't help but laugh softly. Her laughter drew the attention of Grandpa Hu and Zhao Weigua. Hu Qi hurried to cover it up, pointing at the dishes on the table. "Why aren't you eating the food? There is still plenty left. Eat more. Don't be shy." Northeastern dishes are always served in large portions. Usually, just my grandson and I eat at home, using small plates. When guests come, we switch to normal-sized plates. Enjoy your meal. The dish made by Xiao Hu tastes really good. Zhao Weigua quickly responded, scooping a bite of stir-fried green peppers, ham, and eggs, and casually put 2 more bites into Chai Yi's bowl. He guessed that maybe the young girl was worried about old Chai and didn't want to say it directly, so she was trying to encourage him to eat more in a subtle way. Chai Yi was eating without much taste. He was already not bothered by the annoying matter, but when Hu Qi smiled at him, the little doubt he had just pushed down in his heart grew stronger again. After finishing the meal, Zhao Weigua was quick to gather the dishes, even instructing Chai Yi, go wash the dishes. It's cold outside, and the young lady's family can't use cold water. Darn. When I'm not around, doesn't she wash the dishes? Chai Yi cursed silently inside, keeping a blank face, showing no emotion. He didn't say anything, took the pile of dishes, and turned to go into the kitchen. Zhao Weigua picked up a cloth, diligently wiping the table, chatting happily with Grandpa Hu and Hu Qi. The atmosphere was quite friendly. Everything was cleaned up, and finally, it was time to say goodbye. Zhao Weigua's face lit up with a smile as he sat in the front passenger seat, waving his hand constantly. "Old leader, Comrade Xiao, you should head back inside. It's cold outside. We're leaving now, and we'll contact you later." Grandpa Hu nodded. "Let's go. Goodbye. Stay safe on the road." Hu Qi smiled and waved at them. Shuri nodded to Grandpa Hu as a greeting.
Hu-Chi.
Humph.
Goodbye?
Never to see again. He sat in the driver's seat, pressed the accelerator, and the engine gave a low roar. Rumble. The Jeep sped off like a wild horse, not looking back, kicking up a spray of snow. He was afraid to stay even a second longer, worried something unexpected might happen. Little did he know, the unexpected was right nearby. The Jeep gradually disappeared at the end of the mountain road. Grandpa, who stood in front of the house, watching the car go far away, then turned to Hu-Chi and said, "Chi-Chi, have your lunch by yourself. I'll be back this afternoon." After speaking, he stepped toward the cart nearby, untied the reins, got on, and gave a light command, "Drive." Without needing to whip the horse, the old horse obediently started walking. "Grandpa, stay safe on the road," Hu-Chi shouted from the door, watching the cart go farther. Grandpa, who, with his back to her, raised his hand and waved, heading toward the mountain exit. He looked up at the sky, which was clear and blue, with not a cloud in sight. The sunlight shone down, but it didn't feel very warm, though it made people feel cheerful. "Today is another sunny day," Hu-Chi muttered to herself, turned back into the house, and closed the door carefully. Time to have roasted lamb chops for lunch. Since the weather was nice, she didn't go out. It was several degrees below zero outside, so why bother?
Why?
Asking about the future in-laws. Grandpa, whose journey was smooth. He drove his horse-drawn carriage to the county military office. As soon as he entered, Uncle Zhang saw him and, skipping the registration, smiled and let him in. "Old, who is here? Please come in. Minister Sun is waiting for you in his office." "Thanks, old Zhang. I'll come back later to play chess with you." After greeting him, Grandpa, who patted the frost off his clothes and slowly walked toward the office building, tying his horse near a tree by the shed. Actually, this had been prepared for a while. 2 days ago, Zhao Weigua came to the military office to ask about the route to whose house. The brother helping him asked a few more questions. When he left, he immediately reported this to Minister Sunday Major Yang and Grandpa, who had served in the same army unit, and they had saved each other's lives on the battlefield, so they were close friends. Minister Sun knew this too. When he heard Zhao Weigua was involved, he immediately guessed who was with him. He knew the famous matchmaker of the Northeast military region was at work again. For 10 years, he only promoted Chai-E, and his success rate was 0. He had arranged hundreds of matches, but none worked out. It was quite a challenge for him. This story was well known across several military districts in the Northeast, and often discussed as a joke. Knock, knock, knock. A steady knocking sound echoed down the corridor. "Come in the office." Minister Sun didn't lift his head and simply responded with a sound. When the door was pushed open, he instinctively looked up. Seeing that it was Grandpa who, his face immediately lit up with warmth. He quickly put down the documents in his hands and stood up to greet him eagerly. This warmth was partly genuine respect for the old leader and partly driven by his curiosity. He was eager to know what happened after the big scene yesterday when the black-faced bandit hero stormed into the deep forest. He guessed it was a date. What was the outcome?
"Oh,
Old Commander, you're here.
please sit down. Sit down.
Have some hot tea to warm up." Minister Sun picked up the thermos and poured a cup of hot tea for Grandpa, who then eagerly got to the main point. With a mischievous smile and a lowered voice, he asked, "I heard someone went into that mountain area yesterday. Was it Commissar Zhao from Leader Yang's team?" He paused, his eyes shining with curiosity. "And did they bring anyone else? Someone who stands out, like a noticeable comrade?" Grandpa, who took the teacup, blew on the hot liquid and replied calmly, "Yes, 2 people went, little Zhao and a regiment commander named Chai-E." He sipped slowly, then set down the cup. "They said they just happened to pass by and came to check on their leader." He casually skipped over the fact that Hu-Chi had already met the two at the state-run restaurant, directly attributing the visit this time to General Yang's previous arrangement and a casual check-in. "Oh, so it was just a casual visit." Minister Sun deliberately stretched the tone and smiled meaningfully.
"So,
Old Commander, what do you think of that young guy? Does he look pretty intimidating? Didn't scare you, did he?" He had heard of Shirtsai's fierce reputation as the Black Demon, but had never seen his fierce face himself. Grandpa, who sipped his tea slowly and calmly, commented, "People, at first glance, might seem rough and a bit fierce.
But
He speaks straightforwardly, works honestly, and has strength. Yesterday, he even helped me chop a lot of firewood." Minister Sun's eyes lit up suddenly. "There's a lead." He quickly leaned in, lowered his voice, and asked cautiously, "So, you came to see me today because—" Grandpa, who put down his teacup and looked more serious. Little Zhao mentioned it here and there, saying that Commander Yang had the same idea before. Chi-Chi, and I took a quick look and thought, it might not be a bad idea. He looked at Minister Sun with a trusting gaze. "So, I came to ask you to help find out more about Shirtsai's family. What do his parents do?
what's their family like?"
Marriage is a big deal. Even if they want to arrange a match, they should know the background, right?" Hearing this, Minister Sun's mind instantly cleared. "Hey, is the plan coming together?" The lifelong matter of the black-faced bandit seems to have a solution this time. He pounded his chest and assured, "Old Commander, you can rest assured. I will take responsibility for this. I promise to find out everything about his family history clearly and thoroughly." The situation with Chai Yi was almost common knowledge among the military and political circles in the Northeast. But when it came to Hu Chi's lifelong future, Minister Sun didn't dare to rely on hearsay to deceive the old commander. He immediately picked up the phone and called some old comrades in Jilin province to carefully verify the information. Grandpa, who then stood up, strolled out of the office and went to the message room to play chess with Uncle Zhang. Unknowingly, it was noon. When the work bell rang, Minister Sun first went to the cafeteria to get food, packed it in an aluminum lunchbox, and then called someone in the message room. Grandpa, who heard the call, finished his chess game and followed Minister Sun to his home. The family building of the Armed Forces Department was just across the street behind. Walking along the small path, you could see a few snowmen piled up in the open space in front of the building. It was a 3-story brick house with a slogan painted on the wall, "A red heart dedicated to the party, a righteous spirit guarding the border." Walking up the cement stairs to the 3rd floor, Minister Sun took out his key and opened the door to the easternmost unit. Inside, the layout was 2 rooms, 1 living room and 1 bathroom. The furnishings were simple but tidy and warm. Minister Sun placed the mesh bag on the dining table. "You're quite lucky today. My wife took the kids back to the countryside for a family gathering. It's just me at home. How about we have a little drink?" Grandpa, who nodded. "A small drink is fine. You have to go to work this afternoon, so don't overdo it." "All right. I'll follow your advice." Minister Sun happily agreed, quickly washed his hands, and then took out bowls and chopsticks from the kitchen. The food was ready, and in no time, everything was set on the table. There were 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable, braised pork, sauerkraut dumplings, and stir-fried cabbage with vermicelli. The main staple was 2 large bowls of rice, about 8 ounces each. Minister Sun also took out half a bottle of white liquor from the cabinet, feeling a bit shy. "We don't have mitai here, just a little local brew. The old squad leader is a bit modest, but let's make do." Grandpa, who waved his hand. "That's good enough. Next time, I'll bring you a good bottle." "Thank you, old squad leader." Minister Sun sat down with a smile and poured drinks for everyone. After a few sips, he got serious and started talking. "I've done some research. I kept hearing that Chai Yi was a black-faced bandit with a problematic family background. Well, after digging deeper, guess what? Turns out he's a real, genuine bandit. The nickname Black-Faced Bandit for Chai Yi was first given by his squad leader when he was in the army. People outside thought it was because he had a dark face and fought fiercely, but only a few knew the real story. This nickname is partly due to personal reasons and partly because of his family background. This story begins with his ancestors. The Chai family was originally a hidden martial arts family in central China. Later, for unknown reasons, they declined and opened a courier business. As wars broke out, by the time his grandfather, Chai Jinshan, was alive, the courier business could no longer continue. The family moved to the interior and married his grandmother, Guan Suiyun. Talking about the Guan family, they are quite famous. Before the liberation of Jisheng province, they were well known. One of the notorious bandit groups. They had more than 10 prominent strongholds, and their territory covered hundreds of miles. However, the Guan bandits believed in honorable theft. They only robbed corrupt officials and greedy landlords, never bothering poor people or killing innocents. They also avoided doing anything truly evil. They often helped nearby refugees and, during wars, protected the local peace. Their reputation was better than many other bandits. The Guan family's legacy lasted for about 200 or 300 years. When it came to Guan Suiyun, after she married Chai Zhinshan, she brought her followers down the mountain to do good. She not only donated all her guns and ammunition, but also joined the local militia to fight against the enemies. She earned many honors and awards for her bravery. Interestingly, in this family, the women went to fight and the men stayed at home doing chores like laundry and cooking. Everything was turned upside down. There are rumors that Chai Zhinshan was kidnapped and taken up the mountain by Kai Suiyun during a kidnapping incident. The condition for him to marry her was that he would leave the mountain and settle down. As for Chai Yi's father, Chai Guodong, he was a local bully in his youth, known as a troublemaker. He didn't like studying since he was young, had a wild temper, and often fought and caused trouble everywhere. When he was of marriageable age, his family arranged for him to join a transportation team as a driver. Now, he is the director of the dispatch office at a transportation company in a city in Jilin province. His mother, Yi Qinghao, was a barefoot doctor in the county town. Her family were herbal collectors from the mountains, and her medical skills were passed down through generations. Grandpa, who held his wine cup, listening and nodding, gradually understanding the situation. So, this is the missed opportunity that his granddaughter found? She directly fell into a bandit's den. Minister Sun took a sip of wine and continued, Chai Yi has never married. One reason is that his looks and temper aren't very likable, and the other is his family background. Everyone's worried about being involved. Worried about what? Grandpa, who was unconcerned, sipping his wine. If his background really was problematic, he wouldn't have been promoted to a regiment leader. Exactly. Seeing that the old regiment commander wasn't worried, Minister Sun relaxed and continued, so, the few interesting matches in the military district don't dare to marry him. Over the years, I mostly introduced girls from the villages below to Chai Yi. Those with good conditions didn't want him, and those who did often. After finishing the official history, I should talk about the unofficial stories. He shared all the gossip and rumors he had heard over the years, whether true or false, just for fun, with Grandpa Hu. After dinner, Grandpa Hu went back to the military office with Minister Sun, using his office phone to ask some trusted old contacts. In the end, the answers were all similar, so he felt reassured and headed home. The sunset was fading, and the sky was glowing with purple and red colors. Drive. Grandpa Hu waved the whip, and the old horse sped up, heading into the mountains. The wheels rolled over the snow, making a squeaking sound. He leaned on the carriage frame, thinking about Chai Yi's family situation. TSK, this family. Thinking about it, he couldn't help but laugh and shook his head. The Hu family has 3 generations of loyal heroes with a proper background, so they naturally aren't worried about any political issues. His only concern was whether the granddaughter, from such a fierce family full of wolves, tigers, and leopards, would suffer when she married in. Clang, clang, the green train sped along the tracks, making rhythmic roaring sounds. In the hard sleeper carriage, most passengers had gotten off at the last stop. The originally cramped space now felt much more spacious. Chai Yi sat by the window on the lower bunk, holding a worn-out book titled Military Theory, quietly reading. Zhao Weigua carried 2 military water bottles and returned from the boiler room with hot water. He placed one bottle on the small table, glanced at the book in Chai Yi's hand, and couldn't help but complain. You really have a big heart. When we get to the city, you run off to return the car yourself, leaving me alone at the post office. What can I do if I wait for you? Can I lose some meat? I almost vomited my breakfast trying to get the train ticket. Chai Yi looked up from his book, gave Zhao Weigua a sidelong glance, and snorted coldly. Darn it, here we go again. He just couldn't understand why Zhao Weigua, the older he got, the more talkative he became, even more annoying than the elders back home. When he was in the army, he was straightforward and independent. But since coming here, he's become a chatterbox. Look at you, acting tough with me. Can I say a few words? I'm only doing this for your good. Now, only the two of them were in the train carriage. Zhao Weiguo stopped holding back and sat down heavily on the lower bunk across from him, starting to complain. Why are you in such a rush? Are you eager to die? Your grandparents can't even eat you through the phone line. The person you're supposed to meet for the marriage match is you, but it's always me getting scolded. I'm not a political officer. I'm just your fake grandson taking the blame for you. Smack. Chai-yi suddenly closed his book with a snap, stood up quickly, his tall figure almost hitting the top bunk, his chest rising slightly with anger, and his jaw clenched tightly. He didn't say a word, just shot a cold look and then strode out with long steps. If I stayed any longer, I was afraid I might lose my temper and tear up that broken mouth of his. Hey, where are you going? Zhao Weiguo quickly caught up and asked loudly behind him. Without turning his head, Chai-yi gritted his teeth and replied, Buying food to shut your noisy mouth. I want 2 servings. Zhao Weiguo called out after his disappearing figure around the corner, then turned back to the train car, sat on Chai-yi's lower bunk, and picked up the book he had been reading earlier, flipping through a few pages. He then annoyedly put the book down, sat on the opposite lower bunk, and muttered softly, You're almost a grown-up, but your temper is still so bad. The words he wanted to say earlier were about how his grandmother had praised Chai-yi on the phone. But this, black sheep, didn't appreciate the compliment, ignored him, and didn't even look at him properly.
Humph.
Lucky to get some praise, but you don't want to listen to me? I don't care if you listen or not. Zhao Weiguo crossed his arms in frustration, looking out the window at the passing scenery, but he couldn't help but secretly smile. This trip wasn't wasted. He finally managed to push Chai-yi out. After leaving the Hu family, Chai-yi drove the car very fast. By the time he reached the city, less than an hour remained before the train left. He directly left Zhao Weiguo at the post office entrance, told someone to make a call, then went to the train station to pick up the tickets. He himself drove to the training ground to return the car to his comrade. This was his usual trick. After each matchmaking meeting, he would call his family to report, always trying to avoid or delay as much as possible. But he never expected that this time, his attempt to hide would ruin his entire life and cause him to miss his only chance to change his mind. Zhao Weiguo first called the Chai family at the post office to report that the matchmaking had failed again. Then he shared exciting news. Chai had met his true love. He left out the part where Hu Qi showed interest first, only saying that Commander Yang had introduced them earlier. This time he was visiting Hu Lao Tuanzhang and happened to meet him. As a result, the elders on the other side were pleased with Chai-yi, and the Chai family was invited to discuss marriage. Grandma Guan answered the phone. She repeated her questions over 10 times, still unable to believe it was not a joke. She was so happy, she almost knocked over her wooden table, laughing so loudly that Zhao Weiguo had to hold the receiver away from his ear. Next, he called Commander Yang to share the good news. Commander Yang was stunned for a moment, then shouted, What?
Say that again.
Repeat it. He never thought that old Hu would change his mind. He was so happy he laughed loudly, and Zhao Weiguo could feel the ringing in his ears through the phone line. On the other end, he kept praising Chai-yi. Good boy. Well done. When the two finally squeezed onto the train and found their seats, all 6 berths in the hard sleeper carriage were already full. The noise of people talking, children crying, and adults chatting filled the air. Zhao Weiguo had no chance to explain the situation over the phone to Chai-yi. After being stared at coldly and repeatedly, Zhao Weiguo lost interest in sharing and didn't bother to mention it anymore.
Here.
Finish eating and shut your mouth. Don't make any more noise. Chai-yi came in from the corridor, carrying 2 aluminum lunchboxes. He slammed them heavily onto the small table, looking very angry. He sat back on his lower bunk, took out a paper bag from his pocket, and pulled out a pickled vegetable bun he had just bought. He angrily bit into one, as if he hated that bun. Zhao Weiguo was in a good mood now, and wasn't angry at all. He happily opened his lunchbox lid and nodded with satisfaction, One was sweet and sour pork, and the other was scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Underneath was a full bowl of white rice still steaming warm.
Hey.
Having a partner really makes a difference. He happily picked up his chopsticks, eating while thinking. In the past, when he went out with him for blind dates, he had to pay for his own food. Now, as they're about to get married, his treatment has immediately improved. Nice, nice. He even knew to show respect to the matchmaker. Haha, you're overthinking it. Chai thought about how he had lost 2 deals recently. His family's phone was probably getting scolded even more. He was just giving himself some spiritual compensation and hush money as a scapegoat. One marriage, one lunchbox, spending money on this isn't wasted. Zhao Weiguo watched Chai gnawing on his bun and kindly thought about sharing some of his food. Just as he opened his mouth, before he could speak, Chai threw a sharp glare and sternly commanded, "Be quiet." The words he was about to say were immediately swallowed back, and he obediently closed his mouth. He secretly cursed. Good intentions are mistaken for foolishness. He snorted in dissatisfaction, gesturing with his hand to indicate he wanted a bun. Chai rolled his eyes in anger and muttered, "Greedy and insatiable." Despite his words, he reached into the paper bag again and took out another bun. He casually tossed it across the space. Zhao Weiguo caught it precisely, smirking proudly. Holding his trophy, he ate it happily with the food from his lunchbox. In the train carriage, everything finally became quiet. Only the sounds of their swallowing and the roaring of the train outside could be heard. Meanwhile, over 100 miles away in Ji province, the Chai family's household was in chaos. May our ancestors bless us. All the divine beings, please help us. Going to the Hu family for a marriage proposal. May everything go smoothly. In the backyard of the Chai family, near the mountain, behind a heavy stone door, there was a secret room. The air was filled with the faint smell of burning incense. Grandma Guan knelt on a mat, bowing respectfully before the altar and statues, clasping her hands together in prayer. She muttered softly, "As long as the marriage goes well, I, Guan Suiyun, will offer cattle and sheep to the gods, rebuild their golden bodies, and sincerely thank them." Suddenly, there was a loud knocking outside the stone door. Grandma Guan paused, then quickly got up and walked to the door. She turned a small stone knob on the wall, and the door slowly opened a narrow gap. She peeked out carefully to see who was outside. "Mom, it's me." Her daughter-in-law, Yi Qinghao, pressed close to the door and whispered, "Everyone is here, waiting in the study." "Okay, I'll come over now." After speaking, Grandma Guan tidied up the offerings on the table briefly. She came out of the secret room, skillfully moved the pile of corn stalks nearby to block the entrance. The Chai family lives in Chang City, Jilin Province. When they built the house, Grandpa Chai chose a spot at the foot of the mountain. The house is a typical brick and concrete structure from the 1970s, with 2 floors and over 600 square meters inside. The outer walls are made of gray bricks with neat mortar lines, simple but very sturdy. The front and backyards are enclosed with red brick walls, which are tidy and safe. The first floor has a spacious living room with a floor of red bricks covered with cement, smooth and clean. The living room connects to the dining room and kitchen. Turning a corner leads to the study, and going straight leads to the bathroom. The stairs are on one side of the living room, leading upstairs. Upstairs, there are 3 main bedrooms facing the sun and 1 guest room, all with their own bathrooms. The house isn't luxurious, but it's strong, practical, and spacious, which is quite good for a city home. The most secret place is the backyard. Before construction began, the Chai family secretly dug a hidden tunnel from the backyard into the mountain. Inside, they built 2 secret rooms, which now serve as ancestral halls for the Chai and Guan families. Only family members know about this place. No outsiders are aware. In the study, Grandpa Chai had just returned from visiting someone. Before he could sit down comfortably, his daughter-in-law hurried over to share good news. The old man was stunned at first, raising his graying eyebrows and trembling as he asked, "What did you say?"
Dahu.
"Found a partner." "Dad, don't you know?" Chai Guodong, who had a loud voice, was so excited he was jumping and shouting. "I went to the county town today for some errands." When I got back, Qinghao told me about this. I thought you already knew. Grandpa Chai looked at his son with a bit of annoyance. How would I know? Ask your mother. And speak softly when you talk to your father. I'm not deaf yet, though he said this. He was more anxious inside, thinking it was impossible. Yin Yang turned her head and softly comforted Chai Dad, Chai Guodong. Don't worry. When Mom comes over, she'll explain everything carefully. Suddenly, the door to the study opened with a squeak, and Grandma Guan hurried in. The three inside immediately stood up and gathered around her, asking eagerly, Mom, what exactly did Commissar Zhao say on the phone? Is Dahu really getting married? Who is the girl? Is this true? Did they not get kicked out by someone? Everyone looked curious and eager to know the truth. The family's big problem, that only child, has he really found a partner? Grandma Guan was in a very good mood today. She was surrounded by questions, but didn't get annoyed. Her face was full of smile lines like a blooming flower. She raised her hand to quiet everyone. All right. Calm down, sit down, and let's talk. Let's sit and discuss how to handle Black's marriage. Most family meetings at the Chai house were about Chai Yi's marriage. In the past, the atmosphere was very sad, like a memorial service, with sighs and groans. But today, it was different. Everyone was excited and happy. Even Grandpa Chai, usually calm and steady, couldn't help but smile. And Yi Qinghao, Ye's daughter, who is usually quiet and cold, also had shining eyes. Chai Dad, who is impatient and outgoing, was the first to speak. Mom, did the big problem really find someone? Did your old ears hear wrong? Or is that Zhao Weigua just joking around? He frowned, looking like he thought it was impossible. He knew well what his son was like, so he couldn't believe anyone would want to marry him. Grandma Guan, who is lively and straightforward, spoke loudly. I heard it for real. At first, I was worried, thinking they might be fooling me together. I kept asking Xiao Zhao about it over the phone, more than 10 times. Even after hanging up, I was still worried, so I called Yang's teacher. He said the same thing. This matter is set. Major Yang has confirmed it, so it looks like there's no escape. He turned to Grandma Guan, speaking seriously. Old lady, what kind of person is that girl? How is she? Will Dahan's stubborn temper scare her away? The old man thought practically. With Dahan's personality, we can't have him scare off the girl just after a few days. Mother Yi asked directly, Mom, is that girl okay? Is she healthy? She softly asked, genuinely concerned about her future daughter-in-law's health. After all, if she wasn't blind, she wouldn't dislike her. And if she was healthy, she wouldn't have any issues. Here, silence speaks louder than words, you all understand. She didn't say it outright, but everyone in the room understood. They all held their breath, waiting for Grandma Guan's reply. Hearing this, Grandma Guan immediately perked up.
Good.
Why wouldn't she be? Xiao Zhao said her family is a retired official's family, honest and proper. She's educated, graduated from high school. As for her looks, she couldn't help but laugh when talking about Hu Qi's appearance. Oh, Xiao Zhao praised her as if she were a fairy. As for why she was chosen by Ardahan, she paused for a moment, then happily added, he said he liked her because she's steady and reliable, someone who gives a sense of security. Even after hearing it again, the whole family still felt excited and happy. Since Kai Yi turned 18, his family has been planning his marriage. For 10 years, they have tried many times, but each time they failed. They almost lost hope, even secretly planning to give Kai Yi something special to help him find a partner. Now, finally, the day has come. The long-held worries are gone, and the laughter in the study has never stopped. Everyone is really happy today. All right, stop celebrating so much. Grandma Guan slaps the table, showing her authority as the head of the family. Let's quickly discuss the main matter. What should we take to the Hu family for the marriage proposal? How can we make sure this daughter-in-law is settled? We can't afford any mistakes that might ruin us. As soon as she finished, the laughter in the room stopped, leaving only the crackling of the fireplace. Yin Yang stands up, walks to the desk, and takes out paper and a pen. Grandpa Chai sees this and understands they are planning the gift list. He clears his throat and speaks first. In my opinion, some of the old family treasures should be brought out. A few copies of martial arts and weapon diagrams, and a couple of useful weapons from the storeroom, to show our sincerity. As soon as he finishes, Grandma Guan quickly adds, "That's not enough. I've saved some dried yellow fish, and I'll bring 2 sets of jewelry, plus some old calligraphy and paintings we collected years ago. We must make a good impression. Come on now." Dad Chai immediately waves his hands, signaling to stop.
Dad, Mom.
What are you thinking? They come from a military family and are cultured people, not like us rough folks. Moreover, the girl is from a good family. Sending her a boxing manual or a big knife. Don't scare her again. Madame Yi also raised her head, speaking cautiously like a healer. Mother, right now the situation outside is tense. Those yellow and white items, antiques, calligraphy, and paintings are too eye-catching. We should avoid taking advantage of this opportunity. Your treasures are not meant to be shown publicly. Giving them away isn't a kind gesture. It might cause trouble. Grandma Guan was anxious when she heard this, spreading her hands. That won't do, and that won't do. So, what should we give? Xiao Zhao said on the phone that the girl is reasonable. She doesn't want any fancy gifts like 3 turns and a bang, or 36 legs. Her family already has everything. So, what do we give for the engagement? Father Chai scratched his head. Maybe some good meat or wild delicacies. We do have plenty of those. Madame Yi gently shook her head. Xiao Zhao also said that the meals at the Hu family are not ordinary. If we give food like that, it might seem too petty and not impressive enough. After a few words, everyone looked down and sighed. It's the first time they've felt stuck over gift-giving. After a moment of silence, Father Chai suddenly clapped his thigh. I've got it. Here's what we can do. Grandpa Chai also stroked his beard. Maybe we can start from. Madame Yi listened and softly added her own idea. The whole family was full of energy again. Everyone was talking and sharing ideas, discussing passionately. By midnight, they finally agreed on a rough plan and each went back to their rooms to rest. Anyway, the most important thing now is to act quickly. They need to go to the Hu family to arrange the marriage and finalize everything. The Chai family is now really worried that delays might cause problems or that the Hu family might change their minds and regret it. They can't afford to let the deal, which was hard to get started, fall through now. Early the next morning, everyone in the Chai family was busy. Grandpa Chai took the savings book and went to the bank early to withdraw a large stack of cash. This money was a subsidy from the government given to Grandma Guan long ago, as thanks for her donating all her belongings to support the war effort. Grandma Guan was also busy. She went to the local office to get a letter of introduction for visiting relatives, urging the staff to stamp it quickly. Dad Chai rode his bike to ask for leave at his workplace, and then used connections to rent a car. Mother Yi, who was off today, hurriedly took the early bus back to her parents' house to pick up some old belongings. There was no time to waste. Everything was arranged, and they set off immediately, heading straight to the Hu family in He Province. They were afraid that if they delayed even a moment, the daughter-in-law might fly away on her wings. While the Chai family was busy planning the wedding, someone from the Liaoning military district was also not resting. After nearly 20 hours of bumpy travel, the train finally arrived at the destination at 6 a.m. At dawn, Guard Shi Yuanting was already waiting at the platform an hour early. Chai Yi and Zhao Weigua traveled light, with hardly any luggage. When the three met, Shi Yuanting happily saluted and led the two to a jeep parked outside the station, heading straight for the military district. As soon as the vehicle stopped in front of the regiment headquarters, Chai Yi got out quickly and rushed to the dormitory. He changed into his training uniform, didn't even drink water, and immediately ran toward the training ground. He had been resting outside for several days, which made him feel restless and full of energy, eager to release it. He followed the order, checking on each battalion under his command. Stay alert, defend the motherland. At this moment, the soldiers had just finished their exercises and were marching back, shouting their slogans. From afar, they saw a familiar large dark figure appear near the training ground. The soldiers' ranks immediately rustled with nervous whispers, and many started trembling in their legs. Oh no! Their black commander was back. This black bandit always returned after failed dates, in a bad mood, and would push the soldiers hard to vent his frustration. Serves him right for being single, never getting married. The soldiers silently complained inside, but dared not show any dissatisfaction on their faces. They could only brace themselves for the coming storm. The atmosphere on the training ground was tense. Zhao Weiguo was not feeling relaxed either. He was not as easygoing as Chai. After returning to the dormitory and freshening up, I changed into clean military clothes. First, I went to the cafeteria for a hearty meal, then I handled various official matters. The most important task was to report my battle results to Commander Yang. Before 8 a.m., Commander Yang was already waiting in his office. He was walking back and forth with his hands behind his back, occasionally looking out the window. When he saw Zhao Weiguo's figure approaching, he immediately opened the door and called downstairs, "Little Zhao, come up quickly." "Good morning, Commander." Zhao Weiguo saluted as he entered. Just as he steadied himself, Commander Yang closed the door and pulled him closer. "How did it go? Tell me the details," he asked eagerly. Zhao Weiguo cleared his throat and began to report honestly. At first, things didn't go smoothly. I couldn't reach an agreement with that girl from earlier, and the matchmaking didn't work out. He sighed first, then changed the subject, but it was a coincidence. Later, we ran into Comrade Hu Chi at the state-run restaurant. After chatting, I found out she is the granddaughter of Commander Hu. We thought it was fate, so we used your name to visit Commander Hu. This story was something he learned that day after waking up at the Hu family's house. Grandpa Hu seemed to be speaking casually, but he was actually giving him a subtle hint. When a girl takes the initiative to start a conversation and helps create a match, it can sometimes lead to gossip later. In Zhao Weiguo's view, the fact that the young girl liked Chai Yi and that grandpa, who didn't mind Chai Yi's old bachelor status, was just a good beginning to their meeting. What matters most is the outcome. Commander Yang also thought this way. He didn't blame them for using him as an excuse or for shamelessly coming to him. Instead, he felt that their actions showed courage. He stroked his chin and smiled proudly, saying, "Not bad. Truly my soldiers, brave and clever. When I took your call yesterday, I didn't feel at ease. I wanted to ask someone, Minister's son, about who." He paused here, almost accidentally revealing the words, "old who," in front of his subordinates, so he quickly added, coincidentally, "old who is right nearby." The two of us just made a quick call. Commander Yang grew more excited as he spoke, waving his hand confidently. "You all did well. Progress is fast. We just met once, and now we're discussing marriage. At this rate, another meeting, and it won't be long before we get the marriage certificate." "Ha ha ha." He laughed loudly, tilting his head back. Zhao Weiguo nodded in agreement.
Yes, you're right, Commander.
We're about to succeed. After a few more laughs, Commander Yang suddenly stopped, remembering something. His brow furrowed. "By the way, when will Chi Yi finish writing his marriage report? Tell him to submit it quickly. This young guy doesn't seem to care about his own wedding at all. Are we just here worrying for nothing?" Zhao Weiguo looked helpless. "Commander, he doesn't have time to write the report. As soon as he gets back to the dorm, changes into his training clothes, and joins the team for drills, he won't be back until training ends at night. Don't expect to see him before then. With his attitude, by the time he finishes, even the flowers will have withered." General Yang shook his head and let out a dissatisfied hum. He looked up at Zhao Weiguo and said, "That old guy is hopeless. I think you should just write it for him." Zhao Weiguo agreed, nodding. "That works. After all, he's the one getting married, so it doesn't matter who writes it." As the political officer, he even had to help with wedding reports. General Yang took out paper and pen from his desk and pushed them toward Zhao Weiguo. Zhao Weiguo pulled over a chair, sat down, thought for a moment, and then started writing quickly and steadily, filling out the wedding report. When he finished, he handed it to General Yang for review. Yang looked at the report carefully twice, then nodded with satisfaction and pointed at the paper.
Not bad.
Well written." He then handed the report back. "Send it immediately to the political department, give it to Director He, and ask them to handle it as a special case. Hurry up with the review." "Yes." We will complete the task. Zhao Weiguo saluted, took the report, and quickly left the office, heading straight to the political department. He found Director He, a smile on his face as he handed over the report. Director He, sorry to trouble you. This is Battalion Commander Chai's wedding report. The commander ordered us to handle it quickly. Director He pushed his glasses up and took the report, looking at it suspiciously. He examined it twice before raising his eyes to Zhao Weiguo.
This.
Is it for Chai Yi? Didn't he just have an engagement? Did it succeed this time? Who introduced the bride? He asked a series of questions, more interested in the story than the report itself. Zhao Weiguo straightened his back, clasped his hands behind him, and looked proud.
Yes.
The words are clear and written in black and white. It's definitely Chu Yi's. I told Lao He. Please don't hold us back. The commanding officer is watching. If this marriage gets stuck because of you, no way. Commander He didn't wait for him to finish and immediately interrupted. Chu Yi can't get married? That's because you two.
No.
It's just not the right time yet. Now everything is ready, just waiting for my help. Don't worry, I'll handle it right away. I'll push for an urgent approval, no matter what. Expect good news soon. He held the marriage report carefully like a treasure and turned to rush out of the office. He had to do this, but this happy news. He couldn't be the only one excited about it. Holding the most explosive gossip in the entire military district, he had to share it. If he didn't, he'd feel guilty about Chu Yi. The military marriage approval mainly checks the woman's family background and personal details. When the Hu family's information was retrieved, the officers responsible for review and the staff couldn't help but exchange surprised looks and whisper among themselves.
Wow.
This black sheep really made a big splash when he finally spoke. Either they don't marry at all, or if they do, it's with a very proper and strong backing. This marriage report was written in the morning. Not long after lunch, early in the afternoon when work started, it was approved. Wherever Director Long personally supervises, the work is very efficient. He took the report and delivered it to Commander Yang's office. As soon as Commander Yang received it, he immediately took out his pen, quickly signed his name in the approval column. After signing, he held the report and looked at it over and over, as if admiring a piece of art. After a while, Commander Yang finally spoke, with emotion in his voice. I told you, there are many good girls in the world. He just needs to go out more. The more he sees, the more likely he is to find someone who's not blind. Cough, cough. Zhao Weiguo, standing nearby, quickly clenched his fist and covered his mouth, coughing heavily twice to remind him to choose his words carefully. Commander Yang was interrupted halfway through his sentence. He paused, then suddenly realized what he had said, and awkwardly smiled. He quickly changed his words. Sharp-eyed. Look at this. He's already interested in our military district's black gold. Haha, exactly. Zhao Weiguo immediately supported him, taking the signed report and smiling so broadly that his eyes disappeared. No matter how dark someone is, there's still a golden man who's not afraid of fire. Haha. In the office, the two old fathers burst into cheerful laughter. Meanwhile, on the training ground, after finishing a round of combat training, Chai Yi suddenly stopped moving. He wiped the sweat from his face, looked up at the sky, and felt uneasy. Why does my back feel cold and make me break out in cold sweat on such a sunny day? This is abnormal. Very abnormal. But he couldn't quite tell what was wrong. He felt an inexplicable unease and needed more intense activity to shake it off. Bang! Commander Chai slapped the nearby wooden post loudly, glaring at the team and shouting loudly, "Who's next?" At the end of the line, 7th Company Commander quietly nudged 5th Company Commander forward. 5th Company Commander staggered forward, almost falling, and turned to curse, "Who pushed me, darn it." As soon as he finished, Chai Yi's sharp gaze immediately locked onto him, and he shouted loudly, "Zhang Tiniu, here." The named 5th Company Commander shivered all over, ignoring the culprit, and quickly stepped forward, standing at attention and silently mourning himself for 3 seconds. "Who are you, old man?" Chai Yi's voice was not loud but carried a cold, oppressive feeling. his eyes fixed on Zhang Tinyu as he asked. Zhang Tinyu felt his scalp go numb under the intense stare. He looked miserable and begged, "I'm your father. Your real father, okay? Commander, we've had enough training for today, right?" His voice grew softer and softer, afraid to look directly at the darker, fierce face that was getting closer. "What are you looking at? Are you scared?" Chai stepped forward a few more steps, shouting sternly, making everyone's ears ring painfully. After scolding Zhang Tinyu, his sharp gaze turned to the shrinking 7th Company commander in the back. Wang Dabiao. Here, Wang Dabiao tensed up completely, took a step forward, feeling very nervous. Why is punishment coming so quickly? "All of you, attack together." Chai Yi took 2 steps back to create space, let his arms hang at his sides, and used his eyes to signal them to attack. That stance made it seem like he was looking down on everyone present. Zhang Tinyu glared fiercely at Wang Dabiao, realizing he was the cowardly kid. Then, he nodded toward Chai Yi, glanced downward, and signaled that Chai Yi should draw their attention while he looked for a chance to strike from behind. Wang Dabiao understood, took a deep breath, and suddenly stepped forward quickly, throwing a straight punch directly at Chai Yi's face, fast and fierce. Almost at the same time, Zhang Tinyu crouched low, darted from the side, and aimed a sweeping kick at Chai Yi's lower body. Faced with this coordinated attack, Chai Yi did not retreat, but moved forward. He leaned his upper body back to avoid Wang Dabiao's punch. Crack! At the same moment, his right leg was firmly planted on the ground, and his left leg suddenly lifted and stomped down on Zhang Tinyu's lower leg muscles. Ugh! Zhang Tinyu cried out in pain, sweat breaking out on his forehead, and his attack stopped immediately. But Chai Yi kept moving. As soon as his foot landed, he used his waist and abdomen to twist his body sharply, rushing forward to collide with Wang Dabiao, who had just missed with his punch. Thud! A dull sound echoed as Wang Dabiao's chest felt tight. He staggered back 5 or 6 steps, then fell heavily to the ground, unable to catch his breath for a moment. Seeing the situation, Zhang Tinyu endured his leg pain, roared loudly, and charged again. He spread his arms, trying to grab Chai Yi's waist and throw him down. Chai Yi sidestepped easily, avoiding the attack, then suddenly elbowed back, hitting Zhang Tinyu's soft spot. Ugh, ah! Zhang Tinyu doubled over in pain, almost losing his breath. He clutched his stomach tightly, his face turning pale. Both men were tough fighters. They kept falling and getting up again, changing their attack methods. Sometimes they fought with fists and kicks, sometimes they tried to get close and grapple, using all their strength. But Chai Yi was like an unshakable black tower. His punches were fierce and powerful, and his steps quick and agile. Every block, dodge, and counterattack was precise and sharp, targeting the most painful but non-lethal spots on his opponent's body. He used real combat training to show how fierce and effective battlefield fighting can be, while also defusing their attacks. Until Zhang Tinyu and Wang Dabiao were completely exhausted, as if broken apart, with no energy left to get up. They collapsed on the ground, gasping heavily, and could only signal surrender with their eyes. Chai Yi then stopped his attack, looked down at the two on the ground, and said in a deep voice, "Not bad. You two haven't been lazy these past few days." The 6th Company commander, who had been watching nearby, saw that the two were almost finished, took the opportunity to lead the applause, raised his voice, and cheered. Good. The company commander is mighty. The soldiers watching nearby immediately understood and started cheering, clapping, and shouting loudly. A few quick-witted soldiers, before being told to do so, rushed forward with a whoosh, lifting the injured company commanders who were lying on the ground, grimacing in pain. They shouted excitedly, "Hey, Commander! Where does it hurt? Hang in there, Commander!
Hold on.
The medical team will be here soon. Quick, hurry up. Don't delay the treatment." In no time, a dozen soldiers carried the two seriously injured officers and hurried toward the medical station. It wasn't really about sending them to the hospital, it was more like sneaking away. The soldiers left behind watched them run off, eyes wide, fists clenched, looking worried and annoyed that they hadn't been quick enough to slip away in the chaos. Sun Jinhai moved closer to Chai-e, smiling flatteringly and asked, "Commander, are you tired? You just got back and didn't rest. You're such a responsible and caring leader. By the way, there's a drill at the end of the month, right? You haven't forgotten. People are like steel, they can't go a meal without eating." Chai-e didn't reply. He just stared at Sun Jinhai with his dark, deep eyes, making him feel uneasy. His words got stuck in his throat. Sun Jinhai quickly changed the subject. Commander, we've submitted our training plan for the company a few days ago. Have you looked at it? When will it be approved?" "No." Chai-e finally spoke, his voice steady. "I'll find it tonight, and you can pick it up tomorrow morning." After saying that, he extended his left hand. The guard nearby, Shi Yuanting, immediately rushed over, handing him his coat with both hands and chattering, "Commander, your skills are really something." He gave a thumbs up, looking admiring. "I think, even with a few company commanders together, it wouldn't match your warm-up. That move just now. Chai-e isn't naturally a man of few words. It's just that everyone around him talks a lot, more than enough to give him a headache." He took his coat, put it on, and coldly said 2 words, "Disperse." Then he turned and strode toward the dining hall. After a long day of fussing, he was very hungry. Shi Yuanting followed closely behind, still chattering excitedly. Chai-e didn't stop walking. He turned his head and glared at him, scolding, "Shut up." He was momentarily stunned, his face stiff for half a second, then quickly returned to a cheerful look. Just as he opened his mouth, he saw the commanding officer's warning gaze, so he obediently shut up and happily followed along. The soldiers behind, watching the retreating figure, only relaxed once they were sure it was safe. Their tense bodies immediately relaxed, and they swayed unsteadily. An old soldier leaned over to Sun Jinhai and said, "Company commander, you're still the smartest. Tomorrow, the team leader will be busy in the office, so he definitely won't have time to come out and cause trouble for us." Lucky escape. Sun Jinhai patted his chest and took a deep breath. That was close. Almost followed in Old 5 and Old 7's footsteps, he turned to the disorganized group and shouted, "Everyone stop standing around. Hurry up and eat, then go back and rest early." "Yes." The soldiers responded in mixed voices, then dispersed and headed toward the dining hall. At the regiment's dining hall, Chai-e just entered and immediately spotted a few people sitting at a corner table, clearly waiting for him. He prepared his food: 3 steamed buns, a plate of potato slices, and a bowl of corn porridge. He found an empty table and sat down. The officers nearby exchanged glances for a while, then finally gathered the courage to come over, pushing and shoving each other. "Hey, Commander Chai, time to eat." A bold major, shoulders broad, was the first to speak, trying to start a conversation. Chai-e didn't even lift his eyelids. He chewed his buns loudly and scooped some potato slices into his mouth, eating quickly and forcefully. He understood what these people were thinking. Every time he went on a date, some bored folks in the military district would come to watch like a show, trying to find some entertainment to gossip about. But in the past, they only dared to watch from afar, not come close. Today, however, some brazen ones actually dared to come over and get scolded.
Çay sinire dinlerdi.
Flies don't land on a flawless egg, so am I really a bad person? Why do I keep attracting annoying things? The few officers saw he ignored them and hesitated before trying to start a conversation. "Captain Chai, was your trip smooth this time? Did you hear you went to Black Province? Is it still cold there?" They took turns asking questions, only daring to be cautious, but no one dared to ask directly. Chai-e never looked up, not even giving them a proper glance. He was busy eating his meal. The others looked at each other, their smiles stiffening. They felt awkward and stood there, realizing they were boring him. They were worried that if they stayed longer, the fierce-faced bandit might suddenly punch them. Chai-e was known for having a quick temper and being tough in the group. The others exchanged glances, then reluctantly turned back to their seats, whispering quietly among themselves. It wasn't that they were thick-skinned or afraid of getting hit. They were just curious. In the afternoon, news spread in the military district that the Black Bandit had taken a bride in Black Province. They just wanted to ask if the gossip was true and get some details. But seeing how Chai Yi was, asking him wouldn't help. Better to ask the matchmaker, Zhao Weiguo. That guy's mouth was much easier to open. After finishing his meal, Chai Yi took his dishes to the recycling area and then headed to the group office. In March, it still got dark early, and the camp was dimly lit. The evening breeze blew, bringing a cool feeling. The two-story group headquarters building has only one window upstairs still shining with light, making it very noticeable in the night. He hurried upstairs, pushed open his office door, and turned on the light inside. Under the light, his desk was full of papers. He sat down and started working, choosing to handle the urgent and important tasks first. When he was busy, he lost track of time. Around 9 o'clock, Shi Yuanting knocked and came in to remind him, "Leader, it's getting late. You should go back and rest." Chai Yi put down his papers and responded with a simple, He tidied up his desk, stood up, and locked the door before leaving. The corridor was quiet. Passing by the neighboring office, he saw the light was still on inside. "Go ahead and go back. I still have some things to do," Chai Yi told Shi Yuanting, who was following behind. Shi Yuanting hesitated, wanting to say more, but saw Chai Yi push open the door and walk inside. He could only remind him again, "Leader, you must go back early. Don't stay up too late." After the door closed, he still felt uneasy. He leaned by the window and peeked inside before turning to go downstairs.
Oh.
"You're here." Hearing the door open, Zhao Weiguo didn't even look up from his work at his desk. In this office building, only Chai Yi would come in without knocking, no one else.
Perfect.
He had planned to finish his current work and then go to the dorm to visit someone, but now, the person was coming to him. A pile of documents was stacked on the desk. Today, Zhao Weiguo, besides delivering the wedding report to Chai Yi and eating, hardly left the room. He hasn't even had a chance to go home and see his wife and children. Chai Yi said nothing, casually picked up a document from the desk, flipped through it, and then put it back as it was. He wasn't so kind as to help others share the workload. His own desk was still full of papers. "Go home early and rest." Chai Yi casually threw out the words and headed toward the door. Just a few steps away, Zhao Weiguo called him back from behind. "Come back. Take the wedding report." Zhao Weiguo opened a drawer, took out a file folder, and handed it to him with a teasing smile. "Whose is it?" Chai Yi, impatient, walked back, took the folder, patted it, and asked. Zhao Weiguo leaned back, with a mischievous smile. "Yours." "Mine?" Chai Yi frowned, confused, not yet realizing that something big was about to happen. "Yes. Yours." Zhao Weiguo enjoyed the confused look on Chai Yi's face and proudly added, "I submitted it for you this morning, and it was approved by noon." With such quick approval, only your team leader Chai has this influence. Others? They'd be waiting in line. "How about it? Still not thanking me, your matchmaker." "What?"
Boom.
Zhao Weiguo's words hit like a thunderbolt, shocking Chai Yi to his core. The whole person suddenly froze in place, eyes wide with shock. He quickly lowered his head, opened the file bag, and pulled out a thin piece of paper. When he saw the words, "Marriage Report," in big characters, along with the clear names, Chai Yi and Hu Qi, written below, Chai Yi felt blackness cloud his vision. Dizziness took over. His heart felt tight and painful, and he couldn't breathe. This was a sudden rush of anger and frustration. What the hell is this? Who wrote it? Chai Yi clenched the marriage report tightly, veins bulging on his hand. His forehead throbbed, and his whole face twisted with anger. His fierce eyes were bloodshot and frightening. At this moment, he was staring intensely at Zhao Weiguo. The heavy pressure he exuded made the office air feel colder. Zhao Weiguo was stunned by Chai Yi's rage, his heart pounding, eyebrows furrowed, confused about what crazy thing he was doing. "The teacher asked me to write it for him. The marriage is already over. What kind of marriage report is this?" "Huh," Chai Yi almost roared, his voice so loud that the window glass vibrated with a buzzing sound. "Who said it's over?" "Old master, who already told your family to discuss the marriage." "Over what? Are you possessed?" Zhao Weiguo suddenly stood up, raising his voice, refusing to back down.
What?
Discuss marriage? When did that happen? I don't know anything about it. Chai Yi's eyes widened in frustration. He took a step forward, shouting at Zhao Weiguo, spitting saliva all over his face. Zhao Weiguo also became anxious, sticking out his neck. Did you forget? The day we went to the Hu family, we got drunk at noon, and after waking up in the afternoon, Old Master, who personally said that the Chai family should discuss the marriage proposal, go to hell with your nonsense. I was so drunk that I blacked out that day, and slept until the next morning. How was I supposed to know? Who told me? Chai Yi was trembling with anger, his fists clenched tightly, with a cracking sound. Didn't I tell you? Zhao Weiguo was initially confident, but after a few words, he suddenly got stuck. His mind raced quickly, from leaving the Hu family to the train station and back again. It appeared, probably. He hadn't mentioned anything about the marriage proposal to Chai Yi at all. He still held on to hope, tentatively asking, "You really don't know? Don't give me that crap." Chai Yi cursed loudly, glaring at him angrily, his eyes like two poisoned blades. Zhao Weiguo knew he was in the wrong and fell silent. But he refused to back down, still sticking out his neck and glaring back without hesitation, though his confidence was clearly weaker than before. Chai Yi half closed his eyes, continuing to press forward, his voice cold and sharp. What? No more words? Did you forget something? Such an important matter as marriage. How dare you hide it from me? Not a word to say. He could hardly believe it. A ridiculous and infuriating thought suddenly crossed his mind. This jerk. Is it possible that the Hu family or the Chai family colluded to set him up? Although Zhao Weiguo was angry inside, he lowered his voice and tried to reason with him. On the day we left the Hu family, Old Master, who told me in front of you, didn't you hear? Oh, yes, he suddenly slapped his forehead. You were drunk then, sleeping like a dead pig. You were there, but you couldn't hear a thing. The next day, after sobering up, you were busy chopping wood and working, and we were in a hurry to leave. Oh, dear. Now Zhao Weiguo was full of regret. He really shouldn't have argued with this black-hearted person. He should have made things clear from the start. He looked up, feeling wronged, and explained, on the way back, when we got off in the city, I wanted to tell you. But you left me alone at the post office and went to return the car yourself. When I reported good news to my family and teachers, you weren't even there. How can I be to blame? As he spoke, he straightened his back and gained confidence. When I got on the train, there were so many people in the carriage it was hard to speak. After it was just the two of us left, I opened my mouth, and you told me to shut up. Shut up. Do you have any other words besides that? I wanted to tell you, did you give me a chance? How should I say it? Did I dream it or what? Chai Yi's anger was rising fast, his temples pounding. He clenched his teeth, holding back the urge to grab him and punch him. He wanted to see how else he could argue his way out. Someone was standing in place, staring at me with a deadly look but not speaking. Zhao Weiguo took a deep breath, raised his chin, and delivered the final heavy message. Once you return to the military district, you'll run off as soon as you get out of the car and disappear. When reporting work to the division commander, I do it alone. If Commander Yang asks, I'll tell the truth. Besides, his tone grew more serious as he kindly reminded, your family is already on their way to Hu's house. They should arrive tomorrow morning to visit. Commander Yang is also eager to see the marriage report. If I don't submit it quickly, what are we waiting for? For you? Where are you now? Already gone. When did that happen? Chai Yi was stunned again, feeling like he was caught in a trap, while himself being outside of it. How come he knew nothing about all this? It was just this morning. Your grandparents called the regiment headquarters looking for you, but you weren't there. The phone then called me, asking for Hu's address, eager to visit the in-laws and discuss the marriage. Silent pause. Chai Yi's mind buzzed loudly, as if struck by thunder from all sides. He froze completely, stunned. Like a wooden stake stuck in place, he didn't move at all, not even blinking. Zhao Weiguo came over, patted Chai Yi's shoulder, and with a tone that suggested the situation was settled, joked, Sorry, brother. I was careless. But it's not too late now. Congratulations. You're no longer a bachelor. You're really messing things up. I don't. Zhao Weiguo suddenly pushed him away, anger flaring up again.
No?
Nothing but no. Zhao Weiguo's face turned serious, and his tone became firm.
Comrade Chai.
Commander Chai, remember, you are a soldier. The marriage report has been officially approved by the organization. What are you trying to do?
Huh.
Do you want to disobey orders? Do you want to make mistakes? You. Chai Yi's eyes widened with anger. He pointed tremblingly at Zhao Weiguo, nostrils flaring, chest heaving. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes tightly, and clenched his fists so hard that his knuckles turned white, making a faint cracking sound.
Darn it.
Everything's gone wrong. Betrayed by my own people. Now you tell me? What's the use? The marriage report has already been approved. My grandparents probably already reached Black Province, and tomorrow they'll go to the Hu family. This marriage isn't cancelled, and they even want it to be prosperous and happy. Good intentions are often mistaken for harm, like a farmer and a snake. Watching his stubbornness, Zhao Weiguo muttered to himself, then quickly gathered the scattered documents on the table. He walked to the door, snapped off the light, and opened it, making a, please, gesture to the dark night outside. Hurry up, Commander Chai. I'm locking the door and going home to be with my wife and kids. I don't have time to waste here with you. Chai was filled with anger and couldn't find a way to vent it. He could only let out a heavy, and walk out of the office, his footsteps echoing loudly on the stairs. Downstairs, the two parted ways, one heading toward the family compound, the other toward the single dormitory. That night, for Chai, sleep was impossible. He tossed and turned on his single bed, like a pancake flipping back and forth. He sat up, then lay down again, then sat up once more. He wished he could grow wings and fly to the Hu family to clear things up. He didn't agree with this marriage. His ruthless grandfather, bandit-like mother-in-law, bully father, and heartless mother. The young girl must have been blind to fall for him, thinking she could just endure it. Forget it. He wanted to see clearly. If old master who still agreed to this marriage, then his heart must also be blind. Thinking this, Chai felt some of his frustration ease, and he felt lighter. In the dark night, he let out a few cold, low laughs, then lay back down. His earlier anxiety disappeared, and he fell asleep after closing his eyes for a while. It wasn't only Chai who stayed awake late into the night. Far away, the matchmaking team of the Chai family was also awake. They set out at noon. Chai father, Chai Guodong, drove an old but sturdy truck from Jisheng province, carrying the whole family and a car full of gifts, heading toward Heisheng province. After many years of working in transportation, Uncle Chai is a generous and loyal man. He has many contacts across the 3 northeastern provinces, and almost every city or county along the way has someone he knows as a brother. Around 6 p.m., when the vehicle arrived in County S, Chen Liangsong, who was waiting to assist, immediately came forward. After a brief greeting, Chen Liangsong led them to a small courtyard prepared in advance for rest. After settling his family in, Uncle Chai didn't delay. He drove to the gate of the county military office. He got out of the car and asked the guard, Uncle Zhang, if Minister Sun was at home. Uncle Zhang looked at the sturdy man with bold features and asked cautiously, Comrade, what do you want with Minister Sun? Uncle Chai smiled and handed over a letter of introduction. Old man, I came to see Minister Sunday. Please help him show me the way so we can visit a relative. His words were vague, but his documents were complete. Uncle Zhang examined the letter and looked at Uncle Chai carefully before pointing the way. Minister Sun should be at the family residence now. The building at the back, the 3rd floor east side, is where he is. Thank you very much. Uncle Chai thanked him and hurried toward the family building. He found the east side of the 3rd floor, tidied his clothes, and knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Minister Sun opened the door. Seeing a tall, unfamiliar, strong man standing there with a rugged look, he immediately became alert. Who are you looking for? Uncle Chai quickly put on a friendly smile and asked warmly, Are you Minister Sun? I am Father Chai. When Minister Sun heard the name, Chai, he immediately understood, and his suspicion turned into warmth. He quickly responded, "Oh, so, it's Brother Chai. Please come in, please come in. Have you just arrived? Just arrived, just arrived." I came in my car. Father Chai stood at the door without entering and clearly stated his purpose. He came to see Minister Sun mainly to ask if he could park the truck inside the military office yard. After all, the truck was carrying some very valuable items. Leaving it elsewhere made him very anxious. Minister Sun thought it was a jeep and waved his hand happily, saying, "No problem at all. Come on, I'll go with you to the gate and tell the patrol team to watch over it. It will be perfectly safe. Thank you so much." Father Chai kept thanking him. Walking with Father Chai to the entrance of the military office, Sun Minister looked in the direction he pointed and immediately frowned. Not far away, on an open space, there was a Liberation brand truck covered with a thick tarp. He pointed at the truck and asked in disbelief, "Brother Chai, did you come here in a truck?" Father Chai nodded honestly. "Yes. Our family didn't know what to prepare, and worried that a small gift might seem insincere, so we prepared a little extra. Better safe than sorry, haha. I don't think it's exaggerated at all. This is just the amount they sorted out." When Minister Sun heard this, he was shocked and widened his eyes, thinking to himself, "Wow, is this extra preparation? Are they using trucks to carry it all?" His curiosity grew, and he really wanted to lift the tarp to see what kind of hard goods was inside. But then he remembered he had to lead the way to the Hu family tomorrow, so there was no need to speak up now. He suppressed his curiosity and didn't ask more. Instead, he turned and called out to the soldier patrolling nearby, "Little Lu, come here for a moment." The soldier named Little Lu quickly walked over and saluted. "Hello, Minister." Minister Sun nodded and carefully instructed, "This vehicle contains valuable supplies. Make sure to watch it carefully. Don't let anything go wrong here." Little Lu stood straight and replied, "Yes, I will complete the task." After arranging the vehicle, Uncle Chai exchanged a few words with Minister Sun and agreed to meet here again at 8 o'clock tomorrow. After saying goodbye, Uncle Chai hurried to the small courtyard where he was staying temporarily. It was already dark, and every household had their lights on. Inside the small courtyard, Lady Yi was busy cooking at the stove, while Grandpa Chai helped prepare the dishes. The aroma of the food drifted out through the window and filled the yard. In the main room, Grandma Guan and Chun Liangsong were chatting. Chun Liangsong is a local, an official worker at the town's transport team, and also a young member of Chai Guodong's network. As soon as he heard that the Chai family was coming, he immediately asked for leave, arranged a place to stay, and, conveniently, started to gather some information. Old Commander, who used to be a big leader in the Black Province Armed Forces, Chun Liangsong leaned back in his chair, slightly proud, tilting his chin up and brightening his eyes as he talked about what he saw a few years ago. "When I was transferred to our town, there were over a dozen jeeps and many cars sent to see me off. The scene was really something, wow." Grandma Guan listened carefully but wasn't really interested in the big show. As soon as she heard his words, she hurried to ask, "What about his granddaughter?" "Don't worry, I've asked around." Chun Liangsong straightened up and leaned forward. His granddaughter used to go to school in the county. Old who drove a horse-drawn carriage to pick her up and drop her off every day. I heard that she skipped a grade before the new year and finished her graduation tests. Since spring, I haven't seen her go out much. "What kind of person is that girl?" Grandma Guan asked eagerly, her hands unconsciously clenched. "Is she easy to get along with? It's not about how smart she is. I'm just worried that Hu Chi is a bit lively-minded and might only be interested in her grandson temporarily, not for the long run." I asked some classmates about her. Chun Liangsong scratched his head and thought before speaking. "They all say she's a bit cold. She doesn't like to hang out in groups, talks little, and doesn't get too close or too distant with classmates. Not very warm." Grandma Guan stared at him without blinking, listening silently. Her fingers tapped lightly on her knee. She was secretly thinking, can our quiet girl really match that icy girl and stay together? "Time to eat." Grandpa Chai's loud voice came from the yard. He had just returned and saw Lady Yi serving dishes outside the kitchen. He quickly took a few steps forward, reached out to take a dish, and carried it into the main hall. "Uncle Chai, you're back." Chun Liangsong saw Grandpa Chai come in and quickly stood up. Little Chun, stay and eat with us. Grandpa Chai placed the plates on the table, turned to get more dishes, and with a cheerful smile said, "It's getting dark. Just stay here and eat together. Next time, I'll treat you to a restaurant." "No, no. Uncle Chai, I need to go out early tomorrow, so I have to go home and get ready." Chen Liang-song kept waving his hands and then looked at Grandma Guan. "Once you're done with your chores, I'll host a meal and treat you to a good dinner." Grandma Guan smiled and replied, "Take care on the way." Chen Liang-song strode out of the yard and met Grandpa Chai and Lady coming out with bowls and chopsticks. "Grandpa, Andy, you two finish eating and rest early. I'll head back now." "Okay. Be careful on the way." Grandpa Chai nodded and asked Grandpa Chai to see him off. At this moment, the dinner was already set on the main table in the hall. The main dishes included 4 bowls of hearty porridge and over a dozen corn pancakes. There were 2 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes, sweet and sour pork, scallion scrambled eggs, stir-fried shredded potatoes, and pickled cabbage in vinegar. The rice, noodles, eggs, and meat were brought over by Chen Liang-song earlier in the afternoon for their meal. During dinner, Grandpa Chai mentioned that Minister Sun promised to go out with him the next day. About that girl, Grandma Guan frowned and expressed her worry. "If our black can't be with her in the future, what should we do?" Grandpa Chai paused with his chopsticks, chewed a couple of bites, then calmly picked up his bowl. "Seeing is believing, hearing is deceiving. If I had only listened to the nonsense outside back then, we wouldn't be together now." Grandma Guan shot him a sharp look and snorted. "You talk as if your reputation back then was so great." Nisi put down her bowl, looked at the 2 elders quietly, and said clearly but softly, "Tomorrow, when we meet, we should spend more time together and see for ourselves." Dad Chai took a big bite of his corn cake, chewing until his cheeks puffed out, then swallowed and added, "Mom, you're worrying too early. With our family's background, it's lucky if we didn't scare her away. Are you trying to pick a fight with the girl?" This made Grandma Guan choke, her eyes wide with surprise. She glared at her son and raised her voice. "Our family's background isn't good, and that's all because of you good for nothing. When someone helped you get into the army, you refused to go, always fooling around and wandering around." Seeing Grandma get more and more angry, she even lifted herself off the bed and reached for the broom to get ready to discipline. Nisi quickly held her back and tried to smooth things over. "Mom, Guodong was just talking. Right now, the most important thing is to keep the girl steady and settle the marriage." Grandma Guan wasn't really angry, just anxious. "Tomorrow is the big day. I feel like I have a rabbit in my stomach, nervous and restless. I keep wanting to find an excuse to vent my feelings." With some advice from my daughter-in-law, I decided to go along and sit back on the bed, continuing to eat my porridge. This meal didn't taste good to anyone. My mind was full of thoughts about going to the Hu family tomorrow. After cleaning up the dishes, I boiled water and washed up. I went to bed early, but I couldn't sleep because I was worried about things. I kept thinking about whether Yi would hurt his wife, whether the young wife and children would be happy, and if their marriage would work out. I tossed and turned until late at night before I finally fell asleep. Question: how can an old cow eat tender grass, and how can a young man win over an 18-year-old? This question isn't serious, but it can be confusing. The person being thought about, Hu Chi, has been eating well, sleeping peacefully, and living happily these days. Suddenly, outside, the sky was just getting light, and the clear sound of an alarm clock rang at the bedside. An arm reached out from the warm quilt and slapped the alarm clock to stop it. Wrapped up like a silkworm cocoon, it moved a little, and then a fuzzy head peeked out. Hu Chi stretched lazily, sat up groggily, rubbed her eyes, and slowly got dressed. She put on her cotton slippers and went to wash up. Downstairs in the kitchen, Grandpa, who was already busy. In the small stove's clay pot, millet porridge was bubbling gently. Next to it, on the larger stove, a big pot of yesterday's braised beef was warming, filling the room with a rich, meaty aroma. The grandfather and grandson finished breakfast, and each went their own way. Hu Chi went into the study to write his article. Grandpa Hu sat down on the sofa in the living room. Just as he picked up the newspaper, he heard a dull engine sound approaching from outside, gradually getting closer. Whoosh, hiss. After a long honk, a truck stopped steadily on the open space beside the stone house. Its tires still had some unmelted snow on them. This big iron vehicle made quite a noise, startling the birds in the nearby woods into a flurry of flight. Hearing the commotion, Grandpa Hu put down his teacup and stepped out of the house.
Oh,
You must be old, Hu. Haha. As the truck's cab door opened, Grandma Guan quickly jumped down. She immediately saw Grandpa Hu standing at the door, her face full of a big smile, and she strode forward warmly and enthusiastically. Her voice was loud and clear, like a copper gong, and her smile was brighter than the morning sun. Old Commander, this is Sister Chai Yi's grandma, Comrade Guan Sun. The grandson sitting in the back of the truck also jumped down quickly and hurried to catch up, smiling as he introduced himself. Oh, the little sister is here. Hello. Grandpa Hu nodded at Grandma Guan, greeting her politely. Then he looked past her, scanning the truck and then the back of the vehicle. Did they come in this vehicle? Is this a visit for matchmaking, or an attempt to force a marriage? Whoosh! The tarp on the back of the truck was pulled aside. Grandpa Chai stepped confidently from the side of the vehicle, brushed off the dust from his cotton coat, and jumped down smoothly. He walked a few steps to Grandpa Hu and offered a respectful greeting among peers. Old brother, Hu, I've heard a lot about you.
I'm Chai Zhenshan.
Today, I brought my whole family to visit. Next to him, Chai Guodong and Yi Qinghao quickly stepped forward. Dad Chai rubbed his hands and smiled simply, while Mother Yi stood gracefully. The family's eyes showed excitement mixed with nervousness, like soldiers waiting for inspection. Hello, Brother Chai. Grandpa Hu looked calm and steady. He glanced over each family member, taking in their expressions, then turned slightly and raised his hand to signal. Don't stand outside. Come inside, sit down, and have some hot tea to warm up. All right, thank you. Grandma Guan smiled and responded, then turned to the father and son and said, Stop standing around. Hurry up and unload everything from the truck. At her command, Dad Chai immediately turned around and jogged to the back of the truck. With a few quick clatters, he efficiently removed the cover. He skillfully jumped up and stood steadily on the truck bed, beginning to pass down the items. Minister Sun, who was already curious and eager, quickly moved closer. Come on, lend a hand. The faster he reached out to take the cloth bag Dad Chai handed down and join the team in helping to carry the load. He weighed the load in his hands, unable to stop his eyes from glancing into the truck bed, secretly amazed. The Chai family is really clever. Madam Yi carried a tightly wrapped cloth bag over, speaking gently and politely. Old Hu, these are just some home-dried mountain goods from our family. They're not worth much, just a small token. Please don't dislike it. Grandpa Hu smiled and waved his hand. Oh, no need to be so polite. Just coming is enough. Why bring all these? It's not proper to visit empty-handed. Old customs shouldn't be forgotten. Just accept it. Grandma Guan smiled politely while quickly helping to carry a heavy box. She was quite strong and moved steadily. Grandpa Hu walked to the back of the truck and looked inside the open bed. Seeing this, he couldn't help but exclaim, Wow, the Chai family's goods were packed tightly. Large wooden boxes, burlap sacks, smaller tied-up bags, cloth bundles, and ceramic jars, stacked almost to the edge of the truck, filling more than half the space. There were cloth bags filled with fine grains, dried goods wrapped in oil paper, and a few gift boxes decorated with red lucky characters. This scene looked like a shipment of supplies. Grandpa, who looked at the pile, thinking about the limited space inside the house, and pointed at the door. Let's move it to the cellar. All right, Minister Sun responded cheerfully. He often visited the Hu family and knew where the cellar was, so he led the Chai family members inside smoothly. Grandpa Hu walked at the front, reaching the bottom of the stairs in the living room. He opened a thick wooden door. He took out a match from his pocket, struck it, and lit the kerosene lamp hanging by the door. The warm, yellow light instantly chased away the darkness behind the door. Everyone, walk carefully. Holding the lamp, he led the way down the stone stairs. The others followed, and only then did they realize this was a cellar. But it was on the first underground level, and it was as spacious as the upstairs. It was divided into two areas. On the left, naturally cool and dry, neatly arranged with shelves. On the right, built with stone bricks, with thick insulation inside the walls. It was a simple ice storage room, capable of freezing and preserving food. Grandpa, who turned on several kerosene lamps hanging on the wall. Suddenly, the entire cellar lit up, and the jars, cans, and dried goods on the shelves became clearly visible. Grandpa Chai, Dad Chai, Minister's son, and Grandma Guan placed the heavy wooden boxes on the open space. They didn't rest long and turned around to continue moving items outside. Grandma Guan didn't follow them out. She stayed inside the cellar, using the light to look around. Her eyes stopped at a shelf, and she smiled while chatting casually with Grandpa Hu. "Old brother, you really have a lot stored here. Look at these mountain goods, so genuine." She casually grabbed a handful of high-quality dried hazelnuts from a nearby shelf and praised sincerely. "Keeping this treasure mountain safe, not taking some is a waste. Store more, and you'll feel at ease. When bad weather comes, you won't have to worry about running out of food." Grandpa, who cheerfully responded, pointing to a neatly arranged row of linden honey on another shelf. "Living in the mountains is great. No worries about food and drink." "That's true. Spring wild vegetables, summer mushrooms, autumn wild fruits. Everything is fresh and tasty." Grandma Guan nodded in agreement, her eyes constantly scanning the nearby shelves, full of rice, flour, cooking oil, bundles of leather goods, and various canned foods. The variety and quantity were impressive, almost enough to run a small supply store. She secretly nodded, gaining a new understanding of her future in-laws' resources and their ability to live well. What was visible was just the surface. Behind the scenes, there must be more. The Hu family is not simple. The two of them chatted back and forth about life in the mountains and everyday matters. The initial awkwardness of their first meeting gradually faded, replaced by a sense of understanding. After more than half an hour of busy work, they finally finished unloading everything from the truck. The once spacious open space was now piled high with boxes, sacks, jars, and packages, almost too full to step through. "Uncle Hu, take a look," said Dad Chai, wiping the sweat from his forehead. He approached a bulging burlap sack, untied the rope, revealing wild chickens and roe deer inside, still unprocessed. He opened a heavier burlap sack nearby, lifted out a deer antler, and smiled as he added, "These were just hunted in the mountains the day before yesterday. This antler is best for making wine." And Grandpa, who glanced over, smiled and nodded, then raised his hand to stop him. "Thanks for your hard work. You've been busy all day, haven't you?
Come on.
Let's go upstairs, have some hot tea, rest a bit, and chat while we relax." He paused, looked at Dad Chai, and spoke in a familiar tone. "This afternoon I'll need your help again, so please help gather everything." "Sure. No problem. Leave it to me." Dad Chai patted his chest confidently, happily readying the burlap sack. "I promise to clean everything up nicely, and the leather will be tanned well for you." The group followed Grandpa, who back upstairs along the stairs to the first floor. Just as they sat down in the living room, before they could exchange greetings, light footsteps came from the kitchen. A half-curtained door was pushed aside, and Hu Chi came out carrying a set of ceramic tea trays. She wore a light blue cotton jacket, embroidered with lace at the collar, with 2 black braids hanging over her chest. Her face was bare of makeup, but looked pure and lively. Her delicate features and gentle smile made it clear she was not an ordinary girl. She had a special aura, like a beauty from a poem or painting. The 4 members of the Chai family all looked at her suddenly. In the next second, all 8 eyes widened at the same time, and their pupils sparkled with disbelief. The young girl was even more handsome than Zhao Weigua had said. Grandpa Chai's hand froze in midair. His thick eyebrows shot up in surprise, and his heart skipped a beat. "Is this Hu Chi? She looks so lively and beautiful. How could someone from a family with such dark hair be so lucky?" Grandma Guan's mouth slightly opened, almost saying, "Oh my." Then she quickly elbowed Grandpa Chai beside her. Her eyes were full of shock and joy. "My goodness. That naughty boy hey, actually got lucky and found a rare treasure?" Dad Chai stared straight ahead, nearly dropping his cigarette. His mind was overwhelmed. Oh no, a flower planted in cow dung. Does that guy really dare to think like that? Does this girl really like there to hay? Even Yin Yang, who usually keeps her feelings inside, paused slightly in her breath, her hands unconsciously clenched tighter. She quickly glanced at Hu Chi's delicate and bright features and her elegant presence. She sighed inwardly, then felt a wave of relief. Luckily, they brought some good gifts, even some hidden treasures from the back of the cabinet. Otherwise, she was afraid the Hu family might think the Chai family was not sincere. Uncle's son, have some tea. Hu Chi seemed unaware of the four intense gazes, calmly kneeling by the tea table. She poured a cup of hot tea, for her grandfather first. Then she stood up, poured another cup, and with both hands, handed it to Minister Sunday. Yes, good. Chi is very considerate. Minister Sun took the teacup, naturally acting as the host and smiling as he introduced. This is Comrade Chai Yi's family, Grandpa Chai and Grandma Guan. He pointed to the elderly couple and then gestured to Chai Dad and Yi Mom, saying, "This is Uncle Chai and Aunt Yi." Hu Chi offered a polite smile, slightly bowing her head with a sweet voice. "Hello, Grandpa Chai." "Hello, Grandma Guan." She greeted them with a smile on her face, kept her hands busy, and skillfully poured 2 cups of tea, placing them in front of the elders. Grandpa Chai took the cup, smiling and nodding repeatedly. Grandma Guan was even more delighted, smiling so broadly she couldn't close her mouth. She eagerly took the cup and praised loudly. "Wow, such a lovely girl. She's so beautiful. Uncle Chai, Aunt Yi, please have some tea." Hu Chi then handed 2 more cups of tea to Chai Guodong and Yi Qinghao, still smiling politely. "Thank you so much. You're such a good girl, Chi. Chai Dad was internally criticizing his son for being a frog trying to eat swan meat, but his face was full of happiness as he quickly took the cup with both hands. Aunt Yi also took her cup, nodded with satisfaction at Hu Chi, and her eyes showed approval. If this daughter-in-law can become part of the family, even if she has a bad temper, she can tolerate it. After greeting everyone, Hu Chi turned and went back into the kitchen. Not long after, she returned with a tray of Beijing 8-piece cakes, gently placing it on the coffee table along with a platter of apples, oranges, and roasted snacks. Looking at these, the Chai family members couldn't help but secretly marvel. Hu family's wealth really isn't ordinary. The food served to guests here is more elaborate than what people usually have during the New Year celebrations. When the elders talk about business, as a younger person, I shouldn't be there, so I put down what I was doing and went into the kitchen to prepare lunch. In the living room, a few people sat quietly, sharing a strange understanding. They didn't mention the marriage matter. They just drank tea, chatted about everyday life, and talked about family matters. Yan Yang sat there, but her mind was already elsewhere. She kept glancing toward the kitchen. The more she sat, the more curious she became. Finally, she couldn't hold back and stood up, walking into the kitchen. "Chi, it's tiring for you to do everything alone. Auntie will help you. Let's do it together." As she pushed open the kitchen door, she saw the young girl wearing an apron and washing vegetables. "Yan, Auntie, please don't move." Hu Chi saw her come in, quickly shook off the water from her hands, and smiled to stop her. "You're a guest. It's your first time here, so it wouldn't be right for you to cook. I can handle it myself. There are only a few dishes, and it will be quick." Seeing her roll up her sleeves to help, she joked with a smile. "Are you worried I might cook badly and want to help out yourself? Or are you here to supervise? Just sit back and enjoy your tea and chat. You really don't need to worry about this. I'm not meaning that." Yan Yang wanted to speak again, but her eyes were drawn to the kitchen's layout. On the left side against the wall, at the back, there was a large stove. Next to it, 3 smaller stoves were lined up, and on the very edge, there was a small coal stove for boiling water. In the middle under the window was a cemented sink, with a hand-operated water pump beside it. The neatly stacked firewood on the right side formed a wall. Next to the door, the shelves were well organized with meat, vegetables, eggs, and dried goods, and even the green onions, ginger, and garlic were tidily arranged. Seeing the young girl working quickly and neatly, Lady Yi stood there, feeling a bit in the way. She had to step back and smiled, saying, "All right then. I won't interfere with cooking. but I will handle the dishwashing, so please don't compete with me for that. I'd feel bad if I didn't do my part. Okay, I'll listen to you. Chi quickly nodded and playfully added, then you should eat more later, enough to fill your stomach. That way, I won't feel bad asking you to do chores, right? After some persuasion and coaxing, Chi finally sent Lady Yi out of the kitchen, feeling relieved. If she stayed inside all the time, how could she take things out of the space? She closed the door, and 3 stoves lit up at once. The firewood crackled loudly, and white steam rose quickly from the iron pots. Chi moved smoothly, scooping oil and taking prepared side dishes from the space, acting naturally. They were all simple home-cooked dishes, so it didn't take much effort. When it was time to eat, the last dish was ready. Grandpa, who glanced toward the kitchen, saw the door open and smelled the delicious aroma. He immediately smiled and stood up, saying, "Everyone must be hungry. Chi has finished the food. Let's wash our hands first and get ready to eat." Everyone stood up and followed him to the bathroom. When they reached the dining room, Chi was already serving the second dish on the large round wooden table. Minister Sun didn't see himself as an outsider and confidently walked into the kitchen to help serve the dishes. Madame Yi quickly followed, picking up bowls and chopsticks to set them out. Together, they worked quickly, and soon the table was filled with 10 hot dishes. 5 meat dishes: soy sauce beef, chicken stewed with mushrooms, spicy pork intestines, braised fish, and large prawns in red sauce. 4 vegetarian dishes: spicy dried tofu, braised eggplant, pickled vegetables, and 3 sweet vegetables. 1 soup: tomato and meatball soup, and a big wooden basin of steaming rice. The dishes were plentiful, colorful, and fragrant. Minister Sun's eyes lit up, secretly praising, "This trip was worth it. Not only do I get to see good food, but I also get to enjoy it. Everyone sit down, sit down." Grandpa, who took the main seat, picked up the shared chopsticks and smiled as he gestured. "Just like at home, don't be polite or reserved. Come on, start eating, and enjoy it while it's hot." A turntable was added in the middle of the table. He flicked it with his hand, and the dishes slowly rotated. Chi didn't rush to sit down. Instead, she turned and went to the cabinet nearby, taking out a bottle of Fingio and a bottle of Maotai. Minister Sun quickly took them, skillfully pouring wine into the glasses of the men present. But that wasn't all. Chi then took out a glass jar filled with a bright red liquid, soaked with plump hawthorn berries. She unscrewed the lid, smiling as she poured drinks into Grandma Guan's and Aunt Ye's cups. "Grandma Guan, Aunt Yi, let's drink this. It's my homemade fruit wine, low in alcohol, sweet and sour, and it helps with digestion. Good. Girl, don't work so hard. Sit down and eat with us." Grandma Guan smiled warmly and quickly gestured for Chi to sit down, her eyes full of affection. This girl was becoming more and more likable.
Aunt Ye nodded gently, her tone soft.
"Yes, Chi, you don't need to serve us. You've been busy all day, sit down and eat." Once everyone was seated, Grandpa, who looked around at everyone, raised his glass and said with a smile, "Friends coming from afar, isn't that wonderful? I'm very happy that Brother Chai's family could come today. No need for formalities, it's all in the drinks. Let's toast together to welcome our guests." Everyone raised their glasses and took a sip. At the dinner table, no one discussed politics or family matters. Everyone focused on eating, occasionally exchanging greetings and toasts. After 3 rounds of drinks, the men put down their glasses. No one urged others to drink more, and everyone knew their limits. The meal was relaxed and unhurried, lively yet comfortable. When everyone finished eating, Grandpa, who stood up, "Brother Chai, you've traveled far and must be tired. Come on, I'll take you to the second floor to rest and regain your energy." Aunt Yi and Chi stayed in the dining room to clear up, while Minister Sun went straight to the study, giving everyone space. "Brother Chai, sister-in-law, you two can rest here in this room." When they reached the second floor, Grandpa, who opened the door and led them inside, speaking in a tone that left no room for refusal, "The bedding and everything are complete and clean. I think you shouldn't toss around tonight. Just stay here peacefully for a couple of days. It will be good for us old friends to have a nice talk." Hearing this, Grandpa Chai's heart brightened immediately. Since entering, neither of them mentioned the marriage, but his voluntary stay clearly signaled that the Hu family approved. This means there's hope. He smiled happily and quickly agreed. Brother Hu, you are too kind. We will gladly accept your hospitality. Whatever you say will follow.
Ha ha ha.
He was planning to have a good talk with his future in-laws tonight, aiming to secure the deal. The little wife of Black was definitely coming. Ha ha ha, ha ha. Sorry to trouble you, old Hu. This room is so bright and tidy. Really nice. Grandma Guan entered the room, smiling and agreeing, her eyes admiring the space. The walls were painted with white plaster, and sunlight streamed through the windows, making the room look especially bright. Against the wall stood a solid wood wardrobe, and in the middle was a double bed covered with a wool mattress, looking very warm. On the tea table opposite, there was a simple porcelain tea set and a few cans of tea leaves. Near the window, there was a pair of bamboo and rattan chairs and a small round table. Grandpa, who walked to the wardrobe, opened the lower door and pointed at the neatly folded quilts inside. The quilts are here. The sun has been good these past few days, so I just took them out to dry. They're fluffy and ready to use. All right.
Got it.
Old Hu, we can handle this small task ourselves, said the younger man. Grandma Guan quickly stepped forward, bending down efficiently to carry out 2 thick quilts. She turned to Grandpa Hu and advised, You don't need to worry about us. Go back to your room and rest for a while. Grandpa Hu smiled and nodded, saying nothing more. He stepped outside the door, then with Chai's father, headed toward the guest room across the hall. He opened another door and gestured. Guodong, you and your wife can stay in this room. Both rooms are the same and already tidied up. If you need anything, just tell Chi-Chi. Chai's father peeked inside, smiled, and bowed slightly in thanks. Thanks, Uncle Hu. No need to trouble Chi-Chi. You've arranged everything very thoughtfully. Remembering something, he quickly added, You should go rest for a bit. When you wake up, I'll go gather those wild game later this afternoon. Grandpa Hu nodded, responded with a simple, then turned and went downstairs. Downstairs, the kitchen was already cleaned up. Hu Chi had just poured 2 thermos bottles of hot water, and Yin Yang was carrying some upstairs. Uncle Hu, Yin Yang called out when she saw him at the staircase, stopping to greet him. They're all resting upstairs. You should also take a nap and rest a bit. Grandpa Hu nodded towards the staircase calmly and said, No need to rush this afternoon. Rest enough first. Madame Yi smiled and nodded. All right, then I'll go upstairs first. She carried the thermos and went upstairs. Grandpa Hu turned and went to the living room, instructing Hu Chi, Chi-Chi, go pack 2 bottles of wine and 2 boxes of beef jerky. Got it, Grandpa. Hu Chi responded quickly, walked to the cabinet and carefully wrapped a bottle of Fingio and a bottle of Mao Tai in craft paper. Then she hurried into the kitchen, took out some braised beef from the storage, cut it up, and packed it into an aluminum lunchbox. Suddenly, the door to the study was pushed open from outside. Minister Sun was studying a chess book when he heard the noise and looked up. Seeing Grandpa Hu, he immediately smiled and said, Old Commander, aren't you taking a break? Want to play a few rounds with me? Don't bother teasing me. Grandpa Hu waved his hand. You can drive the carriage back later. I won't be able to watch the show anymore. Minister Sun pretended to be disappointed, shrugging his shoulders, but still smiling. All right, I'll listen to you. I won't stay long. Since the sun's out and it's warm outside, I might even have time to play ball with those 2 little monkeys at home. He stood up, put the chess book back on the shelf, and followed Grandpa Hu out. Just at the door, he happened to see Hu Chi coming out of the kitchen, carrying a mesh bag. Uncle Sun, these 2 boxes contain our homemade beef jerky. Take them back for your younger siblings to try and satisfy their cravings, Hu Chi said as she handed over the net bag.
Wow.
This is really good stuff. Minister Sun's eyes lit up. He took the bag eagerly and sniffed the rich aroma of the marinade. This is yak meat from Inner Mongolia. The meat is firm, and the flavor is well absorbed. The more you chew, the tastier it gets. Thank you, Chi-Chi. When they try this at home, they'll be so happy. He noticed a large paper-wrapped package inside and leaned in to smell it curiously. Seeing this, Hu Chi smiled and explained, That's some marinated offal. You didn't get to enjoy it fully at lunch, right? Take it home tonight as a snack with drinks. Aunt Zhao can join you for a good drink. Ha ha ha. Excellent idea. That's perfect. Minister Sun laughed heartily, feeling very pleased. Hu Qi walked to the door, bent down, and picked up the prepared bamboo basket. Wouldn't want to forget the wine. I've got that ready for you too. Oh, Chi, you're so thoughtful. You really understand Uncle Sun. Minister Sun's smile grew wider. He quickly put the net bag into the bamboo basket, happily carried it, and stepped out the door. Grandpa, who stood on the porch stairs, watching him get into the carriage, waving the whip as the vehicle gradually drove away. He then turned back into the house and slowly went upstairs. What nap?
Who can sleep now?
In the guest room, Grandpa Chai and Grandma Guan whispered quietly, discussing how to propose marriage tonight. When the time comes tonight, you should be the first to speak. Don't wait for Brother Hu to ask. Grandma Guan unconsciously twisted the corner of her clothing, saying, "We need to talk about the benefits of Dahe and our family situation, so others won't think we're not good enough." Grandpa Chai nodded, but his brow remained tight. I understand, but he's seen a lot of the world and has experience in government and military affairs. If we talk too much, it might seem like we're trying too hard. Let's be honest. Discuss the bride price and wedding plans with him openly, and try to settle everything quickly. They took turns speaking, carefully considering every word and step, afraid of making any mistake. On the other side, in the guest room, the couple was much more relaxed. Dad Chai fell asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow, snoring rhythmically and loudly. Mother Yi didn't sleep. She sat in a wicker chair by the window, slowly sipping tea, but her eyes looked unfocused. On the tea table, there were bottles and jars containing aged pu'er tea, Wuzhou Lu Bao tea, Yunnan roselle, and Ningxia dried goji berries. There was even unopened, malted milk, adult formula powder. The Hu family's hospitality was truly generous, offering all the best things. Mother Ye's fingertips brushed the rim of her cup as she looked at those items, but her mind was far from calm. Instead, it was like boiling water, bubbling fiercely. Oh, Dahe, my son, this noble son of a wealthy family, how can I do my best to make him marry you as his little wife?
The gap
Is so obvious. Snore, snore. On the bed beside, Uncle Chai was sleeping soundly, with his mouth slightly open, completely carefree. Madam Yi couldn't help but roll her eyes and got up to walk over, pulling the fallen blanket back up for him. She sat on the edge of the bed, her fingers gently stroking the soft sheepskin mattress beneath her, feeling its warmth, top quality.
sigh.
She let out a long sigh and looked at the plain new cotton quilt on the bed, feeling even more worried. Actually, if you compare the two families' conditions carefully, the Chai family isn't bad. The family's old master is a proper member of a prestigious family with deep roots. Though their family has fallen on hard times, it's still better than a starving camel being bigger than a horse. The grandmother's family has 100 years of tradition and a notable background. Old saying, a strong dragon can't overpower a local snake. Her husband holds a stable government job, traveling all over the country, with guaranteed income. Even a middleman has a status. She herself has medical skills, respected wherever she goes, not just a traditional housewife. Meaning, an open-minded mother-in-law. That eldest son is a brave and capable man, willing to fight and work hard in the army, with a bright future. If he keeps working hard for a few more years, he could even become a general. Choosing wisely means no regrets. Marrying wisely means no being deceived. The Chai family has influence, potentially, and wealth left by ancestors. But right now, those things are hidden and can't be shown off to impress others. It's quite a coincidence, isn't it? The Hu family is in a similar situation. In Grandpa Hu's room, Hu Qi sits cross-legged on the carpet, holding a silver needle between her fingers, focused on sewing a loose button on her clothes. At the desk by the window, Grandpa, who wears reading glasses, frowning slightly as he sketches and writes on a sheet of rice paper spread out before him. Next to him, there's a small inkstone with ink that has a faint, pleasant smell. Chi, what do you think of that family? Grandpa Hu asks casually, without looking up. People's hearts are hard to see through. We've only met once. So how can we tell what kind of people they are? Hu Qi quickly ties a knot in the thread, then cuts the excess with scissors with a snip. She lines up the hem of her black Zhongshan suit, smooths the collar, and stands up to hang it in the wardrobe inside. Afterward, she walks over to the desk, curious, and leans her neck to see what her grandfather is doing. She can't help but laugh out loud. The more she looks, the more amused she becomes. She relaxes and laughs openly. Haha, Grandpa, what are you doing? Drawing the Zhu family tree? And with portraits too?
Haha.
On the rice paper, the Zhu family members are listed from top to bottom, with simple sketches next to each name. Though the lines are simple, the features are quite accurate. This habit was learned from Grandpa, who when he used to take care of little Hu Qi, teaching her as her grandmother. Humph. Grandpa, who is not annoyed by the laughter, only let out a light, slightly annoyed hum. He pointed at the paper with his finger, speaking critically. Look at this family: wolves, jackals, tigers, and leopards. Not a single one is easy to deal with. The old man is steady, the woman is sharp, the man looks simple but is clever inside, and even that elderly lady has a bit of cunning. Thinking about how his carefully nurtured only child might be taken away by this wolf's den family, he felt very upset. Grandpa, who always found the Chai family unpleasant and felt uncomfortable inside. It was very frustrating, like he couldn't breathe properly. Moreover, he didn't even need to pick at the Chai family's flaws. There were plenty of obvious problems. How could he feel at ease? Grandpa, who drew a small cross on the back of Chai Yi's face with his pen. The ink spread out, showing his deep worries and uncertainty.
Cough.
What's there to worry about? Hu Qi stepped behind her grandfather, resting her hands on his shoulders, gently massaging him. If we can get through, we do. If not, we leave. With you backing me up, I can stand tall, whether a tiger or a dragon. I can handle it. Not to mention the few big bears in the Chai family. She spoke lightly, but she knew very well. Men? They're everywhere. She wouldn't foolishly hang herself on one tree. There are whole forests out there waiting for her to explore. Starting over in this life from zero, do you think it's easy? After working hard to improve her skills, she wasn't doing it to grow up and become someone who only cares about romance or men. She wanted to enjoy good food, fun, and happiness. Hu Qi refused to treat herself poorly. Grandpa, who was amused by her confident words and almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Thinking about the family next door, except for Yin Yang, who looked a bit delicate, the others were all strong and broad-shouldered, with faces that the corners of their mouths kept turning upward. Harat, the old man initially wanted to say she was spoiled by herself, but then he thought about it. His granddaughter has always been straightforward, a bit wild in temper, but kind-hearted and sensible. She's not bad at all. He changed his words and said, they should be discussing marriage tonight. You should listen in too, so you have a good idea. Okay, I got it. Hu Qi nodded obediently behind her grandfather, then curiously asked, Grandpa, since they drove so far here, what are they bringing? Boxes and bags. What are they? Grandpa, who deliberately teased her, took off his reading glasses and stood up as if to go outside. Let's have them pack things up this afternoon. When they open it, you'll see. Come help out and see for yourself. He stopped at the door, then turned back to give an order. Bring a few pairs of cotton slippers to the guest room. Got it. Hu Qi understood immediately. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly disappeared into her personal space. This world she is in is arranged just like a modern supermarket. Looking around, neat wooden shelves are lined up, with items from all over the world, even distant countries, carefully sorted and displayed. From grains and oils to daily necessities, everything is abundant and well-organized, making it easy to find what she needs. Hu Qi pulls a small wooden cart and strolls between the shelves. She scans the items, picks up a toothbrush and toothpaste, and places a few handmade soaps into the cart. These soaps are made from olive oil, lye, bamboo charcoal, and essential oils, which she learned to make when she was young in Jiangxi. Soon, she picks up 4 pairs of cotton slippers from the textile area. The men's slippers are made of waterproof leather, and the women's are dark-colored with a woven pattern. The soles are layered, and the inside is filled with thick cotton. She made these slippers herself using a sewing machine. The stitches are not perfect, but they are warm and durable. After choosing everything, she thinks for a moment. When she appears again in the room, there are already 4 pairs of cotton slippers and a bamboo basket on the floor. It's time to wake everyone up. Chi carries the bamboo basket, first places it in the bathroom, then holds the slippers and knocks on the guest room door. Knock, knock, knock. A response quickly comes from inside. Coming, when the door opens, Grandma Guan sees Chi and immediately smiles brightly. Oh, it's Chi. Come in quickly, come inside and chat. Has Grandma Guan rested well? Chi smiled casually and asked, Grandpa Chai. Chi is here. Grandpa Chai sat in a wicker chair by the window, holding a cup of hot tea. Hearing the voice, he responded kindly. Yes, the fire dragon in the house keeps it warm. I worry your shoes might get stuffy, Chi said, showing them the cotton slippers. I brought a pair of slippers for you too. Change into these, they'll be more comfortable. Oh, Chi, you're so thoughtful. That's very considerate. I'll change right away. Grandma Guan smiled as she took the cotton slippers, touching the woven shoes with a happy smile. She sat on the bed, quickly changed into the slippers, stood up, and stepped around, praising. They're just right. Soft and warm, very comfortable. Chi stepped forward a few steps and placed another pair of cotton slippers near Grandpa Chai's feet. Grandpa Chai, try these on too. All right, Grandpa Chai happily agreed. He kicked off his leather shoes, slipped his feet into the slippers, and stood up, taking a few steps. He looked at Chi with admiration and asked cautiously, Did you make these yourself? Chi lowered her head and smiled softly. Sorry to show off. I just made these during some free time, using a sewing machine. They're not much, so please don't mind. What? Did Chi make these? Grandma Guan was surprised and widened her eyes. She quickly bent down, took off her newly worn slippers, and examined them carefully, turning them over in her hands. Oh my! Your little hands are really skillful. Look at these stitches, so even. I simply can't do such delicate work. She got so excited that her authentic Northeast dialect slipped out naturally. Grandpa Chai watched silently from the side without interrupting, thinking to himself, I told you this, old rascal, can't pretend to be cultured. Sooner or later, she'll be exposed. He secretly glanced at Chi with the corner of his eye, wanting to see her reaction. Chi still smiled gently and said casually, As long as you're comfortable, that's enough. I'll send 2 more pairs of slippers to Uncle Chai and Aunt Yi. Oh, by the way, at 3 o'clock, the radio will play the opera Cleverly Taking Tiger Mountain. If you 2 are interested, you can go downstairs and listen.
All right.
We'll go down to listen in a little while. Grandma Guan happily agreed, saw Chi to the door, and watched her walk toward the guest room across the hall before closing the door. She then turned back to the old man and continued to sigh. This girl is truly perfect, beautiful, smart, and skillful. If she married Big Black, it would be a waste. Grandpa Chai rolled his eyes at her and said, If she really married into our family, you'd be the first to be happy. Ha 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 ha. Thinking about it, Grandma Guan truly felt that if this marriage happened, she'd be laughing in her sleep from happiness. Knock, knock, knock. Just as the door to the opposite guest room was knocked, it suddenly opened with a click. Mrs. Yi stood behind the door, wearing a gentle smile, and slightly moved aside. Chi. Come in quickly. Chi entered the room, repeating her earlier words, and handed over a pair of women's slippers. Mrs. Yi took them, bent down to put them on, feeling the softness under her feet, and nodded happily. Thank you so much, Chi. These slippers are very comfortable. She then looked down at the bed and quietly explained, Uncle Chai has been driving all day. He's a bit tired, and he's not awake yet. She chuckled awkwardly and didn't wake the person on the bed, worried that her husband might feel embarrassed if he woke up. Chi looked at the bed following her gaze, smiled silently, and placed another pair of men's cotton slippers on the floor beside the bed. Then she quietly stepped back and left. Mrs. Yi watched her figure disappear at the staircase, then closed the door quickly. She hurried to the bed and gently pushed her husband, Chai Dad, who was sleeping soundly. Guodong, Guodong. Wake up, don't sleep anymore. Chai Dad mumbled sleepily, frowning slightly, eyes half open and unfocused.
Wife.
What's wrong? Mrs. Yi pulled him firmly from the blanket, helping him sit up. Don't be so groggy. Get up quickly. It's time to go downstairs and work. Those wild game animals are still waiting for you to prepare. Grandpa Chai yawned, stretched his arms, and pulled back the blanket to sit up. He reached under the bed to find his cotton slippers, but saw a pair of cotton slippers that were not his. He looked up in confusion and was about to ask when Lady Yi had already gone to the small round table to pour him water. Without turning around, she said, Chi-Chi just brought these over. Put them on. Grandpa Chai said, Oh, put on the new slippers, took the water cup from Lady Yi, and drank several big sips eagerly. The warm water slid down his throat, making him feel much more awake. The living room was warm and cozy. The radio was playing Smart Tactics for the Tiger Mountain. Grandpa Hu, Grandpa Chai, and Grandma Guan sat on the sofa, listening to the lively singing from the radio. They tapped their knees lightly to the rhythm and occasionally hummed along. Cousin Hu sat nearby, making tea. When she saw someone's cup was getting low, she got up to refill it. When Lady Yi and Grandpa Chai came downstairs, the song was reaching the exciting part of climbing the Tiger Mountain. They tiptoed over quietly, not daring to disturb. Grandpa, who heard the noise, turned his head, nodded at them, and gestured to the empty seat beside him, saying, Sit down. Cousin Hu picked up 2 empty cups, carefully warmed them, and poured hot tea into each. It wasn't until the song ended, with lingering melodies, that Grandpa Hu praised, Good. That was really lively. Old Hu, do you also like the show? Grandpa Chai smiled and joined the conversation, finding a common topic. This voice is really bright and energetic. It lifts your spirits to listen to it. That's right. Grandma Guan also happily responded. We often listen at home. Every part. Especially the last part. Every time I hear it, I feel warm inside. Heroic spirit, loyalty, and bravery. Listening to it several times never gets old. Grandpa Hu nodded in agreement. Grandpa Chai smiled and nodded. Old Hu, you're living a really comfortable life. Listening to plays and drinking tea is much better than us busying around at home. It's all just for fun. Grandpa Hu waved his hand and pointed outside the window. The mountains are peaceful, though it's a bit cold in winter. When spring comes, the mountains will be full of wild vegetables and fruits. Then you can come and try some. Grandma Guan smiled with her eyes squinting. That sounds great. We'll definitely come and enjoy your hospitality then. The group chatted for a while longer. Grandpa Chai naturally changed the subject and turned to his son. Guodong, since you're free now, go carry those wild game from the cellar outside. It's still daylight, so hurry up and get it done. Okay, Dad. I'll go right now. Dad Chai immediately stood up, nodded, and headed toward the stairs. Seeing this, Hu Chi also stood up. Uncle Chai, it's dark inside. I'll turn on the light for you. The two of them walked to the cellar one after the other. Yin Yang, worried they might be busy for a while, also got up and followed. I'll help Guodong so it'll go faster. Watching the 3 leave, Grandpa Hu picked up his teacup, took another sip, and then put it down with a smile at the 2 people opposite him. I still have a big sheep left, sent by an old friend from Xinjiang recently. Kong Dong is setting up a fire in the yard now. After he's done, we can roast the sheep for dinner. And some grape wine. What do you think? Sounds great. That's wonderful. Grandma Guan listened eagerly and clapped her hands happily. Just follow your brother's plan. Grandpa Chai chuckled and agreed. That's perfect. Today, we're lucky to have your brother's help. Grandpa Hu stood up from the sofa. I'll go get the sheep and let Chi-Chi start marinating it so it can soak up the flavor. He then stepped toward the stairs, and Grandpa Chai and Grandma Guan quickly got up to help. Come on, I'll lend a hand too. Gotta stretch my muscles. Grandpa Chai hurried to catch up, rolled up his sleeves, and looked eager. In the cellar, Dad Chai was just pulling out 5 big burlap bags filled with wild game from the pile. He bent down and carried 1 bag up the stairs. Hu Chi looked for a slaughtering knife on the tool rack and sharpened it on a stone. Lady Yi carried a large iron pot with a special mark on it, ready to boil water. The 2 groups met at the staircase, nodded to each other, and politely moved aside to pass by. Dad Chai carried the burlap bags up with effort, while Grandpa Hu and the others went down the stairs. When they reached the door to the ice storage, they all stopped. The corridor was blocked by several stacks of boxes, making it impossible to pass. Grandpa Hu looked at the pile of obstacles with a frown of dissatisfaction and was about to reach out to move them. Grandpa Chai, noticing quickly, spoke first. "Oh, look at this mess. There are too many things blocking the door." He bent down, lifted a heavy wooden box, moved it aside to clear a path, and then straightened up with a smile. "Old Hu, you go inside first to get the sheep out and send it up to Chi-Chi. Then we can all work together to tidy these up and clear some space in the cellar. That might be a bit troublesome for Brother Chai and sister-in-law," Grandpa Hu said with a smile. "If you two don't help, just me and Chi-Chi might take all day." Grandma Guan waved her hands quickly and said, "Oh, no trouble at all. More people, more strength. This little work won't take long." Grandpa, who didn't say more. He took down a large sheepskin coat from the wall, put it on, and then picked up an oil lamp, twisting it to light. He pushed open the heavy wooden door of the ice cellar and stepped inside. With the lamp's light, he quickly found the big sheep with the long tail. He bent down, shoulder against the door frame, and carried the whole sheep onto his shoulder. Grandpa Chai and Grandma Guan, standing at the door, shivered as the cold air burst out when the door opened. They instinctively pulled their clothes tighter. Curious, they both stretched their necks and looked inside. Their hearts sank a little more when they saw what was inside. The space was quite large, about the size of a living room upstairs. Thick ice walls surrounded it, glowing with a cold white light. The temperature was probably around -10 degrees Celsius. On neat wooden shelves, various frozen foods are carefully arranged: chickens, ducks, fish, shrimp, soft-shelled turtles, ribs. There are even whole pigs, sheep, and roe deer, all solidly placed on the shelves, making it look very tempting. It's truly eye-opening. Grandpa Hu's stock is just as large as the meat shops outside, with a surprisingly complete variety. It's almost like a small meat storage room. When Grandpa Hu carried out a big sheep, Grandpa Chai quickly stepped forward, casually closing the freezer door to block the cold air. "I'll put the sheep in the kitchen and come down later. You two can rest here for a while." Grandpa Hu said this, carrying the sheep up the stairs steadily. "Okay, take your time. We'll wait for you to come down and work together." Grandpa Chai watched the figure disappear around the corner of the stairs, then turned his head and lowered his voice to ask Grandma Guan, "Where's the shopping list?" "Here it is." Grandma Guan quickly took out a folded red paper from inside her padded coat pocket and handed it forward. Meanwhile, outside in the yard, Grandpa Chai had built a simple stove with bricks. A large iron pot was securely placed on top, boiling water. He brushed off the dust from his hands, turned around, and went inside to carry the remaining bags of wild game. Yin Yang stayed outside, bending over to add firewood to the stove. The flames crackled, the bottom of the pot heated up, and bubbles started to form inside. Chi-Chi, Hu-Chi, carrying an empty water bucket, just entered the house when he heard Grandpa calling her from the kitchen. "Hey!" She immediately responded with a call and ran over carrying a bucket. "Grandpa, tonight we're having roast whole lamb. Quickly marinate this meat." Grandpa Hu pointed at the big sheep on the stone slab and explained to her. After that, he took the sheepskin coat in his hand, turned, and headed toward the cellar entrance. "Okay, got it." Hu-Chi understood immediately, responded, and quickly started thawing the lamb. She cut the meat into pieces, scored it with a knife, and took out the seasonings from the space. She skillfully marinated the meat. After finishing, she carefully washed her hands. With a slight thought, she took out 7 long-sleeved aprons from the space. First, she ran to the yard and handed a dark blue apron to Uncle Chai, who was hanging deer on the tree. "Uncle Chai, wear this to avoid bloodstains on your clothes." Then she gave a deep red apron to Aunt Yi, who was adding firewood. "Aunt Yi, put this on. It keeps you warm and protects your clothes." "Thanks, Chi-Chi." Aunt Yi stood up and took it. Then Hu-Chi ran back into the house, quickly put on a deep red apron herself, and hurried down to the cellar. "Everyone, put on your aprons." It makes work easier and keeps your clothes clean. When Huchi came down, the three people in the cellar had just unpacked several bulging burlap bags. Inside were dried mountain goods, matsutake mushrooms, lion's mane mushrooms, hazelnut mushrooms, and yellow mushrooms. Each bag was full, and Grandpa who checked them one by one. The quality was excellent, all fresh from this year's harvest. It is clear that these mountain goods were carefully collected by the Chai family. Huchi took out a dark gray apron, first helping her grandfather put it on, then tying it at the back. Grandpa, don't move. I'll finish it quickly. Next, she picked up 2 more items and went to stand in front of Grandpa Chai and Grandma Guan. You two, don't move. I'll help you put these on. She carefully put a deep red garment on Grandma Guan. Grandma Guan raised her arms to cooperate, smiling as she watched Huchi work. Her eyes narrowed happily and she couldn't help but sigh. It's so nice to have a daughter. She knows how to care for people better than a rough boy. So thoughtful. She felt deep regret. Why didn't she have a caring daughter when she was young? Her son and grandson never made things easy for her, and they often upset her. But then she thought about how they could find a good girl from another family, and her heart felt a little happier again. Grandpa Chai glanced at his wife. Seeing her changing expressions, he knew without asking that her mind was probably full of silly thoughts. Grandpa Chai, Grandma Guan, aren't you guys carrying too much stuff? Huchi didn't notice the little gestures between the old couple. She looked up at the shelf nearby, where the bottom layer was filled with 4 big baskets of mountain goods, all overflowing. She couldn't help but be surprised and clicked her tongue. With this much, they probably have enough to eat all year round. Hi, these aren't valuable things, just common items from the mountains. Keep them and enjoy slowly, Grandpa Chai said casually as he untied the rope on the burlap sack. Simple gifts, but heartfelt. When the gift is simple, the feelings are deeper. Next, he brought out bags of pine nuts, hazelnuts, mountain walnuts, and various mountain delicacies like black fungus. There was also a 100-pound bag of high-quality rice from Gongliang, a large barrel of Tunghua mountain grape wine, and 6 blocks of frozen fish. Grandpa Chai explained these were placed outside the truck to handle inspections on the way. The best stuff is hidden inside. He implied that the main event was still to come. Grandma Guan looked at the approaching main goods part, feeling she didn't understand these things and wouldn't be much help, so she quietly stood up, brushed off the dust from her clothes, and headed toward the stairs. In the yard, she saw her son skinning a roe deer hanging from a tree, while Yin-Yang sat on a small stool, plucking feathers from a wild chicken. She hurried over. Don't bother with this here, Grandma Guan whispered, gently pushing her daughter-in-law. Go down to the cellar with your father-in-law and take out everything from the gift list. Yin-Yang looked up in surprise but kept working. Mom, you've been there too. I'm almost done here. Nonsense. If I knew all that, I wouldn't need to come and tell you. Grandma Guan was impatient and directly pulled Yin-Yang up from the bench, then sat down herself. She grabbed a wild chicken and started plucking its feathers quickly and roughly, urging, Hurry up. Say something nice about our big black. This work is more suitable for me. Back in the day, I was quick and skillful when killing Japanese soldiers and traders. What's this compared to that? Yin-Yang knew Grandma Guan was firm and wouldn't take no for an answer. If she didn't respond soon, she would get upset. Reluctantly, she shook off the feathers on her hands, washed them in a nearby bucket, then turned to walk into the house. In the cellar, Grandpa, who had just put the fathead fish into the freezer. Huchi was closing the door. Hearing footsteps on the stairs, she thought Grandma Guan had returned. When she looked up, she realized she had called Yin-Yang over. Grandpa Chai bent down, picked up a flat leather box from the pile of goods, placed it on a large wooden chest, and opened it casually, saying, Little hammer, huh? Huchi was momentarily stunned, thinking she had heard wrong. Who was he calling? Grandpa, who tilted his head and glanced into the box, then explained calmly, Ginseng. Inside the box, lined with red velvet, were about 100 ginseng roots, all full and with fine little hairs. These are not very old, only about 10 years. Yin-Yang stepped closer naturally, acting as a guide, and said, They were dried this year. The medicinal properties are gentle. Usually, people stew them in soup or boil them in water. They are very nourishing. As she spoke, she pointed to the side. Grandpa Chai understood immediately. Following her pointing, he picked up another box and opened it. Inside were neatly arranged ginseng, but these looked fuller and more vigorous. These are 50 to 60-year-old wild ginseng, he said. Madam Yi looked up at Grandpa, who, speaking more seriously, they are very potent. Uncle, who, you can use them to make medicine, enjoy a small drink for health, or give as a gift. Hu-Chi couldn't help but step closer, bending down to carefully examine the 2 boxes of ginseng. She frowned slightly, knowing that nowadays, there are hardly any cultivated ginseng. These 2 boxes, though grown in the wild, are definitely natural, without additives and truly wild. Madame Ye's gaze fell on her face, keenly noticing her surprise. Grandpa, who stood nearby, just smiling and nodding, showing no strong emotion. He knew ginseng was precious. The fact that the Chai family could offer these showed their sincerity. Grandpa Chai, following Madame Ye's signal, bent down again and took out a carved leather box. When he opened it, it still contained ginseng, but the treatment was clearly different. Each piece was stored in a separate redwood box. As for these, Madame Yi picked up one of the redwood boxes, gently opened it, and elongated her tone, deliberately looking at Hu-Chi. Seeing the sparkle in her eyes, she slightly curved her lips and slowly said, "These are wild mountain ginseng that are over 100 years old. Inside the red wooden box, there is wild ginseng with very fine silver-like threads on its mustache and clear patterns on its roots, emitting a faint medicinal scent. It is clearly a rare treasure." Hu-Chi was truly stunned this time. Good grief. She often went to the mountains to dig herbs for years and only managed to gather about 20 roots, none of which are over 100 years old. Chai's family's move was like a powerful blow from a higher level. These should come from the Yi family. No wonder they are generations of herbal collectors. Truly impressive. After inspecting the suitcases, Grandpa Chai carefully closed each one and looked up at Grandpa Hu, asking for his opinion. "Old Hu, where should we put these?" Grandpa Hu nodded towards Hu-Chi and said proudly, "Chi-Chi likes to mess around with herbs. She'll decide where to put them." Hearing this, Grandpa Chai and Aunt Yi both looked at Hu-Chi with anticipation and curiosity. Hu-Chi smiled calmly and took a few steps toward the herb shelf, pointing to an empty spot on the middle shelf. "Please, Grandpa Chai, move everything to the 3rd row of this shelf."
Got it.
Grandpa Chai happily agreed, bending down to carry 2 at a time with one hand each, then gently placing them on the shelf. Aunt Yi, who was nearby, felt a surge of joy when she heard Grandpa Hu say Chi-Chi likes to mess around with herbs. It's fate. My medical skills have always been a concern for no successor, but now someone finally seems ready to carry on my legacy. Continuing to pack the boxes, inside were snow frogs, ula grass, lingji mushrooms, 5 flavor berries. All high quality and precious herbs. Grandpa Chai became happier and happier, his heart filled with joy. It seems I made the right choice. This gift really touched the young girl's heart. Before coming, they specifically went to the daughter-in-law's family home and brought a cartload of medicinal herbs. At the time, he was worried that the Hu family might think it unlucky or inauspicious. After all, who would stock so much medicine if they had no illness or trouble? After opening the small box, it was time for the big box. Yin Yang squatted down, opened a large wooden box, moved aside the wooden shavings used for shock absorption, and took out a tightly sealed large glass bottle containing dark red liquid. She slightly lifted the bottle and looked at Hu-Chi, deliberately pausing. "Dear blood wine." Hu-Chi immediately understood that this was a test, and she continued smoothly. "It's warm in nature, with a sweet and salty taste. Internal use. Boosts energy and blood, warms the kidneys, helps yang, strengthens muscles and bones. External use. Activates blood, disperses blood stasis, reduces swelling, relieves pain. It's often used for injuries and bruises." Hearing this, Yin Yang's smile grew even wider. This girl not only knows about herbs, but also understands their effects. She's truly a good talent for studying medicine. She nodded with satisfaction, watching Hu-Chi answer confidently, feeling very pleased. I've really found a treasure. It turns out she's one of our Chai family. She gave Grandpa Chai a meaningful look, signaling him to continue. Unexpectedly, Grandpa, who stepped forward first, took out a bottle of deer blood wine and placed it on the shelf. The two old men became the tools for moving things. Yin was in charge of opening the boxes, and Hu Qi pointed to the items. They carefully moved each item and stacked them neatly and securely. Next, they opened a box containing deer antlers, deer horns, deer fetuses, deer tendons, and deer bones. To avoid suspicion, items like deer whip, which are believed to boost vitality, were not included in the list. Wow! When another large wooden box was opened, Hu Qi's eyes widened suddenly. Inside was a complete tiger skin. The orange and black striped pattern was beautiful and wild. She couldn't help but reach out to touch the thick fur. It was warm and smooth, and she exclaimed, "So beautiful!" At the same time, her inner voice screamed, "How cruel!"
But
This is so amazing! A legendary treasure. Not only was she excited, but Grandpa Hu's eyes also lit up instantly. He stared intently at the tiger skin, clearly more interested in this than the medicinal herbs. Grandpa Chai looked at their reactions and smiled happily, stroking his beard. "Haha, I found this a few years ago when I was gathering herbs in the mountains. I accidentally came across it. That big tiger was so hungry it wanted to pounce on me and Tsuyin for a meal. No way I'd let it bully us." He got more excited as he recounted the story, speaking vividly and gesturing with his hands. It turned out that this fierce tiger was killed by the two of them, with their bare hands. Thinking about how hateful that beast was, they decided to bring it home, skin it, remove the bones, and process the hide into leather goods. The vibrant, well-preserved tiger fur from the prime of the Northeast tiger was treated with special tanning methods, keeping it in excellent condition. Hu Qi was stunned and sincerely admired the strength of the two elders. He reached out and touched the tiger fur again. The fur was bright and shiny, smooth and glossy, with a thick, soft feel and no strange smell. Grandpa Chai, still eager, bent down and opened a large wooden box nearby. Inside, lined with oil paper, were large, processed bones. Look, a complete set of tiger bones. With ginseng placed at the front as a base, the others weren't as surprising anymore. The four of them worked smoothly together, making good progress. The other opened wooden boxes contained black bear skins, bear bones, and a bottle of finely ground bear gall powder. Once all the boxes were neatly arranged, Lady Yi carried a beautiful two-tier food box, red lacquer with gold accents, decorated with intertwined lotus patterns, looking quite elegant. She smiled meaningfully, her eyes full of anticipation, and handed the box to Hu Qi without saying a word. Hu Qi didn't look up at her, but casually took it and opened it. The top layer was lined with red paper, holding 5 kinds of dried fruits: red dates, peanuts, longans, lotus seeds, and walnuts. She tilted her head slightly, suddenly understanding the meaning. The first 4 fruits' names together sound like early birth of noble children. Adding walnuts symbolized family happiness. According to traditional marriage proposals, if the woman accepts, it means she agrees to the marriage. The second floor is also very special. There are pairs of items like Chinese cigarettes, Maotai wine, red robe tea, and purple sugar, all symbolizing double happiness and complete courtesy. Hu Qi blushed and quickly closed the food box lid. She looked up at Lady Yi, smiled, nodded, and placed the box at the stairway corner. Seeing her reaction, Lady Ye's lips almost stretched to her ears. Her heart finally relaxed. She accepted. She agreed. "Oh, Big Black. Someone finally wants you." Grandpa Hu and Grandpa Chai, who were nearby, watched their interaction closely. They exchanged a knowing look and smiled knowingly. No need to say more. Everyone understood. The marriage proposal should now be made official and discussed openly. Unpacking the remaining gifts was easy. Each of the 4 people took one, and they unpacked quickly. There was Mongolian specialty meat, sistanch, and packaged milk powder, both cow and goat milk. There were several large bags of pure wool yarn: white, beige, gray, black, red, and blue. Each color was in its own bag, weighing about 5 jin, around 2.5 kilogram. All these were forcibly added by Dad Chai. He thought wool yarn was a hot item. Even if the young girl didn't knit, it would be nice to give as a gift. What a coincidence! Hu Chi saw the wool yarn and burst into a happy smile. She mostly stayed at home, either working on herbal medicines, exploring delicious recipes, or doing some crafts. With so much wool yarn, she would have plenty to play with for a while. Seeing that she truly liked him, Lady Yi quietly relaxed her breath. It seems I guessed right this time. Now that Guodong is going back, he won't be scolded anymore for adding things randomly. She couldn't help but feel proud. It looks like even heaven is helping Dahe, and all the lucky signs pointed in the right direction. The 4 people in the cellar worked together, taking things apart, moving, cleaning, and organizing. In less than 2 hours, everything was done. When they came out of the cellar and went to the yard, they saw that the mother and son were even more efficient. Father Chai and Grandma Guan were finishing the last touches on the tan deer hide, while nearby, the prepared wild game was cut into parts and hung on ropes to drain water. You're both so quick. Is everything all cleaned up now? Grandpa Hu looked at the results in the yard and praised. He and Grandpa Chai carried a whole sheep on a metal frame, preparing to roast it over the fire. Hu Chi followed behind, holding a bamboo basket filled with seasonings for the barbecue. Lady Yi carried a bucket of clean water and walked behind them. When they heard the noise, Father Chai and Grandma Guan both turned their heads. Father Chai was still polishing something in his hand, then grinned and said, "Almost done. Just a little more and we'll finish it quickly." Grandma Guan stood up, wiped her hands on her apron, looked at Lady Yi first, then quickly glanced around. When someone approached, she asked in a quiet, eager voice, "Have the ceremonies all finished?" Nian Yi looked at her mother-in-law with a bright and confident smile, nodding firmly. Grandma Guan received the signal, and a heavy weight in her heart suddenly lifted. Her face immediately lit up with a big smile. As long as the gift is satisfactory, the marriage is approved. That's great. Wonderful. Haha. Her face brightened with happiness, and her loud laughter echoed in the yard. Grandma Guan stepped forward quickly, efficiently removing the large iron pot. "I'll clear some space for you so you can set up the roasting rack for the lamb." She used her strength to take down the pot in a few quick moves. Yin Yang put down the water bucket, reached out, and took the still warm iron pot. "Mom, I'll go put it away. You rest for a bit." "All right, here you go." Grandma Guan happily handed over the pot, then turned to call her husband.
Done?
"Come help set up the roasting frame." Her husband laid the deer hide flat on a wooden board and pressed it down with a stone. Hearing this, he immediately got up and quickly came over. Together, they used bricks to rebuild the roasting frame. Once everything was ready, Grandpa Hu and Grandpa Chai stepped forward, working together to lift the marinated lamb rack and place it securely in the middle. Seeing that everything was prepared, Hu Chi started to shoo people away. All right. Leave the rest to me. You all go back inside, have some hot tea, and rest well. I'll call you when the lamb is ready." "That won't do. Grandma will stay to help you," Grandma Guan said as she leaned over, adding firewood to the fire. The flames crackled and leaped up. She stood nearby, acting as if she wouldn't leave, saying, "You just focus on cooking. This is faster." "Mom, please don't fight over it." Ye's mother finished setting the pot down and came out of the house. "You guys just did some heavy work earlier. My Chi-Chi and I are here roasting and chatting. It's perfect. Everyone go back inside and rest." Father Chai still wanted to say something, but Grandpa Hu quickly settled the matter. "No more arguing. Just do as Xiao Yi said. Let's all go back inside and wait until it's done before we come out to lift it." "Okay. We'll listen to Grandpa Hu." Grandma Guan finally gave up, dusted off her hands, and happily followed the main group back into the house. Grandpa Chai nodded at Hu Chi and Ye's mother, then quickly stepped closer to Grandpa Hu, smiling and suggesting, "Since we're just sitting around, how about we go kill some time with a game?" Hearing this, Grandpa Hu perked up immediately. "Sounds good. I've been itching to play. Let's go to the study." Inside the house, Grandpa Chai and Grandma Guan took off their aprons. casually placed them in the laundry basket in the bathroom, then sat on the sofa, whispering and plotting quietly. In the study, the two old men had already set up the chessboard, ready for battle, like a battlefield with strategic moves. "Mom, look, lazy." Father Chai leaned back on the sofa, his eyes casually glancing at the stairs beside the fireplace. Suddenly, he froze, pointing at a red-lacquered food box and asking, "Is that our family's food box? Why is it here?" "Yes." Grandma Guan half closed her eyes casually, took a slow sip of hot tea, and spoke in a calm, settled tone. "No need to make a fuss. Now it's the Hu family's turn." "Oh. Father Chai instinctively responded, then suddenly sat up straight, eyes wide with surprise, looking at Grandma Guan. She calmly nodded, leaned back comfortably, and smiled proudly with her eyes half closed. Father Chai immediately understood and, caught up in the moment, couldn't help but laugh loudly. But just as he was laughing, Grandma Guan shot him a sharp, piercing glare. He quickly covered his mouth with his hand, but his shoulders still trembled uncontrollably. His face turned red from holding back, and he could only silently chuckle, feeling very happy inside. In the yard, the charcoal fire burned bright red. Yin Yang and Hu Chi stood by the grill, slowly turning the roasted lamb while chatting casually. They talked about their usual preferences and some small tips for preparing medicinal herbs. Roasting lamb wasn't complicated. It just took some effort and patience. Fortunately, the lamb was small, about 30 jin, and laid flat on the rack, cooking evenly. The crackling sound of the burning charcoal filled the air, and the fat slowly dripped, releasing a delicious aroma that drifted 2 miles away with the wind. They roasted the lamb for 3 hours until the outside was golden and crispy, with the fat sizzling. Then they extinguished the fire. By then, the sky was completely dark, dotted with stars shining in the night. At 8 p.m., the meal officially began. In the dining room, Grandpa, who stood at the head of the table, holding a sharp knife, skillfully cutting the lamb. Grandpa Chai carried a jar of grape wine and held a bunch of grapes, pouring wine into each person's glass. Lady arranged bone dishes and dipping sauces nearby, while Hu Chi brought out the prepared side dishes. Grandpa Chai and Grandma Guan were outside in the yard, dismantling the barbecue grill. Once everyone was seated, Grandpa Hu, as the host, raised his hand to signal, his gaze sweeping over the table. "Everyone, dig in. Good food waits for no one. Eat your fill, all right. No need for formalities, just eat, everyone," Grandpa Chai echoed, picking up his chopsticks first, but waiting for the host to start. This smells so good." With the good news about the marriage confirmed, Grandma Guan was in a very good mood and relaxed completely. She directly reached into the plate, grabbing a big piece of bone-in lamb and stuffing it into her mouth, chewing happily and praising, "Delicious. Crispy outside, tender inside, cooked just right, so satisfying." Grandpa Chai watched with wide eyes, giving a subtle warning with his gaze. "Your wife, why are you already helping yourself? Does she really think this is her own home? Stop teaching her. There's plenty of meat. Don't hold back. Eat however you like." Hu Chi rolled up her sleeves, revealing her fair arms, reached for a small piece of lamb, and while putting it in her mouth, she smiled and signaled to the Chai family. "See? Just eat freely like this." Grandpa Chai just now felt happy and instinctively reached out to grab some meat. But when he looked up and saw his own father scolding his mother, he immediately became shy and withdrew his hand. At this moment, seeing Hu Chi also happily grabbing and eating, he felt relieved and relaxed. He grabbed a piece of lamb leg and started to eat. Grandpa, who noticed Grandpa Chai's small action, exchanged a knowing look with him and smiled knowingly. He deliberately raised the lamb meat he was holding. "Big nephew, don't just sit there. Go ahead and eat. You've worked hard today helping out. You should eat more." "Thank you, Uncle Hu." "You too. Eat more." Grandpa Chai smiled and replied, then reached for the lamb again, dipping it in sauce and taking a big, satisfying bite. Everyone sat around the table, sharing roasted lamb, eating, drinking, and chatting casually. Halfway through the meal, Grandpa, who looked at Grandpa Chai and asked casually, "How many days off did you take this time?" Grandpa Chai was chewing on a lamb chop, mumbling with meat in his mouth, and casually answered, "It was sudden, and I had a lot of work at the office, so I only took 3 days off." He didn't think much of it, just saw it as a caring gesture from an elder, and didn't notice that his father's eating stopped for a moment. Hearing this, Grandpa, who saw an opportunity and smiled as he continued, "No rush to come see the future in-laws. Thinking about coming early, settling the marriage sooner, so everyone can rest easy, right?" As soon as he said this, the table suddenly fell silent. The matter of proposing marriage was now out in the open. It was time to talk about it. Grandpa Chai and Mother Yi stopped chewing, and Grandma Guan also put down the lamb bone she was biting. The three of them all looked at Grandpa, who at the same time, holding their breath and waiting for his response. However, Grandpa, who seemed unaffected, still nibbling on his meat and sipping his wine. Unexpectedly, Grandpa, who was the first to sigh. That sigh made the four members of the Chai family suddenly tense up, their hearts in their throats, and the meat in their mouths lost its flavor. But then, Grandpa, whose next words made their hearts, which had been in the air, settle back into their stomachs. "It's okay. Work is more important. The 3-day leave was a bit rushed, and we can't rush into marriage talks either. Next time we visit you in Jishing province, it will be the same." Phew, Dad Chai quietly wiped the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead, thinking to himself, "This old Mr. Who doesn't breathe this heavily normally. Is he trying to scare us?" Grandpa Chai also relaxed and took the opportunity to say, "Before coming, I had someone check the fate of the two children. It's a perfect match, no conflicts or clashes at all." Seeing Grandpa, whose calm expression, he tentatively asked, "Old brother, how about we discuss now and pick an auspicious date to set the wedding?" Grandpa, who chewed his roasted meat slowly, just smiling without immediately replying. Grandpa Chai swallowed nervously and glanced at the young girl, Chi, who was quietly eating meat nearby. He suddenly realized, the girl will only turn 18 in May. Maybe we're rushing things too much? My family is already 28 years old, and they are getting very anxious. During this silence, the other members of the Chai family, except for the person involved, Chi, all felt a sense of emptiness. They saw their young daughter-in-law almost ready, but if they didn't settle things quickly, what if she was taken away by someone else? While the Chai family members were feeling nervous and uncertain, Grandpa, who finally swallowed the meat in his mouth, picked up a towel to wipe his hands and smiled as he asked Grandpa Chai, "So, Brother Chai, what day do you think is a lucky day?" Grandpa Chai was about to suggest something, but when he heard this sudden question, he was caught off guard. He quickly composed himself and boldly replied, "I checked the lunar calendar. The 15th of next month is a very good day, suitable for marriage. What do you think?" Grandpa, who let out a soft hum, showing no clear emotion. Grandpa Chai's words got stuck in his throat, and he felt nervous. He clenched his fists secretly, took a deep breath, and suggested another plan. "How about we have the two kids get engaged first, make the relationship official, and then when the time comes to marry, we can choose a good day." He looked intently at Grandpa, who, noticing his furrowed brow, and his palms started to sweat. His heart was pounding. The two kids? Is their daughter really young and inexperienced, still just a budding flower? But if his own old cucumber doesn't act soon, it might wither completely and be wasted. At this tense moment, Grandpa, who suddenly raised his hand and sharply slapped the table. He looked up and met Grandpa Chai's gaze, then decisively said one word. "Okay." Although it was just one word, it carried great weight. The Chai family members were stunned for a moment, but as the word was spoken, their worries instantly eased away. They all smiled brightly, exchanged excited glances, and their eyes were full of happiness. If the situation had been different, they might have shouted happily. Then it settled. Grandpa Chai's voice trembled with excitement. He quickly picked up his glass of wine and respectfully toasted Grandpa Hu. "Dear in-laws, it's a deal. Let's have a grand celebration here first, then later, we'll have a lively one at our place." He was about to drink, but Grandpa Hu raised his hand to stop him. "No, that's not possible. Why not again? Grandpa Chai looked at Grandpa Hu with confusion, about to ask why. But Grandpa Hu waved his hand and lowered his voice to remind him. Right now, doing a big celebration will attract too much attention. It's better to keep it low-key. I think a simple engagement in Jixing is enough. No need to make a fuss here. Yes, yes, yes. Old brother, who is always so thoughtful, Grandma Guan couldn't hold back anymore and quickly jumped in to speak, worried that the old man might ask unnecessary questions or beat around the bush, which could spoil the good news. Let's keep a low profile and be cautious first. All right, that's settled then. Grandpa Chai agreed readily and nodded. You decide on the departure date and give us a call in advance so we can prepare. Yes, Grandpa Hu nodded. Write down your phone number for me. Which number should I call? Just call the house directly. We have a phone now. Dad Chai happily chimed in, a bit proud. Grandma Yi explained with a smile. It was when my mother-in-law retired from her position as the Women's Committee chair 2 years ago. The government approved it as a small favor to an old revolutionary. That's great. Grandpa Hu laughed loudly upon hearing this. It'll be much easier for our two families to stay in touch from now on. Haha. It's because the higher-ups are considerate, and since we're military families, Grandpa Chai also smiled happily, feeling grateful. And we also benefit from our grandson. There was no need to say it openly or hide anything. Everyone knew they were family in their hearts. They ate and talked until 9 o'clock before starting to clean up. With many hands, the work went quickly. Chi assigned tasks, instructing Dad Chai to add water to several large pots and asking Grandma Yi to handle the fire. I washed dishes with Grandma Guan while outside. 2 old men waited to carry water into the bathroom. The men went upstairs to the bathroom, and the women used the one downstairs. Everyone cleaned themselves quickly. After working hard all day, taking a hot shower made us feel more relaxed before going to bed. Everyone listened carefully to Chi's arrangements. Grandpa Chai watched them busy around and felt more and more pleased. His thoughts wandered. At home, his wife was careless, his eldest son was wild, his daughter-in-law was cold, and his grandson was a troublemaker who didn't even want to stay out of trouble. Now, seeing Chi, who handled everything well and spoke kindly, Grandpa Chai felt hopeful. If she takes charge of the Chai family in the future, not only will the family line continue, but the family might also become prosperous again. Their engagement is set for next month, firm and certain. With this big decision made, the Chai family felt at ease and slept peacefully that night. They had no dreams and woke up early the next morning at dawn. Chi got up early today. As soon as it was barely light, she went downstairs with her grandpa. They climbed into the back of a truck to prepare the wedding gifts for the Chai family. She thought for a moment and took out a box of bird's nest, cordyceps, saffron, and dried sea cucumbers from her space, packing everything into a large wooden box. Then she added a box of Jiangnan silk and a set of Jingdezhen porcelain, filling the box with wood shavings to protect it from shocks. Then, there is a bag of 100 jin of Xingqing silk millet rice and 2 buckets of 50 jin of osmanthus rice wine. Finally, they bring out an unopened Siemens washing machine and a Leica camera. They also include the receipt and invoice from Shanghai Friendship Store to prove the source. Almost done. Grandpa, who stands nearby, carefully counting with his eyes and nodding in satisfaction. The bride's family has understood the gesture of giving a gift. It doesn't need to be more than the groom's side. Okay, I'll listen to Grandpa, Chi responds, stopping her hand from rummaging through the space, and jumps down from the truck first. After seeing Grandpa step down steadily, she follows him into the house, feeling something is missing. She suggests, Grandpa, I'll make some beef sauce and mushroom sauce for them to take. It's good for giving to others when they go back. What do you think? Yes, that's good. Let them cut it into cubes later. Grandpa, who nods in agreement, and heads straight to the kitchen without stopping. The grandfather and granddaughter arrive in the kitchen. Chi closes the door behind her, and in the next moment, she disappears into the space. She pushes a small cart through the shelves of ingredients, quickly gathering everything needed to cook the sauces. Outside, Grandpa, who turns on the coal stove, adds a piece of honeycomb coal, washes rice, and cooks millet porridge. He then rolls up his sleeves and starts kneading dough, preparing to make baked pancakes. When Hu-chi reappears, a fully loaded small cart appears in the kitchen. She was about to lift the basket of shiitake mushrooms when Grandpa, who took it first, and then carried down another basket of fresh beef. These ingredients had already been cleaned when stored in the space, so they could be used directly. Grandpa, you make the pancakes and I'll put the meat inside, Hu-chi said, taking out some condiments from the bottom of the cart and placing a large plate of braised beef on the cutting board. Then, she gently pushed the empty cart forward, thought for a moment, and directly retracted the space. Grandpa, who responded with a, took out an iron griddle from under the cabinet and placed it on the stove. He kneaded the dough while brushing oil onto the griddle. As soon as the pancake touched the hot griddle, it made a sizzling sound. Hu-chi, on the side, quickly chopped the braised beef, cilantro, and fresh chili on the cutting board, waiting for the pancake to be ready. When it came out of the pan, she would tear it open while hot and stuff in the filling. Upstairs, the Chai family gradually woke up and queued in the bathroom to wash up. After tidying up, Grandpa Chai knocked on Grandpa Hu's door. When he didn't hear any response after waiting a while, he called the family to come downstairs. Just halfway down the stairs, the aroma of pancakes wafted over, making everyone's appetite grow stronger. Grandpa Chai quickened his steps, looked into the kitchen, and joked with a smile. Wow. Old brother, Hu, you hide your talents well. Not only are your chess skills impressive, but your cooking skills on the stove are even better. I can smell the delicious aroma from upstairs. Don't just stand there watching the fun. Come over and help out. Carry the porridge pot and put the kettle on the stove, Grandpa, who didn't lift his head. He was kneading dough and casually called out to the others, sounding like he was giving orders to his own brothers. Grandpa Chai didn't mind at all. In fact, he felt happy. This was how they truly treated him, like family, without any distance. He cheerfully replied, okay. He stepped forward a few paces and started working. First, he moved the porridge pot to the side, then filled the aluminum kettle with water and placed it on the coal stove. Behind him, Grandma Guan stood at the kitchen door, loudly asking to join in. What can I do? Give me a task too. Grandma Guan, you're just in time. Hu-chi was stuffing meat into baked flatbreads. He looked up and smiled at her. Set the bowls and chopsticks. Lunch is about to start. Yan Yang and Grandpa Chai also wanted to come inside, but Grandpa Hu shooed them out like chickens, saying, You too, stop causing trouble. There's not enough space. Out, out. He picked the last batch of baked flatbreads from the griddle and put them into a basket. After washing his hands, he said as he walked away, Don't worry. After eating, there will be plenty of work for you to do. All right then, Grandpa Chai smiled, rubbed his stomach, and sat down at the table. I need to eat more so I can have enough strength to work. Look at you, so useless. Grandpa Chai just brought over 2 bowls of porridge, set them down, and shot a look at his son. As if I don't feed you enough at home. All the old, big, and small things are not very reassuring. Lady Yi. Am I not part of the Chai family? Father Chai. Dad, you don't know yet. Chai Dad shrinks his neck and whispers softly. With the food we make at home, it's just enough to be cooked properly. This is true. Grandma Guan can cook the rice well, which isn't hard to do, but it's only just edible. Lady can cook a few simple dishes and they taste okay, but after eating Hu's food, the difference is huge, no comparison at all. At this moment, Hu-chi carries a big basket of meat-filled buns. Lady sees this and immediately smiles as she walks over, sincerely asking, Chi-chi, your cooking skills are amazing. Just smelling it is so tempting. Do you have any secret? Please share with Andy so I can improve our meals at home. Actually, there's no real secret. Hu-chi sits at the table, turns to Lady Yi and explains with a smile, It's just that I use a lot of seasoning. Later, I'll go down to the cellar and bring some prepared spices for you. When you cook or stuff the buns, add a little. It makes the food taste better and more fragrant. I promise it will improve the flavor. Great. That's wonderful. Before Lady Yi could speak, Grandma Guan quickly but politely chimes in. Chi-chi, can you bring a few more things? Some for roasted meat, stewed meat. Oh, and the yeast for steaming buns too. Sure. No problem. I'll bring more for you. Hu Qishuang happily agreed and then said to Aunt Yi, Aunt Yi, later you come down with me. I'll explain how to use each seasoning and the right amount. Just follow my instructions at home. It's simple. Auntie nodded with a smile. Grandma Guan saw this and smiled even more happily. She thought she should try it out when she got home. At exactly 7 o'clock, breakfast was served. Meat-filled buns, pumpkin millet porridge, and a few small pickled vegetables. Delicious. Tasty. Father Chai picked up a meat bun, ate half in a few bites, and sighed happily. Then he reached for the next one and kept eating 3 more without stopping. Grandpa Chai sat nearby, frowning. He thought his son's eating manners were a bit embarrassing. Unable to watch anymore, he raised his hand and gently tapped his son's hand with chopsticks. Hey, really, Grandpa, who quickly tried to smooth things over, sounding indulgent. He's an adult now, you know? Let Guodong eat freely. Today I specially made 2 extra pots of food, plenty for everyone. Hardworking men like him need to eat more. Can't rely on drinking cold water to get stronger, right? Hearing this, Chai Dad immediately grinned at Grandpa and confidently picked up his 4th bun. Grandpa Chai, hearing his son-in-law say this, couldn't argue further. He just chuckled and nodded, then went to eat. After this meal, we had quite a good harvest. 40 meat sandwiches, with Grandpa Chai and Grandma Guan each having 5. Sister Yi and Hu Chi each ate 3, and Grandpa Chai himself ate 7. In the end, there were 12 left. Hu Chi started cleaning up, carefully wrapping the remaining meat sandwiches in brown paper and placing them in a bag on the side of the table to take with them on the road. Grandma Guan saw the dishes piled in the sink and hurried to wash them. You all are busy with other things. I'll handle this small task. Grandpa Chai happily patted his stomach, stood up, and asked enthusiastically, Uncle Hu, just tell me what to do. I'll help with anything. Before Grandpa Hu could reply, Hu Chi peeked out from the kitchen. Uncle Chai, first help me cut all this beef into small pieces about the size of a sieve, and then cut the mushrooms too. Grandpa Chai responded with a nod, strode into the kitchen, looked at the basket beside the chopping board, and exclaimed, Wow. He reached out, picked up the beef, weighed it, and said, Wow, it must weigh at least 50 pounds. The meat is bright red and looks very fresh. Looking into the nearby basket, he saw the task ahead was quite big. Without hesitation, he rolled up his sleeves, grabbed a heavy knife, and started chopping loudly. Yi Andy, I plan to fry some sauce later. Can you come help? Also, watch the fire for me, Hu Chi said as she put on an apron and grabbed a bucket of peanut oil from the corner, pouring it into the big pot with a splash. Okay, I want to learn from you, so I can do it myself at home later, Ms. Yi smiled and replied, then walked over to the stove. Outside, Grandpa Hu patted Grandpa Chai on the back. Come on, old buddy. Let's go to the cellar and move some things. He then headed toward the stairs. Grandpa Chai responded with a and followed him. Soon, the kitchen became lively. Dad Chai finished preparing the ingredients, kept an eye on the big stove, and stirred the sauce with a spatula. Grandma Yi, and Hu Chi watched the 3 pots on the stove. 4 pots were heating up at the same time, stir-frying 2 kinds of sauces. The oil sizzled loudly, and the rich aroma filled the room. In the dining room, Grandpa Hu and Grandpa Chai carried out the cooked sauces. They let them cool outside for a few minutes, then brought back large bowls to pour into empty glass bottles. These bottles were cleaned fruit canning jars saved from everyday use, each just big enough to hold about a pound. After frying the sauces, everyone worked together to fill the jars, seal them, and pack them neatly. In no time, 2 hours had passed, and it was now 9:30. The room was neatly filled with 50 jars of beef sauce and 70 bottles of mushroom sauce. Every 10 jars were tied together with strong hemp rope for easy carrying. Grandpa Hu pointed to these and said, Take them to your car and bring them home to enjoy. If you have many relatives, you can share some too. As the saying goes, a family doesn't argue over small things. Grandpa Chai didn't refuse and happily agreed. All right. Well, we won't hold back now. This sauce looks delicious, and just smelling it makes me crave more. He said this, nudging Grandma Guan with his elbow and giving her a look. Grandma Guan suddenly slapped her thigh and then remembered. Oh, my mind is so dull. I was so happy I forgot the important thing. She quickly took a thick red envelope from inside her coat pocket and happily handed it to Chi. Chi, this is a little gift for meeting you. Not much, just some pocket money. Chi looked down at the thick red envelope in her hand and frowned slightly. This is a tradition for our elders. When we meet for the first time, elders give a gift. Seeing her hesitation, Aunt Yi quickly explained softly, 1,001, meaning 1 in a million. Take it, for good luck. Chi first looked at her grandfather, who nodded with a smile. Only then did she accept the envelope and say to everyone in the Chai family, "Thank you, Grandpa and Grandma. Thank you, Uncle Chai and Aunt Yi. Yes. Good. Such a good girl." The Chai family members nodded happily after she accepted it, their faces full of smiles, feeling happier than drinking honey. 1 in a million. After searching for 10 years, I finally found you. It's truly rare. The disliked big black dog. Humph, I'm the one who's really not easy. It's time to pack up and leave. When they reached the truck, Dad Chai lifted the tarp on the back and saw several large wooden boxes and bags added inside, which made him pause. It was empty last night, wasn't it? He quickly removed the barrier and carefully looked at the car. This is a gift for you, Grandpa Hu said, holding 2 stacks of sauce jars and placing them beside the truck bed. You can check it when you get back. But don't waste time now. Hurry up and pack everything properly so we can leave early. At this moment, Grandpa Chai also carried 2 stacks of sauce jars over. When he saw the items inside the truck bed, he was surprised. When did Brother Hu prepare this? Who helped him carry it up? Then he felt a bit uncomfortable. Tisk, this old guy, working secretly by himself and not telling me. That's really unkind. Chai Guodong glanced at his father. Seeing him turn away and walk off, he didn't ask more. He bent down and started loading the sauce jars into the truck bed. As they were about to leave, the women over there were reluctant to part. Grandma Guan, with red eyes, gently stroked Chi's hand, reluctant to let go. Chi, we've only been together for a day, but I really don't want to part with you. You're so sensible and caring, and your skills are excellent. When you get to Jixing, Grandma will make sticky bean paste buns for you. Yin Yang gently held her hand. Chi, when you have time to visit the county, give us a call. As for Chai Yi, he's a bit reserved, but he's honest. Please be patient with him. From now on, we're family. If he ever makes you unhappy, just tell Andy. Chi felt warm inside from their care. She nodded and replied, Grandma Guan, Aunt Yi, drive safely on the way. When my parents arrive, I'll go with Grandpa to visit you. The men nearby were not so gentle. They were pushing and shoving each other. Early in the morning, Grandpa Hu took 3 brand new military coats from his wardrobe and packed them into cloth bags. He handed one to Uncle Chai, saying, Take this home and wear it. Don't dislike it. It's all brand new, never worn before. This isn't right. It's not suitable. Uncle Chai quickly refused, clearly seeing the value. These military coats were of officer style, made with high-quality materials suitable for top leaders. Not only ordinary folks, but even Old Sun, who was a regimental commander, only received such a coat after his promotion. This gift was truly very valuable. I said it's fine. Just take it, Grandpa Hu interrupted his refusal. He casually took out one coat, pointing to the shoulders and chest, explaining, Look, no insignia or badges, just a plain military coat. They were sent by old comrades from the army. I only have one person to wear it. There's no need to keep so many. Just sitting in the wardrobe gathering dust, Uncle Chai looked at the military coat, their eyes full of envy. If they wore it out, they would look so spirited and impressive. These 2 are work uniforms from my mom's workplace. They're too formal and not suitable for my age. Chi took the opportunity to pull back her hand and pointed to another cloth bag nearby. Grandma Guan and Aunt Yi should wear those. I quietly sighed with relief. Finally out of trouble. Oh my goodness. These 2 women are so enthusiastic, it's almost too much to handle. Let's hurry and leave.
Well.
Grandma here is shamelessly accepting it. Please thank your mother for us. She had just admired that military coat earlier and was eager to have one herself. Now that she knew she could get one, she was so happy she forgot to act modest. She carefully looked at the coat. It's a classic black women's wool coat, with a neat fit and sharp lines, giving it a stylish look. Mrs. Yi also came closer to examine it carefully. The texture felt thick and fine wool, and she was very pleased. At the same time, she thought, it seems this future mother-in-law is quite impressive. She can get such a fancy uniform from her workplace. Before leaving, Grandpa who handed Grandpa Chai a red lacquered food box, but it wasn't the same one from the Chai family. The box had clear patterns, a shiny red lacquer finish, and was more delicate. It was carved with a pattern of pine and crane longevity, showing two cranes spreading their wings on pine branches. Grandpa Chai opened it to look. The top layer held 2 glass bottles with cups, filled with clear water, and a pair of chopsticks tied with red string beside them. Clear water symbolizes pure friendship between the two families, and the chopsticks' name sounds like fast, meaning early and auspicious children. In ancient times, chopsticks were also called zhu, which sounds like live, symbolizing a long-lasting relationship. The second layer contained 5 dried mandarin fish, symbolizing a bountiful harvest and abundance year after year. Old brother who stay in touch. Grandpa Chai stuck his head out of the car window and waved vigorously. Grandpa who stood in the yard, smiling and nodding at them. They didn't say any polite words. Everything that needed to be said was finished. Now they were just seeing them off. The Chai family all got into the car, and Grandpa who and his grandson kept waving as the truck gradually drove away into the distance. Grandpa Chai sat in the driver's seat, frequently looking back. Grandma Guan and Yin Yang leaned half over the back of the truck bed, trying to reach out and wave goodbye to Hu Chi. Chi, remember to call Grandma. Uncle Hu, you should go back now. Don't send us off. When we get home, I'll write you a letter. Until the truck became a tiny black and disappeared at the end of the winding mountain road. Grandpa Hu and Hu Chi finally looked away, exchanged smiles, and turned back into the house. Now, their ears could finally be at peace. Meanwhile, the Chai family, carrying the Hu family's gift and full of joy, happily set out on their journey home. They stopped specially at the county transportation office, briefly explained things to Chen Liangsong, and then hurriedly continued their trip toward Jixing province. At the same time, far away in the Liaoning military district, Chai Yi was still lost in his own wonderful fantasies, fooling himself. He looked at the documents in his hands, but was secretly thinking that his own treasures, going to discuss marriage at the Hu family, just based on their looks and background, would definitely be disliked, and he would surely face rejection. The marriage was finally settled, and it was considered a relief. However, it was inevitable that the grandparents and parents would come together to give a few rounds of thoughtful advice and heartfelt scolding. But after waiting from morning till night for 2 days, no phone call came. When something is unusually quiet, it usually means trouble. Something's not right. Chai sat in his chair, frowning, tapping his fingers on the desk unconsciously, and looked down at the silent phone on his desk. Those old folks. They probably aren't happy and might come over directly to cause trouble again. The more he thought about it, the more he believed it was possible. He suddenly looked up, steadied his mind, and pressed the communication button to call the guard inside. He ordered in a deep voice, "Go to the guard unit and give them a heads up. If anyone comes to my house, whoever it is, immediately call me. No mistakes allowed." They couldn't stop them from coming, but they could prepare in advance. "Yes, Commander." Shi Yuanting stood at attention and saluted. He was about to leave when he was stopped. "Wait," Chai Yi added, "and if they come, then look. Emotionally agitated or unstable, don't worry about anything else. Just take the person to my dorm. Absolutely do not bring them to the office area or training ground." After hearing this, Shi Yuanting couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He immediately remembered last year when the grandparents of the Chai family, eager to push for marriage, stormed onto the training ground. They openly scolded the commander in front of all the soldiers, pointing at his nose and yelling, making him look like a helpless grandson. That scene still makes me laugh and feel a bit embarrassed when I think about it. Yes, of course. He is just a close relative's grandson. He quickly straightened his face, saluted again, and replied, "Understood," before turning to leave. It wasn't that he didn't call, he just hadn't reached home yet. The Chai family's truck sped along quickly, hardly stopping along the way. It wasn't until after 8 p.m. that they finally arrived back at G Province. As soon as they entered the house, everyone was too busy to rest. They spent the night moving things from the back of the truck into the house, one by one. When they looked closely, they found that besides rice and wine, there was also an unopened washing machine, with a camera placed on top of it. Although the family had a washing machine, it was a domestic model. Father Chai often traveled outside to trade goods, and he immediately recognized that it was an imported product, which was quite valuable. Nowadays, buying these items requires special purchase permits and, most importantly, foreign exchange vouchers. Father, Mother, look at this. Mother Yi took out several receipts from the packaging of the washing machine. These were receipts and invoices from the Shanghai Friendship Store. Old brother, who thought of everything, Grandpa Chai said, looking at the receipts with admiration. He even prepared these so we wouldn't be caught off guard. Oh my goodness. This is a Leica camera from Germany. Father Chai couldn't wait to open the camera's box, excitedly fiddling with it. His voice was full of excitement as he said, "I've wanted this for a long, long time. No matter how many connections I tried, I couldn't get through. I didn't expect the Hu family to just give. Look, they even brought a big box of film." Ms. Yi shook the film box in her hand. Oh my goodness. Such materials. Grandma Guan was not idle either. She had already opened 2 large wooden chests filled with shimmering Jiangnan silk and a set of Jingdezhen porcelain, and she kept praising them. The whole family gathered together, counting the Hu family's gifts, all smiling happily. They were happy not just because the gifts were nice, but because they saw Hu family's sincerity and respect. Most importantly, the long-standing marriage issue in the family finally had a solution, which made everyone feel at ease. After fussing around until late at night, they just managed to have a quick dinner. By the time they went to bed, it was almost 11 o'clock at night. The next morning, after breakfast, Dad Chai and Ms. Yi went to work as usual. Only Grandpa Chai and Grandma Guan stayed at home, anxiously waiting by the phone, glancing at the clock on the wall now and then. When the hour hand pointed to 8, Grandma Guan immediately urged Grandpa Chai to quickly dial the number. Ding ding ding. At the Liaoning Provincial Military District Office, Chai Yi was distractedly flipping through documents. Hearing the phone ring, he casually picked up the receiver. Hello, Dahe. Is this Dahe? Big Black. As soon as the phone was connected, Grandma Guan couldn't hold back anymore. She excitedly grabbed Grandpa Chai's hand holding the phone and shouted loudly inside. Hearing that familiar rough voice, Chai Yi's lips curled into a cold smile, thinking, as expected, the storm was finally coming. Good, better to get it over with and be done. Stop arguing. Let me speak. Grandpa Chai's impatient voice came from the receiver, and Grandma Guan reluctantly shut up and quieted down.
Chai Yi
Raised an eyebrow, looking relaxed, he adjusted his sitting position and even prepared to hold the phone farther away, expecting the storm to hit hard. But in the next second, what came through the receiver was Grandpa Chai's cheerful laugh. Haha, Big Black. I have good news for you. The matter is settled. We've discussed with the Hu family, and next month on the 15th, you two will get engaged. We'll hold a lively celebration at our house. Chai Yi held the phone, looking stunned like he'd been struck by lightning. What? Engagement? He didn't catch any of the arrangements his grandfather mentioned afterward. All he felt was his heartbeat slowing down. Click, yes, that's right. Not a cold heart, but a dead heart sound. Big Black's world had completely darkened. After hanging up the phone, Chi still felt dizzy, with a constant buzzing in his ears. It was as if he had become a soulless zombie, stiffly walking out of the office. Standing in the corridor on the second floor of the team headquarters, he looked up at the sky. It was clearly a clear, sunny day with bright sunlight, but why was everything in front of him pitch black? Dark clouds gathered above, and thunder rumbled. His whole body was cold from inside out, as if invisible chains had tightly bound him, making it hard to even lift his hand. His innocence was gone in his mind, and now it seemed like he was about to lose his freedom too. Ah! Chi roared inside, running wildly, as if trying to escape. What kind of people are the Hu family? They're really blind.
Sick.
Completely crazy. How could they like me? What exactly do they see in me?
I can change myself, right?
He sprinted madly toward the training ground. Instead of looking for someone to fight and vent his anger like usual, he headed straight to the 431 position in the back mountain. In the woods, his suppressed emotions finally burst out. He started shouting loudly and kicking at the innocent trees nearby. Bang, 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 swish, swish, swish. The tree trunks shook violently, and leaves flew everywhere. With a few more kicks, a thick, sturdy tree fell down. Then he ran to the fallen wooden stakes, his palm like a blade, slashing down fiercely with a sharp, cutting sound. Bang! The sound was so loud that the wooden stake cracked and split into two pieces as it hit the ground. 800 meters away, several soldiers were hiding in the grass, carrying binoculars and watching in shock. They saw their leader, who seemed possessed by a dark spirit, destroying public property, trees, wildly. They were so scared they broke out in cold sweat and exchanged worried looks. Oh my goodness. That's so frightening. What has the black leader been through? Is he going crazy? No, it looks more like he's trying to attack someone. One soldier reacted slowly, watching the terrifying scene, and hesitated to retreat, wanting to escape from the dangerous situation. Meanwhile, another soldier, who was a bit farther away, had already noticed something was wrong. He quickly and quietly moved back, faster than a rabbit. Ugh, today is really unlucky. After running a short distance, they all felt frustrated. They had been hiding for a long time, but hadn't seen a single enemy, only their own leader causing trouble. Sigh. It would have been better if the enemy had caught him instead. If they got caught, the consequences would be terrible. Company commander. Company commander. Something's wrong. 3 soldiers, covered in grass and dirt, rushed back to the temporary command post. The one leading the group, out of breath, hurriedly reported to Commander Wu Daji. Why are you panicking? What's going on? Wu Daji was lying on a wooden table inside a shelter, not lifting his head, and was still studying the combat map. He was holding red and blue pencils, drawing and writing, and asked irritably, "What's going on? Did you catch the 2nd Battalion scout? Or was the ambush spot discovered?" "No, it's not that. It's the commander." The soldier ran so quickly that his chest kept rising and falling, and he couldn't finish his sentence. "Calm your breath before you speak." Wu Daji still didn't look up, speaking in a steady tone. "Even if the sky falls, our 3rd Battalion can't lose. It's the commander. He's on the back mountain at the 21-point position. He's gone crazy." The soldier took a few deep breaths and finally finished his story. "The commander?" Wu Daji suddenly sat up straight, frowned, and looked serious. "Gone crazy? Are you sure? Is it just him? Did the guard follow him?" The other 2 soldiers also came over, talking quickly and gesturing wildly. "Confirmed, it's just the commander. He's on the back mountain hitting and kicking a big tree. The tree is so thick, it looks like it might break. We could hear the noise from far away. It's so strong, it's like he's tearing down a mountain. He's even chopping wood with his bare hands. Split it right in half. Oh my goodness. That look in his eyes, that stance, it's like he's about to eat someone." The 3 men had camouflage paint on their faces, hiding their facial expressions, but their body language clearly showed they were scared. Wu Daji looked serious after hearing this. He glanced at his 3 subordinates, lowered his voice, and sternly warned, "Listen. Today you saw nothing. If you don't want the squad leader to catch you and punish you, keep your mouth shut tight." "Yes, yes. Company commander, we saw nothing," the soldiers quickly agreed, nodding their heads like little chicks pecking at food. "But, company commander, the squad leader is over there. Over there moving around." "What should we do about today's training?" the 2nd soldier asked worriedly. The third soldier's eyes lit up. Company commander, how about? We lead the squad leader over to the 3rd Battalion. That's a good idea. Wu Daji looked down and smiled. He walked over slowly with his hands behind his back and said casually, "You came up with the idea, so you go do it." Huh?
Me?
No. Company commander, I was wrong. I don't dare. The third soldier trembled with fear, almost losing his balance, shaking his head like a rattledrum, wishing he could slap himself for talking too much. You're the one, Wu. The 2nd company commander pointed at the third soldier and decisively ordered, "Go to the battalion headquarters immediately and tell Commissar Zhao that there's a problem with the battlefield map. Ask him to come over right away." Huh? Yes, company commander. The soldier hesitated for a moment, then quickly realized what to do. He stood straight and saluted properly. "Do you know which way to go?" Wu Daji added thoughtfully, giving a subtle reminder.
Yes.
"I will complete the mission." Soldier 3 understood immediately. He responded loudly and then turned to run downhill at full speed. On the way, he deliberately avoided the danger zone and only headed there after returning. When Zhao Weigua and Soldier 3 arrived nearby, they hadn't reached the spot yet. From far away, they could hear frantic shouting in the forest. Zhao Weigua frowned. His eyes flicked to the side, and he glanced at Soldier 3 guiding the way. His legs were trembling that much. It was clear what was happening. Soldier 3 also heard the shouting, and was just looking for an excuse to leave. Zhao Weigua waved his hand and said, "That's enough. I understand the situation. You go back to the base and stay on standby. I'll go check the front." "Yes. Thank you, Commander Zhao." Soldier 3 felt relieved and immediately ran away, disappearing in an instant. Zhao Weigua ignored the fleeing soldier, took a deep breath, and quickly headed toward the direction of the shouting. The closer he got, the wider his view became. On both sides, several large broken trees lay scattered, bark peeled off. The fallen logs were shattered into pieces, with wood chips everywhere. He frowned tightly, feeling puzzled inside. Who angered this fierce spirit? Why such intense rage?
Bang! Bang!
Bang! Not far ahead, Chai was crouched on the ground, wildly chopping at a thick wooden stake with his palm. When he sensed someone approaching, he suddenly looked up. His bloodshot eyes, sharp like a trapped beast, immediately locked onto the target. It was Zhao Weigua. He snorted coldly and lowered his head again, continuing to cause damage. "Captain, sir." The angry black captain, Zhao Weigua, didn't dare to provoke him easily. Even though he was tough, he was afraid that if the captain got really mad, he might hurt himself. After all, the captain's punches really hurt. Seeing that no one responded to him, he didn't dare to say more. He just stood to the side, glancing at the scene of the damage, feeling cold inside. Destroyed more than 10 trees, quite angry. The fact that he could set the black captain on fire and cause such an explosion. Besides his family members, there probably weren't many others involved. Oh no! Zhao Weigua suddenly slapped his forehead, thinking of something. He leaned in front of Chai Yi and said, "Captain, your grandparents called me earlier. They called the office."
Hey!
"Congratulations. You're getting engaged." "Such big news, and you didn't tell your brothers?" "That's really unkind. What's there to celebrate?" A bolt from the blue. Hearing the words, "getting engaged," Chai Yi's anger flared up again with a whoosh. He suddenly looked up, eyes wide with anger, shouting at him, "Are you blind? Crazy. None of you are normal." He got angry instantly, shouting loudly, and swung a powerful hand strike with the sound of wind. With a loud crack, a half-meter-high wooden stake split in two, with chips flying everywhere. "Oh, so that's it." Zhao Weigua stroked his chin, now understanding. It turns out they were upset about the marriage not working out, but instead of giving up, they became even more passionate, which made him angry. TSK, angry and embarrassed. He moved closer again, trying to change his approach and asked sincerely, "Is there anything wrong with the Hu family liking you? Anything bad about it?" "Commander, look at yourself. You're over 6 feet tall, strong as a mountain. Broad shoulders like a mighty beast, capable of lifting heavy loads, with a powerful presence like a tiger. In ancient times, heroes like Yalu and Wei are nothing compared to you. No matter how many times you flatter, it won't work. Seeing no response, Zhao Weigua continued to praise. You now lead soldiers well, train hard, and handle tough tasks. Compared to those heroes and warriors, you're not much different. Since ancient times, heroes often struggle with love. Isn't that right? Both beauty and heroism are appealing. The girl from the Hu family choosing you shows she has good judgment and is lucky. It seems he has been hurt in the dating world for a long time, leaving him with deep insecurities. He lacks confidence in himself and is suspicious of others, even treating his romantic partner as a rival. Chai Yi kept chopping wood silently, not wanting to listen to his nonsense. But those cheesy, exaggerated compliments kept buzzing in his ears like flies. He finally couldn't hold back and angrily shouted, "Shut up." Zhao Weiguo was happily pounding away when he was suddenly interrupted. He choked, stiffened his neck, and retorted, "You're doing this again. I won't shut up. Oh, and I have something to tell you. Your grandparents called and asked you to quickly report your marriage. I told them you already did, and the organization approved it long ago. The elders were so happy when they heard that, praising you."
Hey.
"What are you doing? Let go." Before he finished speaking, Chai Yi, like a bomb ready to explode, suddenly stood up. His big hands like iron tongs grabbed Zhao Weigua's collar and lifted him into the air, both feet off the ground. His dark, angry face approached, teeth clenched as he roared. "Who told you to tell them?
Huh.
Who gave you permission? Huh. Cough, cough. Let go. I can't breathe. Cough, cough." Zhao Weigua's face turned red from the choke, and he flailed his limbs wildly. Chai Yi suddenly swung his arm and threw him to the ground. Zhao Weigua staggered a few steps, lost his balance, and sat down hard, clutching his neck and gasping for air. After a moment, when he caught his breath, he tremblingly pointed at Chai Yi and wobbled to his feet. If I don't say anything, they won't call the commander to ask? You think you can hide it? They'll find out sooner or later. Just accept it." As he spoke, he also became angry and remembered his 10 years of painful dating experiences. He was afraid he might make a mistake and ruin the marriage plans, so he quickly warned sternly, "It's already decided. I advise you to cooperate honestly. Otherwise..." Haha, he sneered coldly and looked at him with disdain. Chai Yi suddenly turned his head, his gaze fierce like a wild beast, locking onto Zhao Weigua as if he was about to tear him apart at any moment. Zhao Weigua shivered under his stare, feeling a cold chill rise from his feet. But he had already spoken, so he forced himself to finish. "When the time comes, even if I have to tie you up to get you to agree to the engagement. In extreme cases." Using extraordinary measures, he subtly touched his nose, hinting that both sides understood what extraordinary measures meant. A tall, strong shadow approached step by step, carrying a strong sense of pressure. Zhao Weigua's heart tightened. He quickly tried to cover himself and said, This is what your grandparents said before. It's their plan. I was just trying to give you a friendly reminder." Chai stopped just a hand's length away, then spat angrily onto the ground beside him. "Stupid traitor." After cursing, he turned around, full of frustration and anger, and strode down the mountain. Zhao Weigua watched his figure disappear into the distance, patting his chest nervously and muttering to himself, "That was close. That was close.
Almost got beaten up.
This old fool. Maybe he's just out of balance or something." He knew he still had to keep persuading him when he got back. Even if that head is just a piece of wood, you must find a way to open a crack and instill the idea of obeying organizational arrangements and cherishing the fate given by heaven. There are 20 days left until the engagement day. Zhao Weigua feels that his task is very important, and success or failure depends on this. Similarly, the Chai family feels the same way. After Chai Yi approved the marriage report, Grandpa Chai and the others became even more motivated, like they had been energized. All their last worries disappeared, and they decided to thoroughly tidy up the house inside and out. They even contacted relatives from Yiching House family to come and help. With more people, the work would go faster, and finishing quickly was best. The Hu family gave an extra men's military coat. Grandpa Chai knew well that brother who had considered this, and they prepared it as a gift of friendship. On this trip to propose marriage, half of the gifts in the car came from the Yi family. It is only right that they give a gift to the future in-laws. At the foot of the mountain, the old Yi family house. When the military coat of the officer was handed to old Master Yi, he held it in his hands, touching the fabric with a look of surprise in his eyes. He then handed the coat to his eldest son, Yi Yueng. I'm old now, and don't go out much. This good coat would just sit in the closet and go to waste. Big brother, you should wear it. Father, this. Yi Dejio, standing nearby, was surprised at first when called out, then felt happy. Seeing the old man nod, he stepped forward respectfully, bowed, and took the item from his father's hand, carefully examining it. Big brother, try it on. Ye's mother smiled as she came over, picked up the coat from her brother's hand, and signaled for him to put it on. Ye's eldest uncle obediently turned around, slipped his arm into the sleeve, and put on the coat. The fit was neat and firm, making him look especially spirited and impressive. Next to him, Yi Chuanbai watched with envy, leaned over, and touched the clothes, saying, Big brother, this coat looks so grand. If I have something important to do later, you must let me wear it for a few days, so I can also show off. Sure. No problem, just say the word. Ye's eldest uncle happily agreed. The siblings have always been close, sharing everything good without hiding anything. As they grew up, they continued to help each other. They knew how precious this military coat was. Usually, they wouldn't wear it casually just to show off. Besides, Ye's mother also brought 20 bottles each of beef sauce and mushroom sauce made by Hu Chi, a large jar of osmanthus rice wine, and some other gifts. Dehai's marriage has been delayed for so many years. Now that everything is finally settled and the family on the other side is so good, we must take it seriously. Old Mr. Yi, though over 80, was sharp and healthy, speaking confidently. The engagement banquet must be perfect and flawless. Not a single mistake is allowed. Yes, father, Nisi nodded in agreement. Our family plans to renovate the inside and outside. The brothers will go over when they are free to help and give advice. We should also discuss who to invite, family and friends. The Hu family said they prefer a simple, low-key celebration, so we'll combine both sides and have just one event. The guests from that side probably have important backgrounds, so we need to choose our people carefully. Yes, the future in-laws are thoughtful. Old Mr. Yi stroked his beard and agreed. In this situation, keeping things low-key is the safest. As long as our family is happy behind closed doors, there's no need to make a fuss. A big display will only attract trouble. Yes, my father-in-law also thinks so. Ye's daughter agreed. Ye's eldest uncle folded the military coat and put it into a cloth bag, then expressed his support. Don't worry, father. I'll finish my work today and go help the Chai family early tomorrow. Seeing this, Ye's second uncle quickly chimed in, worried about falling behind. I'll ask for leave from the health bureau this afternoon. I'll bring Deji and Erji along. More hands make lighter work. Stop fooling around. Don't cause trouble. Old Mr. Yi frowned and scolded his second son. Can you just leave your job like that? The kids still need to work too. Just do your own things and don't stir up trouble. You can go after your shift ends. Ye's daughter quickly smiled to smooth things over and comforted her second brother. Second brother, your good intentions are appreciated. This leave is just temporary. When the engagement banquet comes, you can take a few more days off to help entertain the guests from the Hu family. All right. Uncle Yi was scolded by the old man, listened to his sister's advice, and understood the importance of moderation. He could only bow his head in disappointment and sigh. After finishing the serious matters, Mother Yi turned around and went to the backyard to visit her mother. Grandma Du, the head lady of the Yi family, Du Hengnyang, was once a close maid to a princess in the royal palace. During the war, she couldn't escape with her mistress and was rescued by old Master Yi after an accident on the way, bringing her home. They spent a lot of time together, fell in love, got married, and have been living happily ever since. Usually, She rarely leaves the house, hardly stepping outside the gate. The man was very happy and busy with joyful activities. The woman continued her usual routine, living calmly and steadily. The weather grew warmer, and the snow on the mountain paths slowly melted, revealing damp soil. After resting at home for a day, the next morning, Grandpa Who left the mountain after breakfast. He rode a neighbor's ox cart to the county town. First, he went to the military office to fetch his carriage. Just as he was about to leave, Deputy Sun, who had hurried over, stopped him and insisted he stay for lunch. At the table, naturally, questions were asked. Grandpa, who was in a good mood and happily shared, satisfying his curiosity. After eating, he wiped his mouth, then drove straight to the post office. He had 2 reasons: to pick up a package and to inform his family in another city about the engagement. His first call was to his youngest son working at Hongxing Machinery Factory in Shaanxi. Hu Dad, Hu Jiangwo, is the head of the production department at the factory and also a skilled senior fitter. Dad, is there something you called about? Yes, Chi is getting engaged on the 15th of next month. Please take leave in advance, Grandpa Hu said directly. There was a pause on the line. When Hu Jiangwo heard that his daughter, only 18, was about to get engaged, his voice immediately raised. Dad, Chi is still so young. Why is it settled so early? Is it too rushed? Who is the other person? Is he reliable? Grandpa Hu on the other end briefly explained. The man is 28 years old, a company commander in the Liaoning military district with many military achievements. He looks a bit fierce, and his family background is somewhat complicated, but his character and abilities are good. He was introduced by Uncle Yang. Hu Jiangwo listened in silence for a moment. Although he felt sorry for his daughter, thinking the other man was a bit older and not very handsome, he had to admit that nowadays it was best to find a strong, reputable officer with a good background for his daughter. This would be the safest choice for Chi and the Hu family. He finally relaxed a little. Dad, as long as you think it's right.
But
Chi might be a bit wronged. The second call was made to his second son, Hu Jianjun, who was a department head in the Jiangxi Municipal Committee. Hu Jianjun's reaction was similar. Chi is so young. Dad, why are you in such a hurry to decide? The man is a company commander in the army, reliable, and from a good family background. Grandpa Hu repeated his previous words again. Second uncle, who listened to his father's explanation. Although he was not very happy with the man's age and appearance, he weighed the pros and cons and understood the real benefits of this marriage. In the end, he agreed to support it for now. As long as you think it through, we'll go ahead and help out in advance. It's hard to say much over the phone. After Grandpa Hu finished speaking, he hung up. He turned to the staff at the counter and asked, Comrade, could you please check if there are any packages or letters for the Hu family? Li, a woman in her 30s working at the counter, was friendly and familiar with Grandpa Hu and his grandson. They came almost every week. She also knew a bit about Grandpa Hu's status, so she was especially polite. Old Hu, you're here. There are several letters and 3 packages. She turned and went inside, quickly bringing out a stack of items. A few letters sent from the capital city, 2 packages from old army friends, and another from Hu Weidong, the grandson serving in the southern island. After placing the packages on the cart rack, Grandpa Hu was about to get into the car when he suddenly remembered the Chai family. He pulled back the horse and went back, then made a call to Jilin province. Ding ding ding. The phone in the Chai family living room suddenly rang. Grandma Guan was busy directing people to move furniture outside. She casually picked up the receiver. Hello? Who is this? Grandpa Hu's cheerful laughter came through the receiver.
Oh.
Brother Hu? Why are you calling us? Are you in the county now? Grandma Guan exclaimed happily and surprised. My carriage was borrowed by little son the day before yesterday. Today I came to pick it up and stop by the post office to get some things. I thought I'd give you a call to let you know. Great. We're just tidying up the house when we get back. The renovation is quite a big deal. We're still discussing the guest list and need to think carefully. As Grandma Guan spoke, she saw Grandpa Chai come into the yard. She quickly gestured silently with her hand and mouthed, It's the Hu family. Old brother Hu. Grandpa Chai immediately put down his cloth, brushed off the dust from his hands, and hurried over to take the phone. He smiled and teased, "Old brother who, you've only been apart for a day and you already miss me? Want to play a few more rounds with me?" "Yeah, I'm a bit eager to win a few more games, haha." Grandpa, who chuckled along with him, then shifted to the main topic. "I just called everyone at home to inform them about the engagement. We'll follow the plan we discussed. Only invite close family and friends. For those from far away, we'll send letters or call to notify them. When the wedding is closer, we'll invite them to join the celebration. I'll estimate how many people will come and let you know in a few days once I have the exact number." "Sounds good. That's the best way to handle it." Grandpa Chai nodded repeatedly. "I'll do the same on my side. Once I know how many people are coming from your place, I'll see how many tables and seats we need." He paused, speaking with gratitude. "Old Hu, we saw the gifts you gave us. You were too generous, the camera and washing machine. Let's not talk about that." Grandpa Hu interrupted him. "They're all for the kids. A family shouldn't argue over small things. Hurry up and pack up. If you need any help, just ask." The two of them chatted for a while longer before hanging up. Grandma Guan couldn't hold back anymore. Seeing Grandpa Chai put down the receiver, she asked curiously, "Old man, why didn't you tell the family about the marriage proposal approval? Are you silly? Xiu just turned 18 and is engaged. The Hu family has already been very kind. Do you want them to marry early? Pushing too hard will only annoy them." Grandpa Chai shot a quick look at Grandma Guan, then patiently explained, "When the Hu family arrives, we'll hold a successful engagement banquet, make them happy, and then mention it. Everything should be done step by step. You can't eat a whole elephant at once. Being too impatient can cause problems." "Ha ha ha, yes, you're so clever, old man." Grandma Guan suddenly understood and laughed happily. The smile that Grandpa Chai had just started to show quickly faded. He was too tired of her silly wife and turned to help others carry things outside. "It's best if they don't get married. Chai, you would be happy about that." At the training ground of the Liaoning military district, Zhao Weiguo began his daily training session. Surrounding their leader, they earnestly advised, "Leader, think about it. You're only engaged, not married yet. The young girl is just 18 this year, and the Hu family isn't eager to marry her off either.
Take your time.
There's plenty of time for you two to get to know each other. Waiting a year or so before marrying isn't too late. And you, stop always looking so serious." Chai was annoyed by the constant chatter and shot a sharp look. Zhao Weiguo wisely kept quiet. After a pause, seeing the leader walk toward the next training ground, he shamelessly followed, continuing his persistent nagging. His words weren't wasted. After all, he had spoken so much. Some of it had to get through to Chai. Remember, engagement isn't marriage. Maybe the girl will change her mind, or the Hu family will back out. If they do marry, it might have to wait a year or two. I can delay it as long as I can." Under Zhao Jingwei's relentless persuasion, the leader finally agreed to consider the idea. Once the leader felt better, work in the unit went more smoothly. The soldiers below also stopped worrying so much, and training became more relaxed. But who knows how long this temporary peace will last. After a training session, 3 young soldiers from a company in the 3rd Battalion sat under a tree on the field, whispering to each other. One soldier stretched his neck, looking around cautiously, and lowered his voice. "Did you see that? The squad leader is in a good mood today." "Really? Are you hoping he'll get angry at us?" Soldier 2 rolled his eyes at him, still feeling a bit scared. "Just be happy if things stay calm." Soldier 3 looked around cautiously and whispered mysteriously, "I think it's risky. The squad leader's temper can change suddenly. Be careful, don't get on his bad side." They exchanged glances and silently agreed not to talk more about it. They shoulder-bumped and headed toward the dining hall. They hoped this good day would last a few more days. What should they eat? Eating big meals of fish and meat every day gets boring. In a stone house in the mountains of the Black Province, Hu Qi rested her chin on her hand, worried as she looked at the stock of vegetables and fruits in the storage area. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, and she clapped her hands.
"Got it.
I'll make spicy mixed vegetables." She quickly got to work. She picked out green vegetables, potatoes, wood ear mushrooms, bean curd skins, and more, about 10 kinds of ingredients. She also added fresh shrimp, fish balls, beef balls, filling a big bowl. This dish is simple to make, but tastes amazing. She boiled water, blanched the ingredients, then mixed them with her own spicy sauce. She sprinkled sesame seeds and cilantro on top, and it was ready. She served a hot bowl of it, paired with a bottle of North Ice Ocean soda. Hu-Chi slurped her wide noodles and sighed, "Life is beautiful, now." With money in her pocket, food in hand, and a powerful man far away, she enjoyed her days peacefully. Of course, she was happy and sleeping well.
Çay iyilik eder? Impossible.
Hu-Chi likes him just a little. She is superficial. She only cares about his appearance. So what? Using him as a human pillow, or gnawing on him, must be a fun experience.
Ha, man.
You can't escape. Hu-Chi proudly lifts her chin, then puffs out her chest in a haughty way. Even if I don't want you, I'll still shake you off. Humph. Old men are always worried about being dumped. Just thinking about Hu-Chi gives him a headache. What are you thinking? Naughty dog. Chai suddenly raises his hand and slaps his forehead, trying to push away distracting thoughts outside of training. He closes his eyes, takes a deep breath, and lets the cold air fill his lungs, trying to calm his restless mind. During the day, training helps him forget these thoughts, but at night, some messy ideas about Hu-Chi come back, disturbing his peace. On a vast, white grassy field, a scene unfolds. He runs, she chases. He's hard to catch. He runs with all his might but can't shake off the white figure. The little short-legged dog keeps chasing happily, bouncing along. Thud! The tall, strong man is caught by the small white dog. Suddenly tripping over something, Chai slips and falls awkwardly to the ground. Before he can get up, the little white dog enthusiastically jumps on him, crashing into his chest. It nuzzles and rubs against his broad chest muscles, its damp nose tickling him. No matter how hard Chai tried to pull and tug at the fluffy dog-like thing, it seemed to be attached to him, and no matter how much he struggled, he couldn't get it off. Chai, I can't pull it out. Who? Humph, it's not coming off. His chest was scratched and torn by the dog's claws, leaving many thin red marks, and his skin was covered in sticky saliva. He felt embarrassed and angry at the same time. His built-up frustration suddenly exploded. He swung his big hand and slapped the dog's head. Ugh, cough, cough. Cough. Cough, cough, cough. That was really harsh. The slap almost made him vomit blood. Chai, who had just violently started the situation, half of his body was hanging off the bed. One hand supported the bed frame, the other covered his chest. He was leaning over the bed, breathing heavily, with cold sweat on his forehead. Darn it! Even in sleep, that bad dog is bothering me. He gritted his teeth and cursed, feeling both angry and confused. He couldn't even escape in his dreams. Does he have a grudge against me? Bah, before I even fell asleep, I couldn't even have fun? So petty. Hu-Chi, who was miles away, was also very angry. He randomly pawed at the air and muttered to himself. He turned over on the bed, angrily punched his pillow, still upset about not getting the meaty bone. He reached out and grabbed the alarm clock on the bedside table, looking at the time, 7:15. Lazily sat up, put on his clothes, and went to wash up. Full from food and drink, now thinking about pleasure, Hu-Chi squeezed the toothpaste and couldn't help but sigh. Being engaged isn't the same as being married. Even if there's meat, she can't taste it. Back in her room, she looked at herself in the mirror, left and right, then picked up some makeup to apply. Soon, the girl in the mirror had charming eyes, delicate features, fair skin, a pure yet alluring look. She looked beautiful no matter how you saw her. She pouted and sighed, beautiful, yes, but no one appreciates it. She rested her chin on her hand, sitting at her dressing table, trying hard to remember Chi's face, but only a blurry outline remained in her mind. She couldn't recall his features. What did he look like? What she remembered clearly was his figure was amazing. It's too dark now. I can't see his features clearly. Before we get married, I need to help him take good care of his skin. While thinking about what skincare products to make for Chi and what ingredients to add, Chi absent-mindedly went downstairs to eat breakfast. The house was very quiet, just her alone. The rice was warming on the stove in the kitchen. Grandpa finished his breakfast early and went to pick up Erguzi. Erguzi is a Lijo red dog. His father was a police dog in the armed forces, who unfortunately died during a mission years ago. Erguzi has always been weak since birth. Several times he almost didn't survive. When Grandpa retired, he adopted him. During the new year, there were some petty thefts in nearby villages. The county police station didn't have enough police dogs, so they borrowed Erguzi to help. Yesterday, when he went to ask at the police station, he found out Erguzi wasn't there. He had gone with the officers to patrol the village. With nothing to do, I was counting the days. The 2-month period has ended, and it's time to bring him home. Grandpa tidied up and walked on foot down the mountain to the village. In late March in Heilongjiang, the morning fog blanketed the mountains. Most of the snow along the mountain path had melted, revealing dark soil underneath. On sunny slopes, a few grass shoots were sprouting. The bare white birch forest stood tall in the mist, with ice still hanging on the branches, sparkling in the sunlight. Occasionally, clear bird songs sounded, making the quiet countryside feel peaceful. Grandpa walked steadily on the hard dirt road. When passing the neighboring village, he saw an early riser, Uncle Wang, gathering firewood and greeted him from afar. "Old where are you headed?" "To pick up the second dog from the next village," Grandpa replied with a smile.
"Oh.
"Our village's unofficial police dog is returning home." The villager joked, "It's been very helpful these 2 months. It even found the chicken that old Wang's family lost at the east end of the village." After walking a bit further, he met Aunt Li carrying a hoe to the fields, who also asked warmly, "Old still so strong?" "Still good, just taking a few steps to stretch," Grandpa answered, quickening his pace, thinking about going to pick up the second dog and giving it a good meal as a reward. Before entering the village, Grandpa immediately saw Erguzi urinating in the grass by the roadside and shouted loudly. Erguzi, who was busy claiming territory, suddenly turned around, and his dog eyes lit up instantly. Excited, he whined twice, with his tongue hanging out, ignoring that he hadn't finished his business. Like a cannonball, he ran wildly toward Grandpa barking happily as he ran. "Woof, woof, woof. Stop. Don't come any closer." Seeing how fast he was rushing, Grandpa quickly took a few steps back, but it was too late. "Oh, dear." Erguzi, unexpectedly, he was bumped into full force. Erguzi's greeting splashed onto Grandpa's pants. He patted the big dog's head, trying to push this unlucky fellow away. But Erguzi was already 2 years old, a strong adult Lijo red dog nearly 70 centimeters tall at the shoulder and very loyal to his owner. His clinginess and boldness made it impossible for Grandpa to push him away easily. "Woof, woof, woof." Erguzi didn't realize he had caused trouble. His tail wagged like a propeller, and he kept rubbing his body against Grandpa At that moment, distant anxious shouts came. "Erguzi! Erguzi!" It was Officer Zheng, who had finished eating and was out looking for his dog. Seeing the familiar dog's figure tangled with someone from afar, he hurried over quickly to help. Upon closer inspection, it was old Master and I finally relaxed, but a foul smell wafted into my nose. "Old what are you doing here?" Cough, cough. He was about to greet him but quickly turned his face away, unable to cover his nose openly, so he had to endure it and coughed awkwardly twice. "I'm here to pick up Erguzi and take him home." Grandpa forced himself to stay calm, pretending to smile casually, while subtly stepping aside. "Have you finished your work?" "Funny you should ask. I was just about to finish eating and take Erguzi back to you." "So?" Officer Zheng glanced at Erguzi, who was rubbing against Grandpa's pant leg with his tail wagging like a shadow. He hesitated for a moment, then sighed in relief and said, "I'll leave him with you now." "All right, you go ahead and do your thing." Grandpa was eager for the young officer to leave quickly so he could go home and deal with his unexpected catch. "Thank you, old for your strong support and cooperation in our work." Officer Zheng finished his thank you speech as if reciting a script, then quickly turned and hurried away from the scene of the incident. As for Erguzi's performance over the past 2 months, it was a mix of good and bad. He had made some contributions, using his sharp nose to find stolen goods hidden in the haystack, sniffing out tools used in crimes, and tracking suspects, showing excellent ability in official duties. But he also caused trouble. Whenever he was not working, he chased chickens and played with cats, stayed up late catching mice, and dug holes in the backyard of the police station. The dog often has short circuits, making the police officers in the station who are paired with him feel nervous and stressed. Grandpa, who looked down at the silly second dog by his feet and scolded him angrily, "You fool!" He turned around, hands behind his back, and walked back along the mountain path. The second dog happily followed his owner, jumping around excitedly, in a very good mood. Woof, woof, woof. As they approached the stone house, the second dog barked loudly with excitement. Hu-Chi heard the barking and came out to greet him. But Grandpa, who shouted loudly, "Quick, close the door!" Without hesitation, Hu-Chi stepped back and shut the door with a bang. The moment the door closed, there was a scratching sound outside, like claws on wood. The second dog kept scratching the door with his paws and barked eagerly, wanting to get close to his young owner. Grandpa, who walked over and gave him a gentle kick on the backside, pushing him away from the door. He quickly opened the door and stepped inside.
Grandpa, ah?
What's that smell? Hu-Chi just came over and was hit with a strong smell of dog urine, making her afraid to breathe in. Humph, that fool dog. As soon as he saw me, he peed all over me. Grandpa, who strode toward the bathroom. Chi-Chi, boil some hot water. I need to wash up. Got it. Hu-Chi frowned, glancing at the door outside where the second dog was still scratching. Then she went to the kitchen to add water and start the fire. After lighting the firewood, he also gave his grandfather a set of clean clothes. In the bathroom, Grandpa, who was wearing a simple shirt, squatting in front of a large basin, scrubbing his cotton jacket and pants. Once the water boiled, he carried it into the bath bucket, carefully soaked and washed himself before changing into his clothes. Bring the big jar of pork bones. I'm going out to feed Erguzi. Don't go out yourself, Grandpa, who ordered. Hu-Chi responded with a, then reached out and took a large steaming bowl of pork bones from the storage. Grandpa, who put on an apron, tied a small axe at his waist, and carried the meat bowl as he went outside. Erguzi, who was originally lying under the eaves, saw someone come out and excitedly ran over. The smell of meat made him even more eager, and he started bouncing happily. He quickly placed the bowl on the ground and immediately began digging into the food. Grandpa, who took the axe from his waist, went to the firewood pile and pulled out some thick logs to build a doghouse for Erguzi. Before, the dog used to sleep inside the house, but now that it's grown, it needs its own space. He used the logs to make a foundation. After a quick hammering and chiseling, a doghouse of the same height as the nearby barn was built. It has 2 levels. The bottom holds a food bowl, and a wooden ladder leads up to the top, which is covered with an old cotton quilt and a windproof door curtain. Grandpa, who worked quickly and finished building the doghouse in just one day. As dusk approached, he pointed to the small 2-story wooden house and said to Erguzi, "From now on, this will be your home." Whimper, whimper. Erguzi drooped his tail and lowered his head, softly whining, clearly unhappy. He nudged Grandpa, whose pants with his head, trying to look cute and get his way. "Stop whining," Grandpa, who scowled. "You don't want a wife anymore? Without your own home, how will you settle down and start a family? Where will you live when you have puppies in the future?" At this moment, Hu-Chi came out smiling and picked up where Grandpa, who left off. "Exactly. Look at this house. It's grand, warm in winter and cool in summer, with a private yard. When you marry a dog wife, you'll have your own space, right?" Although Erguzi was still whining, he clearly seemed interested. He slowly walked into his new home, sniffed around, rubbed against things, and looked around his wedding house, happily, wagging his tail again. Since then, Grandpa, who took Erguzi along on his mountain patrols every day. In his free time, he also worried about Erguzi's future, taking him to nearby villages to see if he could find a suitable female dog. Erguzi was quite eager, but unfortunately, he hadn't met anyone he liked yet. Days passed quickly, and soon it was April. On the 3rd day of the 3rd lunar month, It was Hu-Chi's birthday. Early in the morning, the grandfather and grandson finished their longevity noodles and hurried to the county in a horse-drawn cart. Guzi was left behind in the mountains to guard the house, and before leaving, he stuck his head out of the cart and barked sadly. Just as I stopped at the entrance of the arm department, I saw someone rush out of the office building. Chi-Chi is here. Minister Sun knew that today this grandfather and granddaughter were coming out, and he had already told gatekeeper Zhang to watch out. Sure enough, as the carriage appeared at the intersection, he ran out from the corridor. Come, sit inside the house. Minister Sun warmly invited. No need. Grandpa Hu jumped down from the carriage and took out a bundle of mushroom sauce from the carriage frame. A few days ago, I went mountain patrol and picked a lot of mushrooms. Chi-Chi made spicy mushroom sauce with them. It smells great. I brought some for you to try. Thank you, Chi-Chi, for thinking of your uncle's son. Minister Sun smiled and took the package, thanking Hu-Chi. Uncle Sun, you're too polite. Hu-Chi raised her face and gave a sweet, obedient smile. Grandpa, who got on the carriage, pulled the reins tight and said, We're going to the market and then to the post office to pick up a package. We'll be back soon. You can go ahead and do your work. Don't worry about us. Minister Sun knew he couldn't keep them, so he gave up. Suddenly, he remembered something and quickly waved his hand. Old Commander, wait a moment, he said this and hurried into the guard room. Not long after, he came out carrying a large package, tiptoeing to place it on the carriage frame. This is for Chi-Chi. He smiled and leaned close to Hu-Chi, covering his mouth with his hand, lowering his voice intentionally. These are some old books. I know you like to read, so I asked someone to find them for you. Hu-Chi's eyes lit up, and she quickly nodded. Thank you, Uncle Sun. You've gone to so much trouble. All right, we're leaving. Grandpa, who waved to Minister Sun and lightly flicked his whip. Go. Old Ma, knowing the way, pulled the cart slowly forward. Minister Sun stood still, watching them gradually disappear into the distance, then carried the bundle of spicy mushroom sauce back to his office. In the guardroom, Grandpa Zhang looked out the window at them, never bothering to go out and interrupt. He chewed on a toothpick and softly sighed. Old, who is a lucky man, kind-hearted. Minister Sun is also grateful and remembers old friends. That's good. Having spent many years in the big estate, he knew some secrets others didn't. If it weren't for Old, who's secretly helping out, Minister Sun might not have been able to hold his position. Friendship that helps in times of need is much more valuable than superficial praise. In spring, the market is much livelier than in winter. In 1971, the Black Province Revolutionary Committee issued a document easing restrictions on market trade, setting clear boundaries. They allowed ordinary people to trade surplus pigs, cattle, sheep, sugar beets, flax, and other goods after completing national tasks. Farmers could also exchange vegetables from their private plots, poultry, eggs, and even handmade bamboo or wooden crafts. There were many vendors along the streets, shouting and bargaining constantly. The grandfather and grandson strolled happily, one shopping and the other paying. After walking down the street, we gained a lot. Various mountain goods and farm products piled into half a cart. Grandpa, who looked at the sun and asked, Should we go home to eat or eat out? Eat out, Hu-Chi answered quickly. Eating at home every day gets boring. Of course, we should celebrate my birthday outside. Nowadays, restaurants use real ingredients. Without fancy technology or tricks, the food still tastes great. Grandpa, who nodded, drove the cart to a familiar family's yard at the end of the street for storage, then took her to the state-run restaurant. The weather was warm, and it was a market day. The place was almost full of people. Waiters carried plates between tables, occasionally calling out, Excuse me. The grandfather and granddaughter sat at an empty table by the window and started ordering potato beef stew, soy sauce fried rice, and 3 corn vegetable buns. When the food arrived, Grandpa, who was the first to pick up chopsticks, took a piece of beef and put it on Hu-Chi's fried rice plate. Eat more. Today our little 7 is the birthday star. He then picked up a vegetable bun and started eating with the potatoes. Thank you, Grandpa. Hu-Chi also scooped a piece of beef into her grandfather's bowl. You eat more too. Today we'll finish everything, no leftovers. Okay, Grandpa, who replied. After eating a couple of bites of the bun, He looked up at his granddaughter, feeling a bit emotional.
18 years old now.
Wow, time flies. You're almost getting married. Our little cabbage is about to be taken away by someone else's pig. Poof! Hoochie nearly choked on her rice and quickly took a sip of water to swallow it down. Grandpa, I haven't gotten married yet. Are you trying to kick me out early? She deliberately widened her eyes and made a look of being very wronged.
You.
Just eat your food properly. Grandpa, who shook his head helplessly, but then swallowed his words. We'll talk about it later. His hesitant expression clearly showed he had something on his mind. At this warm moment, suddenly, a loud argument broke out at a nearby table. Who is that? If you don't have money, don't try to imitate others and get married. You can't even afford a bowl of shredded meat noodles. Wanna, let's go. We're wasting time here. The loud voice and familiar tone immediately caught Hoochie's attention. She looked up along the sound and smiled. Oh, an old acquaintance, Aunt Lee. Sitting next to her was her niece, Luli Juan. It seemed these two had faced another setback. Well, after the previous big spender incident, no matter how they looked for others, they couldn't find someone willing to pay more. The other customers also heard the commotion and looked over. Aunt Lee didn't care and stood up, pulling Luli Juan, saying they should leave, but then hesitating. The two families sat quietly for over an hour, only drinking tea and not ordering food. The staff politely asked several times for them to leave, but they refused. When it came to bride price and gifts, neither side was willing to compromise. This is what caused the argument. Stop minding other people's business and just eat. Grandpa, who tapped his bowl with his chopsticks. Hoochie turned around, chuckled softly, and lowered her voice. Grandpa, the woman over there is the one I matched with last month. What a coincidence. We ran into her again. Grandpa, who looked in the direction she was pointing, gave a faint, and lowered his eyes to continue eating. In a public place, how could they be so loud? A few women wearing aprons, who were serving food, were unhappy. If you're going to argue, do it outside. Don't disturb others' meals. That's rude. They exchanged glances and teamed up to politely ask the noisy group to leave. Outside on the street, Aunt Lee was even angrier. She stood with her hands on her hips and scolded the man, spitting as she spoke. Look at you tight-fisted people. You dare to ask for a big bride price for such a small amount? Do you think your family can marry a daughter-in-law and expect her to pay?
Bah.
My girl Juan is a beautiful girl from this area. She can't even afford a few small things, so why should she suffer with you? A frog wishing to eat swan meat? Look at yourself in the mirror. You're so poor, yet you come out to find a match? Go back to your own place and eat mud. The man's matchmaker was his young aunt, who also had a quick temper. She couldn't stand the insult. Unable to hold back, she bent down, picked up a stone from the roadside, and threw it at Aunt Lee, shouting back, "Stop talking nonsense. Are you saying your niece is made of gold or what? Not only is he old and ugly, but his family is also a bottomless pit that can never be filled. Is it blindness or just a lack of heart? Who would marry such a troublemaker? My nephew is a college student and will soon be earning a good income. Only fools would not see who is suitable and who isn't. Everyone with common sense understands this clearly." That one stone was enough to ignite the powder keg. The big fight was about to start. Two matchmakers started tearing at each other first, pulling hair and scratching faces. Relatives nearby couldn't just watch. They all joined in. Suddenly, the street was in chaos, with fighting and shouting everywhere. The restaurant staff saw everything through the window. Worried it would affect their business, they immediately called the police. Within 15 minutes, several police officers arrived quickly. No matter who was right or wrong, they took away the troublemakers all at once. On the street, only a few bloodstains and a torn, abandoned shoe remained. TSK, that young man kicking people is really reckless. Hoochie was eating fried rice and peering out the window to watch the show. It's funny to see women shouting and fighting. Grandpa, who also looked up a few times but kept eating without much interest in the quarrel. The grandfather and grandson finished their meal quickly and then left the restaurant, heading toward the post office. Hey, old, who is here? Sisterly was knitting a sweater when she looked up and saw them arriving. She put down her work and warmly greeted them. As the carriage stopped, Hu-chi jumped down and said, "Sisterly, we're here to pick up the packages." "Yes, yes, yes," Sister Lee cheerfully responded, glancing toward the backyard. "The packages are quite big and heavy. Wait a moment, I'll call 2 people to help you carry them." She turned and called out twice to the backyard, and soon 2 male colleagues came out. Together, they moved the 5 large packages onto the cart and used thick ropes to tie and secure them. Grandpa, who was at a nearby window, signing for a stack of letters. After thanking the staff, he left. The sun was shining brightly, warming everyone. The loaded carriage headed into the mountains, with the wheel tracks now deeper than before. Back home, Hu-chi used the space to bring the 5 big packages inside. He grabbed scissors and started opening blind boxes, while Grandpa, who sat on the sofa nearby, opening his own letters. The first package, a lacquerware from Shaanxi made by his parents, a Jingzhou clay inkstone, and some local snacks. Beneath it was an envelope containing a family letter and colorful bills. The second package, a Wuyuan dragon tail inkstone, and a Li Du calligraphy brush from Uncle Air in Jiangxi, along with some ceramics and fresh tea. It also included many local snacks and a letter filled with money bills. The third package, my cousin from the South Island sent half filled with various dried seafood and the other half with 3 boxes of pearls, white round, colorful, and unusual shapes. It also included a letter, 3 full pages, and some money. The fourth package, Grandpa, whose old friends from Beijing, sent a harmonica, new clothes, candies, and various snacks, along with an imported multiband radio and a small tape recorder shaped like a lunchbox. The last package, a box of century-old ginseng, a box of deer antler extract, 2 small leather jackets, handmade small carpets from Xinjiang, assorted dried fruits, and dairy products. Hu-chi saw there was also a letter, so she casually opened it. Inside was only a remittance slip signed by Chai Yi. When she looked at the amount, her pupils suddenly widened. 10,000 yuan. Huh, is the old man finally waking up? Hu-chi frowned in confusion, took the letter, and opened it. On the large paper, 4 big characters were written, "Happy birthday." Nothing else. She forced a small laugh, shook the light letter, and said, "Haha, he's really sparing no words. But that's okay. I prefer real gold and silver." She happily put the remittance slip away. No need to guess. It was easy to tell his tone of helplessness when writing the letter. The old man was an overly cautious man. Grandpa, who looked at his granddaughter's little greediness, and his expression softened a lot. He honestly commented, "Actions and gestures are enough." "Grandpa, are you worried about something?" Hu-chi saw the serious look on his face and sat down on the nearby sofa. Grandpa, who sighed heavily and leaned back. His gaze looked out the window at the darkening evening sky, as if asking her or speaking to himself, "When will this chaos end?" Hu-chi's heart tightened. As someone from the future who knew the story's direction, she naturally knew it would be over in 2 years. But she had never told anyone about her secret of rebirth. Now, she could only analyze the current signs cautiously. "It's almost there, Grandpa. Think about it, the news is talking about it every day. The situation is quietly changing." She carefully pieced together those hidden signals and finally reached a confident conclusion. "I guess, at most, in these 2 years, we'll see the light." Grandpa, whose usually dull eyes gradually brightened as his granddaughter analyzed the situation, as if a spark had reignited his spirit. He turned to Hu-chi, a pleased smile on his face, and gave a firm pat on his knee.
Good.
"Truly a lucky person from the Hu family. You have wisdom and see things clearly. You've awakened me with your words." He didn't want to mention the complicated outside world to his granddaughter, but over the years, Hu-chi had always been able to give helpful advice at critical moments. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to keep himself safe and protect the family so steadily until now. This granddaughter was truly a blessing for the Hu family. Grandpa, seeing him silent for a long time, with his gaze drifting far away, Hu-chi waved her hand in front of his eyes and softly called him a few times. "Huh? Oh, I'm fine. Grandpa, who snapped back to himself, his gaze returning to his granddaughter's charming face. He paused for a moment, seeming to make a firm decision. He spoke slowly and seriously. Chi, when do you plan to marry Chai-yi? Marry? Chi was surprised and tilted her head in confusion, thinking deeply. This was the second time her grandfather had mentioned marriage today. Usually it shouldn't be.
Could it be?
She looked up and met her grandfather's eyes. His sharp eyes, usually full of intensity, now showed complex emotions, some reluctance, some restraint and worry. There was also a sense of determination, as if he was ready to risk everything and go all out. That gaze is like an eagle about to push its chick out of the nest, a final look before departure.
Chi didn't point it out.
Instead, she asked casually, Grandpa, when do you plan to arrange it? Grandpa's eyes shifted to the flickering flames in the fireplace. His voice was deep but firm. As soon as possible. If possible, next month. Okay, Chi agreed without hesitation and joked. Anyway, it's going to happen sooner or later. Going to the military area means I can see the soldier brothers every day. I'll enjoy it while I can, hee. You little girl. Grandpa was amused by her playful words. He turned around and gently poked her forehead with his finger. Be good and live your life properly. His tone was not light, full of loving disappointment. He withdrew his hand, and worry was almost visible in his eyes. After a moment, he sighed and gave a warning in advance. Even if you fall for someone else in the future, you must settle things with your current partner first. He knew his granddaughter very well. Before he finished, Chi immediately sat up straight, looked serious, and promised, Chi, swear I won't cause trouble or bother Comrade Chai. I will strictly follow the one-man, one-woman rule and never do anything immoral. She almost raised 3 fingers to swear to the sky. Grandpa snorted coldly, then sighed again. But in the next second, he suddenly smiled to himself. Forget it. Children and grandchildren will have their own happiness. Just leave it to fate. What kind of life this young couple will have depends entirely on Chai-yi's own luck. But no matter what, if anyone tries to bully his family's little treasure, even if Chai-yi becomes the king of heaven, the Hu family will fight to the death and must peel off his skin. The heavenly king himself says, as long as she doesn't bully me, I'll thank heaven and earth. Over at the Liaoning military district, someone's bad mood kept getting worse each day. Chai-yi's already cold and stern face looked even darker now, and the cold aura around him was so strong it could make people step back 3 meters. Don't ask, just know he's in a bad mood and will make you lie down if you get too close. Zhao Weiguo was very smart. He didn't say much. Not even 3 meters. He would walk 10 meters around Chai-yi to avoid any chance of close contact. A few days ago, his family kept urging him urgently. Every phone call was more anxious than the last, reminding him not to forget someone's birthday. Chai-yi had no choice but to send a birthday greeting letter to the Black Province, along with a heavy, heartfelt gift. But avoiding the 3rd day wasn't enough. There was still the 15th. Looking at the calendar on the desk with the date getting closer, Chai-yi's headache and frustration grew worse each day. After thinking it over, he made a decision. If he could hide, he would hide. If he couldn't, he would escape. He stayed up all night working hard to create a very difficult practical training plan. This was not a combat plan, but one of his escape marriage schemes. The next morning, he directly placed it on Commander Yang's desk.
Good.
This is the way training should be done. It should be close to real combat and full of pressure. Commander Yang opened the folder, got more excited as he looked, and couldn't help but slam the table. I'll report this immediately and hold a meeting to discuss it. We'll try to get approval as soon as possible. How fast? He thought it still wasn't fast enough. If this plan doesn't get approved, and they can't keep doing the training, if it really comes to that, he might end up hurt himself. So, before the plan was approved, Chi-yi started his inspection of various regiments in the military district. He walked back and forth with his hands behind his back, looking serious, pacing around the training grounds of other regiments, his eyes like searchlights scanning every face. This made the other regiment commanders nervous, whispering among themselves, "What's wrong with old Chi? The last time he acted like this, our brother regiments got beaten so badly we couldn't recover for months. Could it be? He's trying to vent his anger on us again. Soon, the entire military district became tense. Everyone worried they might be the next unlucky target. Meanwhile, the troublemaker, Chi-yi, was desperately fighting to finalize his escape marriage plan. It has been proven that the leader's worries are not unnecessary. The next day at noon, Commander Yang finished a meeting and hurriedly gathered everyone together. He announced some news that was a good message for Chi-yi but a bad news for others. He reported Chi-yi's combat training plan to the military. The military discussed it overnight and finally decided to implement it immediately and see the actual results. The exercise plan was called Thundershock 17, simulating an enemy parachute attack. The goal was for both red and blue teams to complete within 48 hours without any prior plans and in complete secrecy. 1. Rapid troop deployment. At night, blow a whistle, fully armed with 25 kilograms gear, and assemble within 30 minutes. Then, march by motorcycle to a location 100 kilometers away. 2. Radio silence and infiltration. Keep radio silence throughout, rely on maps and compasses, and infiltrate to the target coordinates behind enemy lines within 24 hours, avoiding detection by blue team scouts. 3. Old-fashioned confrontation. Use training wooden guns, cloth hand grenades, and lime packs instead of real weapons. Include assessments like battlefield first aid, radio setup, and outdoor survival. The focus was on suddenness, high intensity, and realism, aiming to push the troops to their limits. There were no scripts planned, emphasizing quick response and teamwork under real combat conditions. It was a very challenging and innovative exercise. Kai's goal was very simple. He just wanted to become a very busy person. So busy he wouldn't have time to step on the ground, busy enough to not rest, and even busier to skip the engagement party. He achieved his goal, but the result didn't go as he hoped. 3 days later, on the 7th day of the lunar month, the grandfather and grandson from the Hu family went to the county post office to send a letter and called the Chai family to confirm the number of guests attending the banquet. Unexpectedly, they heard some bad news. "You're too busy?" Hu-chi held the phone and repeated the question instinctively, a flood of questions flashing through her mind. Is that man doing this on purpose? What a coincidence. It must be intentional. On the other end of the line, Grandpa Chai's voice grew weaker. He apologized while mentally scolding his reckless grandson 100 times. "I called Major Yang yesterday. The military district has assigned Chai-yi an urgent task, requiring him to stay in the army to handle important matters. He can't come back for the engagement on the 15th. Oh, I see. Hu-chi just started to speak. Hearing her tone, Grandpa Chai's alarm bells rang loudly in his mind. Fearing that the young girl might feel neglected and decide to cancel the engagement, he quickly interrupted and repeatedly assured her. The ingredients for the engagement banquet are all prepared. The relatives and friends from both families have been notified. If he can't come, we'll proceed as planned. Once Chai-yi finishes this urgent task, I will personally escort him to apologize and make amends in person. You can punish him however you like. I'll let him do whatever you say. Grandpa Chai, don't worry. Hu-chi interrupted his endless talking, speaking very calmly. Let him be busy. National matters are more important than the engagement. If he doesn't come back, he doesn't come back. The call suddenly went quiet. Grandpa Chai held the phone, feeling a bit confused. His reaction was different from what he expected. Not coming back. Does that mean the wedding is off? Oh, he let out a long breath, feeling relieved. His worry finally eased, and his voice sounded lighter. Our Chi-chi is so understanding and kind-hearted. He was clearly flattering her. If he doesn't come back, Hu-chi suddenly said cheerfully, then I'll go see him myself. Huh? Grandpa Chai's heart, which he had just relaxed, tensed up again. His voice cracked. You. Where are you going? To visit Chai-yi at the military district. Hu-chi said it as if it was obvious, and she also made up an excuse. I also want to visit Grandpa Yang. He's always admired my grandpa's medicinal wine. We just brewed some new bottles at home, so I'll bring some for him to try. In her thoughts, engagement socializing? Such a hassle. So many people. The main guy is skipping work, so I, the heroine, taking the chance to skip class seems reasonable, right? Hating socializing, dealing with the crowd, if I can avoid it, I definitely will. Grandpa Chai hesitated. His reckless grandson had run away from the situation, so he felt embarrassed to ask the young girl to come alone and handle everything. Grandpa, who, standing nearby, clearly understood his granddaughter's little plan to escape the wedding. He took the phone from Hu-Chi and spoke calmly. Brother Chai, it's just an engagement, no need to be so formal. If the kids aren't here, that's fine. We two old folks can handle it the same way. Just follow the usual steps, no delay. Are our words not worth anything? He paused to give the other time to think, then added, besides, they don't see each other often. Chi wants to visit, and I think it's a good chance for them to get to know each other better and build some feelings. What do you think? Yes. That's perfect. Let the young people spend more time together. It's better than just holding a big ceremony. Grandpa Chai quickly agreed happily. As long as it wasn't about canceling the engagement, anything was fine. Then everything stays as planned. Oh, and Grandpa Hu confirmed and asked who will take Chi to the military area? Should Guodong go with her? Yes, that works. He often drives over there, so we can just drive ourselves, Grandpa Chai agreed. He didn't dare let his beautiful young granddaughter go alone. If anything happened, or if she got into a minor accident, that wouldn't do. Then, on the 13th, we will first take the car to Jishing province, and then let Guodong take her to the military district. After he hands her over to Chai Yi, he will come back to help prepare the banquet. Once we finish our work here, I will personally go to pick her up. It's a good chance to meet with Lao Yang and have a few drinks. Grandpa Hu carefully arranged the schedule, both to help his granddaughter and to keep things respectful on both sides. After hanging up the phone, Hu-Chi and her grandfather hurried in a carriage up the mountain. As soon as they entered the house, Hu-Chi couldn't hold back and asked her worries aloud. Grandpa, are you planning to go to the capital? Grandpa, who was taking off his coat to hang it when he suddenly paused, turned to look at her. No, why would I? He stopped mid-sentence, then realized that his granddaughter had guessed his thoughts. He looked down and sighed. Don't worry, I have my own way. I won't be foolish enough to go directly and confront them head-on. It's better if you don't go. Hu-Chi stepped closer, lowered her voice, and with a serious face analyzed. Grandpa, think about it. The situation is a mess right now. If you go in blindly, not only will you not make things better, but you might also get caught in the fire. It's just a waste of effort. She pulled her grandpa to sit on the sofa, poured him a cup of hot water, and gently advised, why not try a different approach? If direct confrontation doesn't work, we can do it secretly. Just like before, we can find ways to protect those who are being forced into labor and those who know the skills. We can send them medicine and some food so they can hold on. It's like secretly planting a seed. As long as the roots don't die, when the weather warms up, it will sprout quickly. Our job now is to be the person who secretly plants the seed and waits for the right time. She paused, saw her grandfather deep in thought, and continued, our country needs to develop. To build things, someone has to do the work. Protecting them is also preparing for the future. It's more practical than arguing or persuading now. Grandpa, who listened silent for a moment, his furrowed brows gradually relaxed, and a light appeared in his cloudy eyes. His granddaughter was right. He was a bit too impatient. He nodded, patted his thigh, and said, yes, that's the idea. Keep the fire alive. Wait for the right moment. Suddenly, he stood up, walked into the study, spread out paper and pen, and started planning again. With the help of the Chai family marriage, the two families joining together will strengthen the military, government, and business lines. Their family will surely thrive in the future. Future generations? A member of the Chai family said, I just want to dedicate my life to the country. I don't want to create a next generation or worry about family numbers. It shouldn't be like that. Grandpa wouldn't be hiding some bad plan again, would he? In a dark, single dormitory in Liaoning Province Military District. Chai Yi sat gloomily on the edge of his bed, sometimes looking up at the ceiling, sometimes lowering his head in thought, though he didn't know what he was worried about. Ever since he told his family he couldn't attend the engagement banquet, he's been in this state of suspicion and doubt. That day on the phone, my grandparents yelled at each other nonstop for half an hour, their voices loud and intense, almost spraying spit through the receiver. If Zhao Weiguo hadn't come in time to call an emergency meeting, I would have had to listen to that noise until my ears were completely worn out. Strangely, after that, no more urgent calls came from home.
This
Is very strange. Extremely strange. It's so calm that it makes me feel uneasy. Major Yang confirmed with me through a message that I wasn't lying, that I really had a mission I couldn't return from, so my grandparents probably believed it. But why do I still feel so nervous? My right eyelid keeps twitching every day. Could this be the calm before a storm? Is my family planning something behind my back? Grandpa Chai and the Hu family agreed that Hu Chi should visit the military district, but they never planned to tell that reckless grandson in advance.
Why?
They're afraid he might cause trouble again and try to avoid it tactically. Maybe he'll pretend to go training in the wild or go on a mission, and when Hu Chi shows up empty-handed, the girl will be heartbroken. It wouldn't look good for either family. Major Yang knows all about this. Grandma Guan specifically called him in advance to talk things over. Her clear goals were, first, to ask him to watch over Chai Yi and prevent him from sneaking out of the military area during the chaos, so his future wife wouldn't miss seeing him. Second, to explore whether they could apply for a family housing unit for their grandson, who is not very clever. When Commander Yang heard this on the phone, he was pleased. He learned that Grandpa who was coming to see him and immediately decided, well, with Chai Yi's rank, he could have applied for a housing unit back when he was a company commander. But this old guy stubbornly said, I won't get married. Living alone just wastes a housing quota. Acting as stubborn as a mule. All right. I will personally arrange a family housing for him. Before July 7th, I will make sure everything is settled perfectly. You can rest assured. But who would handle the arranging? Commander Yang's first thought was of Chai Yi's old maid, comrade Zhao Weiguo. That morning, Zhao Weiguo had just finished a surprise inspection at the camp. The regimental commander was relaxed, locked down, preparing for the exercise, leaving all the regimental affairs to him. He had just returned to his office, still settling into his chair. Suddenly, the phone on his desk rang. He casually picked it up and heard that the division commander wanted to see him. He felt uneasy, sensing it probably wasn't good news. He quietly put away the partially read documents, stood up, and headed to the division headquarters. Knock, knock, knock. Someone was knocking on the office door. Come in. Inside, General Yang's voice was heard. Zhao Weiguo pushed the door open, stood at attention, saluted, and said smoothly, Good morning, Commander. Keep it brief. No need to delay your work. General Yang put down his pen, leaned back comfortably, and pointed to the chair opposite. Chai Yi has a mission and can't go back to get engaged. The young lady understands and respects his decision, and she even plans to visit the military district herself. He paused deliberately, enjoying Zhao Weiguo's surprised expression. As expected, he should arrive on the 14th. Wow, so he's coming unexpectedly? What? Comrade Zhao who is coming. Zhao Weiguo's eyes widened like bells. Then Chai Yi. His mind raced quickly. Recently, Chai Yi suddenly organized a very difficult practical training exercise. Anyone could tell it was to avoid the wedding. General Yang waved his hand, looking wise and knowing. He said he's training in seclusion and shouldn't be disturbed. Just wait until he's done, and then talk to him. I've already approved leave for the family quarters. When you have time, help pick out a set of clothes and get someone to tidy up. We can't let the young lady stay in a guest house when she arrives. That wouldn't be proper. Oh, Zhao Weiguo responded, his face shifting from shock to joy, and he gave a knowing smile to General Yang, as if saying, You understand me. We all understand. Oh, Commander, this isn't my fault. It's the organization's decision. Who told you to remove me from the training list and leave me at the regiment headquarters to guard the home front? You insisted on staying in the pit for closed-door exercises and didn't want us to bother you. Now look at the mess. Serves you right.
너본데 무set.
Hundreds of miles away, Chai Yi was digging hard in the dirt at the battlefield command post when suddenly, Achoo! He sneezed loudly, shivering all over, almost dropping his engineer shovel. He stopped, straightened up, rubbed his nose, and looked up suspiciously at the clear sky. Darn it! Who the heck is cursing me behind my back? Probably those old guys at home, or Zhao Weigua's son. They're all bored out of their minds, always scheming to trick me. Huh? Just wait and see. Revenge is best served after 10 years. A general's revenge is deadly. Chai Yi cursed fiercely in his mind, unaware that the person who dealt him the fatal blow was rushing toward the military district on horseback. Shi Yuanting suddenly lost his balance, falling flat on the ground with his hands and shovel, biting into some mud. He has a dark face and a cruel heart, really quite wicked. Chai Yi didn't even look at him, but a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He quickly jumped down to the ground and bent over to study the battlefield map spread out on the ground. He waved to the communication officer, signaling him to turn on the radio. In a deep voice, he said into the microphone, "All squads, report on the progress of the battlefield setup. How are the fortifications and ammunition depots? Make sure to complete the initial inspection before dark. The exercise lasts only 3 days, but the preparation took 5 days. He is indeed very busy. After it's over, he still has to write a summary and report to the brigade.
Keep busy.
The busier, the better." Hundreds of miles away, Huqi in Black Province is also busy. According to plan, on the 13th of the lunar calendar, they will leave for Jie Province, with only 4 days left to pack. Grandpa Hu plans to secretly visit some old friends at a nearby farm after the engagement, so Huqi can prepare supplies in advance. Old, worn-out quilts look tattered on the outside, but are filled with new cotton inside, warm. Pills hidden inside old cloth shoes treat various hidden injuries and fatigue and can be life-saving in emergencies. Money sewn inside patches on clothes. The amount isn't large, but no change is needed, an emergency must-have. When Huqi leaves, he will probably stay at the military district for at least 10 days or half a month. Some items in the cellar need to be packed away and stored in the space for safety. In the mountains of April, the snow has melted away, and spring is in full swing. Small animals wake up from hibernation and start to hop around happily. The grandfather and grandson decided not to take the second dog with them, so it could stay in the mountains and take care of itself. The second dog. Will I get stronger by hunting in the wild? Huqi looked at the silly dog chasing its own tail outside the window and sighed. Forget it. I'll prepare more big bones in its den that day. Those last long and don't get moldy. He was mainly worried that the silly dog might get hurt instead of hunting. Grandpa, who was sitting on a small stool, tying a package. Without looking up, he said, "Okay, you handle it." He took a deep breath and added, "When we come back from the military area, I'll give it a good treat." At this moment, the second dog in the yard didn't know it was about to become a left-behind dog. Its tail wagged like a helicopter rotor. It was circling around Old Ma, sometimes rubbing its belly, sometimes grabbing and wagging the horse's tail, having a lot of fun. Old Ma was gentle and patient, not annoyed at all, letting the dog play around him. Time flew quickly, and soon it was the day to leave. At dawn, the grandfather and grandson got up. After a simple breakfast, they packed their bags carefully, closed the doors and windows tightly. They took a slow, leisurely ride in the horse cart toward the village below. The second dog watched them leave, reluctant to part, and followed behind with a wagging tail. "Remember to eat on time and take good care of the house, okay?" Woof woof woof. Translation: Are you really not taking me along? Guzzi whined for a while, until the cart sped up and then reluctantly stopped on the dirt slope, making a sharp howl sound. Seeing the cart disappear completely out of sight, he drooped his tail and looked back repeatedly as he walked home. Old Ma couldn't let the horse roam freely. Grandpa Hu arranged to have it cared for at Wang Dajia's house. Huqi pointed to the half-cart of bean cakes and wheat bran on the cart. "Grandpa Wang, these are feed for the horse. Don't skimp on it. Give it the right amount every day." Grandpa Hu took a cloth bag from the cart and handed it over. "This is 50 gin of cornmeal. Please help take care of it for a few days. Thanks for your trouble." "Oh, no trouble at all. Rest assured, I'll make sure your horse gets strong and healthy. Seeing the heavy bag of cornmeal, Grandpa Wang quickly waved his hand and took a step back. No, no. How can I accept such a heavy gift just to watch a horse? His honest second son beside him was fidgeting, looking a bit embarrassed. Grandpa Wang's wife was even more straightforward, trying to push the bag back. Old lady who was firm. This is enough for your family to eat for 2 months. After a moment of pushing and shoving, Grandpa who shoved the bag into Grandpa Wang's arms. Take it. If you don't, it's like you're being distant from me. The horse still needs your care and attention. The two of them pushed and pulled for a while, and Mr. Wang finally blushed and gratefully accepted the help. Then Mr. Wang's second son unloaded the feed from the cart, hitched the horse, and took Grandpa Hu and his grandson to the county military office. When they arrived, Minister Sun was already waiting at the door. Seeing the carriage coming, he hurried forward to help carry the luggage, opened the jeep door, and said, "Oh, for Chi-Chi's engagement banquet, Uncle's son can't go." He looked regretful but smiled as he added, "When you get married, I will definitely come to celebrate and share some happy drinks. You just need to take leave when the time comes." Grandpa, who sat in the back seat, joking with a smile. Chi-Chi also climbed into the car playfully and said, no problem. I won't forget Uncle Son's invitation." The three of them chatted and laughed as they headed straight to the city train station. Minister Sun helped carry the luggage to the platform, watched the grandfather and grandson check their tickets and board the train, then drove back to continue working. The train chugged along, stopping and starting along the way. They set out at 9 in the morning and only arrived at the station at 7 in the evening. At the platform, Grandpa Chai had already arrived, waiting anxiously, tiptoeing and looking out at the crowd. "Did you see Uncle Hu and Chi-Chi?" "No, Dad. Maybe there are a lot of people. They're in the back carriage and haven't come out yet." Dad Chai also moved forward a bit, comforting his father while stretching his neck to scan the crowd. There were many people on the train, and Hu Chi didn't want to be crowded. He and his grandfather waited a little longer in their seats until most of the passengers had gotten off. Then, he slowly carried his luggage and got off the train. "Brother Hu, Chi-Chi, over here." Grandpa Chai spotted them quickly and happily waved his arms, shouting as he walked toward them. Dad Chai hurried to catch up, taking the big and small bags from their hands. "You must be tired after a whole day of traveling. Come on, let's get in the car and go home to rest. We've heated some water, and after dinner, you can take a nice bath to relax." The grandfather and grandson smiled and nodded. They exchanged a few words and then left the train station together, getting into a black car parked by the roadside. "This car is pretty good." Grandpa, who sat in the back seat, touching the seat beneath him. "It's a company car from Guodong's workplace. We borrowed it specially today." Grandpa Chai sat in the front passenger seat, smiling as he explained. Worried that Grandpa, who might misunderstand, he quickly added, "It's all arranged. We're picking up people these days, and we'll pay the factory what we owe, no more, no less. We won't take advantage of public resources." He was always careful and considerate, never causing trouble. "Yes, it's convenient to have a car for picking people up." Grandpa, who nodded without asking more, his eyes turning to the passing street scenery outside the window. 15 minutes later, the car stopped in front of a 2-story house in the suburbs. The porch light was shining warmly in the night. Hearing the noise, Grandma Guan and Aunt Yi quickly came out to greet them. "Oh, Chi-Chi, you finally arrived. Grandma missed you so much." Grandma Guan rushed forward, holding Hu Chi's hand, smiling so broadly that her face was full of wrinkles like blooming flowers. "Mom." Mother Yi quietly tugged at her mother-in-law's sleeve and smiled at Hu's family grandfather and grandson. "Uncle Hu, Chi-Chi, go inside and wash your hands first. Have your meal, then rest well." Grandpa Chai also called out, "Yes, if you have anything to say, we can talk tomorrow." "No rush now." Dad Chai parked the car and carried a lot of bags behind him. As soon as they entered the house, Grandpa Hu felt the care from the Chai family. Hu Chi also looked around. After the house was renovated and decorated, the walls were painted bright white, with rounded corners. In the living room, the redwood furniture was polished shiny. On the wall cabinet, there was a 14-inch black and white TV and next to it stood a single-door snowflake refrigerator. On the dresser, there was a red lantern radio and a small clock. Light-colored floral curtains hung neatly, the cement floor was swept clean, and a large Xinjiang rug covered the ground. Everyone sat around the dining table, which had 2 meat dishes and 3 vegetable dishes: blood sausage, sweet and sour pork, stir-fried potatoes with eggplant, spicy dried tofu, and braised potatoes with eggplant. The main staples were sticky bean buns and plain steamed buns, served with red bean and rice porridge. At the table, the Chai family was considerate and didn't talk much, letting Hu's grandfather and grandson eat peacefully. After eating, Mother Yi took Hu Chi upstairs to wash up, while Grandpa Chai took Hu's grandfather to the first floor for a relaxing bath. Grandma Guan and Dad Chai stayed in the kitchen to finish cleaning, wash the dishes, and do the chores. Hu Chi was assigned to the second-floor room of Chai Yi. Although the original owner was stationed at the military district and was rarely home, the two of them were engaged, so there was nothing inappropriate about it. After carefully tidying up the room, it became a well-decorated 1970s-style wedding room. The walls were covered with elegant patterned wallpaper, and in the center was a carved wooden bed. The bed was made with pure cotton, dark red sheets, and a quilt embroidered with double lotus flowers. The pillow had a mandarin duck pillowcase. A porcelain basin with a phoenix design was placed on the 5-drawer cabinet, next to a metal hot water bottle with double happiness printed on it. On the desk by the window, there was a pot of azalea flowers, along with coffee, lotus root powder, malt extract, goat milk powder, and milk powder. The curtains were new, made of light pink coarse cloth, and every detail showed careful decoration, indicating that the Chai family put effort into the arrangement. The guest room on the first floor was simpler but still warm and cozy. Grandpa, who took off his coat, looked around the room and nodded with satisfaction. The room had a sturdy double bed with blue and white checkered sheets, a new cotton quilt, a small cabinet at the foot of the bed with a hot water kettle, porcelain cups, and 3 tins of fresh tea. Against the wall was a large double-door wardrobe, with a map of China pasted on it. On the windowsill, there were 2 healthy-looking pothose plants, and nearby was a small desk with a few old books. Overall, the room was tidy and bright. He nodded contentedly, took off his coat, and casually draped it over the chair back and lay down. Before long, he fell asleep. On the same night, some people were sleeping soundly, others were whispering excitedly, and some were worried or even crying on the road. In a small town near the border of Liaoning and Jilin provinces, at a guest house, Hu Chi's parents, Hu Jianjun and Su Jingshu, had just settled in. Su's mother is from Shandong, from a scholarly family, and is a true lady. She and Hu's father grew up together. Now, she works as an accountant and translator at Hongxing Machinery Factory, a very intelligent woman. But at this moment, she was no longer calm. She lay in bed, complaining to her husband, "My in-law's grandmother used to be a bandit, and my father-in-law is a street fighter. And that son-in-law we haven't even met. He's an old man who never comes home and has been engaged to my daughter over 100 times. She became more anxious as she spoke. I'm just worried about Chi-Chi. If she gets bullied in the Chai family, what should we do? I'm so scared. I fear for her, sob. As she spoke, her voice choked up, and she couldn't help but cry softly. Hu Jianjun quickly hugged her and gently patted her back to comfort her. What are you afraid of? Is my daughter, Hu Jiangwo, someone easy to bully? Don't worry. If Chi-Chi is even slightly wronged in the Chai family, we'll cut all ties with them immediately. Even if she gets married, we can divorce. That old man, whether he's a squad leader or a future general, we will make him apologize to Chi-Chi and take him down. No one will bully our precious girl. If the 3 generations of the Hu family can't protect her, then we will go all out with the Chai family, fight to the end, and share both life and death. But I am still worried. Mother Su leaned on his chest, her voice trembling with tears. Chi-Chi hasn't been with us these past few years, and we haven't protected her well. Now she has to marry early. I feel so sorry for Chi-Chi. Boo-hoo, there's nothing to worry about. When we arrive in Jixing tomorrow, we'll go see for ourselves. If the Chai family treats Chi-Chi badly, We can cancel the wedding right then and there and take our daughter away. Who dares to stop us? Hu Jian's tone was firm, full of love and protectiveness for his daughter. Not only Mother Su was upset about Chi-Chi, Hu Jian was also very sad. On a train heading to Jixing, Hu Jianjun lay on the lower bunk, covering his head with a blanket, crying like a child. Sniffle, sniffle. Luckily, it was just the two of them in this soft sleeper compartment, or Huang Qiaojin would really want to leave him right then. She couldn't stand him. Humph. What kind of director? He's an adult, yet he still cries easily. Stop crying already. Are you done? If you don't sleep, I won't sleep either. Second Aunt Huang, lying on the upper bunk, looked annoyed and started scolding the crying person below. Just a reminder, if you get off the train tomorrow with puffy eyes and our dad sees it, he'll kick you back to Jiangxi. Hearing the continuous sobbing from below, she couldn't take it anymore and added, "You're a grown man, and you're still crying like this. How embarrassing." Sniff, sniff. Uncle Hu pulled back the blanket, wiping his tears. He thought of his older brother who died in the war and his eldest son who sacrificed himself. He felt overwhelmed with sadness. If they were still here, our family wouldn't have to send Chi-Chi to marry that unwanted old man, to jump into that fire pit. The Chai family is called complicated in a nice way, but honestly, it's a den of wolves. She's just a young girl who just grew up. If she suffers any wrongs in the future and has no family to protect her, what will she do? Since hearing about the engagement, he used connections to find out about Chai Yi. Half of his heart turned cold just from the news. After checking, he felt like he fell into an icy pit. How can someone have over 100 blind dates and still not find a match? A 28-year-old man, dark, rough, ugly, and with a bad temper. Just thinking about it makes him feel suffocated and short of breath. And that Chai family, it's not a fire pit, but a living hell. A family full of monsters and snakes. Sniff, poor Chi-Chi. Uncle Hu's tears kept flowing as he started crying loudly again. Stop your nonsense. Aunt Huang suddenly sat up, interrupting his crying. Do you think Chi-Chi is a soft target with no one to protect her? That girl is clever. If she doesn't agree, would the old master nod? She pointed at the people below and scolded. And what about wolves, jackals, tigers, and leopards?
What are you?
What is our shingen? If Chi-Chi suffers even a little wrong, wouldn't the old master care? When that time comes, you'll be so scared you'll turn into a cat, and I will beat you into a tiger, so you can go bite that family of Chais. Don't just cry all the time. Tomorrow, when you see our dad and the others, it's most important to have a good talk about this marriage. If the Chai family shows any neglect, you can find a reason to cancel the wedding. Think of some ideas. Crying won't help at all. Uncle Hu was speechless after being scolded. His sobs gradually quieted, but he still couldn't sleep, tossing and turning. Aunt Huang lay back down and sighed while looking at the dark ceiling. What are you afraid of? The Hu family has always been full of heroes. When it comes to protecting family, they don't fear trouble or conflict. The next morning, at 6 o'clock, Hu Qi's biological clock woke her up on time. She's used to sleeping in her own bed. Last night, she stayed up late and only fell asleep around midnight. She got up feeling groggy. She rubbed her eyes, touched the wall, and walked to the second-floor bathroom. After washing up, she heard some movement downstairs, but didn't pay attention. She went back to her room to do her skincare and change clothes. Once everything was ready, she went downstairs. Grandpa, who was already up, sitting in the living room drinking tea. Seeing her come down, he smiled and waved. You're awake? Come sit. The smell of food wafted from the kitchen. Grandma Guan and Lady Yi were busy at the stove. Grandpa Chai and the eldest son of the Yi family left early in the morning to pick up Uncle Hu and his family at the train station. Grandpa Chai and the others aren't here? Hu Qi looked toward the kitchen. Grandpa Hu put down his teacup and carefully advised, after you finish eating, go with Uncle Chai to Liaoning province. Remember, if you're hungry, tell someone. If you need to use the bathroom, ask for help. Never run off on your own. Stay close to the adults wherever you go and don't. Yes, yes, yes. I understand. I promise I won't leave Uncle Chai's sight even for a second. I'll listen carefully and won't act on my own. Hu-chi nodded repeatedly. She knew very well that these days, getting lost or being kidnapped makes it very hard to find someone again. Staying safe is the most important thing. She wouldn't risk challenging herself or human nature. Chi-Chi, are you up? Uncle Chai came in from outside, carrying a cool breeze. Seeing the grandfather and granddaughter smiling and walking over, he greeted. Uncle Hu, did you sleep well tonight? Very well, just leaning on my pillow, Grandpa Hu replied with a smile. That's good. Uncle Chai sat down on the sofa and looked at the family. After dinner, we'll leave. Today, the factory has a truck going to Liaoning province to deliver goods, and 2 of my brothers are coming along. They can help on the road. Don't worry, everything will be very safe. Come on, dinner's ready. Grandma Guan came out of the kitchen, calling loudly. She brought the dishes to the table. Nisi followed behind, setting the bowls and chopsticks. Everyone sat around and started eating. After the meal, Uncle Chai waited for Hu-chi to pack her things. He stepped forward and took her hand, helping her carry her luggage as they headed outside. Grandpa Hu, Grandma Guan, and Aunt Yi all followed to see them off at the gate. The 3 elders gathered around Hu-chi, keeping her in the middle. Grandma Guan held her hand and repeatedly advised, Chi-Chi, if you're sleepy on the way, just sleep. If you're hungry, eat. When you arrive at the military area, if Chi-Yi isn't free to pick you up, it's okay. Commissar Zhao will definitely go. If Chi makes you upset, just call and tell Grandma. Watch how I deal with him. Aunt Yi adjusted Hu-chi's collar gently and said softly, Don't worry about bothering Uncle Chi if you need anything on the way. Just tell him directly. When you see Chi-Yi, check if he's eating well. He's always been a bit slow, so don't mind him. If you need something there, just buy it. If you can't find it, call us, and Uncle Chi will send it to you. Grandpa Hu patted his granddaughter's shoulder with concern in his eyes. Be careful on the way. When you arrive at the military area, find Grandpa Yang if you need anything.
Don't be shy.
If Chi-Yi is too busy, don't feel wronged. Once Grandpa finishes his work, he'll come to pick you up. Dad Chi stood nearby, smiling as he assured the elders, Uncle Hu, Grandma, Qinghao, you can rest assured. I will definitely send Chi-Chi safely. Watch her enter the military area with my own eyes, and then come back. The canvas curtain at the back of the truck was pulled aside, and 2 men jumped down. They were broad-shouldered and strong, with sturdy, muscular builds. At first glance, it was clear they were experienced fighters. These 2 men, Zhang Dali, round face, a mole at the corner of his mouth, broad back and waist, fists as big as a sandbag. Li Huya, he has a dark face, shows his tiger teeth when he smiles, and is sturdy and strong. He looks to be in his early 30s. They took the luggage from Uncle Chai and settled it, then nodded to Grandma Guan before jumping onto the vehicle. Clatter, they lowered the tarp, covering the truck bed tightly. They are the sons of Grandma Guan's old subordinates. Since childhood, they have been working with Uncle Chai. Now, they are movers in a transport team, usually responsible for secretly delivering goods on the black market. Actually, not just them. Most of Grandma Guan's old subordinates still keep in touch. She secretly arranged for everyone to be placed in different parts of the northeast provinces. Some work with Uncle Chai in transportation, controlling part of the black market supply channels. Others found jobs in factories, docks, railways, and so on. Though their positions are small, they all have jobs. It seems scattered like sand, but in fact, they form a hidden network. To put it simply, the Chai family in the Northeast is like a hidden power in deep water. Their complex influence is much greater than it appears on the surface. Hu-chi had long suspected that the Chai family was not simple, but she never imagined the water was so deep. Right now, she is sitting in the front passenger seat, feeling sleepy from the truck's rhythmic banging. She keeps yawning one after another. Dad Chai was steering the wheel and glanced at the small head of the little girl, who was pecking at her food like a tiny chick. He softly reminded her, Chi-Chi, if you're sleepy, just close your eyes for a bit. Make sure to fasten your seatbelt. We still have about 6 or 7 hours to go, okay? Uncle Chai, I'll rest for a little while. Wake me if you need me, she replied drowsily, leaning her head back and closing her eyes. The bumpy ride of the truck and the engine's loud noise became a noisy lullaby. She was uncomfortable, often bumping her head against the window, but she was so sleepy she couldn't stay awake. Big Dolly and Li Huya sat in the back, leaning on the cargo, whispering, "Old Chai really cares about his daughter-in-law." "Of course. Did you see that Grandma Guan personally picked her out? We have to protect her well." Throughout the journey, Chi-Chi kept waking and dozing off. At one point, Dad Chai called her to get out of the truck to use the bathroom twice. Time passed much faster than expected. "Chi-Chi, wake up." "Chi-Chi." Dad Chai called softly as he stopped the truck in front of a state-run restaurant, gently patting her shoulder. She mumbled groggily, still dazed. Slowly, her eyes opened, and her vision gradually cleared. "We've arrived in Liaoning province.
Let's get out and eat something.
After we finish, we'll go to the military district to find Chai-E," Dad Chai said. He first opened the door and stepped out, then came over to open the passenger side door. "Oh," Hu Chi responded absent-mindedly, supporting Uncle Chai's arm as they jumped out of the car. As soon as her feet touched the ground, her legs went weak, and she nearly fell flat on her face. She must have dozed off during the ride. Nearby, Zhang Dali and Li Huya greeted Uncle Chai, saying, "Brother Chai, we're going to deliver the goods first. After that, we'll pick you up at the military area." Uncle Chai nodded, and the two of them jumped into the driver's seat, driving toward the freight station. By 2 p.m., after lunchtime, the hall was empty. Uncle Chai led Hu Chi to an empty table by the window. He waved to call the waiter and order directly, "Comrade, 1 braised sea cucumber with scallions, a sauce-covered big head fish, and stir-fried pork strips." After ordering, he turned to Hu Chi and asked, "Chi-Chi, do you want to add anything else?" Hu Chi glanced at the handwritten menu on the wall. "Let's also have some tofu and vermicelli soup." "Okay." For the main dishes, just plain rice, 2 small bowls and 1 large bowl. "That's all. Please bring it quickly." Uncle Chai efficiently finished the order and paid the bill. The waitress responded, "Got it." She quickly headed to the kitchen, not expecting that even after the busy lunch hour, they would still order such a large meal. While waiting for the food, the two casually chatted. When the dishes arrived, they instinctively started eating eagerly, picking up chopsticks and enjoying their meal with great satisfaction. As he was finishing his meal, a young man dressed in a blue official uniform and wearing black-rimmed glasses hesitantly approached, blushing shyly and stammering, "Hello, comrade." I. The young man's name was Sun Maokai, an interim reporter for the provincial newspaper. Today, he came to the state-run restaurant to pick up something from his uncle working in the kitchen. But as soon as he entered, he saw Hu Chi sitting by the window. Sunlight streamed through the glass, shining on her side face, making her fair skin look like it was glowing. She had a lazy, gentle smile on her lips, looking pure and lively. Suddenly, Sun Maokai was captivated, his eyes wide, and his heart pounding loudly. Bang, bang, bang. He hesitated at the door for a long time, adjusted his glasses, and finally gathered his courage to say hello. But when Hu Chi looked up and her big, bright eyes met his directly, Sun Maokai's mind went blank. His face turned bright red and he stammered, I'm Sun Maokai, 22 years old, an interim reporter for the provincial newspaper. Comrade, may I get to know you? Hey, kid." Dad Chi suddenly slammed his chopsticks down with a loud bang. His good mood vanished instantly, and anger flared up. "Where did this four-eyed kid come from? Are you blind? Do you have a lot of nerve? Do you think I don't exist? Darn it, little brat. How dare you eye my pig's cabbage?" "Oh, uncle, please don't be angry. I didn't mean anything else." Sun Maokai was so frightened that he shivered and quickly took out his press card from his pocket, trembling as he held it up in the air. "Look, this is my ID. I just want to meet your daughter. I'm not a bad person. What do I care? Get out of here." Father Chai suddenly stood up, pointing at Sun Maokai's nose and shouting angrily, "Who told you she's my daughter? She's my daughter-in-law. If you know what's good for you, leave quickly, or I'll slap you hard." This was outrageous. How could he tolerate this? He had waited 10 years for his little cabbage, and his own pig hadn't even sniffed it yet. Now, This four-eyed rabbit from nowhere wants to steal her away?
Impossible.
Do you think I'll just die quietly? After shouting, he suddenly realized that Hu-Chi was still watching nearby. Father Chai's face instantly changed from a fierce glare to a kind and gentle look. He quickly tried to fix his mistake. Who is this person? I'm so angry I even used bad words. I shouldn't have. Really shouldn't. Then he raised his hand and pretended to slap his own mouth, turning to explain to Hu-Chi, trying to make amends. Uncle, I don't usually act like this. It's just that I ran into some troublemakers. Cough. Some young troublemakers, and I lost my temper and said a few harsh words. Meanwhile, Sun Maokai, standing foolishly nearby, was confused and overwhelmed by the scolding. He looked at Hu-Chi and then at her stern-looking father, imagining a story about a child bride resisting marriage. His eyes toward Hu-Chi showed some sympathy and a desire to help. He wanted to say more but was interrupted. Sorry, comrade. Hu-Chi put down her chopsticks, expression calm, tone steady. I am already engaged. She then turned to her efforts to maintain a friendly smile and said to her father, Uncle Chai, I'm full. Let's go. She preferred to avoid trouble and didn't want to explain anything to strangers. As for what the reporter might have imagined, Hu-Chi didn't know. Let's just misunderstand. Okay, let's go. Her father forced a smile, suppressing his anger. He grabbed his coat, quickly put it on, and carried all his luggage. He deliberately bumped into someone blocking the way, clearing a path for Hu-Chi. Hu-Chi obediently followed outside, keeping her gaze straight ahead, not even glancing at Sun Maokai. Sun Maokai froze in place, unmoving, his face burning with embarrassment. Staring blankly at Hu-Chi's distant figure, his face alternated between red and pale. His press badge was squeezed so tightly it bent. His heart sank, full of regret and disappointment. The small spark of love that had just appeared was suddenly extinguished. A young boy's heart broke into many pieces. If I can't be her girlfriend, maybe just friends then. I haven't asked her name yet. He mumbled to himself, sitting on the empty chair beside him, still trying to recover from their recent meeting. Next to the state-run restaurant was the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. A bright red sign with white characters hung above the door, very eye-catching. Dad Chai looked at his Shanghai watch on his wrist. There was plenty of time. He left his luggage at the counter outside and led Hu-Chi inside. The supply store was spacious and bright. A red slogan on the wall read, Develop the economy, ensure supplies. The shelves were full of goods. On the left were daily necessities, and on the right were food items, all with prices and required tickets labeled. The wooden glass counter was shining clean, and the clerk, wearing a white apron, stood behind it. Comrade, half a gene of each pastry, Dad Chai said loudly, pointing at jars of peach crisps, baked goods, and long white cakes. And a gene of 5 spice melon seeds. He turned to Hu-Chi and asked gently, Chi-Chi, what else would you like? Just tell me. Half a gene of fruit candies and half a gene of peanuts coated with sugar. Hu-Chi looked at the candies in the glass cabinet and reached into her pocket for her leather wallet. Hey, with me here, you don't need to pay. Dad Chai quickly stopped her hand as she reached for her wallet. He took out a thick blue cloth handkerchief from his pocket, unfolding it layer by layer, revealing a bundle of large union tickets and scattered small tickets. Then I'll buy the tickets, and you pay the money. Hu-Chi smiled slyly, waved the tickets for sweets and cakes, and handed them to him. Father Chai hesitated but took them. He had brought quite a bit of money, but he hadn't prepared many tickets. Still, having a daughter is better. She's thoughtful and sensible, much better than that brat.
Hey.
Looks like a celebration at your house? The saleswoman behind the counter was weighing and packing items, smiling as she chatted, her eyes occasionally glancing at Hu-Chi. Hi, today my child is getting engaged, so I'm in a good mood. Father Chai explained happily, clearly proud. The saleswoman suddenly understood and couldn't help but look at Hu-Chi a few more times. No wonder she's so generous with her purchases. The young girl looks like she stepped out of a painting. If my son could find such a beautiful girl, I'd be happy even if I had to borrow money to buy her a gift. Beautiful daughters-in-law are always someone else's. Father Chai took the packed cakes and, with Hu-Chi, wandered from counter to counter. He acted like a shopping fanatic, asking at each one, "Chi-Chi, do you want this?" Hu-Chi nodded if she liked something, shook her head if she didn't, and kept walking. When they reached the canned food section, Hu-Chi pointed, and Father Chai confidently ordered, "Canned luncheon meat, braised pork, sausages, tomato sardines, fermented soybean fish, water chestnut cans. Not a single fruit can." Seeing that they bought a lot, the shop assistant specially found a sturdy large cardboard box to help pack everything. It was the first time she saw someone take out so many canned food tickets. She couldn't help but be curious. It's not easy to gather these old tickets. "Little girl, are you taking them back to give as gifts?" "No, I'm visiting someone at the military district," Hu-Chi replied calmly, without blushing or hesitating. "He's busy with training most of the time. I keep some in case he misses a meal and needs something to fill his stomach." Hearing this, the man next to her, Uncle Chai, felt embarrassed, his face turning red. In the past, when they came back to visit Chai-E, they only brought whips or wooden boards. It seemed they never brought anything to eat or use for that young man. Unfilial son. He's going to cut off the old Chai family. "Wanna eat? Go, eat dirt." Uncle Chai felt a mix of pride and curse in his heart. He looked at Hu-Chi again, feeling pleased. The little girl is doing well. Big Black won't have to be beaten anymore. "Uncle Chai, I'm not shopping anymore. I don't want anything else." Hu-Chi looked around, feeling bored. "All right. There aren't many goods here. When we go back, I'll have someone bring you better things." Uncle Chai carried the heavy cardboard box, and the two of them headed outside. As they stepped out of the supply and marketing cooperative, they saw a military green Jeep parked at the entrance of the state-run restaurant, with a familiar figure standing nearby. "Commissar Zhao." Uncle Chai's eyes lit up, and he called out loudly to the man. Zhao Weiguo was tiptoeing around, looking everywhere. When he heard a shout, he immediately turned his head and saw Uncle Chai and Hu-Chi. He happily jogged over and casually took the heavy cardboard box. As soon as he grabbed the box, his arms suddenly sank down. Wow, this weight! What could be inside? Could it all be canned food? He secretly marveled, but kept a calm face. "Comrade Zhao, nice to see you again," Hu-Chi greeted with a smile. "Uncle Chai, little Hu, get in the car quickly." Zhao Weiguo nodded at her, hurried to the Jeep, first placing the box on the ground and opening the door, then putting it into the back seat. He turned around to take the luggage, carefully arranged everything, and then sat in the driver's seat. Uncle Chai naturally sat in the front passenger seat, and Hu-Chi in the back. The Jeep drove through the city, heading toward the military area outside. "Training isn't finished yet. Chai-E still has a few days to go. Little Hu, you can rest for now. Commander Yang keeps mentioning you, and you can visit his home if you'd like." The commander's wife has been visiting Chai-E's family apartment lately, watching the renovation progress, worried about any inconvenience for you, Zhao Weiguo cheerfully reported as he drove. Uncle Chai and Hu-Chi listened quietly, occasionally replying with a few words. No wonder he's good at talking people into doing things. He talks a lot. After an hour, Hu-Chi looked out the window and saw the military area gate. The gray iron gate looked solemn and grand, with soldiers standing guard, armed and alert. Zhao Weiguo slowed down the car, rolled down the window, and a soldier standing guard quickly jogged over, holding a registration book. Comrade Chai's family is visiting, and Commander Yang has already approved it. Before the soldier could ask, Zhao Weiguo explained first. The soldier looked into the car. He knew Chai's father well. Who in the whole division didn't know this man? He visits at least 8 times a year, either to catch someone or to educate his son. But who is the pretty young girl in the back seat? She was a stranger. He hadn't heard that Commander Black's family had a sister. He nodded, wrote Chai's father's name on the registration form, then paused, hesitating, and pointed to the back seat. "This young comrade is our division commander's." Zhao Weiguo proudly lifted his chin, deliberately stretching his tone, emphasizing each word. "Fiancé." As soon as he said it, the soldier's eyes widened in shock. His mouth dropped open almost to the ground, stammering "Fiancé, fiancé, fiancé." He couldn't speak clearly, but inside, a storm was brewing. Wasn't the latest military district intel that Commander Black had just found a partner?
So,
Where did this fiancé come from? Fallen from the sky? Picked up on the road?
or,
Kidnapped from Commander Black's family?
but,
Stolen? This was definitely the biggest news of the year for the military district. All right, let's go in. You, take your time to remember everything. Zhao Weiguo waved to the soldier casually, speaking in a relaxed tone. He stepped on the gas pedal, and the jeep roared as it sped toward the family housing area. Only the soldier, who was still standing there, repeatedly making, sounds, was left behind, looking disoriented in the wind. According to military district rules, the standard housing for officers at the regiment level is 3 rooms per person, usually brick apartments. These are about 70 to 90 square meters, with 3 bedrooms, a living room, and a kitchen. The decoration and facilities are simple and practical. When Commander Yang talked on the phone with Grandpa Hu, he learned that Hu Qi wanted to live in a house without stairs. He specifically told the logistics department to find a bigger one. Houses in the family area are usually smaller than apartment units, about 60 to 80 square meters, with a compact layout. But they have yards where you can grow vegetables and raise chickens. Everyone thought that apartment buildings looked more modern, so fewer people lived in houses, but it's not hard to find one if you want. When the logistics director received the order, he was so excited he patted his thigh. What he cared about wasn't the housing, but the big news that the Black Regiment commander's fiancé was coming. You should know, Chai Yi was famous in the military district as a battle-hardened general. He had gone on hundreds of blind dates before finally settling down, so everyone was curious. Minister Qian was very patient. He personally accompanied Zhao Weiguo to look at different houses, running around without complaints or feeling bothered. All just to gather more inside information, so when the girl arrived, it would be easy to recognize her and enjoy some fresh news. After much consideration, they finally decided on the house next door to Commissar Zhao Jingwei's home. There are many reasons why Zhao Weiguo lives there. He has 2 sons and a daughter, all lively and mischievous. Before moving here, they lived in an apartment building, but neighbors often came to complain. Some said the children's noise was too loud, while others said the noise disturbed their rest. Sometimes, someone would knock loudly on their door late at night, asking the children to be quiet and go to sleep. Unable to handle the complaints, Zhao Weiguo decided to move to an old single-family house at the foot of the mountain. It was a quiet place with its own yard. When choosing the house, only the houses at the very edge were empty. He picked the second-to-last house. Unexpectedly, the house assigned to Chai Yi was the last one at the end. Being at the end has its advantages. This 3-bedroom house is the largest, with over 120 square meters of space, and there's a well in the yard so they don't need to fetch water. When Zhao Weiguo received the keys, he couldn't help but laugh and cry. Chai Yi, oh Chai Yi, you're everywhere. He wondered if, when Chai Yi gets married and has children, he would still have to take care of him. If Chai Yi were here, he would definitely shout, I don't want it. I don't want it. I don't want it. No wife, no children. Zhao Weiguo wants none of it. He would retreat, retreat, retreat. The house was old but sturdy. After settling in, Zhao Weiguo and his family cleaned and fixed it up. They reinforced and raised the outer walls and replaced all the roof tiles with new ones. The walls inside were freshly painted white, the cement floor was swept clean, and the weeds in the yard were pulled out completely. They believed in replacing what could be replaced and fixing what could be fixed. They didn't aim for perfection, just the best they could do. As for the renovation funds, naturally, they were advanced from Captain Chai's next month's salary. With such high expenses, lending a hand with the costs? Absolutely not. He was a single man with a family to support and hadn't saved much money. Chai Yi, a bachelor, hardly spends his monthly wages. He has plenty of money saved. Now, needing someone else to help support his wife. That's a joke. Zhao Weiguo is a kind person, but not a great philanthropist. The small 3-room courtyard was well planned. The main house had 3 rooms, facing north and south, with excellent sunlight. The east side was the bedroom, the middle was the living room, and the west side was the guest room, separating activity from rest. On the east side of the yard, a key project was completed, building a new toilet and bathroom. The toilet was a simple cement squat toilet connected to a drainage pipe, with a large water bucket nearby to store water for washing clothes and vegetables. After use, a flush made it clean and convenient. On the west side, there was a small vegetable patch with soft soil, surrounded by red bricks. Zhao Weiguo even personally built a chicken coop in the corner of the yard and thoughtfully placed 2 medium-sized hens inside. The furniture inside the house was custom-made by an old carpenter from the town. Considering the limited space, only the most practical pieces were bought. The master bedroom has a sturdy solid wood double bed with 4-inch thick slats, ensuring it won't break even with rough use. Against the wall stands a double-door wardrobe, and near the window is a mirror dressing table. The living room has 2 triangular cabinets. One side has shelves, a solid wood sofa, and a coffee table. The other side has a dining table and a cabinet. The side bedroom has a normal double bed, along with a large wardrobe, a bookshelf, and a desk. The car drove into the residential area and stopped at the house closest to the foot of the mountain. Zhao Weiguo got out of the car, smiling as he took out the keys, opened the gate, and stepped aside. "Come, Comrade Hu Qi. Please check the work. If you're not satisfied with anything, I'll have it fixed right away." Hu Qi took the keys, stepped into the yard, and first looked toward the south bathroom. She approached and looked closely, her eyes brightening.
Wow, not bad.
Commissar Zhao is really... She turned around, gave a thumbs up, and praised Zhao Weiguo. Impressive, impressive. The cement wall was smooth, the squat toilet was clean with a small step, and a fiber cement tile roof covered the top. The light string was right at the door, within easy reach. "Ha, as long as you're happy." Zhao Weiguo laughed even more happily, carrying a large, heavy cardboard box into the house. "The water used for washing vegetables and clothes is stored here. It's convenient to flush after use, saving water and making things easier." Next to the water well in front of the house, a square cement pool was built for washing water, laundry, and cleaning vegetables, all in one place, making things easier. Following behind, Uncle Chai carried his luggage into the house, set it down, and looked around. Seeing the bright, clean, and fully furnished new home, he nodded with satisfaction. "Bicycles, radios, washing machines, those big items, I'll bring them over with my car in a couple of days." "Chi, don't bother buying them yourself." Hu Qi first responded with a simple, then waved with a smile. "No need, Uncle Chai. The appliances are already prepared at home. If it's convenient for you, just find a car and take a trip to Black Province to bring them over. All the wedding dowry items are complete. I won't let myself be shortchanged. There are also many good things stored in the space. When no one is around, I can secretly take them out to use.
Then,
I'll bring some food for you." Uncle Chai sighed and was firm. "Don't buy rice, flour, or cooking oil. After the engagement banquet tomorrow, I'll have someone deliver them to you." He insisted that all expenses for food and drink should be covered by the Chai family. There's no way she'd eat her mother's cooking in the future, especially since Hei's face isn't the type to depend on others for meals. Hu Qi knew she couldn't persuade him, so she nodded in agreement and continued to explore her future home. The single-story house has a layout called bright in the middle, dark on the sides. The living room is in the center, the master bedroom on the east, the guest room on the west, the bathroom in the south, and the kitchen in the north. The bathroom is tiled halfway up the wall, with a large water jar and a bathing tub. Outside the kitchen wall, a new chicken coop has been built, and 2 large hens are already living inside, pecking at the food in the bowl. Suddenly, a horn sounds outside the yard. Hu Qi and the others turn to look and see a truck stopping at the gate. Zhang Dali and Li Huya jump down from the truck. The gatekeeper recognizes them. They often go in and out with Uncle Chai, helping catch people and registering them. After checking, he points them on their way. "Uncle Chai, we saw some fresh vegetables at the department store, so we bought a few." Zhang Dali carries a big basket into the yard, filled with carrots, cabbage, eggplants, and potatoes. Li Huya, walking behind, holds a plastic bag in one hand and adds, "There's also cornmeal and fine white flour." The truck also has rice, cooking oil, and seasonings. Wow. You two have good eyes. Uncle Chai laughs happily and quickly runs to the back of the truck. Zhao Weigua also goes to help. In a few moments, they finish unloading everything. The once empty kitchen is now full. Jars of soy sauce, vinegar, oil, and salt are arranged on a shelf. Bags of rice, flour, and cooking oil are stacked in the corner. They also bring pots and pans. There are aluminum water jugs, thermos flasks, and enamel basins too. Uncle Chai walks around each room, thinking about what's missing. Finally, he decides, I'll have someone bring over some bowls and chopsticks tomorrow. Okay, thanks a lot, Uncle Chai, Hu Chi replies politely. No trouble at all. It's what I should do. Grandpa Che said he had to leave, though he kept looking at his watch. Chi-Chi, I have to go now, time is tight. I need to get back to Jay Province today and prepare for the engagement party tomorrow. If you need anything, just contact Commissar Zhao or Commander Yang. If you remember you're missing something, call home directly. He kept talking as he slowly moved toward the door, glancing back several times. Hu Chi followed him to the door, smiling and waving. Got it, Uncle Che. Safe travels. Don't drive too fast. Don't worry, Uncle Che. Zhao Weigua also came out, patting his chest to promise. Later, I'll ask my wife to come help pack. If anything happens, I'll call you right away. Hearing this, Uncle Che finally relaxed a little. He kept waving from the car window until Zhang Dali's truck turned the corner, and he couldn't see him anymore. Then he closed the door. Big brother Zhao, there isn't much in the house. I can pack by myself, so I won't trouble your wife, Hu Chi said with a smile, not wanting to bother others right away. Cough, it's not a trouble, Zhao Weigua said, standing at the gate, scratching his head awkwardly. Those 3 little monkeys at home are quite lively. I asked your wife to take them up the mountain for fun. She's not back yet. He wisely didn't go inside, knowing it wouldn't be appropriate for a man and woman alone. He thought for a moment and added, if you're afraid to sleep alone tonight, I can ask her to come keep you company. It's good to have someone with you. Hu Chi repeatedly waved his hand and said casually, the military district has patrol soldiers at night, so what are you afraid of? If there's nothing else, I'll head back to the regiment. I have some things to deal with over there. Okay, Brother Zhao, go ahead. I'll lock the door later, tidy up inside, and then rest for a bit. Hu Chi followed him to the door, naturally calling him Brother Zhao instead of Comrade Zhao. Zhao Weigua heard the change in address and smiled even more. He knew well, since they would be neighbors from now on, they would see each other often and their relationship was getting closer. Watching the jeep drive away, Hu Chi then returned to the yard, closed the door, and started tidying up. First, he took the canned food out of the cardboard box and arranged them by type on the cabinet in the living room. Next, he went to the master bedroom, unpacked the bedding he brought, and spread the pinkish lotus-patterned quilt on the bed. He opened 2 suitcases, hung the clothes one by one in the wardrobe, and placed skincare products on the dressing table. Then, he went to the living room, casually took out an aroma diffuser from the storage space and lit it. He also went to the bathroom and placed a woven bamboo storage box inside, filled with a thick stack of grass paper. Passing by the yard, I didn't forget to give the 2 hens some bran from the kitchen and poured it into their feeding trough. Watching them peck at the food, I couldn't help but smile. Once they are fat enough, I will cook them into a hearty chicken soup. When the old man returns, I plan to take off my clothes. Hee hee. After finishing my chores, I sat on the living room sofa, looking around at the unfamiliar house. I was thinking about putting some green plants on the windowsill, hanging a picture on the wall, and planting some vegetables in the small garden outside. My eyes sparkled with excitement, full of hope for the future life with the family. However, the older members of the Hu family felt differently. They looked worried about my marriage and future life. Dad Hu and Mother Su sat silently on the sofa, exchanging glances and then sighing. Next to them, Uncle Hu and Huang Xiaojun looked around at the family from the Shi household, trying to find more reasons to be doubtful. Only Grandpa, who remained calm and steady, listening quietly as Grandpa Shi explained the plans for tomorrow's engagement banquet, nodding now and then. From the moment they entered, Yin-Yang noticed that the Hu family seemed unhappy and displeased with the marriage arrangement. Dear in-laws, please don't be shy. Come, Have some hot tea to warm yourselves. She quickly stood up with a smile, pouring more tea and trying to be friendly to build a good relationship. We only have one child, Chai-e, so in the future, everything at home will definitely be handed over to their little couple. She spoke sincerely, listing her family background. My father-in-law's side is a single lineage, and my mother-in-law's family has no other relatives nearby. My own family only has 2 brothers, so it's simple. See, the Chai family has a simple family tree, no complicated relationships. When Chi-Chi marries in, she won't suffer any unfair treatment. Mother Su listened to Yin-Yang's words and felt a pang of worry. A single lineage? Chai-e is a 5th-generation only child. Could it be that the Chai family has some hidden health issues that make marriage or having children difficult?
No relatives?
Maybe they have many enemies from past conflicts, like when they were bandits. Oh dear, how many enemies could they have? 2 brothers in her family? Supporters of her? That means they might need help with expenses. Can the dowry even feed them? Oh no, the Chai family seems to be full of bad luck. The more she thought about it, the heavier her heart became. Her fists clenched unconsciously, and her knuckles turned white. Dad had been holding Suma's hand. Noticing her clenched fists, he gently placed his other hand on her arm and patted it softly, signaling her to stay calm. It's no wonder Suma is worried. Even second uncle, who nearby shared the same opinion, looking at the Chai family with disdain. Their contempt deepened. Haha, such scheming. They hurried to catch the train, which arrived at 7 o'clock, but when they arrived at the Chai family, they didn't even see Chi-Chi's face. She had already been sent to Liaoning province earlier. When the 3rd brother and his wife arrived by car, they didn't see their daughter. The tears in his eyes made his heart ache deeply. Their own young cabbage plants had just sprouted, and they hadn't even had enough time to admire them, but the Chai family had uprooted them all and hurriedly taken them to their own pigsty. Just thinking about it made him angry. So hateful, so cruel, so darn it all. Feeling so sad, so frustrated. Grandpa, who was happily chatting with Grandpa Chai when he suddenly stopped talking, glanced at his own family's sad faces and showed his helplessness. What kind of expressions are those? Can't they pretend a little? They're about to become in-laws, so even if they're unhappy, they shouldn't show it openly. Lack of supplies, and the more they live, the more confused they get. Grandpa Chai had already noticed that the Hu family looked upset, but he kept pretending not to see. What could he do? He was also very hopeless. Oh well, if Blackie were his own child, he'd want to kick him into the dung pit. He's rough-looking, has a bad temper, and is always scheming about how to end the family line. Thinking about it makes him so angry. For now, the best plan is to wait and see, let the family show their true colors, and try to change the in-laws' opinion. Fortunately, the son who causes trouble isn't here, nor is the meddlesome old woman, or things would be even worse. Grandma Guan has gone out. She's helping her son hold the fort, giving instructions to the younger brothers, and making sure tomorrow's engagement banquet goes smoothly. Some of the Hu family's friends and relatives have already arrived in Liaoning province and are staying at a guest house. Other family members nearby will leave early tomorrow morning. The engagement party hasn't started yet, but tensions are already rising. After a long day of travel, you must be tired. You have more to do tomorrow, so go upstairs and rest for a while, said Grandpa Hu, unable to watch his son and daughter-in-law struggle. Turning to them, he added, "From now on, we're all family. There's no rush to talk now. Don't feel you have to stay here. Go rest. Yes. No need to be formal. Go to your room, rest well, and regain your energy. We have a big day tomorrow," chimed in Grandpa Chai, smiling and agreeing. He then instructed Yin-Yang, Qinghao, take the relatives upstairs to rest. "Brother Hu's sisters, let's go upstairs," Yin-Yang said warmly, standing up and gesturing to lead the way. "Hosting friends and family is tiring, so make sure to rest. I'll call you at mealtime. Go ahead and relax." Hearing this, Hu's father looked at his own father first. After receiving his silent approval, he calmly stood up. He bowed to Grandpa Chai and said, "We'll follow Uncle Chai's arrangement and go upstairs to rest. After the engagement party, We'll come back and chat with you properly. Mrs. Su also stood up, first bowing to Grandpa Hu, then turning to Grandpa Chai with a gentle smile. Thank you, Uncle Chai, for understanding and not making things difficult. We'll go now. The couple showed proper manners, though they felt reluctant inside. They didn't show any displeasure on their faces. Uncle Huer saw that his brother and sister-in-law had all stood up. Feeling a bit upset, he reluctantly got up, bowed to the elders, and mumbled a thank you before following behind. Aunt Huang followed suit, mimicking her husband's actions, quickly walking to catch up with everyone. Yin Yang led the way, explaining the house layout and helping them settle in. On the second floor, there are 3 main bedrooms and 1 guest room. Chi-Chi slept in this main bedroom last night. The mother-in-law and her sister will stay here. She then turned to look at the Hu brothers, speaking with some regret. You 2 brothers will stay in the guest room, which has an extra single bed. It might be a bit crowded, sorry about that. If there's anything uncomfortable, please bear with us. That's a bit too formal. Mother Su came over to Yin Yang, gently touching her arm, speaking warmly but appropriately. It's enough to have a place to rest. We're family now, no need to be so polite. Aunt Huang stood nearby, smiling and nodding. Yes, it's nicely arranged. Much more comfortable than a guest house. Yin Yang opened the door to the main bedroom. Mother Su and Aunt Huang peeked inside, their eyes scanning the tidy, cozy room, and felt a little relieved. They exchanged glances, both feeling somewhat satisfied. After settling everything, Yin Yang turned around and opened the door to the opposite guest room. Hu Dad and Uncle Hu didn't delay and went straight inside. Hu Dad spoke first. Thank you, Sister Yi. Uncle Hu didn't say anything, just nodded in response. Yin Yang stood in the middle of the hallway, smiling as she looked at them. Rest assured and take a break. I am going downstairs to work. If Chi-Chi calls, I will come and get you right away. After saying that, she quietly went downstairs. When the door closed, Madame Su's polite smile instantly faded. Xiao Jin sat down by the bed and sighed softly. She said to Aunt Huang, the room is decorated quite carefully, but no matter how nice the house is, life depends on the people. We haven't even met the son-in-law from the Chai family, yet the old master decided on this marriage. I feel uneasy about it. Just thinking about Chi-Chi marrying into such a family makes me feel anxious. Aunt Huang, who was straightforward, sat down next to Madame Su and said quickly, Sister-in-law, if Chai-Yi is really as bad as people say, do you think Chi-Chi, that clever girl, would agree? What I worry about is, Chai's family is not simple. I heard the old lady used to lead a team, so she's not an ordinary person. Do you think our Chi-Chi can handle that? Yes, that's what I think too. Madame Su sniffed and said, I'm just worried she might suffer some unfair treatment. She's so far from home, with no one to support her. Aunt Huang continued, and Chai-Yi, he's 28 and still not married. Do you think there's a reason for that? Who would believe otherwise? Yes, that's what I worry about too. Madame Su looked concerned. Chi-Chi seems clever, but she's very emotional. If the trust is misplaced, how will the days ahead be lived? In the neighboring room, the atmosphere was equally tense. Father, who stood by the window, looking down at the yard below, his brows furrowed. Second brother, what do you think about this marriage? Second uncle, who paced anxiously inside the room, annoyed. What do I think? I just sit and watch. Lie down and watch. No matter how I look at it, I'm not happy. I'm 28 and not married yet. I've been proposed to over 100 times. Do you think I don't have health issues? Who would believe that? I think either I have some hidden illness or a personality flaw. Our father is also confused, pushing Chi-Chi into a dangerous situation. And her appearance. Her personality is cold and tough. If Chi-Chi married him, would she have a good life in the future? Second brother, since father has agreed, he must have his reasons. Father, who is calmer but still worried. Old Master Chai seems honest, and Chai-Yi is capable. But marriage is a big matter. It's like drinking water. Only you know if it's warm or cold. We can worry here all we want, but ultimately, it depends on Chi-Chi's own choice. Her future luck. Her choice? Luck. Second uncle, who became angrier. What choice does she have? She's just a young girl. shy and delicate. She probably only agreed because elders forced her. How old is Chi-Chi? Can she see clearly? I think our father was blinded by the Chai family's influence and agreed to this terrible marriage. Let me tell you, third brother, engagement is not marriage. It's still possible to change your mind now. If only that old man would marry our Chi-Chi, I would be the first to refuse. In the upstairs room, several elders from the Hu family were worried about Hu Chi's marriage prospects. They analyzed the pros and cons, feeling restless. But because of Grandpa Hu's authority, they couldn't openly oppose him, which made them feel very frustrated. Meanwhile, Hu Chi, who was the focus of their concern, was lying on the bed dreaming about the future. She dozed off while daydreaming. Knock, knock, knock. Outside the single-story house in the military district, there was a gentle knocking sound. He Mingyao, an officer from the logistics department, stood politely at the door. He had 2 thermos flasks filled with hot water at his feet and carried a mesh bag with 3 aluminum lunch boxes. He was sent to deliver food and water to the regiment commander's wife, as ordered by Commissar Zhao when he was called to the cafeteria for a meal. But after knocking for a while, there was no response from inside, and everything was very quiet. Afraid of disturbing the people inside, he stopped knocking and decided to wait a little longer. Knock, knock, knock. The new wooden door was thick, and the clear sound of the door handle hitting the door echoed inside the yard.
Coming.
Finally, a sweet, lazy voice responded from inside, sounding like someone just waking up. Hu Chi, still groggy, heard the intermittent sounds and sat up on the bed, staring blankly for a moment. It wasn't until the knocking repeated that she fully woke up. She quickly put on her coat, slipped into her slippers, and ran to open the door. Squeak! The yard door was pulled open from inside. He Mingyao looked up and, even though he had prepared himself mentally and rehearsed the greeting to the captain's wife many times, he was still struck by her stunningly beautiful face the moment he saw her behind the door. He was momentarily stunned. His mind went blank. The young girl wore a light blue floral dress, her hair casually falling over her chest, with a gentle pink blush on her cheeks. Her eyes sparkled like stars, and she had a small, sweet smile with 2 faint dimples, so beautiful it seemed unreal. Comrade, are you here to bring me food? Hu Chi quickly scanned the visitor and noticed the 2 thermoses at his feet. He immediately understood and looked apologetic. Oh, sorry. I must have fallen asleep and didn't hear you earlier. Have you been standing here for a while? Ah? No trouble at all. No trouble, he gone, with his head lowered and almost burying into his chest, hurriedly handed over the mesh bag in his hands. The girl was really pretty, very handsome, but she was the captain's wife. The rice. The rice. He cast a quick glance and then quickly looked down again, his heart pounding loudly. Thinking of the captain's stern, commanding face, his legs trembled uncontrollably, and he couldn't speak clearly, becoming completely flustered. Ha, yes. Okay. Thank you so much. Hu Chi didn't pay attention to his stammer. She smiled cheerfully and reached out to take the net bag. I haven't prepared bowls and chopsticks yet, and I can't give you the lunchbox back right now. It's okay. I'll come to pick it up tomorrow. He-gon sure felt like he had been given a reprieve. He quickly bent down, picked up the 2 hot water bottles by his feet, and hurried into the yard. He carefully placed the bottles at the door, then spun around quickly and retreated to the gate. Little sister-in-law, I'm leaving now. He took a deep breath, stood up straight, and looked at Hu Chi bravely. He spoke quickly, as if giving a report. It's getting dark. You should go back inside. Remember to lock the door. If you need anything, just shout loudly. The next door is Comrade Zhao's house, and my sister-in-law and everyone are there. After saying this, He-gon Sure immediately turned his head and disappeared into the dusk at a fast pace, faster than when he was rushing to assemble. I really can't run anymore. I'm afraid if I look at him too much, the team leader will find out, and I'll get scolded again. Hu Chi tilted her head to watch him disappear into the distance. She shrugged, took a step back, and closed the yard door. Seeing me, like a mouse meeting a cat, she muttered to herself, feeling amused. He ran pretty fast. Am I really that scary? She picked up the 2 hot water bottles and placed them beside the living room coffee table. Then she carried the net bag to the dining table, opened the lunchboxes one by one, and arranged the food. The meal looked pretty good: cabbage stewed with tofu, carrots stir-fried with meat, and 3 flour rolls. She quickly reached into her space to get a pair of chopsticks and served herself a bowl of silver fungus and millet porridge. Fortunately, I stored some ready-made food in the space, she said. Hoochie picked up her chopsticks, took some food, and ate slowly while muttering to herself, otherwise, tonight I'd have to eat plain steamed buns and drink plain water. The food at the military cafeteria is simple and filling. The meat slices aren't many, but they're cooked with enough oil, so they smell very good. The cabbage and tofu are cooked slowly in a big pot until soft and flavorful. In her past life, she was just an ordinary person, living for over 20 years in confusion, and then she suddenly passed away. In this life, she was lucky enough to be reborn into a life of comfort. Although her space has everything she needs, and she never lacks food or drink, Hoochie never wastes anything. When she's finished eating most of her meal, and there's a little left she can't finish, she pours it into the chicken feed bowl, still muttering, "Mama hen and little hen, come eat." 2 little hens immediately chirped and pecked at the food. She washed the lunchbox, placed it upside down on the table to drain, then took out a porcelain basin, filled it with hot water, and prepared to soak her feet. The hot steam rose up, and she felt like her skin was about to be burned off.
Ugh.
This water is so hot it could cook a person. She quickly added some cold water and carefully tested the temperature with her hand. Only when it was no longer boiling did she dare to put her feet in. The warm water wrapped around her feet, making her feel completely warm and very comfortable. After finishing his morning routine, Hoochie lay down on his bed and quietly picked up a book from his space. Outside the window, the night at the military district was not peaceful at all. Higon's team rushed back to the dormitory, excitedly talking nonstop, shouting to everyone, "The leader's wife is here. The leader's wife is here. The leader's wife. What's all the noise? She's not even our leader's wife. She just arrived, so what?" A soldier from the next dorm peeked out and grumbled impatiently. Higon was so excited he was bouncing on his feet, smiling brightly, raising his voice a few notches. "She's from our group. Our dark group leader's little wife is here. Truly and definitely. Oh wow. Really?" Another soldier from the next dorm rushed over, eyes wide, leaning in to ask, "Did you see her with your own eyes? How could that be fake?" "I just finished eating at the canteen and was sent by Commissar Zhao to deliver food to the leader's wife." Higon puffed out his chest proudly, feeling honored. "I saw her with my own eyes." Hearing the commotion, a third soldier squeezed into the crowd to share the news. "I heard about it a while ago. A few days ago, a squad from the guard company was called to the family compound by Commissar Zhao. They were there to tidy up the leader's yard. So, that kid at the gate wasn't just talking nonsense?" Another soldier quickly chimed in. "This afternoon, the gatekeeper was going crazy, saying our leader's father was back, and he brought the leader's fiancé. Commissar Zhao personally drove to pick her up. I didn't believe it at first. Wow, oh my goodness." Soldier Wu let out a genuine gasp. "Our squad leader finally has someone." Once this was said, the whole place suddenly erupted. The soldiers started asking questions all at once, quickly overwhelming Higon. "Sure. What does the squad leader's wife look like? Is she pretty? How old does that young lady look? Is she younger than our squad leader? Higon. Sure. Can I go with you tomorrow to deliver food to the squad leader's wife? Is she divorced with 2 kids? Are they boys or girls? Did you see anyone else in the family housing area?" In an instant, the corridor in the dormitory was crowded with soldiers. Everyone was loud and energetic, their voices loud enough to attract soldiers from nearby units. The commotion was so big that it even caught the attention of the patrol soldiers passing by. The patrol soldiers, who had just straightened their faces to question, immediately relaxed when they heard, "The squad leader's wife is here." They also became excited and pushed forward to ask, "Really? How is she? Does she match our squad leader?" This news spread like a deep water bomb dropped into a calm lake, quickly expanding at an astonishing speed and causing an unprecedented commotion. The notorious leader Chai's young wife has arrived. Right next to the military camp where the colonel's wife, Lev's, Gao Saixia was walking home with her 3 children. They moved quietly and carefully, as if they were sneaking, afraid to make any noise. Creak. The yard gate was gently pushed open. Even so, the old hinges on the worn wooden door made a sound. Gao Saixia stopped and listened carefully. She didn't hear anything unusual, so she led the children inside. Usually, the 3 children jump around and make a lot of noise, but today they were surprisingly well-behaved. 8-year-old Zhao Xianghua had a round face, a short haircut, and wore a faded blue cloth jacket. He carried a basket filled with wild vegetables. 7-year-old Zhao Xiangyang was half a head shorter than his brother. His short hair was a bit dirty, and he hung his head, clutching his brother's clothes tightly. 6-year-old Zhao Hong was wearing 2 pigtails and holding a small basket. Her eyes darted around nervously, and she dared not make a sound. The 3 children were quiet and followed their mother closely. They tiptoed into the yard one after another, moving carefully. "Mom, why is there no sound from next door?" As soon as they entered the main room, the youngest, Zhao Sonia, tugged at her mother's sleeve and softly asked, with a small face turned up. "Probably sleeping," Gao Saixia replied with her mouth wide open, speaking in a barely audible voice. "When we went out this afternoon, your dad specifically came back to tell us he was going to pick up the colonel's wife. She must be staying next door. We shouldn't disturb her, my daughter." "I'm scared." Zhao Er drooped his head and muttered softly. "Humph, are you afraid of the little girl next door? Or are you scared that Captain, he will eat you alive?" Zhao Dada looked at his younger brother with disgust and poked his head, acting like the older brother, scolding him. Smack. Gao Saixia slapped away Zhao Dado's hand and whispered, "Are you feeling mischievous again? What little girl? That's the captain's wife. When you see her, you must call her auntie. If you dare to talk nonsense again, when Uncle Chai comes back, I'll tell him and see if he will teach you a lesson." "No, no, no. Mom, I was wrong. I won't say anything anymore, I swear." "Please don't tell Uncle Chai." Zhao Dado immediately admitted defeat, shaking his head like a rattle. Who in the family compound isn't afraid of Captain Chai? The adults are all afraid of him. One look from him makes them cry. A kick can keep someone down for days. Who isn't afraid? Kids are no exception. Stop standing around here. Go pick all the mushrooms in the basket and wash them. Gao Saixia sat on a chair, instructing the 3 children to work, worried they might cause trouble if they were idle. Zhao Dado led his younger brother and sister to leave, but after a few steps, Gao Saixia called out to him softly, warning, "Be gentle. Don't make any noise, understand?" Okay. The 3 children nodded repeatedly and whispered softly. They carefully carried their baskets and tiptoed to the door, looking like little mice trying to hide. Suddenly, there was a loud knock on the Zhao family's gate, echoing clearly in the quiet night. The people inside were instantly alarmed. The children put down their mushroom baskets and, like frightened chicks, hurriedly ran to Gao Saixia, clutching her legs tightly. The knocking continued, steady and unhurried.
Who?
"Who is it?" Gao Saixia bravely called out from inside. "Sister-in-law, it's Chai Yi's boyfriend," came a sweet, gentle, and polite female voice from outside. "Oh my goodness. The black lady is here. She really came." Zhao Erda's face turned pale with fear. He tightly grabbed Gao Saixia's pants and stared fixedly at the door, shrinking behind her. "Be quiet," Gao Saixia whispered harshly. She pulled Zhao Ertu away from her leg and pushed aside the other 2 children. She quickly ordered, "Stay inside and behave." Hu Qi outside looked around. The distant area was pitch black, with only the moonlight shining down, illuminating the path and making her feel a bit more at ease. Lying on the bed reading, she couldn't fall asleep. She kept her ears open, listening for any movement outside, just waiting for Zhao Weigua's people to return, so she could say hello. "Since we will be neighbors in the future, and will have to get along for many years." Creak. The Zhao family's gate finally opened. Gao Saixia peeked out, using the moonlight to look at Hu Qi standing outside. The young girl was dressed in a beige cotton-padded pajamas, her hair loosely tied at the back. Her skin was as white and smooth as a peeled egg, and her eyes sparkled like stars. Standing there, she looked like a fairy from a New Year picture come to life. Gao Saixia hadn't read many books, only elementary school level, so she couldn't find elegant words. But when she saw the beautiful girl standing under the moon, her heart was deeply touched. Wow, my own daughter. How can she be so pretty? Marrying that dark-faced, rough man, Captain Chai. What a waste. Hello, sister-in-law. My name is Huqi. I just arrived this afternoon. I wanted to visit earlier, but Brother Zhao said you all went up the mountain to play. Huqi spoke with a sincere and friendly tone, smiling warmly. Her gaze fell on Gao Saixia. Zhao's sister-in-law is probably in her 30s, wearing an old floral jacket, with short hair styled like fake Shanghai fashion, a typical rural woman. She looks ordinary, neither ugly nor particularly attractive, with yellowish, slightly dark skin, and a shy smile on her face. She nervously fidgeted with her clothes, looking very honest and simple. Yes, yes, yes. Gao Saixia finally came back to her senses and quickly stopped staring at the other person. She hurriedly responded, "Right now, there are lots of mushrooms on the mountain, so I picked some with the kids." She felt nervous and her heart was pounding. Oh my goodness. I really don't know what to say to this handsome young wife. Old Zhao, come back soon. Come help me. I'm also scared. Have you eaten yet? I was about to cook. Maybe we can eat together? She blushed and took a moment to come up with such a polite offer. No. Thank you, Sister Gao. Huqi saw her embarrassment and quickly declined politely. She's not really good at socializing, after all. As a neighbor, she just planned to visit this family, say a quick hello, then leave, just to make an appearance. There are comrades from the group helping to bring food here. I've already eaten. After a pause, she reached out and handed over a paper bag. I came to visit Chai Yi. He'll be back after 2 days of training. I came in a hurry and didn't bring any special gifts, just bought some candy in the city for the kids to enjoy. No, that's not right. Gao Saixia quickly waved her hands, feeling even more embarrassed. I should be the one visiting you. Oh, let's not be so formal between us. Huqi stepped forward and directly handed the candy into her hand. Chai Yi and I are close because of Brother Zhao's help. Family members can finish tidying up so quickly. Thank you all for your hard work. No trouble at all. I was going to help, but I would have earned some wages too. Gao Saixia got excited and spoke without thinking, revealing the truth. She quickly stopped herself and awkwardly added, "Oh, I mean neighbors helping each other is what we should do." Taking your things, what's that? That's wedding candy. Huqi heard clearly but didn't mind at all. Getting paid for work is better. The money is clear and she won't owe many favors, so she won't have to repay them later. Tomorrow is my engagement day. Here, take this wedding candy. Don't you want to send me your blessings? She deliberately looked serious, but added a playful threat.
Oh.
I wouldn't dare. I can't. I've been wishing for something good, but only got a blind eye. Cough, cough. Gao Saixia blurted out another mistake and quickly pretended to cough, trying to fix her words, only hoped for a fairy to notice our leader He. Leader He? Huqi skipped over her mistake and became very interested in Sha Yi's nickname, her eyes shining with curiosity. Haha, tell me more. I want to hear. Yes, Leader He. Sha Leader. Gao Saixia thought she had said the wrong thing and became nervous, her hands sweating as she carefully glanced at Huqi. Seeing only curiosity and no anger on her face, she whispered, "In the military district. Everyone calls him that." Haha, yes. That's right. Huqi laughed happily, her voice clear and cheerful, showing she agreed. Seeing that she didn't take it seriously, not only did she not get angry, but she also smiled happily. Gao Saixia finally relaxed her tense body, almost losing her balance. It's getting late. Huqi looked up at the night sky. The moon was high, and the stars twinkled. Sister-in-law, you should go cook now. The children are still hungry. I'll go back to sleep. When you have free time tomorrow, I'll come find you to chat. Okay, I'll come visit you when I have time. Go back and rest. Gao Saixia quickly responded, seeing her off to the door. She watched Hu Qi enter the neighboring yard and close the door before turning back. As she reached the yard, she hesitated and called out across the wall, "Sister, if you need anything, just shout." From the other side of the wall, Hu Qi's bright voice replied, "All right. Sister-in-law, go cook quickly." Gao Saixia felt relieved. When she entered the main room, the three children immediately gathered around her, their 6 eyes fixed on the paper bag she held. Just now inside, they had heard clearly, there was delicious candy inside. It's not that Zhao's family can't afford sugar, it's just that their burdens are too heavy. Zhao Weiguo, as a youth league political officer, has 12 years of military service, which gives him a 15% allowance. His deputy regiment salary is about 175 yuan, plus an allowance of 26.25 yuan, making his total monthly income around 201.25 yuan. That sounds like a lot, but expenses are also high. Every month he sends 50 yuan back home. His eldest brother is disabled and can't do heavy work, so he needs support. His third brother can work to earn some money, save for marriage. His fourth brother is still in high school, and Zhao Weiguo needs to support him. The 2 elderly parents are in poor health and need medicine all year round, which costs a lot. Their family's water, electricity, food, school supplies, and social expenses all require money. Zhao Weiguo always thinks that since he is able to work and the current year is good, he should save some money for emergencies. Therefore, Gao Saixia is always careful with money, saving wherever she can, trying to spend only what is necessary, even splitting a penny in half to save. The children can eat enough and stay warm in their clothes, but treats like candies, those not essential snacks, are truly a luxury. The children, candy. Is it candy? Or bought from the city? Sigh. Gao Saixia sighed and opened the paper bag in her hand, only to find peanut candies inside. Each peanut is coated with shiny sugar, looking sweet and crispy. These treats are very expensive. In the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, it's considered a fancy snack for children, wrapped in rice paper and sold in small packages. Gao Saixia has never been willing to buy it for her kids. Wow! Zhao Sonia tiptoed forward, biting her finger, saliva almost dripping onto her clothes.
Mom.
Can I try one? Zhao Ayres had leaned against the table, stretching his neck eagerly, softly begging. Zhao Dada didn't speak, but kept his eyes fixed on the candy package. Earlier at school, he saw classmates eating it and asked if it was tasty, but the kid teased him for days afterward. He had kept that feeling inside all this time. What are you all gathered around for? Zhao Weiguo finished his work at the cooperative and went to report to Yang's family about Hu Qi's placement. He returned a bit late. As he entered, he found the house unusually quiet, no noise from the children, which he found strange. He peeked inside and saw 1 big and 3 small kids standing at the table, staring blankly. Husband, you're finally back. Gao Saixia saw her husband and immediately felt reassured. Remembering she had said something wrong earlier, she lowered her head awkwardly. She was thinking about how to tell him what happened, hesitating and unable to explain clearly, well, that the wife of the team leader next door just came by.
She.
Just now. Oh, dear. Well, Zhao Weiguo took off his coat and hung it on the rack while casually responding. But as soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly turned his head, sensing something unusual in his wife's tone. Did you say something wrong? After asking, he immediately understood. Comrade Xiao, who is kind-hearted and not the type to look down on others. His wife, at this moment, was hesitating and avoiding eye contact, clearly having said something she shouldn't have. Go wash the mushrooms now. We'll cook them later. Gao Saixia pushed the 3 children outside, shooing away the little troublemakers, then moved closer to Zhao Weiguo, looking honest and open. I only dared to come back after dark. Who knew that as soon as I entered, she came looking for me. She recounted everything that happened just now, even mentioning blind, wages, and black squad leader without hiding anything. Zhao Weiguo sat in a chair, frowning as he looked at her. Here, the candy is right here. Gao Saixia looked up timidly and pointed at the candy on the table. Zhao Weiguo turned his head, his gaze falling on the bag of candy with peanuts. After a moment, he spoke slowly. Since the 2 families are close, you'll have to see each other often. You. He pointed at the table, speaking earnestly. Next time, think carefully before you speak. Don't say things that might offend others without realizing it. He sighed and patiently explained, don't worry too much. Comrade, who is a kind person, so you can rest assured. He won't mind these small issues. As for the wages, I will go to talk to her tomorrow and clarify everything. I'll give her the account, and since we admit to this ourselves, it will be considered settled. Yes, yes, I understand. I will pay more attention and try to speak less in the future, Gao Caixia quickly assured, feeling a weight lift from her heart. Zhao Weiguo stood up, took her hand, and led her to a nearby chair to sit together. He looked at his wife with a serious tone. Chai Yi is really capable. He has no background or powerful connections. He relies only on himself. At his age, he managed to become a squad leader, and it's not hard for him to go higher, just needs to work a bit harder and put in more effort. I've reached my current position partly because of my own ability, but also because I followed Chai Yi. If I want to move up further, he shook his head, not finishing his sentence, but the meaning was clear. Lowering his voice, he continued, now he's getting married, and his wife comes from a well-connected family. In the future, he will have both talent and backing. His path will definitely be broader and smoother. Following him, I can also benefit a little. Our family has no background and no connections. Being able to get close to them and build good relationships will benefit the children as they grow up. Zhao Weiguo carefully explained everything to Gao Caixia. He is 2 years older than Chai Yi. He joined the army at 18 and has always been a regular soldier. When he became an instructor for Chai Yi, he married at 22. His wife is from the same village as him, and they grew up together. They didn't give a bride price when they married. Although Gao's family isn't wealthy, they valued his status as an officer and believed he would have a bright future. It turned out they were right. Since teaming up with Chai Yi, whether in training or missions, they have achieved many successes. Chai Yi is bold and daring, while Zhao Weiguo supports him from behind, making everything go smoothly. He has now become a political officer of the regiment. Without a doubt, Chai Yi is his lucky star and his only support. Over the past 10 years, Zhao Weiguo worked hard to help Chai Yi succeed. He traveled everywhere, going on blind dates and trying to find him a good match. He dedicated himself fully, even sacrificing his family. He worked tirelessly until finally, things started to look up. Gao Caixia, often called a complainer, would complain sometimes, but inside her heart and actions, she fully supported him. When her husband decided to leave, she took care of all the family matters herself. During festivals, she would take the children back to their hometown alone. She never argued or caused trouble, so her husband could focus on his work. After the couple finished talking privately, Zhao Weiguo called out to the outside and called the children into the house. He gave each of them a few peanuts dipped in sugar. Zhao Dezhong licked the sugar repeatedly, reluctant to eat it right away. Zhao Ertu and Zhao Sonia took the sugar and quickly put it in their mouths, their eyes shining with sweetness. This sugar was given by your Uncle Chai's young wife. From now on, she will be our neighbor and will often come to visit. Zhao Weiguo started to give a little talk. The children, holding their sugar, nodded seriously, listening carefully. As long as she's here, you all have to behave well. No fighting, no making trouble. Do you hear me? The 3 children, with sugar in their mouths, listened seriously and responded in unison. Seeing how well-behaved the children were, Zhao Weiguo nodded with satisfaction. Then he continued with a little story. In the future, when you see her, call her little aunt, or Aunt Who. Be sweet-tongued, speak less, answer questions honestly, and play quietly when there's nothing to do. If she's happy, she might even give you some more sugar. He suddenly changed his tone, his face turning serious, and warned sternly, but if any of you dare to cause trouble and make her unhappy. He paused, looking at the children with a serious expression. Then don't expect to eat sugar. You'll be waiting for a spanking. When Uncle Chai gets angry, he'll use a big stick to teach you a lesson. Even your dad, and I won't be able to stop him. Don't count on me to protect you. Speaking, he gestured to show the size of the big board. His words were partly true and partly false. The three children were so frightened that they froze, their faces turning pale, and they trembled uncontrollably. What are they afraid of? Who isn't afraid of their own grandson? They had the honor of witnessing that tragic ending. Once, during a mountain training trip, Captain Chai scolded a mistake-making lieutenant. With a big kick, the lieutenant was sent flying 5 meters away, spinning in the air before landing. You don't need to ask. Just looking at it hurt. Another time, they sneaked up the mountain to play with some friends and encountered a large wild boar on the hillside, which chased them away in fear. Captain Chai came rushing to save the day like a divine hero. With a few punches, he could have knocked out that big boar. Blood from the boar splattered on his face, and that scene is still the big monster in the children's nightmares. The children, we also want to forget. But no matter how hard we try, we just can't forget. What should we do?
Dad,
I promise I won't bother Auntie. Zhao Erdo was the first to declare, his voice trembling. Woo woo woo. I will listen, I won't let Dad get. Woo woo woo. Hit with the board. Zhao Sonia choked with fear, her shoulders trembling. Zhao Dada's legs wobbled as he tried to stay calm, patting his chest to assure. Dad, don't worry. I will watch over them, and I won't cause trouble in front of Annie. Zhao Weiguo was pleased that the persuasion and encouragement worked, nodded happily, and waved his hand to let them go play. Gao Saixia watched from the side. After the children left, she collected and hid the remaining candies, then turned to the kitchen to cook. Zhao Weiguo went to his desk, found the bookkeeping notebook from earlier, and took out an envelope to put inside, planning to give it to the lady of the house from the Chai family tomorrow. Not only Zhao's family was paying close attention to Hu Qi. The Yang family living in the apartment building was also holding a small meeting now. Old Yang this afternoon, Old Hu called me and asked me to watch over Chi-Chi a bit more. The speaker was Wang Guozian, wife of Yang the commander. She was changing into her pajamas as she spoke. Before retiring, she was a weather station observer. Now, she works as an official in the neighborhood committee of the residential area. Although her position isn't high, she is well respected among the military families. In this big courtyard, a woman's status often rises with her husband's rank. Grandma Wang, as the wife of the commander, is straightforward, fair in her dealings, and speaks with more authority. Chi-Chi is a quiet girl, not fond of crowds or loud chatter. Yang the commander leaned against the bed, holding a book, and looked up to remind Grandma Wang, "You should go ahead and inform the older daughters-in-law and the older women in the neighborhood. Tell them not to go into Chi-Chi's yard to cause trouble, say she's shy, reserved, and a bit wary of strangers." Grandma Wang placed her clothes on the bedside table and nodded.
Got it.
Some family members in the big yard are gossipy and nosy. I hung up the phone this afternoon, and I will go talk to them. Tomorrow, I will remind a few more families. Yes, you must make sure everything is arranged well. Tomorrow morning, go see Chi-Chi and bring her over to recognize the house. Commander Yang pushed up his reading glasses and added, "Lunch will be at our place." On such a happy day, her fiancé isn't here, and her family isn't nearby. We need to take good care of her, so she doesn't feel lonely. What do you mean no one is here? We're not even her family. Grandma Wang was unhappy when she heard this and snorted coldly. Are you implying that you're on the same side as that shady kid Chi-I? His family? Oh, you old lady. Commander Yang put down his book and jokingly brought up old times. What's wrong? You called old Hu, and now you're thinking of your white moonlight? Want to rekindle old feelings? Still holding on to that? Anyone with a surname who is your favorite, huh? Hearing this, it brought back memories of their youth. When Commander Yang was pursuing his wife, he kept failing and didn't know where he went wrong. Then he had a clever idea. He took his good friends to boost his confidence and help him out afterward. But Grandma Wang immediately noticed that Grandpa who looked more handsome and gentle. If Grandpa who hadn't already been married back then, Commander Yang might have seen him as a rival and challenged him to a duel. General Yang always wanted to complain about this matter whenever he thought of it.
Here you go again.
You're already so old. Why do you keep bringing this up? Isn't it annoying? Grandma Wang blushed and quickly applied some bright lipstick, then climbed into bed, giving him a disapproving look. It's enough for you to know. General Yang proudly snorted and deliberately put on a serious face. We're all grown-ups now. We should follow proper manners. If there's someone we shouldn't think about, we better not think about them. Otherwise, our reputation will be ruined. Are you done? Look at yourself. So shameless. Grandma Wang was amused by his anger, but then became serious. Seriously, Chi-Chi is a lovely girl. Tomorrow, I'll prepare some good dishes, so she doesn't feel left out here. That's right. General Yang closed his book and smiled at his wife. Old who entrusted his granddaughter to us, so we should treat her like family. At this moment, thoughts of Hu Qi and her family in Jixing province filled their minds. At 8 p.m., Dad Chai finally returned home. As soon as he pushed open the door and stepped into the living room, he was immediately surrounded by strangers asking questions one after another. Where's my daughter? Whose father was the first to rush forward, grabbing Dad Chai's arm anxiously. Where did you take my daughter? In the military district. He had been worried all day, unable to rest, fearing his daughter might suffer in a strange place. Mother Su stood nearby, her eyes red and her voice full of sadness. Are you really leaving Chi-Chi all alone there? Her hands trembled slightly, worried that her daughter might be scared alone at night or not eating or sleeping well. Uncle Hu's face looked grim. He forced himself to stay calm and asked directly, how is the family home? Is Chi-Chi living alone? Safe? Actually, he really wanted to ask, does Chi-Chi live alone? But he was worried it might be a sneaky plan by the Chai family to let that old black pig eat the little green vegetable from the Hu family. If that were true, I would first kill Chai-Yi, then fight with you all. Stop arguing. Grandpa Hu sat steadily on the sofa and raised his voice to calm everyone down. Guodong has been out all day. Let him come in first, have some water, sit down and rest. If you keep asking one by one, he won't be able to answer properly. Seeing this, Second Aunt Huang immediately got up and went over. She held back Uncle Hu, who still wanted to ask more, and also calmed down Mother Su. She then signaled to Dad Hu. Turning to the still a bit confused Father Chai, she said, Dear, come, sit down and have some water to relax. Father Chai nodded slowly, and his mind started to clear. Just now, when they spoke, they had already guessed who these people were. Just being caught off guard by this sudden enthusiasm and the series of direct questions left me a bit at a loss. The Hu family in-laws are so nervous about Chi-Chi. Sigh, I understand. If my precious daughter were promised to a rough, dark-haired old man, well, never mind. I don't have a daughter, so I can't really understand. And I don't want to. Guodong, come sit here. Grandpa Chai sat next to Grandpa Hu waved at him and gave him a look that said, I understand you. Humph, it's all because our own family is irresponsible, making the in-laws so worried. Our Chai family is at fault. We should be more understanding. Show your good side, and try to earn a happy ending soon. Dad Chai quickly stepped forward, sat beside his father, took the teacup handed to him, and drank it all in one gulp, ignoring the heat. He wanted to get back early, so he didn't stop along the way. He was really thirsty and hungry, drinking 3 glasses of water in a row before feeling a bit better. He put down the cup, tugged at the corner of his mouth, and looked around at the Hu family members staring intently. Hello, I am Chai-Yi's father, Chai Guodong. We are about the same age, so just call me Guodong. Seeing that they still looked tense, Dad Chai swallowed and quickly got to the main point, answering the earlier question. Chi-Chi now lives in a small house assigned by the military district to Chai-Yi's family. Chai-Yi hasn't finished training yet, so she lives there alone. Next door is Comrade Zhao's house. He pointed specifically to Grandpa Hu. Uncle Hu has met him. He's my son Chai-Yi's old partner and a soldier under Commander Yang. He's absolutely trustworthy. He helped pick out the yard, cleaned it thoroughly inside and out, raised the wall by half a meter, and replaced the gate with a sturdy wooden one. Inside, he recalled and carefully described the layout of Hu Qi's small courtyard and the arrangement inside, worried about missing any details that might make the Hu family uneasy. After hearing about Hu Qi's current situation, safe residence and reliable neighbors, the Hu family's faces finally eased a bit. Grandpa Hu, after listening to Chai Dad, calmly took over the conversation. This afternoon, I already called Commander Yang and his wife. Tomorrow, Chi-Chi will go to their house for dinner. With the old couple watching over, Chi-Chi won't suffer any wrongs. Moreover, the military district yard has patrol soldiers at night, on duty 24 hours, so safety is guaranteed. Besides, with Chai Yi's rank, the conditions of his assigned yard can't be bad. After saying this, not only the Hu family but also Grandpa Chai and Aunt Yi relaxed. Their anxious hearts finally felt at ease. If the arrangements had been slightly off, the swan they hoped for might have flown away. Grandpa Hu looked around and saw everyone silent. Chai Dad sat nervously, lowering his head, afraid to speak. He sighed inwardly, realizing he still had to take charge of the overall situation. Naturally, he changed the subject and took the initiative to smooth things over. Guodong, you've been running all day. You probably haven't had dinner yet, right? Go check the kitchen. Your wife probably knows you're almost home and has kept some food warm on the stove for you. Father Chai was feeling awkward, almost to the point of scraping a hole in his shoe with his toes. When he heard Grandpa Hu speak as if giving an order, he quickly responded with a yes, stood up, and hurried into the kitchen. None of you should just stand around here wasting time. Aren't you tired? Grandpa Hu looked at his son and daughter-in-law, waved his hand, and said, now that you know everything is fine with Chi-Chi, go upstairs and get some sleep. After breakfast tomorrow, she will call. If you have anything to ask or say, you can talk to her then. Hu Fu and Shima heard this, stood up, bowed to Grandpa Hu, and nodded to Grandpa Chai. The couple then walked side by side toward the staircase. Seeing this, second uncle, who quickly pulled Aunt Huang to stand up, bowed and greeted them in return, then followed upstairs. In the living room, only Grandpa Hu and Grandpa Chai remained sitting on the sofa. The two old men had nothing to say, so they just sat quietly drinking tea. Honestly, leaving Chi-Chi alone there, I can't help but worry. Grandpa Chai nervously rubbed his hands, not sure what to say. What are you worried about? Grandpa Hu blew on his tea foam calmly and said in a steady tone, the military district is heavily guarded, and we've asked someone to watch over her. She's not a child anymore. Sooner or later, she has to handle things on her own. Currently, in a place where we can still protect things under our watch, is it okay to loosen up a bit? Could anything go wrong? Yes, you're right. My older brother is very clear-minded. Grandpa Chai nodded repeatedly, smiling in agreement. He felt much more relaxed now, no longer tense. No wonder he's been in the army and held high positions. He hits the nail on the head with just one sentence. The two of them chatted casually for a while. Grandpa, who, pretending to be sleepy, got up and went upstairs to rest. Grandpa Chai turned his head, stretched his neck to make sure he went into his room, then immediately got up and rushed into the kitchen. He needed to ask his son again about Chi-Chi's situation and check on what just happened with the Hu family. Things didn't look good. He had to quickly hold a family meeting and prepare a plan in advance. In the guest room on the second floor, Hu's father and second uncle sat on the bed's edge with serious faces, their brows tightly furrowed. Madame Su and second Aunt Huang sat nearby, heads bowed, sighing softly. None of the four felt sleepy. They silently waited for the old man to return so they could discuss Hu Chi's situation and plan for tomorrow's engagement banquet. Suddenly, the door to the guest room creaked open. For intense gazes immediately turned to the person entering, Grandpa Hu. Hu's father, Madame Su, second Uncle Hu, and second Aunt Huang all straightened up instantly. They had a lot to say and couldn't wait any longer. Grandpa Hu calmly waved his hand, signaling everyone to sit down. Don't be in a hurry. Let me finish talking first. He walked over to the single bed and sat down, recounting in detail how Hu Chi and Chai met for the first time and quickly got engaged. The four of them listened carefully. Their expressions changed from serious to confused, and finally, they all looked a bit lost, feeling overwhelmed inside. Hu Dad frowned, thinking to himself, is my daughter having trouble with her eyes? Or has she been tricked by that little troublemaker? What does he want? His age? That he's rarely at home? That he's experienced in reading people? Mrs. Sue's eyes reddened, full of confusion. Why does Chi-Chi like him? What's going on? It's so confusing. That rough guy Chai-E sounds like someone who's not very romantic, and he doesn't think about the future. After a few seconds of silence, Hu's second uncle suddenly spoke bravely. No wonder she's my Hu family girl.
She's brave.
If she likes him, she'll go for it. If he's not right, she'll kick him away. Old things out, new things in. Better than being just a love-struck fool. Second Aunt Huang frowned and tilted her head, thinking, did that kid like her at first sight? What did he see in her? It can't be just her looks. Strength, good skills.
Right?
Cough. Cough. Thinking of this, she choked on her own bold and crazy guess, coughing awkwardly, and a suspicious blush appeared on her face. She scolded herself silently. Pft, pft, pft. Huang Qiaozhen, what are you thinking? It's not right. Chi-Chi is still young. She's just a little kid. What does she know? Next to him, Uncle Hu glanced at his wife. Without needing to guess, everyone knew what she was thinking. After all, they were an old married couple. He understood her thoughts perfectly. Such a mischievous old woman. If Chi-Chi learns to be naughty, it must be because her aunt has taught her. She often wanders around aimlessly, sending the children romantic novels, stories about love and affection. What could a young girl learn from those? How to flatter a bad man. Chi-Chi is a clever girl. She knows her own mind. Grandpa Hu paused briefly, giving them a moment to calm down. Then he dropped his second big news. And after her engagement, I plan to have her marry Chai-E next month. Dad, 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 dad. As soon as he said that, the four people jumped up in shock, all speaking at once, their eyes wide with disbelief. Marrying next month? That's way too soon. Grandpa, are you joking with us? That's not funny at all. Grandpa Hu raised his hand to calm them down. Don't panic. Let me explain slowly. Then he shared his plans and considerations with the four of them. The Hu family's meeting lasted until 10 o'clock at night. After everything was discussed openly, knowing Grandpa Hu's arrangements, the four people, who had been worried, looked much more relaxed, their faces showing relief and a sense of lightness. Unlike the bright and open feeling upstairs, down in the study, the family meeting at the Chai household was very serious. Everyone looked more worried than before. Old man, do you think the Hu family might want to cancel the engagement? Grandma Guan whispered nervously, her voice full of concern. She had just finished some chores outside and was about to sit down when her husband and son pulled her into the study. After learning about the attitude of the elders from the Hu family, she felt anxious and uneasy. No way. Grandpa Chai paused for a moment, then looked at her with a very confident tone. Their family is clearly led by Brother Hu. Since they agreed to this marriage, they won't change their minds easily. Besides, Chi-Chi is a smart girl. She chose to get engaged willingly. How could she back out? Yes, yes. Chi-Chi is happy. She really likes Ardahan, Dad Chai quickly added, trying to go along with it. He wanted to say, Chi-Chi likes Chai-E, but the words didn't sound convincing even to himself. He hesitated and quickly changed his words. That girl is truly serious about marrying Dahan. She was so happy when she saw the nicely arranged little courtyard. She even asked me to find a time to go to Black Province to move the appliances and big furniture there. It seems Uncle, who had everything planned. If they wanted to cancel the engagement, why would they prepare a dowry? Yes, that's how it is. Chi-Chi is really serious about Dahan, right? It's no wonder Father Che is so worried. That son of his is truly a troublemaker. He inherited his fierce look from his grandfather, his mother's fierce temper, and his stubbornness from his father, along with his wife's coldness. He looks so intimidating that no one wants to get close, and his bad temper makes him even more disliked by everyone. Why didn't I pass on my good qualities to him? Che, you wanted to say, why not? Isn't he just inheriting your rebellious spirit, who family's dowry isn't as much as ours, but it can't be less. Make them roughly equal and arrange everything accordingly. Grandpa Che tapped his finger on the table and looked up at his son. As for any additional gifts, We can discuss that later. The engagement banquet is tomorrow. I was hoping to make it perfect and mention the wedding plans, but now we should focus on getting through this first. Mother Yi added from the side. All the relatives and friends on both sides have been notified. It's too late for them to back out now. Tomorrow, we all need to be at our best. We must be very careful and avoid any mistakes. Grandpa Che, Dad Che, and Grandma Guan all responded with a low, each lowering their heads, looking worried. They checked the banquet schedule again until 11 at night, then dispersed to go upstairs and rest.
Rest?
Che, he didn't need to. In the deep mountains hundreds of miles away, he was full of energy. In the dark forest at midnight, it was pitch black, with only a few moonbeams shining through the branches. When the wind blows, the leaves make a rustling sound. The soldiers hiding in the grass pile breathe very quietly, afraid of revealing their position. They are carrying out a night attack. Chi Yi leads a small team at the front. Suddenly, the bushes a few dozen meters ahead start to shake. Chi's eyes sharpen, and he signals everyone to be silent. He quickly draws a dagger from his waist and moves stealthily forward.
Bang!
After a muffled sound, the enemy guard tries to get up but is immediately grabbed by the throat and pushed to the ground. Then, hurried footsteps come from the distance. Chi Yi makes a hand signal, and the soldiers split into two groups. One group flanks around, and the other attacks head-on. The sound of the dagger slicing through the air and muffled body hits are very clear in the quiet night. Bullets whiz past his head. Chi rolls to avoid the gunfire and uses hand signals to tell his team to disable the explosive device ahead. Mud covers their uniforms, and the soldiers' faces are painted with camouflage. They fight fiercely together. In less than 3 minutes, the enemy position is fully controlled, with no delays or hesitation. Early the next morning, just after dawn, He-gon finishes morning exercises and quickly runs to the cafeteria. He only gets food but doesn't eat, then grabs a net bag and rushes toward the family housing area. He takes a winding route, using counter-tracking skills to shake off several hidden tailors. Finally, at 7:30, he reaches the small yard's gate safely. Looking around carefully to make sure no one was nearby, I dared to knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. As soon as the door was knocked, Chi responded from inside. Hey, coming. He-gon sure was originally worried about coming too early and disturbing the team leader's wife from her lazy sleep, so he had planned to wait a bit longer. When the door opened, seeing the person in daylight was even more charming and radiant than under the moonlight last night. The young girl outside was wearing a beige wool coat, which made her slim figure stand out, and her skin was fair. She wore a black turtleneck sweater on top and dark brown corduroy pants below, with shiny little leather shoes on her feet. Her two loose braided pigtails hung in front of her chest, black and smooth. Sunlight shone on her face, making her delicate features more prominent. Her eyebrows and eyes curved gently, and she had a smile on her lips. She looked lively and cute. Thank you for coming all this way. Chi smiled as she took the mesh bag he handed her, then handed back another mesh bag containing cleaned lunch boxes. Here, I've washed all the lunch boxes from yesterday. Oh, thank you, Madam Team Leader. After a night of excitement, He-gon sure was now more steady than yesterday. He could speak more smoothly, though his ears were still a little red. Ha ha ha, it's actually my fault for bothering you. Chi was amused by his overly polite words. She took a handful of fruit candies from her coat pocket and handed them to him. Today is the day we celebrate the engagement between me and your team leader. These are wedding candies. Keep them and enjoy them when you get home. When she reached out her hand, He-gon sure instinctively took a step back, waving his hands to refuse. He was about to speak and decline. But when he heard it was wedding candies, he hesitated for a moment, felt a bit shy, nodded, and accepted the candies with a red face. Take them back to share with your comrades. Oh, by the way, Chi said, pulling out a handful of candies and stuffing them into his hand. No need to bring me food anymore. I won't be home for lunch, and I'll cook for myself in the evening. Also, He-gon sure put the candies in his pocket and looked up at Chi, thinking she had something important to tell him. But she tilted her head and asked casually, I don't even know your name yet?
E.
I am the wife of the battalion commander. My name is Himing Yao, and I work in the logistics department of the battalion. He Gonsher straightened up and reported, with a still flushed face, if your family has any issues in the future, you can come to me for help. Okay, He Gonsher. Hu Chi nodded and smiled playfully. Can you stop calling me the battalion commander's wife? It sounds so awkward. Just call me little sister-in-law. Yes, little sister-in-law. He Gonsher immediately changed his words, shyly scratching his head.
Well,
I don't have anything else, so I'll go now. I'm fine here, you go ahead. Goodbye, He Gonsher. Hu Chi waved cheerfully at him. He was smiling with his mouth open, nodded to her, and was about to leave when he coincidentally bumped into Zhao Weigua coming out from the next room. He immediately hid his smile and saluted. Hello, political commissar. Yes, good morning. Zhao Weigua nodded at him, and only then did he jog away. Good morning, brother Zhao. Hu Chi saw Zhao Weigua approaching and guessed he had something to discuss. She greeted him with a smile first. Good morning, little sister-in-law. Zhao Weigua joked with a smile, his eyes falling on the mesh bag she was holding. I just delivered breakfast. After I finish eating, I'll put the lunchbox at your place. I also need brother Zhao's help to carry it back at noon. Hu Chi shook the mesh bag in her hand, feeling a bit shy about asking for help. Sure. No problem. Zhao Weigua agreed quickly and then handed her a notebook. Earlier, to repair the yard, I advanced 1 month's salary to Chai Yi. Here are all the expenses and the remaining money. Please take a look. Hu Chi responded with an took the notebook but didn't open it right away. She waited for him to finish speaking. Zhao Wei spoke naturally and honestly, so I also calculated her wages. It's all based on market prices, and the details are in the record. You can check it later. The work was hired out, and his wife came to do the chores and supervise, so there's no suspicion of taking advantage. All right, I understand. Neither Chai Yi nor I are here. If you help out without expecting food, and if we don't pay wages, that's not right. Even if we're close, over time it could cause distance. This arrangement is good. I feel at ease. Hu Chi understood and, with a playful face, half-jokingly said, otherwise, I'd be clueless from the start, and I'd have to visit everyone to thank them. Just thinking about it gives me a headache. Brother Zhao, you handled this really well. You've helped me solve a big problem. I understand your point. This way of handling things is best. It keeps your kindness and avoids debt of gratitude, making everyone feel relaxed. They looked at each other and smiled, understanding each other without words. Zhao Weigua briefly explained the matter and then turned to go to work at the team office. Hu Chi closed the door, went inside, and opened her lunchbox. It contained the military's 3 plain foods: plain bread, rice porridge, and white radish. Stir-fried radish, with little oil and salt. Not bad. She took a bite to taste. The flavor was fresh and light. After a simple breakfast, she packed up the lunchbox and took it to the neighbor's Zhao family. She knocked on the door, and Gout Saixia hurried out to take the lunchbox, nodded repeatedly, and warmly invited Hu Chi inside to sit. No, sister-in-law, I have to go out later. Hu Chi smiled and politely declined, then quickly invited, tomorrow, come to my house and sit for a while. You can help me plan, and we can decide what vegetables to plant in the yard. All right, Sister Gao quickly agreed, feeling very happy. This was just perfect. Being away from home was good, so she didn't have to force herself to chat or risk saying something wrong that could cause trouble. Just focus on your work. Tomorrow, I'll come over to help you plant, and I'll bring some vegetable seeds too. Thank you so much, sister-in-law. I'll head back now. After thanking her, Hu Chi turned and went back to her yard. The gate was slightly open but not closed. She went inside to pack her things, taking out the suitcase she hadn't opened yet. Inside was a gift for Teacher Yang and his wife. Chi. Suddenly, a warm voice called out from the yard. It was Grandma Wang. Sigh. Hu Chi heard the voice, came out of the house, and greeted her with a smile. Grandma Wang, long time no see. You still look so healthy. Haha, you little girl, your words are still so sweet. Grandma Wang stopped her bicycle, proudly patting the woven bag on the back seat. Look what I brought for you. Hu Chi stepped forward, took the bag down, and opened it. She was surprised and said, "Sweet potatoes? Yes. I know you love eating them. I picked some for you when I went to the market. Half of them are red-hearted. You can bake them in the fire or cook them in the stove. So tasty." Grandma Wong smiled warmly, her eyes full of kindness. "Thank you, Grandma Wong. You are so good to me." Hu Chi quickly carried the bag into the kitchen and then went to the main room to pick up her homemade beige canvas bag. She took out the suitcase and placed it on the back of her bicycle. "Let's go to your house. I need to call my family quickly. They must be waiting anxiously." "Okay." Grandma Wong cheerfully agreed and pushed her bike, turning around. "Come on, climb up. Grandma will take you." Hu Chi locked the courtyard door and jumped onto the back seat of the bike. Click-clack, Grandma Wong pedaled, the chain turning, and the bicycle smoothly headed toward the apartment building. Along the way, they often saw family members who had arrived early. Aunt Zhang, living in a nearby house, was carrying a basket of vegetables heading to the sales point. She smiled and greeted, "Director Wang, going out so early?" Grandma Wang simply responded with, and didn't explain further. As they approached the apartment building, they saw Aunt Li outside, selecting vegetables. Sister Lu looked up, smiled, and asked, "Madam, have you eaten yet?" "Oh, yes, I've already eaten." Grandma Wang kept riding without stopping, replying as she went. Aunt Li, holding some green beans, stretched her neck and watched Hu Chi closely. Several others nearby also looked curiously at the back of the bicycle, but they only glanced secretly and didn't ask. After the bicycle passed, they quickly gathered together and whispered quietly, "Oh my goodness, whose daughter is she? She looks very pretty and is dressed nicely." Sister Zhao, a worker at the textile factory, kept praising her. Sister Zhao, holding freshly picked chives, said, "Oh my, have you heard? She's the girlfriend of Captain He. I heard he just arrived yesterday. No one knows where he found such a fairy." "Where did he find her?" "Probably from Commander Yang." Lu Ant, holding an empty soy sauce bottle, raised her chin and said, "My old Zhou told me she's the granddaughter of his old comrade. She comes from a good family. It's not her. Who else could get such treatment, with the commander's wife riding a bike to carry her?" Nurse Wong from the health team just came out and, seeing this, scoffed disdainfully. The group exchanged words quickly, and this first-hand news spread quietly among the residents. In this era, the military compound mainly had multi-story brick-and-mortar buildings without elevators. Senior officers at the regiment level and above lived in apartment buildings called section chief buildings, with 2 rooms and a living room, or deputy minister buildings, with 3 rooms and a living room. Lower-ranking officers, at battalion level and below, mostly lived in small dormitory buildings, sharing kitchens and toilets. As a senior division-level officer, the Yang family lived in the Deputy Minister Building, designated for division leaders, a 3-room apartment facing south, with thick exterior walls, wide stairs, located in the center of the compound, with excellent lighting and ventilation. Grandma Wang was explaining the layout of the compound as Hu Chi held her suitcase and looked around. When they reached Yang's house, Grandma Wang parked her bike, led someone inside to the first floor, and used her key to open the left door. The inside was typical of a senior official's home. The living room was square and spacious, with light green paint on the walls and a clean cement floor. On a dark red 5-drawer cabinet, there was a red lantern-shaped radio. A portrait of the chairman and a military map hung on the wall. A solid wood sofa was placed against the wall, covered with a white hand-stitched armrest cover. Opposite it was an old-style cabinet with a 12-inch black and white TV in the middle. Next to the TV, there was a coffee table with a tea set and a fruit tray. All 3 bedroom doors were open. Besides the master bedroom, the other 2 rooms were tidy but empty. The kitchen had a cement stove built in, and the bathroom was unusual, with an indoor squat toilet. "Why don't you just stay here instead of going back to the bungalow?" Grandma Wang closed the door and advised, "Stay here tonight. 2 rooms are empty at home, so why not?" "No, that won't do." Hu Chi put down her box, smiled as she looked around, and sat on the sofa. "If others find out, they might think that Chi is moving in with us. Grandpa Yang would be so confused then." Ha ha ha, all right. You're such a kid. Grandma Wang shook her head and smiled, then headed to the kitchen. The phone is in the living room. Call from there. I'll go make the chicken stew first. Hu Qi went to the phone and dialed the Qi family's number in Jixing. Ding ding ding. The phone rang once, then was quickly answered. A hopeful voice came from the receiver. Hello? Who is this? Aunt Yi. It's me, Qi. Dear family. Come quickly. Qi is calling. Before Hu Qi could finish speaking, Aunt Yi excitedly shouted loudly into the room. Immediately, the other end of the phone burst into noise, footsteps, shouting, pushing. Someone was eager to answer the call. Qi, Mom is here. Mother Sue stretched her arm forward, her voice trembling with urgency. Daughter, Dad is here. Father, who stood in front of Aunt Yi. Due to the difference in gender, he couldn't directly grab the phone, so he strained his neck and shouted loudly toward the receiver. Qi, listen to second uncle. That Chai Yi. Cough, cough. Before second uncle who could finish, he let out a muffled groan. His wife elbowed him in the chest, stopping his words. Aunt Huang gave him a warning look, signaling him to be careful. Chai family members were nearby. Line up, stand properly. Grandpa Hu, hearing the chaos from the study, walked over with a serious face. He pointed at his son and daughter-in-law, who had lost their composure. What's the rush? Everyone, come one by one. Aunt Yi tactfully placed the phone on the desk and made an excuse. I'll go see if any relatives have arrived. Whoever needs to answer the phone can do so. She then stepped out of the study, giving space to the Hu family. Third son's family, go first. Grandpa Hu sat on the sofa, glancing over everyone, finally settling his gaze on Father Hu. Dad picked up the phone, exchanged a glance with his wife, and handed the receiver to Aunt Sue.
Qi, it's Mom.
Are you doing okay? Aunt Sue took the receiver, her voice full of concern she couldn't hide.
Mom, I'm fine.
I eat well and sleep soundly, so don't worry, Hu Qi replied cheerfully. The mother and daughter exchanged a few caring words, full of warmth. To keep it short next, Grandpa, who listened nearby and couldn't help but urge, signaling Dad with a look. Dad quickly took the call. Sweetheart, about. He wanted to ask, did you go see Chai Yi, but remembered that old man was still training, so he changed his words. Did you visit Grandpa Yang? Ha, Dad, I'm actually at Grandpa Yang's house right now. Grandma Wang rode her bike to pick me up. Oh, that's good. Dad relaxed a bit, chatting with his daughter, but he didn't say the real questions or worries in his mind. Second one, it's your turn. Grandpa Hu, hearing the casual chatter from the third, impatiently interrupted and looked at Uncle Hu. When Uncle Hu heard his name, he immediately stepped forward from beside, snatched the phone from Dad, and raised his voice so loudly that the receiver buzzed. Qi, miss your second uncle. Of course I do. Second uncle, did you bring me rice wine? Hu Qi asked with a smile. Huh? I didn't. You should drink less. Your mind is almost turning to mush. Uncle Hu's temper flared suddenly, and he didn't care if the old man was present. He started scolding into the microphone. How old are you? Just turned 18. Why choose an older man? That man is 28. No matter how old he is, he could be your father. What do you see in him? His age? That he doesn't come home? That he's seen a lot of people? Xiaozhen, why are you just standing there? Grandpa, who was so angry, he patted his thigh hard, his beard sticking up. Aunt Huang quickly stepped forward in a swift move, covering her husband's mouth tightly. Dad, who hugged his somewhat crazy second brother from behind. Mom Sue took the chance to grab the microphone and continued chatting with her daughter on the phone. Hu Qi pinched her itchy ears caused by Uncle Hu's loud voice. After Mom Sue finished speaking, she softly said, Mom, I need to talk to Uncle Chai. Can you ask him to come over? Huh? Uncle Chai. Mom Sue was still excited from chatting with her daughter and didn't react immediately.
Oh.
Okay. She turned her head to the side, where the three people were still tangled together. Qi is looking for Uncle Chai's dad. Can someone go call him? Huang's second aunt heard this, let go of her husband's mouth, and said, I'll go, then turned to leave and call someone. Under Grandpa Hu's threatening gaze, Uncle who finally calmed down and behaved himself.
Dad, who also let go.
They sat down reluctantly to wait and see what was going on. In the living room, many relatives and friends had gathered to offer their congratulations. The Chai family members were nervously trying to be polite, smiling on the outside but feeling very uncomfortable inside. Since no one from the Hu family was there, they wondered what they could talk about with the bride's relatives. None of them knew anyone, which made things really awkward. Guodong. Guodong, second Aunt Huang didn't really want to call him that, but calling him little brother felt too strange. I'm calling you. Hearing someone call out, Yin Yang patted Chai Dad, who was chatting with someone, and gave second Aunt Huang a subtle look. Chai Dad stopped talking, turned to second Aunt Huang and frowned. Dear sister-in-law, what's the matter? Chi-Chi has something to tell you. Go answer the phone. After saying that, second Aunt Huang didn't stay long and turned back to the study. Chi-Chi wants to talk to me? About what?
Could it be a retreat?
Chai Dad stood there blankly, feeling a cold chill run from his feet straight to his head. Not only him, Yin Yang and Grandpa Chai also heard it. Their hearts skipped a beat, feeling cold all over. Is what's coming unavoidable after all? The relatives nearby noticed the tense atmosphere. They kept talking but secretly looked at the three Chai family members. Chai Dad steadied himself, gathered his courage, and headed toward the study. With each step, his heart sank more. Hello?
Chi-Chi.
Cough cough, Chi-Chi. What's the matter? In the study, Chai Dad answered the phone under the watchful, unfriendly eyes of the Hu family, feeling so nervous that he couldn't speak clearly and his palms were sweaty. Chai uncle, what's wrong? Do you have a cold? Hu Chi listened to the person on the phone stammering and speaking in a tired tone, and asked with concern. No. Uncle is fine. I'm listening to you. Uncle Chai cleared his throat, took a deep breath, and forced himself to stay calm, though his hand holding the microphone trembled slightly. Oh, take care of yourself. Even if you're busy, don't overwork yourself, Hu Chi reminded him and then got to the main point. I'm at Grandpa Yang's house right now. Uncle Chai's head throbbed with a buzzing pain, and his heartbeat slowed. At the Yang family's place? This is bad. They must have found out about the marriage report. Are they going to come to blame us? The Hu family didn't like this marriage, and he couldn't handle the pressure. Is he regretting it? Oh no. It's all over. Everything is ruined. My poor big egg is about to be abandoned again. That old guy really has no one left to want him now. The more Uncle Chai thought about it, the more anxious he became. His eyes filled with tears, and his mental defenses completely collapsed. Why is my life so hard? If I had known having a son would mean no descendants, I might as well have cut off his little thing and raised him as a girl. Girls, no matter how ugly, are always wanted. Sons are just a burden, sob sob. Meanwhile, he was completely lost in his sad little world, crying and not paying attention to what Hu Chi was saying on the phone. Uncle Chai? Uncle? Did you hear me? Hu Chi finished speaking and waited for a while, but didn't hear any response from the other side. She had to raise her voice to call out. Finally, I managed to call back Dad Chai, who was about to collapse. He staggered and mumbled. Huh, what? Guodong, Chi-Chi is asking you something. Aunt Huang Er, standing nearby, saw Dad Chai staring blankly and looking dazed. She walked over and patted his arm. Huh? Yeah. You say, Dad Chai suddenly snapped out of his daze. He didn't understand what Hu Chi had just said, so he nervously asked, Chi-Chi, what did you just say? I didn't hear clearly. I said I planned to ask Grandma Wang to take me around the yard this afternoon, give some candies to the soldiers' families, and also go to Chai-Yi's group to give more candies. Uncle, can you find someone to bring about 10 pounds of candy? If not, 5 pounds is okay, huh? Candies? Oh, okay. No problem. Leave it to Uncle. Dad Chai's eyes lit up instantly. He felt like he had gone from hell to heaven, and his previous worries disappeared. He happily nodded repeatedly on the phone, so excited he almost wanted to kowtow to Hu Chi right then. My little ancestor. You almost scared Uncle to death. Forget about candies. You're asking for my life. Well, I can also wash Blackneck clean and send him over to you. Try to get as much as possible. There are quite a few people in the group. We won't hold a banquet, so we should share some of the joy with others. Chi didn't believe the Chai family couldn't get candies. Also, the bowls should be ceramic, the chopsticks real wood, and the teacups and water cups. Small bottles of snow cream. While thinking about what else might be missing, she casually mumbled her list. Grandpa Chi listened carefully and quickly gestured to the side, asking Aunt Sue to bring paper and pens so he could write everything down. That's all for now. Let's leave the rest for later, Chi finally said. I'll be leaving in a few days. There's no need to prepare food for Chi-e in the cafeteria anymore. It's just a waste to keep it. All right. If you need anything, just tell Uncle. I'll have someone deliver it to you anytime. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, Grandpa Chi seemed to be on a high, grinning and laughing nonstop. He was so excited that he could hardly stand still, bouncing on his feet. After hanging up the phone, he didn't bother to check how the Hu family was feeling. Instead, he happily rushed out of the study and went to the living room to find someone to make arrangements. Dilly, Grandpa Chi shouted loudly, and suddenly the lively living room became quiet. Grandpa Chi, Grandma Guan, and Aunt Yi all felt a jolt in their hearts, thinking there was some trouble in his study and that he was calling for help. Grandpa Chi was the fastest. He rushed to his son's side and hugged him tightly, whispering anxiously in his ear, "You little rascal. Don't cause trouble. Most of the relatives from the Hu family are officers and we can't afford to offend them. If the son-in-law is gone, he's gone. Anyway, that old grandson can't produce anything good.
So,
Tell me, what should we do?" Grandma Guan followed closely, already rolling up her sleeves, clearly ready to fight. The wedding is set, the people are here. Now he wants to back out? The Hu family is too overbearing. I am a fierce tiger, and I won't hold back. Don't think I am just an old, sick cat. Dad, what are you doing? Let me go. Grandpa Chai was initially confused. When he saw his wife's expression, he quickly interrupted and explained. Oh, 7-7 is waiting to send out wedding favors. I need to go arrange everything. Dad, on such a happy day, why haven't we had a drink yet? You're getting too excited. Everyone from the two families was watching. As he spoke, he smoothly tried to lighten the mood. Grandpa Chai was quick-witted. He immediately realized he had made a mistake. He quickly let go of his son, patted his shoulder, and pretended to be happy, saying, "Dad is so happy. We've been waiting for this day for a long time. Son, it's not easy." Grandma Guan was a bit slow to react, but understood she had misunderstood. She quickly shut her mouth, stepped back quietly, and pretended to fix her clothes. Auntie came over, slightly out of breath. Seeing it was just a scare, she turned around with a smile to greet the relatives and friends, quietly calming the scene. "Uncle Chai, you called me." Zhang Dali heard the call and hurried over, standing nearby to listen. In the corner of the living room, the strong men helping in the yard also pricked up their ears, clenched their fists, and waited for the big boss to give orders. Everyone's inner thoughts. Although it's said that bandits don't fight officials, if the Hu family pushes too hard, we can't just stand by and watch.
oh wait.
They've turned over a new leaf now, so they definitely can't oppose authority and turn against the people. We can still fight him with just chairs and stools. Here, Father Chai handed over the list and said, "Tell our brothers in Liaoning province to prepare everything on the list. Deliver it to the military district's family compound exactly at 2 p.m. Don't be late." Zhang Dali was a bit surprised, thinking it was a gathering of brothers. Luckily, it wasn't. He took the list firmly, nodded, and then strode out quickly to make arrangements. Ma Jikue, the logistics director of the transportation department, watched like he was watching a show and teased, "Oh, Director Chai, such a happy day today. Sending your son off with a lesson?" Father Chai shot him a sidelong glance, about to reply, but behind him, Grandpa Hu's hearty laugh rang out. "Old Chow, I was just thinking about you a moment ago, and now I see you. You really do like to talk to yourself, haha." Everyone looked toward the sound and saw Director Chow from the forestry department standing in the corner of the living room, smoking alone. Seeing Grandpa Hu approaching, Director Chow deliberately looked annoyed and pretended to be displeased. "Humph, Such a happy day, and you, old fellow, don't stand at the door to greet guests, but hide inside enjoying your leisure. How shameless. Just now, Chi-Chi called from the military district and talked for a while. I came out to find you. Grandpa Hu smiled as he approached, his eyes on the cigarette in Chow's hand, teasing, "Why haven't you quit smoking yet? You stay in the woods every day, not afraid that one day the cigarette will burn out and set your treasure on fire." Director Chow smiled as he pressed his cigarette into the ashtray. "I've quit several times, but I couldn't resist today. It's a happy day, so I think one smoke is okay." Grandpa Hu didn't tease him further. He turned to a few old friends nearby and said, "Old Han, Old Tao, Old Jiang. It's only been a couple of months since we last met after the New Year." Haha. The others, who had been standing aside, saw the host family arrive and quickly went over to greet them, chatting about recent events. The other members of the Hu family also kept busy, each going to greet their relatives and friends. "Brother Chai, come here for a moment." Grandpa Hu called over an old friend dressed in a Zhongshan suit and waved to him. "This is Yu Jianming, my former subordinate. Now he's the deputy director of our city's public security bureau." Although Grandpa Chai was from a noble family and not involved in politics, he was used to formal occasions and remained calm when dealing with officials. He slowly approached, wearing a polite smile, shook hands, and said respectfully but not overly flattering, "Deputy Director Yu, I've heard of you for a long time. Today, on my grandson's engagement day, we are honored by your presence. The Chai family is proud. What director or deputy director doesn't matter." "Deputy Director," Yu said with a smile, and waved his hand. "Today, I'm just here as a family member to enjoy the celebration. It's a family gathering about friendship, not official business. Just call me Old Yu. Respect for the occasion is important. That's only proper." Grandpa Chai nodded with a smile, neither humble nor proud. "I'll call you." Grandpa Hu interrupted to smooth things over, saying, "Then just call him Comrade Yu." As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled Grandpa Chai aside to introduce another man wearing glasses. "This is Director Zhong from the Safety Inspection Department of the Coal Industry Bureau. Next to him is Director Li from the Epidemic Prevention Department of the Health Department, and Director Wang from the Labor Bureau. They are old friends and came especially today to celebrate Chi-Chi and Chai-Yi." Grandpa Chai shook hands with each person politely and confidently, handling the situation smoothly. At that moment, a loud shout came from the yard. "Old Commander!" The sound echoed through the living room, and everyone instinctively looked toward the door. A middle-aged man in military green uniform quickly walked in, standing tall and energetic. He reached Grandpa Hu and saluted. "Old Commander, am I late?" "Boy, we haven't seen each other in 2 years, but you look better than ever." "You're not late." Grandpa Hu patted his arm warmly. "Did you bring a few cars?" "3 cars. The man, Minister Ding, replied cheerfully, glancing at a few familiar faces nearby and smiling as he nodded greetings. "Good, just in time." Grandpa Hu turned and gestured toward Grandpa Chai. "This is my son-in-law, the head of the Chai family." He then pulled Minister Ding closer and introduced him. "This is Ding Wei. I used to serve in the army with him. Now he's the head of our city's armed forces department and here to celebrate with us." Grandpa Chai stepped forward and extended his hand. "Minister Ding, thank you for making the trip. Your presence makes this happy day even more lively. Old Master Chai, you are too polite. The matter with the old team leader is also my concern." Minister Ding shook his hand, and they exchanged a few simple greetings. Grandpa Hu looked down, checked his watch, and suggested to Grandpa Chai, "Brother Chai, many friends and relatives have already arrived. Why don't we take some people to the state-run restaurant first? Leave a few here to watch over things. When the others arrive later, we can all go together." "All right, let's do as you say. Everyone go ahead and have some tea and chat for a while. When everyone is here, we'll start the feast." Grandpa Chai nodded in agreement. The two separated and went to greet their own friends and family. Behind the crowd, Ma Ji-Kue quietly slipped into a corner, eyes fixed on the big figures, introduced by Grandpa Hu. Seeing everyone heading to the restaurant in a big show, he sneered. "Ha, making such a big fuss. When the Revolutionary Committee members arrive, no matter what their titles, minister or director, they won't even start the meal before dispersing. Everyone will have to honestly explain their issues. In the 1970s, state-run restaurants were directly managed by the government. Individuals or organizations couldn't lease or run them. Only through Grandpa, whose old connections, could they get special approval to hold engagement banquets there. The Revolutionary Committee was especially sensitive about private banquets. Anything over 3 tables had to be reported in advance. According to the plan, Uncle Hu Er and Aunt Huang Er stayed home to continue preparing with Grandma Guan and Sister Yi. Father Hu and Mother Su got into the car and went to the restaurant to help greet guests. Among the relatives and friends coming to celebrate, those nearby drove their own cars. Grandpa Chai borrowed 3 cars through connections. Minister Ding took 3 from the armed forces, and Uncle Hu already had 1. Overall, there were 15 cars. The convoy drove down the street, grand and impressive, causing pedestrians to stop and stare, leaning forward to watch. In the front car, Grandpa Chai looked at the passers-by outside the window and quietly whispered, "Brother Hu, do you think our display is a bit too much? Didn't you say to keep a low profile? But now we're making a big show." "It's okay. Relax." Grandpa Hu patted his hand reassuringly. "I've already informed the higher-ups in advance. The Hu family is usually low-key and never forms factions. This time, it's for their beloved granddaughter's wedding and their confidence for the future. Also, to support the upcoming plans, this scene had to be impressive, and some preparations had to be made early." When they arrived at the state-run restaurant, 3 people were already waiting in the lobby. As soon as they saw the group enter, they stood up to greet them. Behind them, relatives from the Chai family saw the badge on the leader's chest and froze in place. Was there a report? "Why are the Revolutionary Committee people here so quickly?" "Hello, Uncle Hu." The leader spoke first, smiling as he approached. "I thought I was too early and would have to wait a bit longer." Grandpa Hu looked at him, feeling unfamiliar, and asked confused, "Who are you?" "I am Wang Difio from the administrative group of the Revolutionary Committee." Leader Wang quickly introduced himself politely, saying, "My older brother is Wang Dekang, the deputy director at the political department in the capital. He is a steady and practical middle-level officer, responsible for administrative coordination and known for being careful. But right now, he seemed more like a young person trying to impress an elder."
"Oh."
De Chong's second younger brother, Grandpa Hu, suddenly remembered and warmly shook his hand. "I remember now. Your brother used to talk about you all the time, saying you did better in school than he did, and you would be more successful in the future. Earlier, he had written to the capital, asking an old comrade to help invite people from the Ji Province Revolutionary Committee to show respect and also to prepare for future plans." Leader Wang modestly said a few words, and 2 people next to him stepped forward to introduce themselves one by one. "Old Hu, I am Zhao Hongqi from the political department of the Revolutionary Committee, sent by the leaders in the capital to congratulate you." The man speaking wore glasses and looked refined, clearly someone involved in theoretical work, with a serious gaze. The other man, slightly plump and cheerful, smiled openly. "Old Chief, I am Chen Jigang from the Military Industry Group. Do you remember? You led me in Heilongjiang province before. I even learned how to disassemble weapons from you." Jigang, Grandpa Hu recognized him immediately, patting his arm. "You little guy, it's been a few years, but you're still so straightforward. I'm very happy you could come today." Seeing that all 3 are familiar people, the originally nervous relatives of the Chai family immediately relaxed. It's good that someone from the Revolutionary Committee is here. No one dares to cause trouble now. Grandpa Hu smiled and invited them to sit down, instructing the waiter to serve tea first. "Everyone sit comfortably. Let's drink tea and chat." Dad Hu warmly greeted everyone, leading the relatives of the bride to a round table on the right. The Hu family relatives who came in later were used to this. They sat down and exchanged greetings naturally. However, the Chai family relatives looked a bit reserved. Even the members of the Revolutionary Committee came to congratulate them. It seems the Hu family is quite capable. If the Chai family has such in-laws in the future who would dare to look down on them, maybe they could also benefit a little. They couldn't help feeling proud, straightening their backs a bit. Ma Jikwai, walking behind, looked very pale. He had been hoping to see some drama, expecting the Revolutionary Committee to come and investigate, but now not only was there no show, he feared he might get into big trouble. He had only arranged for his brother-in-law, who worked as a minor clerk at the Revolutionary Committee, but unexpectedly, the Hu family had invited a middle-to-senior official, like the head of the administrative team or the director of the political department. Ma Jiquai quietly slipped to the last table, sat far away, hiding in the crowd, afraid of being noticed. Soon after, others arrived. Wang Tiexing, the director of the People's Security Department and Labor Bureau, also showed up. He used to be a labor reform officer, strict in management but rough in methods. Early on, Grandpa Hu guided him onto the right path. While everyone was drinking tea and chatting, a faint commotion suddenly came from the restaurant entrance. A middle-aged man dressed in a neat Zhongshan suit paid a visit to the cashier, then walked inside. He slightly bowed and greeted warmly. "Old Hu, congratulations. Your junior Zhou Zhenbang came uninvited. I hope you don't mind." The visitor was Zhou Zhenbang, deputy director of the Revolutionary Committee. In recent years, he sensed a change in the political climate and started to make friends with some respected elders with achievements. When he heard that the Hu family was celebrating a happy event in Jilin province, he boldly brought a gift and came to make connections. As soon as he entered, the room instantly quieted. After a few seconds, whispers began to spread. "Why is he here? I didn't hear anyone invited him. This guy never shows up without a reason. He must have smelled something. Who informed him? His news is really quick. Old Hu's reputation is really big. Even those who come uninvited are important people. Why else? He hasn't interacted with the Chai family before. He's clearly here to get close to Old Hu." The gossip was quiet. Only those nearby could hear clearly. Zhou Zhenbang guessed they were just talking about him, but his face remained calm and smiling. He continued straight toward Grandpa Hu. "Since you're here, you're a guest. No need to mind." Grandpa Hu knew this well. He kept his expression normal, stood up a few steps, and gestured politely. "Come, sit over here." He led Zhou Zhenbang over to the woman's side and said to Wang Difu sitting at the table, "We're all from the same organization. You two should chat more. Difu, please help take care of things." After a little effort, he gave Zhou Zhenbang a way out, showing neither too warm nor too cold an attitude, just right in tone. Wang Difu understood and nodded, replying with a, He handed Zhou Zhenbang a new teacup and poured hot tea into it. Seeing this, Zhou Zhenbang's smile grew wider. Sitting with colleagues from the Revolutionary Committee made it easier to start conversations. He didn't care much about where to sit, but being assigned to the woman's side made him even happier. He quickly nodded in thanks. "Thank you, Old Hu. Sorry to trouble Leader Wang." Then, he picked up his teacup and took the initiative to greet the people at the table. After a few casual words, the atmosphere became friendly. Outside, the sun rose higher and relatives and friends from both families arrived one after another. On the Chai family's side, most were from the business world, mainly old subordinates of Grandma Guan, now with official titles, able to appear publicly, and colleagues from Chai's father and Ye's mother's workplaces. The Yi family's two uncles had come early to help at the restaurant, responsible for arranging the banquet and collecting gifts. On the Hu family side, most were from the military and government circles, including Grandpa Hu's old comrades and subordinates, as well as a few retired old friends. Grandpa Hu took this opportunity to boost the Chai family's reputation and also let the in-laws see their true strength. From now on, they probably wouldn't dare to shortchange their precious granddaughter. In the main hall, there were 10 tables on each side. According to tradition, men sit on the left and women on the right, with 2 rows of seats, making it easy to see who is family or a friend. At exactly 11 o'clock, Uncle Hu and the last group of friends arrived. They greeted everyone and helped guide people to their seats. The bowls of sunflower seeds and candies on the table had already been refilled a few times. Hot tea was served multiple rounds, and a few more peony cigarettes were shared among the tables. Big Brother Yu looked at the clock on the wall, then went over to Grandpa Chai to ask quietly, "Uncle, it's about time. Should we start now?" Grandpa Chai nodded and got up to walk to Grandpa Hu's table. They whispered a few words, then walked together onto the stage. Actually, they had temporarily set up a small space at the back, with 2 wooden steps underneath, covered with a red carpet and a large red cloth hanging on the wall behind. After showing courtesy to each other, Grandpa, who cleared his throat. When everyone saw him and Grandpa Chai go on stage, they instantly became quiet. He raised his hand to signal everyone and smiled as he spoke. "Dear friends and family, thank you all for coming today to celebrate the engagement of my granddaughter, Hu Chi and Chai Yi. On behalf of both families, I want to thank everyone." Suddenly, applause erupted from below. After the applause stopped, Grandpa Chai explained, "According to tradition, the young couple should offer a toast to everyone. But as you all know, Chai Yi is serving in the military and recently, he couldn't get leave. Chi is very caring and worried about him, so she visited him at the military district. Because of this, the couple couldn't be here today. We hope everyone can understand." He paused for a moment, then continued, "However, everyone remembers this event and is very grateful for your blessings. They also asked us to take good care of all the friends and family here. On behalf of both families and the children, we thank you all again for coming to celebrate." Clap, clap. There was another round of applause as the hosts took turns leading the banquet. The friends and family below nodded in understanding. Someone cheerfully shouted, "You two," representing the groom's side and the bride's side. "Just go through the usual process and it will be fine." Seeing someone suggest this at another table, others joined in the fun, and the atmosphere quickly became lively. Grandpa Hu and Grandpa Chai were amused and blushed slightly. They exchanged a few good wishes and then stepped down. Seeing this, Sister Yi gave her older brother a subtle signal. Then, her brother loudly announced, "Dinner is served." The waiting staff in the kitchen immediately pushed out the food carts, one after another, quickly bringing out all the dishes. 10 dishes. Cold wild vegetable salad, double-flavored sauce, vegetarian sashimi abalone, crispy chicken slices, steamed white fish, braised pork for happiness meatballs, stir-fried meat with celery, mushu pork, and pickled cabbage with pork. 1 soup, assorted herbal hot pot. Main staple, cornmeal flatbread. To accommodate both local and out-of-town guests, the drinks were also carefully prepared, including local Xinhuaida wine and one of the 4 famous liquors, Shifeng wine. For the women and children who don't drink alcohol, there were also white pear soda and orange juice available. The main hall became lively and bustling. Everyone started eating, enjoying the delicious dishes while chatting happily. The cold wild vegetable salad was refreshing and helped clear the palate. The meat dishes were rich and flavorful. The wine was smooth and fragrant, and the drinks were sweet and not greasy. The skill of the state-run restaurant, combined with generous portions, earned everyone's praise. Grandpa Hu and Grandpa Chai, as the elders of the family, respectfully offered drinks to each table, then returned to their seats at the main tables. After the elders finished, the parents of both sides took their turn. Father Hu and Uncle Hu, holding wine cups, started with the bride's side. Father Hu behaved politely, smiling appropriately. "Thank you all leaders and comrades for witnessing my daughter's happy day. I toast to everyone." Next to him, Uncle Hu was more lively, with a bit of a roguish air. "Come on, everyone. Deep feelings call for a toast. My niece will need everyone's care in the future." On the other side, Father Chai and Uncle Yi from the Yi family also took their turns, moving around among relatives and friends. Father Chai spoke sincerely. "Thank you all for coming to celebrate our son's engagement.
Cheers."
Feel free to drink as much as you like." Uncle Yi from the Yi family poured wine into each empty cup, sweetly saying, "Everyone, eat well and drink happily." Plenty of drinks for everyone. Madame Su, Second Aunt Huang, and Madame Yi followed behind, taking care of the women and children. Madame Su handed out white pear-flavored soda at the table, softly saying, "Sister-in-law, younger sister-in-law, there's more soda. Finish it and then open another." Aunt Huang efficiently served the dishes, saying, "This braised pork is so tender, try some." Miss Yi kept an eye on the drinks, making sure each table had enough, so everyone was well taken care of. Meanwhile, in the Liaoning family courtyard, Hu Qi was enjoying her own feast at the Yang family dinner table. All the dishes were ready. There were 5 dishes: chicken stewed with hazelnuts, potatoes with beef, sweet and sour fish, spicy tofu with peppers, and fried mushrooms. 1 soup, vegetarian mixed soup, a typical hearty northeastern-style soup. It had thick-cut potatoes and carrots, beaten eggs floating in the broth, and a thickened sauce made with starch. After boiling, it was seasoned with cilantro and pepper. The soup was rich, warm, and filling, making the whole body feel cozy. The main staple was steamed rice. All the dishes on the table were Hu Chi's favorites. The elderly couple was also her guardian since childhood, so they didn't fuss much about fancy rules. Grandma Wang gave the order, "Dinner is ready." Hu Chi picked up her chopsticks and started eating. After a few bites of hazelnuts, she suddenly stopped and looked across at Master Yang. Master Yang wasn't interested in eating. He was holding a large 15-liter glass jar on the table, staring at it with fascination. Inside the jar, a thick tiger bone, 100-year-old ginseng, full deer antlers, and some winter caterpillar fungus were faintly visible in the amber-colored liquor. He seemed captivated, staring without blinking once. "Eat your food. Stop staring at that wine. It's not going to grow legs and run away." Grandma Wang looked at her husband with shining eyes and a silly smile on her face. Then she playfully tugged at the corner of her mouth. Lieutenant Yang responded absent-mindedly, still staring at the medicinal wine with a faint, silly smile on his face. "Grandpa Yang." Hu Chi suddenly slammed her chopsticks down with a loud noise, glaring at him intently. Her little mouth was pouted high, showing she was not happy. "What's wrong, Chi? Is the food not to your taste?" Grandma Wang was confused for a moment, not understanding why the child suddenly threw a tantrum. She quickly put down her bowl and asked, Lieutenant Yang's eyes finally moved, and he looked at Hu Chi with a blank expression. "What's wrong? What happened?" Hu Chi lifted her chin and emphasized, "Today is my engagement day." "Yes." Lieutenant Yang frowned, paused for a moment, and didn't quite understand the main point. He looked at her directly and asked, And then, you just eat your meal?" Hu Chi deliberately made a sad face, crossed her arms over her chest, turned her head to the side, and complained with a pout, "My red envelope. Oh, look at you, old man, getting so happy and confused. It's a big day, and you didn't prepare anything nice for Chi." Grandma Wang lowered her head and covered her mouth to laugh, then got up and headed toward the bedroom. She picked up 2 red envelopes she had prepared earlier, weighed them, and felt they were not enough. She then opened a drawer in the wardrobe and added a small stack of large black notes. Only then did she feel satisfied and let out a breath of relief. "Oh, sorry." Grandpa got so happy he forgot. Yang, the elder, regretfully patted his forehead and jokingly pointed at Hu Chi, saying, "You're always involved, little money lover." Grandma Wang came out of the room, sat back at the table, and handed over 2 thick red envelopes, looking at her with kind eyes. "Our Chi has grown up. She's a young lady now, and today she's engaged. Take it, and I wish you a happy marriage and a long, harmonious life."
Thank you.
"Thank you, Grandma Wang." "Thank you, Grandpa Yang." Hu Chi took the red envelopes with both hands, placed them under the table, and secretly peeked inside. Her face lit up with a big smile. She then put the envelopes aside. "I've made a big profit today. Grandpa Yang, hurry up and eat. If you don't eat your food, it will get cold."
Eat.
Today is Chi-Chi's wedding feast. Grandpa has to have a drink and be happy. Grandpa Yang said this, and then looked at the bottle of medicinal wine beside him. "Are you happy? Or just craving it? You can't wait until tonight, and now you want to drink it." Grandma Wang said bluntly, exposing him. "Isn't it the same day and night?" Grandpa Yang was unfazed and reached for the bottle. "It's not the same," Hu Chi quickly interrupted, looking serious. "This afternoon you still have to go to the military district to oversee things. What if you get drunk? Speaking with a mouthful of alcohol. How can you give instructions? Commander Yang, please be mindful of your image and influence." "Exactly. Chi is right." Grandma Wang nodded in agreement and scooped 2 large portions of vegetables into his bowl. "Hurry up and eat your meal honestly. Seeing both the elderly and the young girl staring at him, Commander Yang helplessly shook his head and obediently picked up his chopsticks. Noticing his compliance, Grandma Wang quietly exchanged a glance with Hu Qi and couldn't help but secretly smile. Actually, Hu Qi's suitcase contained 2 bottles of 15-liter medicinal wine. Besides Commander Yang's bottle, the other one also had 100-year-old ginseng, along with dendrobium, reishi mushrooms, cordyceps, and goji berries. The wine was clear and suitable for women to nourish and improve health. When the elderly couple saw this, they were very excited. As people get older, they pay more attention to health. This gift was just right. But after the excitement, they started to feel uneasy. They felt the gift was too expensive and were worried it might be inappropriate to accept it. Should they take it or not? From the moment they saw the medicinal wine until just before the meal, they felt conflicted, happy, but also hesitant. Grandma Wang kept thinking, the child shows such filial piety, refusing would seem rude. We're family, so this isn't really a gift, just a small act of respect from the younger generation. But this is too generous. Such a valuable item. How can they accept it easily? Commander Yang thought to himself, wow, old who really has quite a collection of good stuff. Haha, after so many years, I finally get to have a bottle too. But this gift is too heavy. Please accept it. My face feels a bit hot from embarrassment. Hu Qi couldn't miss it. She had just asked for a red envelope at the dinner table. This way, they eased their worries and accepted it naturally, showing respect as younger family members. After dinner, Hu Qi rolled up her sleeves and helped Grandma Wang clean the dishes in the kitchen. Commander Yang put down his chopsticks and carefully carried 2 bottles of medicinal wine into the bedroom. He placed the bottles on the cabinet opposite the bed, looked around, and kept adjusting their position and angle, until he heard Grandma Wang call from the living room. Old Yang, did you call the guard station? I'm about to call now. Right away, Commander Yang looked longingly at his precious medicinal wine, smiled, and headed toward the phone. We're going to Chi-Chi's small yard now, Grandma Wang said as she put on her coat and reminded him, after handing out the wedding candies in the residential area, we'll go straight to Chai Yi's unit. We'll meet there. Okay, I got it. Commander Yang picked up the phone, nodded to her and said, once I finish my work, I'll come to wait for you. He waved goodbye, watched Grandma Wang and Hu Qi leave, then pressed the replay button and dialed the guard station. It's me. There will be a car delivering things to Commander Chai's house later. Register it and let it through. Yes. Commander. The gatekeeper soldier hung up the phone, unable to stop himself from wondering, what does the little wife of Commander He look like? He heard the young soldiers talk every day about how handsome, beautiful, and pretty she is. But when he was on duty, he never saw her. What could she look like? If she's so pretty, why did she fall for Commander He? Is she foolish, naive, or blind? Cough, cough. What blindness? That's called having a keen eye to spot a pig. Hu Qi didn't care what others thought. She sat in the back seat of Grandma Wang's car, watching the military families they passed. Some stood by the roadside holding laundry basins, some pretended to fix the clotheslines, others took their children out for a walk, and some swept the street with brooms from home. Without exception, all of them sneakily glanced at her, giving curious and complicated looks, with awkward smiles that seemed to say they wanted to say something but didn't. Hu Qi knew exactly what they were thinking. Guessing what? No need to guess. I already know what they're whispering behind my back. Just envy and jealousy over my pig looks. The pig inside her silently shouted, Go away, go away, go away. Where to go? Into the small yard of the 2 of them. She first went around to the chicken coop in the corner of the yard, grabbed some wheat bran from the kitchen to put into the feed trough, and threw in a few cabbage leaves before patting her hands and heading to the main hall. Here, Grandma Wang just parked her bicycle, and Hu Qi opened the front door, gesturing politely with a please sign and speaking softly. Grandma, please come in. Yes, no need for formalities. Grandma Wang happily played along, lifting her posture and taking small steps inside. With her hands behind her back and a forced smile on her face, she looked around at the cozy, tidy home inside. This little home is different now that there's a lady in charge. It looks so comfortable, Even the air feels sweet. Of course, Hu-Chi proudly puffed out her chest, pulled Grandma Wang onto the sofa, and started joking. This is a big makeover. After all, this pigsty, I mean love nest, will soon be shared with my partner. Oh, you. Grandma Wang laughed happily, reaching out to touch her forehead. Only you would dare to tease that dark-haired kid, Chai. Others? They wouldn't even dare, even if they had 10 lives. She paused, deliberately stretching her words. But seriously, how's your pig-raising skill? Still needs some work. As for this pen, looks pretty good, better than the single room that Chai lives in by 100 times. Don't worry, Hu-Chi sat down on the sofa, happily holding Grandma Wang's arm, confidently saying, as a caretaker, I have a good eye. I promise to raise Chi-E, this potential star, into a healthy, chubby kid. Huh. Grandma Wang just picked up her teacup and couldn't hold back, laughing out loud and coughing. Cough, cough, ha.
Cough.
Making him chubby might be possible, but white. Haha, you take your time. His father once said that from the moment he was born, that boy has nothing to do with being white. Beep, beep, beep. Just then a horn sounded outside the yard and a truck smoothly stopped at the gate. The truck door opened, and 2 strong men jumped out. The leading man steadied himself, rubbed his hands, and approached nervously, almost saying the wrong thing. Comrade Hu. We're here to deliver some things. He was so nervous he almost blurted out the old nickname, Little Young Lady. My name is Su Jinkai and this is Xia Yukai, he said, blushing and scratching his head as he introduced himself. You can call me to Kai or him Xiao Kai. Ha, ha ha, okay. Hu-Chi was amused by their cheerful names and couldn't hold back, laughing out loud. Thanks for making the trip. Come inside for some water and rest. It's no trouble to move things later. No, Su Jinkai quickly waved his hand. It's not much stuff, and it won't take long. Next to him, Xia Yukai kept his head down, afraid to look at Hu-Chi. It wasn't because he was shy, but because he felt so uncomfortable inside. He really wanted to open his mouth and laugh out loud. What's so funny? Well, first, he was happy for his young master. After 10 years, a rare flower bloomed on the iron tree, attracting a phoenix. That's her. Second, the young little wife looked very beautiful. But just thinking about having to match her with his dark-faced young master. This isn't a proper match. It's like a donkey's egg trying to be a water-boiled egg, completely mismatched. He didn't deserve her. The more he thought about it, the more he wanted to laugh. His face turned red, but luckily he was quite dark-skinned, so it wasn't obvious. He hid behind his brothers, pinching his palm tightly to hold back his laughter. He was working too eagerly, so he must have some problem in his mind. Hu-Chi stood at the gate of the yard, hands behind her back, watching 2 strong men unload goods. These 2 men worked quickly and efficiently, running back and forth. But what made Hu-Chi laugh was how they secretly peeked at her, trying not to look too openly, sneaking glances at her. She found it amusing and couldn't help but smile inside. What's wrong? Just because I'm watching, I should be blind? All right, you think I'm blind, but I think you're all blind-hearted. The big and small wealth wasn't because Hu-Chi looked pretty, but because she could see that she liked Chai-E. That's why they kept looking at her, repeatedly checking. Checking what? Whether she was blind or not, or if there was something wrong with her. The 2 men were full of doubts. This young little wife didn't seem silly or dull. She was sharp and bright. Why would she like? Cough, cough. The young master's life is really good. He has worked himself into a lifelong bachelor, but now he has a young, beautiful wife to bring home. It's no surprise he's the grandson of Grandma Guan. It seems he's truly inherited her qualities. In less than 15 minutes, half the cargo was unloaded. Su Jinkai washed his hands in the water basin in the yard, wiped them on his pants, and asked Hu-Chi, Comrade Xiaohu, we've moved everything into the house. Shall we head back now? Okay. Thank you for your hard work. Hu-Chi nodded with a smile and expressed gratitude. It's no trouble at all. It's what we should do. Little Xia Yukai stood behind, nodding and bowing repeatedly, almost making a mistake, and quickly corrected himself. Comrade Xiaohu, we're leaving now. Goodbye. 2 strong men, each about 1.80 meters tall, bowed politely to a petite girl who was only 1.65 meters. The scene looked a bit awkward. But what could they do? Hu Qi was only 1.65 meters tall. De Kai and Xiao Kai jumped into the truck, feeling very happy. This trip back was definitely worth showing off. Who would dare to gossip about his Uncle Chai's family being the last of its kind? His daughter-in-law was as beautiful as a fairy, tender as water plants. Humph, no matter how hard they search with lanterns, they won't find someone like her. The truck started and slowly drove away from the family compound. Many military family members heard the noise, pressed their faces to the windows and walls to look outside, and, as usual, rushed out to join the crowd and find out what was happening. This time, no one moved. A few days ago, everyone received a warning from Grandma Wang in advance. They all held back their curiosity and didn't dare to go outside to look around. At home, they quietly talked to their family, saying some trivial things. All the stored grains were placed in the kitchen. There were various kinds of dry foods, all long-lasting and stored properly. In the main room, boxes and bags of snacks and milk powder were stacked into small piles on the table and on the floor. Grandma Wang rolled up her sleeves to help sort things. She placed cans of milk powder on the top shelf of the cabinet and put the cookies on the bottom shelf. As she arranged them, she muttered, "Looks like the Chai family is planning to stock up on all your future snacks, so you won't have to wait in line at the supply store." "That's better, saves money and tickets." Hu Qi smiled and replied, then continued checking the list against the goods. The other items that weren't needed right now were temporarily stacked in the guest room. The sugar she specifically wanted was naturally essential. Outside, candies were considered planned supply items. Large bags were mostly for wholesale to supply stores and shops. Individuals wanting to buy large packages needed proof from their workplace or had to go through special channels. Ordinary families usually buy in small amounts, like 2 or jin, a unit of weight, and large packages were rarely sold directly to individuals. Chai Dad had worked at the transportation team for many years, so he probably had some connections. That's why Hu Qi dared to ask for 10 jin of sugar. She crouched on the ground, counting her loot in front of her. Hard candies with fruit flavors, orange, apple, and pineapple. The wrappers have pictures of the corresponding fruits. They are crunchy and sweet, made with sugar and a little flavoring. A bag weighs 10 pounds, with one bag of each flavor, totaling 30 pounds. White rabbit milk candies, a premium treat with milk fat, soft and chewy, with a strong milk aroma. They are good as gifts. Each bag weighs 5 pounds, individually wrapped in wax paper, with 2 large bags totaling 10 pounds. Coconut candies, a specialty from the South, made with coconut powder and sugar. They have a strong coconut smell, available in both hard and soft types. Since they mainly supply the southern region, these are rare in the north and need special channels to get. One bag weighs 5 pounds, and she only has one. Crunch candies, peanut and sesame brittle, made by mixing peanuts or sesame with sugar and pressing it into bars. They are crispy, sweet, and you can taste the nut pieces. A bag weighs 10 pounds, without individual packaging, with 2 flavors in separate bags, totaling 20 pounds. Mint candies, loose hard candies containing mint oil. They feel cool in the mouth, often used to refresh or with tea. The candies are clear or white. A bag weighs 5 pounds, with 2 bags totaling 10 pounds. Not bad, not bad. Looks like future dad really has some tricks up his sleeve. Honestly, Hu Qi already has these candies stored in her space, but she can't take them out directly. Sneaking them out isn't an option either. What if she's caught? The risk is too high. Her life motto is, better to stay quiet and do nothing than to take risks easily. Let's just bring some fruit candies. Grandma Wang stood nearby, looking at the 10 bags of candies on the ground. She was quite surprised, first time seeing someone stock up on so many old candies at once. How long will it take to finish them all? Okay, Hu Qi, with her hands on her hips, proudly pointed at the candy bags, saying confidently, I am now officially the candy king. I'll also hide half a bag of white rabbit candies in my backpack. When I meet someone I like, I'll give it to them. Ha ha ha, alright. Candy King, let's go. Grandma Wang couldn't help but laugh at her childish look. Hu Chi found a big bamboo basket in the kitchen corner, perfect for holding the candies. Together, they securely fixed the basket on the back of the bicycle, then carried 3 bags of fruit candies inside. They used scissors to cut open the candy bags for easy grabbing. Hu Chi turned to go inside, slung her canvas bag over her shoulder, and packed more than 2 jeans of white rabbit candies before feeling satisfied. Just as she stepped out of the yard, her steps suddenly paused. Thinking about being watched later, she couldn't help but shiver all over. She whispered to herself, "Not used to it, don't like it." Then she thought of someone and, mustering her courage, stepped outside. She saw Grandma Wang already waiting outside, pushing her bicycle. "Grandma Wang, let's invite Sister Gao to come along too." Hu Chi xiquically stepped forward, saying, "If you push the cart, we can give out candies faster." As she spoke, she headed toward the next door. "All right. Xiao Gao is a straightforward person. You two should spend more time together. It won't hurt. Later, let her help you recognize people so you won't call them by the wrong names." Grandma Wang thought this was a good idea. She pushed the cart and stopped at the gate of the Zhao family, shouting loudly, "Xiao Gao, Xiao Gao." Coming, Gao Caixia almost responded instantly, running out from inside and opening the door. "Oh, Director Wang and little Hu. Sister-in-law. What's the matter?" Since the two families live so close, Hu Chi heard the noise as soon as she arrived. The old single-story house wasn't soundproof, but the neighbor had done some soundproofing, so unless they spoke outside, she couldn't hear much even with her ear against the wall inside. She had already heard everything from the yard and was waiting eagerly. "Big Sister Gao." Hu Chi moved closer, smiling as she explained her purpose. "Today is my engagement day. I want to give some wedding candies to the family members in our big yard and also get to know people. If you're not busy, could you help me get familiar with everyone?" Gao Caixia first nodded and smiled at Grandma Wang, then looked at Hu Chi and agreed, "Not busy at all. I'll go inside to change into clean clothes and then I'll go with you." Before she finished speaking, she turned around and ran into the bedroom. Her speed was so fast, she was no slower than a rabbit. Behind the main house door, 3 children were stacked like a human pyramid, peeking out sneakily to look at Hu Chi.
Wow.
The little wife of Captain He is so fair. She looks so pretty. How does she look so handsome? And why is she with Captain He? Is she scared of being beaten? Or did her family sell her to Uncle Chai? The 3 young faces showed a look of grown-up confusion, with their brows furrowed tightly. They just couldn't understand why such a beautiful fairy-like sister would marry that bad Uncle Chai.
Kids.
"Come here." Hu Chi had already noticed the 3 little heads and smiled as she waved at them. Her sweet greeting was like a loud thunderclap, startling the 3 little ones who were pressed together. They quickly shrank back behind the door and turned to run inside. "Why are you running? Come here. Call me Auntie." Gao Caixia just finished changing her clothes and saw the children hiding like cowards. She casually grabbed one trying to slip away and pulled him into the yard. Unlucky Zhao Er too, like a cat caught by the scruff of its neck, twisted and struggled. His small arms and legs flailed as he tried to escape from the adult's grip, but he was too weak and couldn't break free. He could only turn red in the face and lower his head. "Er too, why are you hiding? Did you do something wrong again?" Grandma Wang bent down, tilted her head to look at Zhao Er too hiding behind Gao Caixia, and teased with a smile.
No.
"The children have been pretty quiet these past 2 days and haven't caused any trouble." Hai Kai Xia quickly forced a nervous smile, patted Zhao Er's back and softly urged, "Hurry and call someone." "Hello, Grandma Wang." Little aunt." "Hello." Zhao Er buried his face firmly into his mother's back, quietly calling out to the people. Seeing his nervous look, Hu Chi slightly curled her lips, not understanding what exactly the child was afraid of. She helplessly relaxed and asked softly, "What is your name?" I am Zhao Xiangyang." Zhao Er responded reluctantly, his voice muffled. "Our family has 3 children. This is the second, the oldest." Hai Kai Xia turned her head and shouted into the house, "You 2 little rascals! Come out quickly." Let your little aunt see who you are. There was a rustling sound from inside. Soon, a chubby boy and a girl with braided pigtails came out. Zhao Dezhong, seeing he couldn't avoid it, stood next to his mother, gathered his courage, and loudly said, "Hello, little aunt. I am the eldest brother, Zhao Xianghua. This is my sister, Zhao Chunlan, and that is our second brother, Zhao Xiangyang." As he spoke, he patted his chest, pointed behind him at Zhao Sonia hiding there, and then directly pointed at Zhao Er hiding behind his mother, showing a big brother's pride. "Wow, you're really impressive. No wonder you're the big brother." Hu Qi liked confident children. She smiled and introduced herself. "I am your Uncle Chai's fiancé. Now we are neighbors. Please take care of us in the future." She bent down, turned around, and grabbed a handful of candies from the bamboo basket. She took one each of orange, apple, and pineapple-flavored candies and handed them to Zhao Dezhong, saying, "Here, these are wedding candies. Take them and enjoy." Zhao Dezhong watched as her fair hand reached out, with 3 fruit candies resting in her palm. His eyes lit up. He didn't immediately reach out but looked up at Gao Caixia with a questioning look, waiting for her to nod. "Your aunt gave you these. Just take them. And hurry to call someone." Gao Caixia nodded slightly and quickly urged him. "Auntie." Zhao Dezhong no longer hesitated. He loudly called out, then reached out to grab the 3 candies and held them in his hand. "Good boy. Here, this is your reward." Hu Qi smiled and nodded, then took 3 large white rabbit milk candies from her bag and handed them to him. Zhao Dezhong's eyes widened instantly. He stared at the candies, then looked at Hu Qi, excited and a little stammering. Thank you, Annie." He took the candies with both hands, looked at them, sniffed them, and smiled, showing his little tiger teeth. Suddenly remembering something, he turned and pushed his hiding sister forward. Zhao Sonia staggered a bit, then reacted. Her face turned red, and she shyly looked up and softly said, "Annie's really pretty. Ha, you're pretty too. Such a sweet little mouth. You must be Zhao Chunlan, right?" Hu Qi was amused. She gently pinched her soft little face, and also handed her 6 candies. Zhao Sonia reached out with both small hands to grab the candy and sweetly said, "Thank you, little aunt." Hu Qi turned to look at Zhao Erda hiding behind Gao Caixia. "Aren't you coming over?" Zhao Erda hesitated for a moment, then slowly moved forward and hummed softly, calling out, "Little aunt." Hu Qi smiled and responded with a, giving him 3 pieces of fruit candy and 3 large white rabbit candies. Gao Caixia reminded the children a few words, then closed the courtyard gate before walking with Hu Qi and Grandma Wang toward the house ahead. As soon as the gate was closed, the 3 children inside the yard jumped with joy.
Yay!
The little aunt has such big legs. Just calling her gets 6 candies and a white rabbit. Looking at the colorful candies in their hands, the siblings looked at each other, then carefully peeled open one and put it in their mouths, their eyes squinting from the sweetness. The 3 adults continued walking forward. Gao Caixia took the bicycle and pushed it, Hu Qi knocked on the door, and Grandma Wang introduced herself nearby. At each house, they exchanged a few words, handed over 3 pieces of fruit candy, then moved on to the next. It's not that Hu Qi was stingy, she had already planned the amount. Each hard candy weighs about 7 grams. 30 Jin, about 15 kilograms, is 15,000 grams, which is roughly 2,143 candies. Giving 3 each, they could distribute about 714 times. After finishing in the community, there should be enough candies left to go to the group headquarters. Everyone receiving the candies smiled and accepted them, saying, "Congratulations," with happy faces. However, most of the time, the adults couldn't help but stare directly at Hu Qi, curious to see something new. The children, on the other hand, eagerly looked at the 3 pieces of fruit candy, their eyes shining like little stars. Anyway, with Grandma Wang personally accompanying them, no one dared to have any bad ideas. The walk through the flat area went smoothly until they reached the apartment building.
Cheapskate.
"Give me a handful. You have so much candy, but only gave me 3. While handing out candy, a chubby little boy ran up and pointed at the basket on the back of the bicycle, complaining. Before he finished speaking, his grandma quickly covered his mouth and pulled him back. Everyone around fell silent. The military families watching thought to themselves, wow. He dared to kick the iron plate right in front of the division commander's wife. This grandson of Aunt Zhu is really spoiled. He wants everything he sees, with no manners at all. The Zhu family is in trouble. Aunt Zhu didn't seem angry at her grandson. Instead, she smiled and said, "Oh, kids just don't understand. Little Hu girl, don't mind him. Zhengzi is already over 100 pounds at 10 years old. He's really grown up." Grandma Wang looked coldly at the chubby boy's protruding belly and bluntly responded,
Ha ha ha.
A few military families nearby couldn't help but laugh out loud, then quickly held it in. Aunt Zhu sneered inwardly, but kept a cheerful face. She grabbed her grandson and said, "Yes, yes, yes. I'll teach him when we get home." Since he was young, Gongzi ate well and was much stronger than other children his age. He eagerly grabbed his grandmother's hand and shouted through her fingers down the stairs, "Little girl, give me some candy, or I'll tell my dad to scold you." Although the person was taken away, Hu Qi clearly heard the loud shouting. Her face instantly stiffened, and her eyes grew cold. She turned to Grandma Wang and asked, "Whose child is that?" Grandma Wang replied calmly, "That's Wei Gang from the 3rd Battalion, 2nd Company, Wei Heping's family." "Oh." Hu Qi drew out the sound, raised an eyebrow, and smiled meaningfully, with a hint of cleverness. She slowly said, "I've noted that." The nearby military family members, who had been watching the scene, immediately felt a chill. What does this little girl mean? When she was calling people for candy earlier, she looked innocent and harmless, sweet and well-behaved. But now she suddenly seems intimidating? She doesn't look like someone easy to mess with. Her quick change in attitude is surprising. Gao Caixia, standing behind, was getting annoyed listening to this. She wanted to step forward and say something, but seeing Hu Qi's expression, she quietly stepped back. With Grandma Wang protecting her and Hu Qi coming from a military family, it seemed she already had a plan in mind. Gao Caixia decided not to interfere. Hu Qi calmed her emotions, put on a gentle smile again, and continued handing out candies to the next household. "Auntie, please take some candy to bring good luck." Grandma Wang stood nearby, smiling as she introduced, "This is the mother of Commander San. You can call her Auntie. Everyone here is familiar." After the little incident with the mischievous child just now, the family members around became more cautious. They exchanged polite greetings like "Congratulations" and "Happy wedding," then wisely stepped back to the side. Those with children quickly pulled their kids behind them, worried about their own children saying something silly that might upset Hu Qi. Soon, most of the family members had finished their visits. Grandma Wang led Hu Qi and Gao Caixia toward the headquarters building. Gao Caixia had rarely visited the headquarters during her years in the army, afraid it might trouble her husband or affect his work. As they walked, soldiers training on both sides and officers on the road kept glancing their way. The soldiers were very curious, excited inside. Director Wang knows her. Sister-in-law Gao has also seen her. Who is that glowing little girl in the middle? Visiting family? Or matchmaking? Wow, she's so beautiful. Soon, a 2-story gray brick building with a red roof appeared in front of them. Its walls were painted military green, which was the office building of the headquarters. In front of the building, there was an open space with a flagpole flying the 5-star red flag. At the entrance on the first floor, a wooden sign read, XX Unit, 1st Battalion Headquarters. A soldier with a gun stood nearby. As they approached, the sign looked serious and simple, giving off a strong military vibe. Uncle Wang's sister-in-law, Caixia. On the second-floor corridor, an officer suddenly poked his head out. It's Commissar Zhao. Knowing they were coming, he had been waiting. When he saw them approaching from afar, he quickly hurried downstairs.
Old Zhao.
Cough, cough. When Gao Caixia saw her husband, her nervousness immediately eased, and she excitedly called out. After shouting, she remembered they were in the military and quickly closed her mouth, feeling a bit embarrassed. She wondered to herself, I see my husband every day, so why am I acting so excited like a little girl here? Zhao Weiguo's shout was not loud, but it was noticeable enough to draw several people out of the office building. Hagan, from the logistics department, was holding some documents and was about to leave. When he saw her, his eyes immediately locked onto Hu-Chi. He paused for a moment, then turned around and hurried back into his office with the documents. Inside the office, Minister Chi from the logistics department looked up in annoyance. Seeing someone rush in carelessly, he was about to scold him for being clumsy when he heard some exciting news. "Minister, our battalion commander Chai's wife is here," Hagan reported breathlessly.
What?
"Where is she?" Minister Chi suddenly jumped up from his chair, hurried to the door, and looked around. He then turned back eagerly and asked, "Where? Where?" "Quickly, show me." Hagan put down his documents and hurried outside, pointing to a spot in front of the office building where quite a few people had gathered. "Right there. The battalion commander's wife is also there. Why are you just standing there? Hurry up and charge." When Minister Qian heard that, he couldn't stay still. He had to see what kind of flower the black iron tree was blooming. Today, he was going to take a good look and examine it carefully. What a coincidence. Everyone was thinking the same thing. One after another, in just a short while, the officers and staff in the building all ran outside. More and more people gathered, forming layers around Hu-Chi. These usually serious and proper men, once they got curious, were no less eager than the big sisters and aunties in the family courtyard. But they only stared with wide eyes, not daring to ask questions, because everyone was stunned into silence. In the crowd, there were low, surprised exclamations. "Wow. Could it be that she just turned of age and was brought back by the squad leader?
She's really young.
Her skin is so smooth, softer than freshly cooked tofu from the mess hall. Whoa. Did the squad leader find her from the heavenly pool? She looks like a fairy from a painting. Her eyes, nose, mouth, ears, eyebrows, every feature looks so perfect. She's truly beautiful. Darn. The squad leader's eyesight is sharp. After 10 years of not making a move, he suddenly pulls back oh no, invites back a lovely young lady. It turns out he doesn't dislike marriage. He just doesn't want to settle for someone ordinary. All the women he introduced before, compared to this one in front of him, are like tomatoes next to peaches, completely different levels. Hu-Chi was surrounded in the middle, initially smiling and nodding politely at everyone. But as more people gathered, it became harder for her to breathe, and she could only look up at Zhao Weiguo with a pleading gaze. Commander Zhao received her SOS signal, took a deep breath, and shouted, "Everyone step back, step back." The people outside had finally squeezed to the front, and those inside were struggling to hold their ground. They definitely wouldn't retreat. Stand at attention. Stand properly. Just as everyone was pushing and shoving, a deep, commanding voice rang out. The officers and soldiers present reflexively stopped pushing, quickly stood at attention, and arranged themselves neatly. Commander Yang, along with his guard, came down the stairs from the office building. He had finished his work at the division headquarters, made a phone call to the Ji Province Chai family, and then came over. Originally, he was sitting in Chai's office on the second floor reading a newspaper. When he heard the noisy commotion downstairs, he came out to see a group of grown men gathered around, watching a show. The play was called "The Iron Tree Blooms, the Flower Has Arrived." He looked sternly at the group of officials forming a circle. Their eyes shone like wolves at night, and they couldn't hide their smiles. He shook his head helplessly. Chai's old, unlucky reputation for failed matchmaking was quite powerful. Look at how excited these soldiers are. Those who didn't know might think they were all getting engaged together. "Chi-Chi, hurry up." General Yang turned to Hu-Chi and said, "Hand out the candies. Once you're done, tell them to go home and each return to their own place." Hu-Chi nodded and replied, "Okay," then turned around to start handing out the candies. Gao Saixia also reached into her candy bag and took a piece of each kind, giving them to the nearby officers. But everyone was eagerly lining up, only accepting the candies Hu-Chi personally handed out, and they didn't even glance at her side. Sister Gao's hand froze in midair, and she had to awkwardly stop. She then took charge of handing out candies to Hu-Chi, so she could finish quickly. "Little sister-in-law, happy engagement," Someone shouted first, and soon the whole crowd cheered, shouting, "Wishing you and the commander a long and happy life together. You must get married. Little sister-in-law. Win over the commander soon. Have lots of children. More boys. No need for girls." "Oh, who pinched me? Tell us, little sister-in-law, how did you end up with the black-hearted commander?" "Yes, yes. Quickly tell us how you fell for our commander." These folks, after getting their candies, didn't leave. They stared eagerly at Hu-Chi, getting more excited, insisting she tell the story of her romance with Chi. "What? Do you think you're kids? Want to hear a story? I think you're just bored and want a political lesson." General Yang frowned and raised his hand, intending to chase away the group of nosy onlookers. However, Hu-Chi gently pressed his hand down and shook her head lightly. "What does that mean?" General Yang looked at Hu-Chi in confusion. Seeing her calm expression and relaxed smile, he suddenly understood. This girl must have a plan. "Everyone, please be quiet." Hu-Chi cleared her throat, looked around, and spoke slowly. "Since you want to hear, I'll tell you briefly. Actually, I met Chai-E because Grandpa Yang introduced me to my grandpa. Later, the political commissar took him to He province and we met at my home.
That day."
She summarized the story clearly, explaining how they met and got engaged in just a few words, skipping some small details without exaggeration. The officials present nodded repeatedly. Yes, this story really sounds like something from a top leader. Honestly, it's straightforward, even a bit naive and simple. After hearing the love story, everyone fell into a strange silence. Some looked up at the sky and sighed, others lowered their heads in thought, and some secretly glanced at Hu-Chi now and then. What are they thinking? They're all wondering why Chai-E succeeded in this blind date and how he managed to win such a beautiful girl. If he can do it, what's wrong with me? Didn't I introduce over 100 matches before? And they all failed? No. Is it that they don't want him, or that he doesn't like them? Taking him there? Every time, it's always Zhao, matchmaker, successfully selling him. This thought struck like lightning, exploding in the minds of those single officers. Their eyes quickly looked at Hu-Chi, then shifted to Commissar Zhao, scanning back and forth over both of them, and suddenly, a stroke of luck hit. Someone faster than their thoughts rushed forward, tightly hugging Zhao Weigua and not letting go. "Commissar Zhao, I'm already 26 and still have no partner. Please be kind and help me out. Try to set me up with someone." The others, a beat slower to react, immediately realized what was happening, turning their directions and rushing toward Zhao Weigua like a tide, chattering loudly. "Commissar Zhao, I can wait. Even 10 years. Please help me find someone. Brother, you're my real brother. I'm 21, I don't mind. Just find me a good match within 5 years. Brother, I can't wait that long, just 1 year. My family is urging me, please help me out." Chai-E was still the same Chai-E, relying on himself? Might as well be a lifetime bachelor. Who can make it happen? The persistent matchmaker Zhao. Oh, no, it's the great and selfless Commissar Zhao. 10 years of effort, a sword that seals the throat. With Commander He's appearance and bad temper, he was easily pushed aside. The single officers present immediately gained confidence, thinking that if they tried, they could succeed too. Not just those who look like Hu-Chi, who is beautiful and comes from a good family. Anyone with a little charm and a clean background would be satisfied. Moreover, Zhao Commissar's current skills are not ordinary. They are quite high. In an instant, the crowd surged toward Zhao Weigua like a flood, all rushing to get his attention. In the blink of an eye, he was completely swallowed by the crowd, and not even a shadow of him could be seen. No matter how you looked, you couldn't tell which one was him. Commander Yang shook his head and sighed helplessly, saying, "These young guys, they complain about being tired during training, but when it comes to finding a partner, they're more eager than anyone. Shouting and yelling, what kind of behavior is that? Shout all you want. Call out." Zhao, the matchmaker, doesn't need thanks. Hu-Chi kept her talents hidden, standing quietly to the side with her hands behind her back, leisurely watching this, love, pursuit, chaos. She clearly remembered last month when Zhao Weiguo went to Jie province to propose marriage. After drinking, he blurted out some honest words. 10 years to find one person, 100 failures, and I've become the male matchmaker in the family compound like Chinshimi, a traitor, a housekeeper, or a second marriage man. His reputation in the military district was also bad, and his public image wasn't very good either. Whenever there was something going on, he was always the subject of jokes about his lack of success. Now, who still dares to doubt his business skills? Who still questions his original intention of serving the people, especially serving single people? There is no more doubt. Everyone has simply started to cling to him, begging for his support. Gao Saixia had never seen such a scene. Seeing her husband surrounded by so many people, she was so nervous, she kept stomping her feet nearby. She wanted to go in and help her husband, but as a woman, her strength was no match for the strong, fierce soldiers who looked like wolves and tigers. Don't worry, Sister Gao, Hu Qi calmly walked over, patting her arm. She wanted to pat her shoulder, but Gao Saixia is 175 meters tall and couldn't reach. They all need to seek favor from Brother Zhao now. They are busy flattering him and wouldn't dare do anything to him. Maybe they even want to keep him as a matchmaker. Hearing this, Gao Saixia finally understood and felt a little relieved. Still, her eyes stayed fixed on the crowd, trying to find her husband's face among the heads. Grandpa Yang, should the comrades from other places also send some? Hu Qi asked. General Yang was stretching his neck, watching the group of hungry wolves trying to lift Zhao Weiguo to the staircase. After hearing Hu Qi's words and seeing the scene, he immediately understood her good intentions. She was helping to restore the reputation of Chai Yi and Zhao Weiguo. He couldn't help but smile broadly, feeling very happy. Let's go, check each one. He waved his hand and said, I'll take you to the command office to look around. It's good for you to recognize the place. In the future, it will be easier to find me if you need anything. Grandma Wang looked down and tried not to laugh, then followed them to the jeep at the door. Yang's guard took the bicycle and rode behind them. Gao Saixia saw that everything was arranged, then turned her head to look into the crowd. Although Zhao Weiguo was surrounded, he didn't seem to be in trouble, so she stepped forward to join the group. Push. After 10 years, a few more pushes and they would be pushed into the grave. Their days are over. At home, he would have to tell him, You're not cut out to be a matchmaker. Better to stop now. The jeep moved along the road. When they passed the 2nd Regiment's office, everyone got out of the vehicle. The guard went inside and called out. When the officials arrived, they gathered around, finished handing out the candies, and then got back in the jeep to head to the next regiment. At the 3rd Regiment's entrance, the same process happened. After handing out candies, Hu Qi didn't leave immediately. She turned around and looked back and forth among the crowd, seeming to be searching for someone. Chi-Chi, who are you looking for? Grandpa Yang asked when he saw her get out of the jeep and look around among the officers and officials. Where is Captain Wei? Grandma Wang understood immediately and directly asked the regiment's officer, Director Do. Oh, our 2nd Battalion commander has gone to the company, but he should be back soon. Director Do, standing next to Yang's officer, quickly replied. Go back quickly. Those who received candies should hurry back to work. Go do what you need to do, and don't hang around here. The political officer of the 3rd Regiment, Su Ziyuan, was like herding sheep, pushing the eager officers into the office building. The crowd gradually dispersed. Just then, someone shouted, Commander! Just in time, Wei Heping turned the corner and saw the commander's jeep from afar. He hurriedly jogged over. As he got closer, he saw the commander's wife was there. Standing beside her was a wow. That young woman looks really stunning. Director Wang is also here. His eyes stayed on Hu Qi, but he was greeting Grandma Wang with his mouth. When he looked closer, this beautiful young woman was even more captivating. He instinctively swallowed twice and tentatively asked, Is this young comrade new to the art troupe? She looks really striking. She is Chai Yi's fiancée. Commander Yang looked coldly at the back of his head and said plainly, Today is their engagement day. She came to give you some wedding candies and share the happiness. Oh, so your name is Chai Yi. You. Wei Heping was so absorbed in watching that he continued talking, but as soon as he spoke, he suddenly stopped. Chai-e?
Which Chai-e?
The big, silly, dark one from the first group? He stiffly turned his neck and looked at Commander Yang in disbelief, his voice trembling. Chai-e's. His fiancée, who Kiru continued the conversation with a fake smile that showed no emotion, but her eyes carried a hint of scrutiny. She asked, "Are you Commander Wei of the 2nd Battalion, 3rd Regiment?" Wei Heping's mind was a mess, as if filled with sticky glue. That guy with the black hair? Humph. He really stepped in dog poop and got lucky. Such a beautiful young wife, and he managed to trick her. Commander Wei, I'm asking you. Grandma Wang had long disliked the Wei family's behavior. Seeing him distracted, her tone was clearly impatient. Commander Yang stood nearby with his hands behind his back, looking unhappy as well. He was also feeling dissatisfied. But there was nothing he could do. Wei Heping had connections with some people in the capital. Now, he was like a stubborn mouse that couldn't be caught. They couldn't act against him yet, so they had to endure for now. Oh, yes. I am Commander Wei of the 2nd Battalion, 3rd Regiment. Hello, young comrade. Wei Heping quickly nodded and deliberately reached out his hand toward Hukiru, close enough that only a foot separated them, waiting for her response. Hukiru glanced down at the salty pig's hand, reaching toward her, then looked up at him with a smile, but did not shake his hand. Instead, she reached into the bamboo basket filled with candies, grabbed 2 big handfuls of fruit candies, and handed them to him. Wei Heping was surprised and quickly cupped his hands to catch the gift, repeatedly thanking him. Oh, dear comrade, you're too kind. I will thank. No need to thank me. If you want to thank someone, thank your son, Hu Chi said with a smile, but her eyes were cold as ice. Please tell your son to go home and pass on the message. Standing nearby were Commander Do, Commissar Su, Commander Yang, along with 2 guards and several officers and officials, all looking at them with confusion. Only Grandma Wang and Gout Saixia understood what was happening. They exchanged glances, waiting to see what would happen next. Hu Chi paused for a moment and spoke softly so everyone could hear. Little girl, I gave you 2 big handfuls of candy. What little girl?
Wei Pingesson?
Was it what Gongzi said? Everyone was surprised. They looked at each other, puzzled. Why would they be giving out candy, and why would Wei Heping's son be involved?
Could it be?
All eyes turned to Wei Heping. Gout Saixia saw their puzzled faces and, feeling it was time to act, stepped forward and loudly said, "When we came to the military district, we first went to the family housing area. Your son Gongzi saw that little whose sister had candy in her basket, and he kept shouting and demanding to grab some. Wei Commander, your mother pulled the child aside and took her upstairs. Gongzi didn't get any candy and was so upset, he kept shouting, 'Little girl, if you don't give me candy, I'll tell my dad to hit you.' Oh dear, oh dear." At this point, she deliberately turned her head, covered her face, and pretended to be shy, stepping aside to leave the stage for Yang and the others to perform. She muttered, "I learned that line, and I feel so embarrassed." As soon as she said this, the whole room suddenly became quiet. Everyone's eyes focused on Wei Heping, filled with surprise and amusement. They knew Wei's child was unruly, but they didn't expect such bold words from someone so young, and that the elders at home didn't discipline him. Wei Heping's face turned bright red, then pale. The candy in his hands seemed very heavy, and he stood there, unsure what to do. He wanted to explain but didn't know how to start, so he could only awkwardly open his mouth. Yang, with his hands behind his back, looked sharply at Wei Heping. His tone was calm but firm, carrying an undeniable authority. "Heping, as soldiers, we value honesty. Since you're wearing this uniform, you should focus on building the team. Don't be like in those plays, thinking one thing but doing another and ending up in trouble." Commander Do stood nearby, looking down at his shoes. He was sent from Beijing and usually stayed neutral. Although he was unhappy with Wei's behavior, the situation was uncertain, so he had to be cautious. He was caught between his superior and his colleague who had backing, and after thinking carefully, he chose to stay silent. Seeing this, Commissar Su stepped forward to smooth things over. He comes from a military family with an ordinary background but a brave and straightforward attitude. He naturally dislikes Wei Heping, but to fulfill his role as political commissar, he steps forward to kindly advise him. Old Wei, the kids are young and don't understand much. Ultimately, it's our fault as parents for not teaching them well. We should pay more attention and correct their bad habits early so they can grow up to be useful. His words are firm but respectful. Wei Heping's face shows a mix of pale and red, and he feels embarrassed and unable to speak. When someone offers him a way out, he quickly takes it, bows repeatedly, and forces a stiff smile. Yes, yes. Commander and political commissar are right. It's all my fault for not disciplining the boy properly, letting him run wild. I will go back and give him a good lesson and make sure he changes his bad habits. But Hu Qi isn't here to listen to such empty words. She wants to make things clear face-to-face and spread this message through his unit to stir public outrage. Before coming to the military district, she had already decided. Use a warning to scare others. Since that little troublemaker has crossed her path, she will use his family as an example. Stories from future times show that such plots are not just for fun. She doesn't want to get involved in petty family quarrels, endless troublemakers, or nuisances. A single show of strength can benefit her for a lifetime. She must stop this corrupt trend at its root, right from the start. And she also sees that this Captain Wei is not a good person. Otherwise, how could no one in his unit truly support him? Adding to that, his lecherous and vulgar gaze. Can a decent person have such eyes? When that look swept over her, it made her feel so disgusted she got goosebumps. Commander Yang's face remained calm, with a hint of lingering anger as he led Hu Qi and the others into the jeep. 3 officers from the group stayed behind, standing in place and exchanging glances. They all understood silently. This matter is definitely not over. When the young girl left, her cold gaze clearly showed she would remember this grievance.
Just remember it.
Wei Heping held the candies in his hands, feeling a strange sense of pride. Being able to make such a beautiful young lady think about him every day is another kind of happiness. Forget about thinking of you. Anyway, you won't be able to keep this up for long. In the jeep, everyone was in a bad mood because of what just happened. But when the vehicle reached the rear headquarters, the moment the door opened, their expressions changed instantly. They put on cheerful smiles as if nothing unpleasant had happened, ready to share some sweets. They traveled back and forth until 4 p.m., when they finally arrived at the division's entrance. All the fruit candies in the bamboo basket had been given out. Hu Qi took out some white rabbit candies from her backpack and handed 2 pieces to each officer and leader. After handing out the candies, Grandma Wang found an excuse and took Gao Caixia home first. In the office, only Hu Qi and Commander Yang remained. Let's make the call. Master Yang sat in his office chair, nodded slightly toward the telephone on his desk, then picked up his teacup and slowly sipped his tea. Hu Qi made a sound of acknowledgement, stood up from the sofa nearby, walked to the desk, picked up the receiver, and dialed the Ji Province Chai family's number. The phone rang a few times before being answered, and a slightly breathless voice came through. Hello? Who is this? At this moment, the Chai family had just finished their lively celebration. After the engagement banquet, they saw off friends and relatives from both families, then sat for a long time chatting with some old friends. Once everyone left, the house finally became quiet, leaving only the family members. Yin Yang had just sat down in the living room to rest when she heard the phone in the study ring. She hurried over to answer. Aunt Yi, this is Chi Chi. Oh, Chi Chi. Who are you looking for? Should I call him? Yin Yang didn't waste words, thinking she must have a reason for calling. So she asked directly. I'm looking for my grandpa, Hu Qi said simply. Got it. Yin Yang hung up and turned to go to the living room. In the living room, the Chai family was sitting on the sofa drinking tea and chatting. Seeing Yin Yang rush over, they all looked at her. It's a call from Chi Chi. She's looking for. Ha ha. She's looking for me. Master Chai, hearing it was Hu Qi's call, immediately stood up with a smile before Yin Yang finished speaking and was about to rush to the study. Nian Yi didn't even glance at her husband. She bent down and approached Grandpa, who politely,
Ah, om.
"Ha, let's have some tea." Father Chai's smile froze instantly. He forced a laugh, rubbed his hands nervously, and sheepishly sat back in his seat. Humph. Nearby, Aunt Huang saw everything and couldn't help but let out a soft laugh. She quickly picked up her teacup to hide her amusement. Grandpa Chai lowered his eyes, silently giving his son a look. Then he turned and smiled, greeting everyone. "Let's have some tea." He continued talking about the banquet, but inside, he was thinking, should I take this opportunity to bring up the marriage? Hu Dad and Su Mom calmly sipped their tea, but inside, they were worried. We can't be the ones to bring up marriage first, right? That might seem too eager. Grandpa Hu stood up with a smile and went to the study to answer a call. Uncle Hu followed him. In the study, after hearing what Hu Chi said on the phone, Grandpa Hu immediately made a decision. I understand. Don't move around anymore. We'll come over tomorrow. Okay, Grandpa. Be careful on the way. No need to rush. I have Grandpa Yang and Grandma Wang watching over me, so it will be fine. Hu Chi said this and winked at Commander Yang behind the desk. Commander Yang was amused by her playful gesture and shook his head, showing a mixture of helplessness and indulgence. After hanging up the phone, Grandpa Hu sat down in the study and instructed second uncle Hu to use certain connections to settle the matter quickly. Then, he stayed inside to make a call while he returned to the living room. "Is Chi-Chi having trouble over there?" Grandpa Chai asked casually when he saw him come back. "Yes, there was a small problem at the family residence, and I need to help handle it," Hu Grandpa replied calmly, sitting on the sofa. "Who's so careless? Darn it." Chai Dad suddenly shouted, his protective instincts flaring up. Luckily, Yin Yang was sitting right beside him. Quick as a flash, she stepped on his foot hard, making him yelp in pain. Realizing what happened, Chai Dad quickly covered his mouth and lowered his head in shame, his ears turning bright red. Before coming here, they had already done their homework. Over the past 2 days, the Hu family had gotten to know the Chai family's personalities. They were straightforward and honest. Seeing Chai Dad being publicly punished by his wife, the Hu family didn't pretend not to notice. Instead, they burst out laughing loudly. Ha ha, ha. Chai Dad wasn't angry about being laughed at. He just grinned foolishly, showing he accepted it. Everyone grew quiet and looked at Grandpa Hu, waiting for him to tell them about Chi-Chi's experience at the military district and to make a decision. "I've already arranged for the second son to handle it," Grandpa Hu put down his teacup calmly. "Chi-Chi's idea is to scare the monkey by killing the chicken to warn others." "Yes, that's the right way." Grandpa Chai nodded in agreement. He then changed the subject with a hint of apology and praise. "Dealing with the problem all at once will stop others from bothering Chi-Chi later." It's my son Chai-Yi's fault. He's unreliable at critical moments and isn't by Chi-Chi's side, that useless good-for-nothing." Hearing this, Dad Chai suddenly slapped his thigh and habitually scolded his son loudly, his voice so loud it made people's ears ring. Everyone else looked at him with a mixture of frustration and helplessness. What good does shouting do? Grandpa Chai sighed heavily, looking exhausted. "You shut up, such a reckless fool. No brains at all, just following his mother. And his butcher grandfather too." Thinking this, I glanced at Grandma Guan sitting quietly beside him. She only smiled and didn't say much the whole time. Not bad. She's been with me for decades. No brains, but she should have learned to keep quiet in important moments. Grandma Guan, who seems honest and simple, is actually quite lively inside. The wedding is booked. The person is in the military district. When will they get married? If she can't see it, she'll be so anxious she might even make Big Black upset. Getting married can wait. Sooner or later, there will be children. Boys or girls, they're all kids, as long as they're children. Big Black, my dear grandson. Grandma encourages you to work hard so that when you marry your wife, you will do your best. Hopefully, you will give Grandma a great-grandchild soon. In the distance, Chai-Yi, who is currently in a military drill, suddenly stops walking and feels a strange chill. Who is plotting against me behind my back? Tomorrow morning, we will leave for the military district. First, to see the yard where Chi-Chi lives, and second, to let the two of them meet Chai-Yi. Grandpa Hu puts down his teacup and gestures to Dad Hu and Mom Su with a nod. That's good. Grandpa Chai immediately responds, after the engagement banquet, I happen to be free. Tomorrow, I'll go with you all to take a look, help check the yard, and see what needs to be fixed. I don't feel comfortable letting Chi-Chi live there alone. If something happens and Chai-Yi isn't nearby, what should a young girl do if she gets scared? Second uncle, who glances at Grandpa Chai, purses his lips, snorts softly, and then lowers his head to sip his tea. If your Chai-Yi were here, we'd be the ones who should be worried. If the big bad wolf wanted to eat Little Red Riding Hood, with Chi-Chi's small size and short legs, could she even run away? Chi-Chi said that Chai-Yi's training isn't finished yet. Sigh. Grandpa Hu sighs and looks at Grandpa Chai, pointing out the key issue. Although they are engaged, they haven't registered their marriage yet. Living in the family compound all the time, even if Chai-Yi isn't around, over time, people might start gossiping behind their backs. Who dares to? Hearing this, Grandpa Chai was so excited he wanted to stand up and speak for justice. But just as he opened his mouth, Yin-Yang grabbed his thigh to stop him. Oh no! He made a mistake again. He could only reluctantly close his mouth and nod politely to apologize. Yin-Yang looked at him helplessly, signaling him not to cause more trouble. There's something I need to tell you, and I feel a bit bad about it. Grandpa Chai forced an awkward smile, avoiding eye contact, and nervously rubbed his hands. Chai-Yi's marriage has finally been settled. Our family was so happy and busy preparing the engagement banquet. I wanted to tell you earlier but couldn't. The Hu family members looked at him, waiting for more explanation. The Chai family knew deep down they couldn't hide it forever. Sooner or later, they would find out. It's better to be honest and seek leniency. Grandpa Hu saw all the Chai family members lowering their heads, looking like they wanted to speak but were afraid, and asked suspiciously, what exactly is going on? What's wrong with you all? Are you just now realizing you're nervous? Isn't that a bit too much acting? Your old man from your family, just after returning from proposing marriage at my house, directly reported the marriage. You all knew about it, so why didn't you mention it when discussing the match? Let's go back to last month. It all started when Commander Yang got overly excited and urged Deputy Zhao to submit the marriage report immediately. They jointly approved it for Chai-Yi. After returning home, Grandma Wang pointed at him and scolded, You old fool. Old who hasn't even met the bride's family yet, and you secretly sold their precious granddaughter? At first, Commander Yang only realized what had happened, and the more he thought about it, the more he regretted. He was afraid Grandpa Hu would find out and come after him. After thinking it over, he decided to shift the blame elsewhere, blame it on the troublemaker. Since Chai-Yi was getting married, and the young bride was his, why should he, out of kindness, do something and end up taking the blame? No way. That old guy is dark-skinned and strong. In the end, the good fortune belongs to you. So, naturally, you should take the blame. Commander Yang immediately wrote a letter to Grandpa Hu, telling him the good news that Chai-Yi had submitted his marriage report and it had been approved. As a result, Chai-Yi's face showed no emotion. He didn't lift a finger, and not only did he get a young bride for free, but he also got stuck with a big black pot of trouble. Chai-Yi shouted angrily, Darn it! With leaders like you, I really don't feel happy at all. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, you big fool. When Grandpa Hu received the letter, he had already set the engagement date with the Chai family. This made his anger flare up instantly, burning for several days without easing. He cursed Commander Yang and the Chai family 100 times over. Yang Wanbao. You old man, you're really no good at all. Oh, the words are too dirty to say. Now, back to the present. In the living room, everyone is holding their breath, listening carefully as Grandpa Chai hesitantly explains. Well, the marriage application has already been approved. We can go get the certificate anytime. Once we have it, Chi-Chi can visit Chai-Yi at the military district, officially. Then others won't be able to gossip anymore. As Grandpa Chai speaks, his voice gradually lowers. He cautiously glances at Grandpa Hu, trying to see his expression. Seeing that Grandpa Hu's face is calm, neither angry nor surprised, Grandpa Chai feels a bit disappointed, but then suddenly understands. Young Commander is very close to him, so he must have already leaked the news.
So,
Is Grandpa Hu waiting for them to confess? First, Grandpa Hu is actually lost in thought, thinking about his plan and doesn't realize he's been silent. The other members of the Hu family also remain quiet, and suddenly, the living room becomes eerily silent. Old brother Hu, hey, what are you thinking? Grandpa Chai forces a laugh, sweating nervously, swallowing a couple of times. He decides to go all out. Seeing Grandpa Hu's calm expression, he tentatively asks, Brother, look. Why don't we take this opportunity to discuss and pick a lucky day to set the wedding? Huh. Grandpa Hu just comes back to himself, not quite catching what was said. At this moment, the two families felt very different. Father Hu frowned slightly, holding his teacup midair. He wondered why, after so long since the marriage proposal was approved, no one mentioned it, and now they were in such a hurry? Just after the engagement was arranged, they were rushing to get married. Was their attitude a bit rude? Mother Sue quietly looked at Grandpa Hu and instinctively clenched her handkerchief. She thought, their children have known each other for less than 2 months, and now they're talking about marriage, engagement, and wedding plans. My Chi-Chi is still young. Can't we wait a couple more years? Second uncle, who leaned back on the sofa, tapping his fingers on the armrest, raising an eyebrow with a cold smile.
wow.
Waiting here? No wonder you were acting so timid earlier. So, you're eager to lock down our little cabbage. Father Chai straightened up, his eyes shining brightly. He desperately signaled to his father-in-law, Dad, Dad, Dad. Our family's good at talking, so please say something nice. Whether Dahe can have a warm life with his wife and children depends on you. Madame Yi smiled on the outside, but was very nervous inside. She thought, we really didn't handle the marriage report well. Will the Hu family think we're trying to trick them into marriage? Grandma Guan kept her face tight, clasped her hands together, and silently prayed, all the gods, the heavenly Lord, ancestors, please bless Dahe. Don't let this fall apart. Grandpa Chai forced a smile, trying to look patient, and asked again. So, when do you think would be a good time for Chai Yi and Chi-Chi to get married? Grandpa Hu was thinking about his plan. In the next 2 years, many accidents could happen. He asked back, tell me, which lucky days have you chosen? History always repeats itself. This scene was just like last month when we went to Black Province to propose marriage. The Chai family members quickly exchanged glances, secretly debating. Grandpa Chai clenched his fists. Should we gamble or not? Let's take a chance. Move the wedding date forward. If the Hu family agrees, then 7-7 will definitely be part of the Chai family. Dad Chai was so anxious he couldn't sit still, feeling furious inside. Forget it. Let's go all in. We might even kneel and apologize if needed. As long as 7-7 can move in sooner, I'll agree to any condition, even if I have to work as a servant for the Hu family. Mother Yi nervously twirled her sleeve, feeling both worried and hopeful. What if we upset the Hu family and the wedding falls through? Grandma Guan kept praying silently. Please, God, let them agree. I really want to hold my grandchild. I want our big black to have a home. I've checked the auspicious days for the next few months, said the Chai family eagerly, almost going crazy with hope. Grandpa Chai, feeling nervous, trembled slightly and asked, the 5th day of next month is a perfect day. Do you think it's okay? Grandpa Hu replied calmly, then suddenly said, let's set it for the 5th day of next month. All right. Then on the 5th day of next month. Ahem, ahem.
No, I mean,
Brother, you. What you just said. Grandpa Chai was coughing repeatedly after being splashed by his own spit, eyes wide open, hardly believing his ears. Oh my goodness. Is the surprise coming so quickly? He had prepared for a back and forth, setting a date and then changing it. Never expecting the first date would be the right one?
wow.
The Hu family actually chose the closest date. Grandpa Chai was torn inside. Marriage? Oh heavens! Is Dahe destined to marry late? All these years, we've been fighting against the odds, going against the heavens, challenging fate. But then he thought again, no, that's not right. It's because his son Da He has found his true love. When the time comes, everything will naturally move forward quickly. The more he thought about it, the more excited he got. His cough eased, and he smiled happily, wrinkles forming a big smile on his face. Grandma Guan was so excited her lips trembled, and Dad Chai relaxed completely, collapsing from the sofa and plopping onto the floor. Miss Yi covered her mouth in surprise, her face full of disbelief. The Hu family members looked calm, secretly thinking, just wait and see. They were truly beautiful, so beautiful it seemed to bubble over, but it was just tears of joy. You, sniffle.
You said the
Sniffle. The 5th day of next month, Grandpa Chai's eyes instantly turned red when he heard Grandpa Hu agree. He was so excited that tears streamed down his face. Choking with emotion, he repeatedly confirmed with Grandpa Hu, "We, the men of the family," said. Sniffle. Spit out a promise, one after another. Sniffle. A firm promise. No backing out. After saying that, he didn't care about being proper or not. He wiped his face with his sleeve, gave up on decorum, and burst into loud tears. Yes, I said it. On the 5th day of next month, they will get married, no backing out. Grandpa Hu looked at him crying with tears and snot, feeling confused. He couldn't understand why a grown man was crying so much in front of him. Not just one man. Ancestors are watching. Heaven bless us. Blackie can finally get married. Grandma Guan didn't care about all that. She had been holding it in all day. Now that the wedding date was set, she didn't care about the occasion. She felt happy inside and wanted to shout. She raised her voice, patting her thigh as she cried out, "I'm just afraid that before I close my eyes, Blackie will still be all alone." Blackie. Grandma's fault. I dragged you down.
So.
Dad has finally waited for this day. Dad Chai sat on the ground, overwhelmed by his mother's crying. Hearing her sobs, he felt a deep sadness. He couldn't hold back and suddenly broke down, crying loudly. "It's all because I didn't work hard enough, didn't strive to improve, and delayed you. Wah. You finally get to marry."
Wah.
For a moment, the whole living room was filled with the Chai family's loud crying. The Hu family members looked expressionless and silently watched them lose control of their emotions. The 3 members of the Chai family cried loudly, but Ye's mother was the only one who kept her composure, silently wiping tears and sitting quietly aside. What is going on? Has the Chai family been possessed by some spirit? The Hu family members wondered silently, awkwardly forcing smiles, but no one stepped forward to comfort or speak to them. They all sat nearby, watching their emotional outburst with eager eyes. God knows what they're crying about. They had already planned to harvest the carefully grown vegetables to feed their old pig, and we were about to cry too. Ye's mother sniffed, glanced at her crying father-in-law, mother-in-law, and husband, and sighed heavily, holding back her tears. She looked up at the Hu family with apology and shame on her face, her voice trembling. "Please forgive us, dear family. We just couldn't hold it in." Over the years at home. Well, it's a long story. She began to speak softly, sharing the hardships and bitterness the Chai family had endured over the years. It's no wonder the Chai family lost control of their emotions. If you want to blame something, blame the unfair world. This family, Grandpa Chai, was from a noble family, but even after their decline, they were still labeled as Black 5 categories, considered part of the exploiting class. Chai's father faced discrimination because of his background, which affected his opportunities for education, employment, and marriage. He encountered many hardships along the way. Grandma Guan's situation was even more difficult. She was once a well-known old healer. If not for her brave decision to leave her village during the war and actively join the fight against the Japanese, and if the authorities hadn't acknowledged her contributions by saying her past mistakes balanced out her good deeds, she might have been punished severely. Even so, during the turbulent years, she was repeatedly investigated, and her past was brought up again. She was labeled a former counter-revolutionary, and life was very stressful. Even Ye's family was not spared. Several generations of honest herbalists were affected because of traditional medicine, accused of practicing superstitions, and faced discrimination everywhere. Fortunately, Chai-i was very clever from a young age. At 15, he was specially recruited into the army. Not only because he was skilled in martial arts, but mainly because he was an outstanding student and seen as a promising talent for special training. Unexpectedly, when he went to the Northwest, he discovered another talent, becoming a military officer.
He was only 17 years old then.
Driven by a desire to make a contribution, he bravely charged forward, fighting barehanded against 5 or 6 armed enemies. Weapons are unpredictable, and in the end, he was captured, suffering serious injuries that almost left him disabled. Huja's family listened quietly. Their previous attitude of watching a show faded, replaced by silent sadness. Because of his family's background, Chai-i had faced gossip and deliberate difficulties at home, but he never told his family about it. He kept it all inside. He was determined to help his family break free from the heavy background restrictions. At 18, he volunteered to go to the front lines to support, aiming to achieve success quickly. He often faced life and death, fighting through gunfire and danger, but he never thought of giving up. Grandpa Chai and others understood his hard work and dedication. The hopes of the whole family rested on Chai-i's shoulders. If he succeeded, he could change his status and completely solve the terrible background issue. Joining the army was a proud thing for the whole family. But behind this pride were countless dangers, and Chai-i risked his life for it. Because of this, after he turned 18, his family hurried to arrange a marriage for him. They knew him well and worried that he would focus only on earning merit, risking everything in his missions, and they feared he might not come back. They worried he might leave no one behind, becoming just a stepping stone for the family's future. Later, he was promoted to battalion commander, and he took fewer dangerous missions. Things at home improved a little. But with scars on his body, a fierce look, a bad temper, and complicated family background, his attempts at marriage kept failing, again and again. The family finally became truly worried. They really didn't want Chai-i, after escaping so many dangers, to spend his later years lonely and living like a cold, emotionless war machine. They scolded him, pressured him, and even hit him, using all means to make him submit. Their only goal was for Chai-i to live with a sense of humanity and to have a normal life like others. After listening, Mother Sue sighed deeply, her eyes full of emotion.
Her feelings were complicated.
Chai-i is responsible and good. A good boy. She originally wanted to say he was a good man, but when she thought of her future mother-in-law's role, she changed her words to child. Ahem, a grown-up child is still a child. In the eyes of elders, no matter how old they are, everyone needs someone to care for them. The Hu family members also remained silent, feeling more respect and understanding for Chai-i. At this moment, they realized that this marriage was not just a happy union for the Chai family, but also a sweet relief after hardships. Hu Chi is the oldest child. Now she is playing a game of flipping flowers with the 3 children from the Zhao family in the yard. She claps her small hands, and with a snap, she flips the flower pattern, changing shapes again and again, making the 3 kids excited and clapping happily. The sun is warm and shining. Nearby, in the small vegetable garden, Gao Saixia is bending over, sowing seeds. She occasionally looks up at the 4 children playing. Oh, she's still a girl. No, now she's a young wife. It's not that Hu Chi is lazy or doesn't want to work. It's just that Sister Gao is too enthusiastic, pulling her arm and pushing her outside, refusing to let her join in, insisting that she is just causing trouble and should do her own work. Fine, I won't do it then. Hu Chi had to go comfort the children. She was flipping a red string in her hand and smiling happily, saying, "Then it's trouble for Sister Gao. Look, if you're not going to do the work properly, please have some pity on me, a lonely person. Can I come over to your house for dinner tonight? Sure. After I finish planting this field, you can come home with me." Gao Saixia kept working quickly and agreed cheerfully. The 3 children cheered loudly when they heard, Annie is coming to our house. They really liked this little auntie. She was pretty, generous, friendly, and always willing to play with them. Unlike some adults in the big yard, who looked at them with dislike or frowned and said strange things, then sometimes came to complain about them. One worked while another directed, and the three kids helped out. In less than half an hour, the small vegetable garden Chi planned was finished. Their home had so many vegetables they couldn't eat them all. Chi thought she'd leave in a few days, and it would be a shame if they wilted. Standing at the kitchen door, holding a big radish, she called out to Gao Saixia, "Sister Gao, I have a lot of vegetables here. I can't eat them all myself, and they'll go bad if I leave them. I'll bring some over to you, so you can add to your dishes." Sister Gao looked at the basket of fresh vegetables, paused for a moment, then smiled and stepped forward to take them. "All right, I won't be polite. I'll go home first and cook some rice porridge, then help you boil some water. It'll be good for you to soak your feet before bed." When she reached the gate, she turned to the three children and warned, "Did you hear me? Don't cause trouble at Auntie's place. Play for a little while, then come back quickly to help with the vegetables." The three kids nodded eagerly and replied together, "Yes, we understand." Chi turned and went into the kitchen. She looked up at the cupboard and started gathering soy sauce, vinegar, cooking wine, and spices into a small basket. Dad Chai had sent a lot of supplies. She saw that the quantities were large, so she took a bottle of each. She glanced out the window to make sure Gao Saixia had gone far away and that the children were busy feeding the chickens. Then she quickly took out a jar of homemade 13-spice mix, which weighed about half a jin. Feeling she had enough, she carried the basket and called out, "Big head, second head, third girl, let's go."
Yay!
"Auntie is coming to our house for dinner." The three children cheered happily, bouncing around her as they headed home. Today, Zhao's family prepared a special dinner, 4 dishes: braised eggplant, mushrooms stir-fried with cabbage, hot and sour shredded potatoes, and fried radish balls. Main food: 2 kinds of steamed buns with big grain porridge. As dusk fell, the Zhao family's gate was pushed open from outside. Zhao Weiguo staggered home, his hair messy like a chicken coop, and his military uniform wrinkled in several places. Today had been a tough day. First, he was chased and blocked by single men from his unit. Then he was cornered by his brothers inside the office building. He hadn't done any work all afternoon, just running around and escaping, exhausted from all the running. "Oh no, this is so hard," he staggered with tears in his eyes. In the past, people disliked him and avoided him, saying he was unlucky. They believed being around him would bring bad luck and that he would remain single forever. Now, everyone calls him brother or sir and refuses to let go. They want to share his good luck and find him a partner. Find? Who are you kidding? I'm done with this. Zhao Meigong, famous for matchmaking, announced he was quitting the matchmaking world at the peak of his career. He decided to retire for good. Who wants to be a matchmaker can do it themselves. He didn't want to do it anymore. Despite a group of eager, aggressive men trying to persuade him with threats and promises, Zhao Weiguo remained calm, eyes blank, showing no reaction. Just then, the chief of staff, Gu Mingyuan, who was visiting the southern military district for training, returned. As soon as his car stopped, he was stunned. He saw chaos everywhere. The headquarters was in disarray, like a pot of burnt porridge. The soldiers from the brother unit had crowded into the yard and surprisingly took over the command post of the 1st Battalion. What's going on? Did someone take over the 1st Battalion? Are they not afraid of my big black dog? Has no one heard that he might be dead? This is a disaster. Chai Yi, you old bachelor, always thinking about finding a wife behind the scenes, but you're ignoring the front line. Gu Mingyuan, usually calm and composed, was so angry his face turned red and his neck thickened. He rolled up his sleeves and rushed inside. It wasn't about fighting. It was about helping him escape from being surrounded. Zhao Weiguo. After much effort, I finally managed to calm the situation and chase away all the intruders. Supporting the exhausted Zhao Weiguo upstairs, I went back to the office to rest. Listening to him talk about everything that happened over the past month, Gu Mingyuan was so surprised his mouth dropped open, almost in disbelief. He had only been away for a month, and now everything seemed completely different. Zhao Weiguo had actually managed to push away the difficult boss, Chai Yi, who would have thought someone so blind could see his worth. Gu Mingyuan stared at Zhao Weiguo, feeling that this brother had endless potential. After a long pause, he finally said, "Things change so quickly in this world. Let it be. When the second-in-command returns, Zhao Zhenwei can rest and go home." "Old Zhao, you're back." Gao Caixia came out of the main room with a water jug, saw Zhao Weiguo wandering in like a ghost, and quickly stepped forward, inspecting him from head to toe. "Are you okay?
Did they
Hurt you? I'm fine. Don't worry." Zhao Weiguo walked inside while unbuttoning his uniform, sounding tired. "I explained everything to them. I've decided to retire from matchmaking. No matter who comes asking, I won't help anymore." "That's right. That's how it should be. One person is enough to handle." Caixia originally wanted to advise her husband not to take on more work. Hearing his words, she happily agreed. "From now on, let's live our own lives well and no longer do those tiring, troublesome chores." She carried the water jug and turned to the kitchen to boil water. When she returned to the main room, she saw Zhao Weiguo already sitting at the dining table. He had lifted the bowl covering his plate and was busy eating. It looked like he was very hungry and quite tired. "Today's meal is good. It's Xiaohu's sister-in-law's cooking," Zhao Weiguo said, holding chopsticks in one hand and a steamed bun in the other, chewing and asking vaguely, "Did she come to our house?" "Exactly." Caixia sat down beside him, smiling as she replied, "This afternoon I went back to help her plant a small vegetable garden. She said she wanted to come over for a meal, so I agreed. In the end, she brought half a basket of vegetables and a basket of soy sauce, vinegar, and seasonings." She honestly recounted what happened, including the story about meeting someone to buy candy later. Zhao Weiguo listened while eating, occasionally saying, in response. Halfway through the meal, he paused, turned to his wife, and said, "From now on, if Xiaohu's sister-in-law needs help, you should go happily. If she doesn't ask, and there's no need, don't go out of your way." Director Wang said she prefers peace and quiet. He glanced at the food on the table and added, "If she gives you something, just accept it calmly. Don't keep pushing it away. Our family's days are long ahead, and there's no need for all that superficial politeness." Caixia sat nearby, listening and nodding repeatedly, while keeping the words in her mind.
"Well,
In the future, some people will probably be jealous and say sour things." Zhao Weiguo thought about this, looked into the distance, and suddenly smiled. "You know, if you can't stand their harsh words, just reply directly. There's no need to suffer their nonsense." He spoke confidently and then said, "Just wait and see. In the future, Chai Yi will succeed in his career, and Xiaohu's younger siblings will manage the family compound. Our family will benefit a lot by following them." Caixia looked at her husband, who was rarely so happy, and she also smiled, feeling hopeful about the future. That day, many people were truly happy. And the happiest of all were the Chai family members, including Chai Yi himself. He was really happy. The practical training exercise went very smoothly and ended early, finishing perfectly. During the daytime in the field, it was busy after the victory. The soldiers were carefully tidying up the area, following the rule of leave no item behind, no dirt left, gathering the simulated construction materials, collecting empty shell casings, and signal flare remnants. They also sorted and packed camouflage nets from various places to take away. Chai Yi carried a record book with exercise data and a leather bag with mapping tools. After returning to the camp with his team and equipment, he went into his tent. Without taking a break, I sat at the wooden table under the lamplight and started working overtime to organize data, from the tactical movement times and hit rates of various units to personnel injury simulations and equipment loss reports. All carefully written on paper. I handwritten training logs, tracked ammunition use, and drew tactical plans. These are important for future military training reforms and selecting top performers. By evening, after finishing my work, I lay on my bedroll and felt so happy I couldn't sleep. I'm really happy. Truly good news. First, the recent training exercise was a big success. The tactics we tested, like flanking and small team infiltration, worked well, and we gathered useful data. Second, I avoided the engagement party today, so I didn't have to be around those old folks showing off everywhere, successfully slipped away. And that troublesome dog didn't get close enough to me. Safety. Third, tomorrow I'll submit the report, earn some credit, and get closer to my goal. My future looks bright. Fourth, the day after tomorrow, when I return to the unit, I'll check the calendar. Old Gu Mingyuan should be back too. The three of us, our tight team, are back together. We can work as one, focus on training and run mock battles. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Fifth, and most importantly, finally, I can enjoy a few peaceful days. No one is pushing for marriage, no family visits, and the bad dog is not around. Haha. The sky is high, the emperor is far away, and the sea is wide enough for me to fly freely. This feeling of freedom is so wonderful. Happy together, but unfortunately, things don't always go as planned. Dreams are beautiful, but reality can be harsh. The wedding date is set, elders are coming, and Hu-Chi is here, waiting for you to return. I had no dreams all night until the bugle sounded, then Chai-E woke up. Captain, today we report to the military headquarters. You should wash your face first, and when we reach the station, we'll go to the bathhouse together. The tent flap was lifted, and guard Shi Yuanting came in carrying a metal water bucket. Seeing him in his standard military uniform, he immediately reported, "The brothers are all up. This time, we're really showing our face." Chai didn't even lift his eyelids and automatically entered silent mode, habitually pretending to be deaf and mute. Once this chatterbox started talking, it was like an endless water tap that wouldn't turn off. Outside the tent, the soldiers had already gathered, waiting for Chai-E to come out for the final inspection. Soon, Chai-E strode over, stood in front of the team, and sharply surveyed everyone. He said a few words to boost morale, then gave the order. "Get on the vehicle." The soldiers moved quickly, jumping onto the trucks one after another, and in no time, several trucks' back compartments were filled with armed soldiers. A few military jeeps led the way, followed by a dozen trucks loaded with soldiers. The convoy set out grandly, wheels rolling over the dirt mountain roads, gradually leaving the wilderness behind, kicking up clouds of dust as they headed toward the travel office. In the office of the headquarters, Chai-E has come out. Gu Mingyuan pushed up his glasses, smiling mischievously as he looked at Zhao Weiguo. "Old Zhao, be careful. Once he's done with his work, he'll come back to settle accounts with you." What am I careful about? Zhao Weiguo sat behind his desk, holding a pen, acting tough. But suddenly he stopped mid-sentence, his mind buzzing. He remembered what he had just done. The family housing approval went through. The small home was tidied up, and his wife was here. Yes, all good news, no trouble coming. Ring, ring, ring. Ring, ring, ring. The phone on the desk rang just at the right moment. Gu Mingyuan walked over, waved his hand in front of Zhao Weiguo, who was still dazed, signaling him to snap out of it. Zhao Weiguo looked up blankly, still lost in thought. "Phone." Gu Mingyuan pointed at the ringing phone, then turned to sit on the nearby sofa, ready to watch the show. Zhao Weiguo sighed, resigned, and casually picked up the receiver. "Hello?" After answering, he let out a breath of relief. Phew, luckily it wasn't Chai calling. He didn't know what was said on the other end. His expression froze, first surprised, then happy. His mouth stretched wider and wider, almost reaching his ears. Hey. Okay. All right. Definitely. He kept responding into the microphone, nodding his head each time he spoke. When he got excited, he would stand up from his chair, and his face showed his excitement clearly. Gu Mingyuan sat on the sofa, frowning slightly, feeling very curious. This definitely wasn't Chai making the call. What's the good news? Why is he so excited? Yes. He's out. See you tomorrow. Okay. Drive carefully on the way. Stay safe. Zhao Weiguo held the receiver with both hands, kept replying excitedly, and even jumped with joy. As soon as he hung up, he couldn't help but rub his hands together and then burst out laughing. Ha. Heaven is helping me, ha 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 ha. Stop it, no more yelling. Gu Mingyuan looked at his nervous brother with a look of disgust, his face scrunching up. Just tell me, what's got you so happy? He had already told Chi-E that his brother probably had some problem, maybe a serious one. He still didn't believe it. Look. He's having another episode and it's getting worse. Gu Mingyuan is 35 years old and has been a senior officer for a while now. He met Chi-E when he was a young platoon leader, and over time, he watched Chi-E and Zhao Weigua climb to their current positions. They used to be his superiors, but now they are his peers. Although their personalities are very different, they get along well and enjoy hanging out together. Since meeting Zhao Weigua, he has always thought that this brother's way of thinking is different from others. After all, without a serious illness, who could stay consistent for 10 years, always promoting Chi-E with unwavering determination? He keeps trying despite repeated failures, never giving up. Honestly, I don't know whether to praise their incredible perseverance or feel sorry for their unfair luck. Zhao Weigua jumps up and runs over to Gu Mingyuan, waving his arms and cheering. The Chai family is here. Is Chai going to get scolded again? Before Gu Mingyuan finishes speaking, he immediately asks back, looking speechless. Is that all? It's normal if he doesn't get scolded. What's going on? Hearing this, Zhao Weigua's face immediately falls and he grumbles. He's already married. Why would he get hit? Can't you hope for him to have some good luck? I wish I could too. Gu Mingyuan leans back, resting his arm on the armrest and snorts coldly, but every time someone from the Chai family comes, they bring tools, either a cane or a board. Why do they come for no reason? Surely not to miss Chi-E, right? He then delivers a final, deadly blow. Or maybe they just want to hit him. You. Sigh, you don't understand. Times are different now. Zhao Weigua stands with his arms crossed, lifting his chin proudly, and says, Chai now has a get-out-of-trouble-free card in his hand. He deliberately teases, seeing Gu Mingyuan's curiosity, then reveals the answer. His young wife is in the military district's family housing. Yes. Gu Mingyuan lowered his eyes, thought for a moment, then suddenly laughed out loud. A bright spark of interest appeared in his eyes. In that case, I should go meet this sharp-eyed little sister-in-law of mine. Hey, let's get to the main point. Zhao Weigua sat down next to him, grabbing Gu Mingyuan's hand tightly, with a serious face. Push back all the plans for tomorrow. Not only the Chai family is coming, but the Hu family is also here. His mother-in-law wants to see her daughter's handsome husband. He squeezed his friend's hand firmly. At a critical moment, we need to say some good words. Our happy marriage depends on us to protect it. Humph. Gu Mingyuan glanced at his tightly held hand, then looked up at him with a teasing smile. Let me meet my sister-in-law tonight first, then we talk about other things. Okay? No problem. Zhao Weigua nodded repeatedly, then suddenly stood up and rushed back to his desk, grabbing a pen and starting to write quickly. He hurried to finish his work, so he could fully focus tomorrow on helping Chai-E make a good impression on his mother-in-law's family. Gu Mingyuan saw Zhao Weigua frantically handling his work, so he didn't bother him further. He got up and returned to his office to do his own tasks. Since the team leader was not at home and the political commissar was half crazy, if he didn't work hard, the team might fall apart. It just wouldn't end. Really, it never ends. Today, the schedule was packed with meetings, including a small meeting followed by a separate follow-up discussion. Chai-E took a refreshing hot shower at the military department's bathhouse, carefully tidied his uniform and cap, then headed to the conference room to give a summary report on the drill. Although he was very busy, he didn't feel tired at all and was full of energy. When he presented, he provided detailed data, clearly explained the tactical highlights, issues, and areas for improvement. He also used a sand table to simulate and restore key tactical points. The leaders of the military department nodded frequently, discussed on the spot, and decided to include this drill's data in this year's training materials. The response was better than expected, and the new tactical ideas proposed were very impressive. The regimental commander praised him on the spot. Chai-E commanded very well during this drill, and his summary was spot on. When you return to the regiment tomorrow, I will recommend you for a big award, and the whole army will be notified. The military department meeting lasted 3 hours in the morning. In the afternoon, he participated in a tactical review seminar and exchanged experiences with key officers from various divisions. The drill was successfully completed. After the report, he could return to the regiment tomorrow. Chai-yi didn't know that a surprise was waiting for him at the regiment. A big, very big surprise. Early in the morning, Zhao Weiguo went to the neighboring courtyard to meet Hu Qi for lunch. "Little Hu, come to my house for lunch today. I want to introduce you to my good friend, our regiment's chief of staff, Gu." Hu Qi thought for a moment and happily agreed. "Sure, but don't stay at your house. Come to mine, and you can help me warm the stove and attract some visitors." "All right. Later, I'll ask your sister-in-law to come and help you." Zhao Weiguo cheerfully agreed, waved goodbye to Hu Qi, and headed to the factory office. After breakfast, Hu Qi went out to feed the chickens with wheat bran. Just as she poured it into the trough, there was a knocking sound outside the yard. Then Gao Caishia's loud voice came. "Little Hu, it's us." "Oh." Coming, Hu Qi brushed off the wheat bran on her hands, then went to open the door. Gao Caixia didn't rush in but listened from her yard, thinking Hu Qi was busy enough. When she saw that Hu Qi had finished, she carried a vegetable basket over. The two sat on small stools in the yard, picking and washing vegetables. Gao Caixia quickly picked mushrooms, sighed, and started talking about Commander Gu. Old brother Gu also had a hard life. Hu Qi listened quietly, slowing down her washing. Gu Mingyuan was from Zhejiang in the south. His ancestors were late Qing scholars, and his family once had a plaque given by Emperor Guangxu. Later, when the Red Guards destroyed it, his father risked his life to save half a piece of wood from the fire. Now, it was their only cherished memory. His grandfather was a banker during the Republic of China, and his father was an engineer who studied in the U.S. With such a family background, during the political movements, they were labeled as counter-revolutionaries and bourgeois intellectuals, making life very difficult. A few years ago, during the political movement, Gu Mingyuan was suspended and investigated because of his overseas connections. His family's entire collection of books was burned. His mother was emotionally affected during a public criticism meeting and suddenly suffered a stroke, becoming paralyzed. She passed away within 2 months. His wife, Lin Xuemei, couldn't handle the pressure from her family and was afraid of being involved. She divorced him. She left their 5-year-old son with Gu Mingyuan, had an abortion at 3 months, and quickly remarried. At that time, Gu Mingyuan volunteered to go to the border to clear mines, staying away from home. Using his exceptional math skills, he figured out the pattern of the enemy's landmines and set a record by removing 127 mines alone. After the war, he was called a mine-clearing hero. The medal he received became a symbol of hope, but it only helped keep his father and son from being sent away. Chai-yi worked tirelessly, using connections to send the grandfather and grandson to an old house in the countryside of Zhejiang province, finally escaping danger. After returning from the border, Gu Mingyuan's chances for promotion were limited, but he didn't complain. He focused entirely on studying military theory. Hu Qi listened carefully and nodded gently. More than sympathy, she cared whether the visitor was friendly. Being able to hold the position of chief of staff during such turbulent times showed that this person was capable and shrewd. A big smart isn't scary. What's dangerous is a true smart who can understand you in just a few words. She stood up, carrying the washed vegetables to the kitchen, already making her decision. Don't pretend. Just be honest and tell the truth. Sincerity is the ultimate weapon. No matter what tricks the other side uses, hitting back with straightforward honesty is the safest choice. In the kitchen, Sister Gao is in charge of preparing ingredients, helping out, washing, chopping, and blanching efficiently. Hu Qi is cooking herself, stir-frying, simmering, and adding scallions and ginger to make the aroma fill the house. At noon, Zhao Weiguo brings Gu Mingyuan over. Before entering the yard, they already smell the delicious food. Little Hu's cooking skills are really good. I can smell it from far away. Zhao Weiguo loudly praises and goes ahead into the main room. Gu Mingyuan follows calmly, observing the small home of Kai Yi as they walk. As soon as they enter, They see Zhao Weigua's 3 children sitting on the sofa, happily munching sunflower seeds. His eyes sweep over the room's decorations and he slightly frowns. Hu Qi really dares to display everything openly. On the wall cabinet, it's full of food: canned meat, fruit cans, cookies, milk powder, malted milk. So bold, turning the house into a small supply store. Meal is ready. With a sweet, clear call, a pretty young girl carries a clay pot into the main room. She walks very slowly, muttering softly, "So hot, so hot, so hot." Hu Qi's attention is entirely on the soup in her hand, so she doesn't greet Gu Mingyuan, but she catches a glimpse of Gu's scrutinizing gaze out of the corner of her eye. "Oh, if it's hot, let your sister-in-law bring it over." Zhao Weigua suddenly stood up, brushed off some sunflower seed shells from his hand, and walked quickly over. "Sister-in-law is holding the rice," Hu Qi said as she carefully placed the clay pot on the side of the dining table. She looked up and smiled at Zhao Weigua, then turned her gaze to Gu Mingyuan with a polite smile, speaking cautiously. "Hello? Brother Gu, right?"
I'm Hao Qi.
"You can call me Xiao Hu or Chi Chi." She felt a bit nervous around Gu Mingyuan. His appearance and aura were just like the top boss of a company from her past life. Just standing there silently and giving a faint glance with his eyes made her feel uncomfortable and pressured. Gu Mingyuan had already observed her. The girl looked quite outstanding, and with Chi Yi, her dark companion, it was clear his brother had a higher status. He smiled gently and nodded, replying, "Hello, Chi Chi. I am Gu Mingyuan. Brother Gu has arrived. Go wash your hands quickly." Sister-in-law Gao carried a big basin of white rice and placed it on the table, then urged her husband, "Old Zhao, don't just stand there. Hurry up." The two of them responded and went outside to wash their hands by the water well in the yard, then came back and sat at the table. Hu Qi warmly welcomed everyone. "Brother Gu, Brother Zhao, sister-in-law, don't be shy. Just like at home." The 3 children sitting nearby were surprisingly well-behaved today. Before coming, their parents had sternly told them to behave, so now they sat quietly in their chairs. Although their eyes were fixed on the full table of food, they didn't dare to reach for the chopsticks. Looking at the table again, there are 5 dishes: stir-fried bacon with mushrooms, potato stew with dried duck, fish-flavored eggplant, radish and cabbage stew with vermicelli, and stir-fried bacon with potato slices. 1 soup, mushroom and egg soup. Main food, plain white rice. The portions are large, with plenty of oil and water, and enough rice for everyone. Besides Hu Qi, the adults and children at the table look at the meal and feel more and more hungry. Their stomachs are growling loudly. Everyone here is family, so don't be shy. Eat more. We can't waste food. Seeing that they are a bit hesitant, Hu Qi takes the lead with chopsticks, smiling and saying, "If you're eating less, it must be because my cooking isn't good enough to satisfy you." The host has spoken, so Zhao Weigua and Gu Mingyuan exchange a knowing look and smile, then stop hesitating and start eating. The 3 children are very polite, not fighting or grabbing. They finish the food on their plates before reaching for more. Sister Gao is nearby, occasionally glancing at the children with the corner of her eye. Seeing they are well-behaved, she feels relieved and lowers her head to eat her own rice. After the meal, the room is very quiet. Almost no one talks. Everyone is focused on eating. They eat heartily, refilling their bowls repeatedly, finishing everything. Hu Qi's cooking is excellent, just as good as the chefs in state-run restaurants. Everyone eats happily. Seeing the empty plates, Hu Qi feels a little embarrassed. Hu Qi didn't mind at all. She smiled and told the children to go play outside, while the adults started tidying up. Sister Gao quickly stopped Hu Qi from helping, saying, "Don't do that work, I'll handle it all." Hu Qi nodded happily, handed over the cleaning tasks, and went to the kitchen with an empty water bottle to boil water. Gu Mingyuan also helped clear the table. When he saw Hu Qi turn away, he quickly nudged Zhao Weigua, who was wiping the table nearby. Zhao Weigua looked up, understood his signal, picked up the remaining dishes on the table, and went to the kitchen to help his wife wash the dishes. Hu Qi returned to her room and saw Gu Mingyuan sitting on the sofa, looking in her direction. "Chi Chi, come rest for a while. Let those 2 handle the chores," she said. Hu Qi smiled knowingly. She knew an interrogation was about to start. They chatted casually for a while, talking about everyday things. Then Gu Mingyuan changed the subject, his expression appearing relaxed but with a hint of scrutiny in his eyes. He asked, "Honestly, Chi-Chi, you're young, beautiful, from a good family, and well-educated. Why did you fall for that dark-haired guy, Chai-Yi?" After Gu Mingyuan finished speaking, he lowered his eyes and held his teacup, planning to wait for her to gather her thoughts and respond slowly. Unexpectedly, the girl answered so quickly, so decisively, so directly, and so confidently. Just 4 simple words, but they had a huge impact, causing him to almost choke on his own spit. He quickly put down his teacup, patted his chest to steady his breath, and, after finally calming down, looked up at her. He saw Hu Qi with a calm expression, a faint smile still on her lips. Her clear, bright eyes showed no hesitation or shyness, just a straightforward gaze back at him. This reaction didn't seem fake. Was she being sincere? Is this girl serious? Hu Qi looked at his flustered state with a calm, indifferent expression. "I like Chai, a tough guy with a strong, commanding look, very protective and reassuring. Chai-Yi isn't ugly, but his face looks fierce, which makes people feel a bit afraid. Plus, his strong features aren't the typical gentle, scholarly type that's popular now. But a man like that is the most interesting. You're the first to say, cough cough, that you like him." Gu Mingyuan chuckled softly, then looked up at Hu Qi and asked, "What do you like about him?" Yesterday, when he went back to the office, he asked around about Hu Qi through connections. The result was, the girl is well-behaved, a bit cold in personality, has never had a boyfriend, and doesn't even have close friends or classmates. I initially thought there was some hidden reason behind this marriage, so I came today to ask more questions. I didn't expect to uncover such a shocking secret. I like him. He's good-looking and has a great figure. Hee. Hu Qi's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. She remembered the first time she saw Chai-Yi dressed in a sharp military uniform that was very attractive, and how he accidentally showed his muscular arms after drinking too much at a bar. Wow, he's really impressive. Such good muscle tone. She looked happy and dreamy, then suddenly blushed and lowered her head, giggling nonstop. Gu Mingyuan's smile froze instantly when he heard this. His face twitched, and his brows furrowed tighter. Even though he was prepared, he was still shocked by her blunt and straightforward reason. His eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Hu Qi. This girl not only has poor eyesight, maybe she has some big problem in her head too? What does she see in Chai-Yi?
Could it be his body?
Just as Gu Mingyuan's suspicion started to form, Hu Qi glanced at him. She knew what he was thinking. Although Hu Qi wasn't good at reading people, she had watched plenty of cheesy dramas and read many novels. Soldiers are usually very sensitive, and she was just a rookie. She would definitely be caught out in no time. So, what's she hiding? Nothing at all. Honestly, she just has a crush on him. So what? Why you? Gu Mingyuan was speechless, unsure how to respond. Yes, I just like his body. So what? Hu Qi raised her chin confidently. She disliked dirty places, worried about being deceived by partners, and thought it was best to find a soldier brother. The country carefully selects good men, full of integrity and strength. A man nobody wants, who has never been with anyone and looks a bit dark. What's wrong with that? As long as he's clean inside and out. Gu Mingyuan's eyes nearly popped out in shock. He opened his mouth but couldn't say a word. After living 35 years, he had never seen someone be so openly and naturally interested in love. And she was still a young girl. Hu Qi kept talking, not stopping. Love and desire are natural. So, what if I like love a little more? I openly choose my men. When I find someone suitable, I follow the proper process, parents' approval, matchmakers' words. What's wrong with that? The 10 years of chaos had nothing to do with her. The assets stored in her space could last for generations. Having seen too much misfortune in her past life, with dangers everywhere outside, she just wanted to live peacefully this time. She didn't want to risk in the black market, take exams, or start a business. No need for struggle. She just wanted to be a lazy person, eating, drinking, and sleeping every day. She lacked nothing and just wanted to find a clean man to have fun with. Ahem, ahem, live a good life, happily and peacefully. What's wrong with that? Gu Mingyuan's head was buzzing. Hu Qi's words kept challenging and expanding his understanding of women in the new era. Calm yourself and ask the key question. Does Chai Yi like you? He doesn't believe that stubborn guy would be willing to sell himself. That guy isn't the type to rely on others for support. Does anyone like him? Hu Qi tilted her head, didn't answer directly, and instead asked back. Gu Mingyuan didn't get the answer he wanted. Instead, he was caught off guard by her question and choked, stunned. No, not even liking him. If anyone found him agreeable, he wouldn't be alone now. See, Hu Qi pouted and shrugged, showing "that's just how it is" expression. No one likes him, and he doesn't like anyone. This kind of man who is destined to be single just happens to match my taste. Why can't I make a move and win him over? Gu Mingyuan looked at her steadily. He didn't fully understand rationally, but hearing her reasoning, he felt maybe a little bit of a twisted logic. With me, a young and pretty wife, Hu Qi took the opportunity to list the benefits, counting on her fingers. Whether he's happy or not in the future, at least he won't grow old alone, right? Just have a son and a daughter, and the family will have an explanation. Does he really want to cut off his own family line? Then why did he keep going to matchmaking sessions before? To leave an heir? These 4 words hit Gu Mingyuan hard. He believed he understood Chai Yi and his helplessness. For the family to escape trouble, he was willing to risk his life again and again, rushing into danger to earn merit and change his fate. He is not afraid of death, but he fears dying himself because his elders at home cannot bear the pain of losing a loved one. Moreover, Chai Yi is the only child in 5 generations of his family, and he cannot even adopt a child from outside relatives. He is the main support of the family and also the only seed for future generations. Chai Yi knows very well that his external conditions are poor, and his family background is also an issue. He never expects love. Going on blind dates is just to find someone willing to have a child with him. Even if she divorces him after giving birth and demands all his assets as compensation, he would accept it. As long as it doesn't harm the country or hurt others, and as long as he can leave a successor for the Chai family and give his elders an explanation, he will agree to any conditions the other person sets. Gu Mingyuan sighed deeply and looked at Hu Qi with more admiration. Qi, you are a good girl. You see things clearly and, well, you are honest and straightforward. She dares to openly talk about her desires. Girl, you are really brave. Not afraid that I might report you for misconduct and have you charged with being a troublemaker. Would I make you eat sunflower seeds? Hu Qi yawned, showing obvious tiredness, and said bluntly, Are you done asking? If not, just leave. I'm sleepy. She stood up and leaned to the side, looking at Gu Mingyuan with a calm expression, clearly indicating she was seeing him off. It's indeed not suitable for a man and a woman to stay together for too long alone. Gu Mingyuan had asked everything he needed to and made his judgment. He stood up, smiled, and took his leave. Walking into the yard, I greeted Zhao's couple who had just finished their chores, then headed towards the military district. On the way back, thinking about Hu Qi's confident attitude and Chai Yi's dark, tough temper, I couldn't help but smile. One thing drives out another. Chai Yi, whether you like it or not, you will eventually fall into the hands of the young girl. I bet you can't even handle 1 round from her. The woman's side has already confirmed everything. All that's left is to wait for the main character to return tomorrow and make the final decision. Gu Mingyuan looked up at the sky. The spring sunshine was just right, and he felt unexpectedly happy. He was a bit curious about what kind of good show would unfold when the tough, black coal met the daring, white swan. In the small courtyard, Zhao Weiguo and Gao Caixia finished tidying up the dishes, then took the children back to their own home next door. As for what Gu Mingyuan and Hu Qi talked about, the couple silently chose not to eavesdrop or ask more. Time passed quickly, and it was evening. Hu Qi took some ready-made, pre-cooked dishes from her space for dinner. After eating, She hurried to boil water. In the bathroom, she enjoyed a relaxing hot bath, feeling very happy. She had already prepared skincare products and medicinal treatments for Chai-yi. But taking them out all at once was too obvious, so she planned to give them gradually. After washing, she dried herself and tidied up everything properly. Hu-chi suddenly teleported into the space to create a personalized image enhancement package for Chai-yi charcoal soap. Wash your face, hair, body, and feet, all in one. Get 10 bars and wash away every day. Moisturizing cream. Hydrate and smooth the skin, perfect for rough patches, suitable for the whole body. 1 jar weighs a pound and lasts a long time. Baking soda toothpaste. Remove stains, freshen breath, essential for close contact. Grab a few bottles and brush away. Ta-da! Hu-chi crossed her arms and held up a red wooden medicine box high, making sound effects as she proudly announced the grand finale, special whitening pills. Turn black to gray after eating. The formula was inspired by the Song dynasties, Taiping Sheng Hui Fong, and the Yuan dynasties, Imperial Medicine Institute formula, carefully developed afterward. The ingredients are solid: angelica root, white lard, white atractylodes, white aconite, white poria, white blatilla, asarum, plus egg whites, all mixed into pills. Purpose: regular use can boost skin metabolism, delay aging, reduce wrinkles and spots, and improve skin tone. The ultimate goal: help comrade Chai-yi change from black to gray, then from gray to wheat-colored, steadily transforming. Hee, Chai-yi, Chai-yi. Wait until you develop soft, tender skin. Hu-chi held the medicine box and muttered, imagining Chai-yi's soft, white skin, which gave her goosebumps. Suddenly, she shivered and exclaimed, "Back to start. Back to start." "No, redo it." She quickly adjusted her posture, reverently holding a red wooden medicine box with both hands, and grinned foolishly, giggling. Chai-yi, Chai-yi, when you grow smooth and shiny, it's time for me to start dining. Hee. Meanwhile, Chai-yi had just returned to the dormitory. As soon as he entered, he suddenly pulled off his military jacket, revealing a striking back, broad shoulders, narrow waist, with sharp, knife-like latissimus dorsi muscles. Under the full, rounded deltoids, tight muscles rose and fell with each breath, showing strength in every inch. But his strong back was covered with scars of different depths. A fierce gunshot wound ran across his shoulder blade, several knife scars slanted along his waist, and there were a few irregular blast marks. Old and new scars crisscrossed like medals on his bronze skin, making him look wild and untamed, with a cold, restrained, and ascetic aura. Ugh! Just after unfastening his belt, he suddenly felt a chill behind him and shivered violently. His alertness instantly heightened, his whole aura changed sharply, and his sharp eyes swept every corner of the dormitory, entering a defensive state. Something was wrong. Very wrong. Why did this feeling of being dangerous seem so intense? Who the hell is thinking about me from behind? At this moment, the 3-tone alarm for lights out sounded, starting high, then slightly lower, with a long, lingering tail. Chai-yi stared at the empty dorm room for a few seconds, then turned off the light and lay down on his bed. Whoever it is, forget it. Time to sleep. Whatever comes, I'll deal with it. I'm not afraid of anything. But instead of an enemy, the ones coming for him were the elders of the Chai and Hu families, driving toward him in a long line of cars. Father Chai was supposed to return to work the day after the engagement party. But when he heard that the Hu family was going to visit Chai-yi at the military base, how could he miss such a good chance to make a good impression on his in-laws? His son always looked so serious. Who knew if he was happy or not? If he wasn't there to smooth things over, what if the in-laws misunderstood something? At the engagement party, the leader of the transport team had seen the Hu family's strong connections and immediately changed his attitude toward Father Chai. Before, they were just ordinary colleagues, and any personal relationship depended on the gifts Father Chai gave. Now that the Chai family had such powerful in-laws, their future looked bright. If the leader didn't try to get closer now, when would he? With a wave of his hand, the leader gave Father Chai 3 more days off. Father Chai borrowed a jeep and drove ahead with Grandpa Chai, Uncle Hu, and Aunt Huang. Behind them, Father Hu drove another car with Mother Su and Grandpa Hu inside. Grandma Guan and Mother Yi stayed home to handle the post-engagement details, checking accounts, sorting gifts, and preparing return presents. The two families set out in the morning and, after hurrying all day, finally reached the city by nightfall. First, I will stay at the guest house, planning to buy some things early tomorrow morning, and then go to the military district to find Hu Chi. As night deepened, in the dark room, Grandpa Chai was still excited and couldn't help but complain to Dad Chai. Dahae isn't back for his engagement, and that kid doesn't even show his face. I wonder what he's up to now. I think, once he gets his wife, he becomes careless. He forgets his own worth. Dad Chai, who was happily lying on the opposite bed, was annoyed whenever he mentioned his son. If he doesn't come back, fine. But he hasn't even shown any sign of returning. Why hide out? Who is he trying to impress? The wedding isn't even done yet, and he wants to act like he's in charge. Humph. Grandpa Chai angrily turned over, facing his son with a firm tone, a rooster that crows but doesn't lay eggs. If he weren't somewhat useful, I'd give him a good beating to make him behave. Yes. If he dares to hold us back or upset the Hu family, Dad Chai sat up angrily, gesturing fiercely at the air. We'll strip him of his military uniform and give him a good thrashing together. Good. He better know when to act wisely. Grandpa Chai sighed in relief, turned over, closed his eyes, and said, when we see him, we need to teach him well. Let him understand how to be a good husband. If he can't make his wife happy or care for her, even after marriage, she might leave him. If that happens, we can't afford to lose face as the Chai family. He dares. Grandpa Chai stiffened his neck and widened his eyes. If he gets returned, I will kick him out myself. I don't want that old guy anymore. He's just a lazy eater who hasn't laid an egg in years. Keeping him only brings shame. The father and son argued more and more passionately, criticizing Chai from head to toe until they were both dry-mouthed and had nothing more to say. Their grandson's son, as soon as he farts, knows what kind of poop he needs to take. Now, they finally met a lovely daughter-in-law like Hu Chi, who is sensible and easy to talk to, without any trouble or disdain. Not only did they happily agree to the engagement, but they also agreed to let them marry soon. They wondered which part of their ancestors' graves had emitted green smoke, for such a good marriage was the result of their ancestors' good deeds. Grandpa Chai and Dad Chai would never allow anyone to ruin this marriage, no one. Meet gods, kill gods. Meet Buddhas, kill Buddhas. Especially their reckless grandson's son. No way. Chai, who was being watched closely by his grandpa and dad, was especially obedient today, very obedient and particularly obedient. In the early morning, the sky was clear and sunny. At the military district hall, a grand commendation ceremony was underway. The banner read, "Recognize the excellence, set an example," in big red characters. Very eye-catching. The soldiers below lined up neatly, and after singing the military song, the awards ceremony officially began. Ji was dressed in a neat 65-style military uniform, with shining gold stars on his shoulder epaulets and a red collar shining in the morning sun. He stood on the stage, wearing a big red flower on his chest, the bright red ribbon catching everyone's eye amid the green military uniforms. His face was a deep bronze color, with sharp features, strong eyebrows, and bright eyes, giving off a heroic look. He radiated the calm strength and firm spirit typical of a tough soldier, looking very energetic and impressive, truly a symbol of masculine strength born from hard training and experience. If someone saw him, they would be so impressed they might drool. After the award ceremony, Ji strode quickly out of the hall and got into a waiting jeep outside. He looked down to adjust the big red flower on his chest, a slight smile appearing on his face as he cheerfully said, "Drive us back to the unit." The soldier in the front seat responded loudly, "Yes," and the vehicle started immediately. Behind them, 2 more jeeps and 5 trucks carrying soldiers who had earned honors during the exercise followed, forming a large convoy heading toward their military district. As soon as the vehicle stopped, The women and older women in the family compound heard the noise. They peeked out curiously, whispering among themselves. Thud, thud, thud. When they heard the door of their home being knocked, Huchi put down what she was holding and hurried outside to open the door. Mom, Dad. When the door was pushed open, Huchi saw her parents standing outside. She opened her arms and rushed into their embrace, holding each of them tightly and burying her face in their shoulders. Why are you running around? You're all grown up and still so impatient. Dad hugged his daughter back, saying words of mild scolding, but his eyes were full of smiles as he gently patted her back. Chi-Chi. Mom finally sees you. Are you feeling upset about anything? When Mom saw her daughter, she was so excited that tears welled up in her eyes. She held her tightly, unwilling to let go, her voice trembling with emotion. Feeling upset? Mom, look at me. Huchi let go of her parents and took a step back, turning around in place. I've grown a little taller. I can eat and sleep well here. Life is good. There's nothing to worry about. Chi-Chi. Come, let Uncle Air take a good look at you. Uncle Air, who had just gotten out of the car behind, hurried over quickly and squeezed into the yard. He grabbed Huchi's arms and carefully examined her from all sides, frowning as he kept muttering, "You've only grown about a centimeter, but you're still so thin. Are you not eating enough here?" Ah, Uncle Air, you're here. Seeing Uncle Air, Huchi's face lit up with happiness. She hurried over, affectionately linking her arm with his and acting cute. I missed you so much. It's really good to see you, Uncle Air. You little rascal. Huerbo was amused and deliberately put on a serious face. He reached out, pinched her nose gently, shook it left and right, then let go. He pretended to be stern and said, "You think saying a few nice words can fool me, and I won't scold you anymore, right?" Huchi pouted sadly and turned her head to complain to the backup behind her. "Second auntie, you need to control him. As soon as we meet, he wants to scold me. All right. Second uncle, don't scare the kids as soon as you see them." Second Annie Huang smiled as she walked in, patted Huchi on the back, and turned to everyone, saying, "Let's not stand outside. Come inside. We'll talk slowly inside. Yes, let's all go in and take a look. See how tidy this house is." Grandpa Chai was nearby, keeping company with Grandpa Hu. The two had already taken a walk around the yard. Grandpa Hu nodded, stood up, and headed toward the main hall. The others followed behind. The small yard was not big, but was neat and clean. The layout was good and quiet. Once the door was closed, they could live their own lives peacefully. Dad Chai and Dad, who were busy in the back, helping to carry things. They brought chickens, ducks, fish, meat, and various household supplies from the city, carrying them one by one to the kitchen and the house. The Hu family members carefully looked around inside and outside. They saw that everywhere was filled with items sent by Chai's people earlier. Each item was practical and thoughtful. They couldn't help but nod in approval, feeling satisfied. After inspecting each room, everyone gathered in the main hall. They asked about Huchi's recent news, chatting and exchanging words. At 10 o'clock, Mother Sue and Second Aunt Huang stayed at home, busy preparing lunch. Grandpa Chai and Dad Chai, along with Grandpa Hu, Dad Hu, Uncle Hu Air, and Huchi, set out to visit the regiment to see Chai Yi. Chai Yi, who was about to face the 3 court hearings, was completely unaware of it at this moment. He had just finished a commendation and welcome meeting at the military headquarters and was heading to his unit with his team, eager to share the joy of his recognition with his good friends. Coincidentally, his friends were also waiting for him, hoping to say, "Congratulations on your successful breakup," in person. In this military district, Dad Chai was very familiar. He visited at least 5 or 6 times a year, but this visit was the happiest. He was proud and confident, walking at the front of the group, introducing the surroundings, and enthusiastically greeting soldiers and officers he met along the way. His face was glowing with happiness, making him a bright and noticeable figure. As the group reached the playground, many soldiers and officers turned to look at them, stopping to watch. The officer sighed. "Here comes the attention seeker. Commander Hay is going to have bad luck again," an old soldier muttered. "Strange, the 2 Chai gentlemen are empty-handed today." Why didn't they bring any switches? A new soldier asked curiously. Who is that girl up front? She looks really pretty, a soldier in the group said. Usually, she looks angry, either trying to get Commander Chai to go on a blind date or to scold someone. Why didn't she bring any tools today? An officer from the group replied. Did you forget? The day before yesterday, the commander got engaged. His fiancée already received the wedding candies. Why would she get scolded? The day before yesterday, I saw an officer who knew Hu Chi. He nudged his comrade and excitedly pointed ahead, saying, Look, look. That's our black captain's young wife. When this spread, the soldiers became more interested. Some quietly followed behind to look, others hid behind trees, secretly watching from under the windowsill. When they saw Hu Chi's young, beautiful face, her fair skin and bright eyes, they couldn't help but praise. Oh my goodness. So young and so pretty. Black Captain must be really lucky. He found such a rare gem. Exactly. She's completely different from what we imagined, and she's so beautiful. Everyone suddenly realized. No wonder Dad Chai was smiling like a flower today. It turns out his daughter-in-law was here. They walked all the way to the regiment headquarters, where they saw Commander Gu and Commissar Zhao leading a group of officers and soldiers standing in line at the door. Early in the morning, they received news from the division headquarters. They were waiting to welcome Commander Chai back to the regiment. From afar, they saw Dad Chai's group. When Gu Mingyuan saw the leader, Dad Chai, his temples started pounding. Why did this father come at such a time? Today was a big day for Chai Yi to be honored, and his young wife was here too. He probably wouldn't get scolded today, right? Commissar Zhao was quick to notice them. He immediately jogged over, happy to see them. Knowing they came to see Chai Yi, he clapped his hands happily and said, You're just in time. Chai Yi will be here soon. He finished speaking, and his face suddenly changed. Remembering the main matter, he clapped his hands on his lap and looked a bit embarrassed. You can't stay here. Chai Yi has performed well in the exercise and received praise. As for us, he turned to the side and gestured with his hand toward the team behind him, who were ready to welcome them. Grandpa Hu understood immediately and waved his hand. We won't cause trouble here. Just wait in his office, okay? Zhao Weigua turned around and smiled awkwardly. He looked up at their group. Old Hu, Grandpa Chai, the office might be too crowded. How about you wait in the activity room? Usually, family members are not allowed inside the military camp. But they couldn't resist the Chai family coming again, especially when they came back to push for marriage, causing quite a fuss. Everyone knew that Chai Yi's situation was special. They understood that the family was frustrated and eager to help the old bachelor find a life partner. The leaders at the unit showed understanding. So, they turned a blind eye and let them in. All of this was for Chai Yi's good, hoping he could settle his personal matters soon. Chai Yi silently seethed with anger. You really are such good people. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you to your ancestors. This time, the Hu family was allowed in because Major Yang approved it. The group didn't say much and quietly followed Commissar Zhao toward the activity room in the regiment headquarters. The officers and soldiers standing to welcome them couldn't hide their excitement, and all saluted as they approached. Soldier 1. The Black Battalion Commander's little wife is here again. Every time I see her, she looks stunning. She's really beautiful. Soldier 2. The commander is truly glowing with happiness these days. He's earned honors, received awards, and now he's engaged. Good things just keep coming. Half an hour later, a sudden burst of drums and gongs exploded outside the headquarters building. Boom boom clang, boom boom clang, boom 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 clang. The drums chased the gongs, and the gongs followed the drums, filling the air with cheerful rhythm. The once quiet building instantly came alive. Even the leaves of the 2 old poplar trees at the gate seemed to sway in welcome. Anyone who didn't know better might think a performance troupe had come to give a show. Looking toward the regiment headquarters, a long line of vehicles stopped at the entrance. From the leading jeep jumped a familiar figure, Chai Yi, dressed in a green military uniform with a big red flower on his chest, his face tanned and smiling, strode forward confidently. From the trucks behind him, Soldiers jumped down and quickly formed neat lines.
Look.
That tall, dark young man in front with the big red flower. That's my son, Chai-e. Inside the activity room, Father Chai pressed his big face against the window glass, so excited that his nose was flattened. He waved wildly at Father Hu and the others sitting nearby. Father Hu and Uncle Hu exchanged a glance, then quickly lowered their heads. One pretended to study the militia training manual seriously, while the other raised the People's Daily high enough to cover his whole face. Didn't old Chai realize how much attention he was drawing? His son now shines like a walking Christmas tree, so there's no need to point him out. Humph. Grandpa Chai clenched his teeth with a creaking sound, took a deep breath, forced down his anger, and forced a smile that was even uglier than crying. He waved to his silly son, Guodong. Come over and sit. Play a game of chess with Dad. Please don't embarrass Chai-e anymore. Does the old Chai family still want their face? Grandpa Chai didn't notice the stern look from his father. Seeing that the Hu family wasn't paying attention to him, he pressed his face against the window and stared at them for a while. Until he couldn't see Chai-e's figure anymore, he reluctantly moved to the chess table and sat opposite Grandpa Chai. Grandpa Chai looked down and shot a sideways glance at him, holding the chariot piece in his hand, which made a squeaking sound. Forget about scolding that old grandson. Right now, he thought his own son was more annoying. Grandpa, who looked at this father and son, shook his head, almost laughing out loud. He quickly pretended to cough, then turned to look around the activity room. On the wall, there was a slogan, "Stay alert, defend the motherland." In the corner, there was a worn-out wooden ping-pong table. This military camp felt both strange and familiar, as if memories were floating in the air. He squinted, as if he could hear the sound of military horns, and scenes from the past appeared in his mind. Where is Hu-chi? She looked obedient on the surface, holding a porcelain cup and sipping water calmly. Actually, my heart was already bursting like fireworks, full of images of Chi-e in a formal military uniform, wearing a big red flower. Oh, that's her model brother, a manly dad figure, a tough guy. What old-fashioned guy. That's clearly a walking source of energy. Where is Chi-e? He's at the welcome meeting in the group meeting room. An hour later, it finally ended. When most people had left, he stood up, just about to take off the big red flower on his chest, when suddenly a loud shout came from behind. Don't take it off. Zhao Weiguo rushed over a few steps, firmly holding his wrist, his eyes shining brightly. Keep it on for a while longer. He circled around Qi twice, munching his lips as he commented. Looks good, very good. Like a groom, rarely handsome. So how can this handsome groom enjoy it all by himself? He must be taken out to let the Hu family see. Qi was in a good mood now, not bothering to think too much about his words, thinking they were just happy about his recognition. He cooperated fully, lowering his hand and letting his brothers admire him. Old Zhao's taste might be a bit simple, but his complimenting skills are still pretty good. Come on, I have a surprise for you. Zhao Weiguo pulled him along as they headed outside. Wait, what surprise? Don't ask. Would it still be a surprise if you knew? Qi was pulled into a stumble, not having time to ask more before being dragged away. The two of them pulled and tugged down the corridor toward the end. Not far behind, Gu Mingyuan slowly wiped his glasses with a handkerchief, squinting through the lenses. There's a good show coming. He can't miss it. Chai-e was confused, pulled forward by Zhao Weiguo, still wondering. What surprises could the headquarters have? Could it be that the soldiers under them brought a banner, or won a prize in a competition? Click, squeak, thud. The wooden door of the activity room was pulled open with a bang, gently hitting the wall due to momentum. Chai-e looked inside eagerly. It was empty. Nothing there? He stepped in and looked around, then suspiciously turned to Zhao Weiguo. Eyes full of you better explain this to me. But Zhao Weiguo looked even more confused, scratching his head as he looked around the room, not sure what he was searching for. Just as the two stared at each other, a loud cheer erupted outside the window, like a wave crashing ashore. Oh. Zhao Weiguo quickly ran to the window, sticking his head outside. His face suddenly brightened, Then he turned and grabbed Chai Yi's arm, pulling him outside. They're outside.
Hurry.
At this moment, not just the headquarters, but the entire battalion was buzzing with excitement. Everyone was cheering for Chai Yi, sending their best wishes, with waves of "oh, oh, oh" sounds filling the air. Earlier, soldiers who met Chai Yi's father on the way had become volunteer announcers, spreading the news from 1 to 10, then from 10 to 100, like wildfire across the whole battalion. The crowd of onlookers kept growing, each person stretching their necks to get a better look at the group. When the welcome event for Chai Yi ended and everyone went into the office building, they dared to sneak into the yard to find someone. Everyone wanted to see what kind of girl could make the tough leader of the black team, this iron tree bloom. In the activity room, Grandpa, who saw the welcoming crowd outside disperse. He crossed his arms and thought about going out for a walk. Hu-Chi and the others, feeling bored, also stood up and went outside to get some fresh air. Seeing this, the others didn't want to be left behind. They all decided to follow and step outside to breathe some fresh air too. So, the main character was left confused in the empty activity room while the crowd outside was packed tightly. All the soldiers and officers who weren't training today on their day off had gathered in the yard. Everyone's eyes were wide like bells, all focused on one thing, looking at Hu-Chi. Hu-Chi was standing in the middle, with members of the Hu and Chai families forming a circle around her, creating a human barrier to block the overly enthusiastic crowd. Luckily, she had brought her bag and took out a handful of fruit candies, handing them out to anyone nearby. One soldier shouted, "Wishing you a happy marriage," and she paused for a moment, then smiled and handed 2 candies over. Seeing this, the other soldiers got even more excited. "Congratulations." "Thank you. Have some candy." "Happy wedding." "Thanks, have some candy." "Wishing you a lifetime of happiness." "Thank you, enjoy the candy. May we be forever united." "Thank you, enjoy the candy." Festive greetings and thanks kept coming. Hu-Chi patiently thanked everyone one by one. Soldiers and officers received their sweets and responded with more thanks. Hu's family remained calm, but Grandpa Chai and Dad Chai were very excited. No wonder. They had come to visit yearly, and each time, they seemed like a troublemaker. The soldiers and officers saw them and either avoided them or secretly smiled. Have they ever experienced such royal treatment? It was like a young girl getting married for the first time. Truly special. Just as the bond between soldiers and civilians was warm and joyful, suddenly, a loud shout burst out at the entrance of the group. "What's going on?" Chai stood on the steps, watching the completely out-of-control scene in front of him. His blood pressure shot up. But it was no use. The crowd was busy catching candies and watching Hu-Chi. The cheers and thank yous drowned out any anger from Commander Chai. Besides, no one paid attention to him. Who would look at the stern, serious officer? Wasn't the pretty girl handing out candies more interesting? The groom was practically steaming with anger, breathing heavily and clenching his fists tighter. Chai, he was truly annoyed and angry. He felt like a lit firecracker, ready to explode. What was going on? He had only been gone for 7 days. Now that he was back, not just the group headquarters, but the entire battalion was in chaos. This was no longer a serious military camp. It looks like a vegetable market, a busy fair. No organization, no discipline. Have the soldiers lost all their decorum? Yes, your naughty dog. The more he watched, the angrier he got. His face darkened and tightened like iron. How dare they run wild on my territory? They must have the courage of bears and leopards. This is outrageous. Zhao Weigua, that useless guy, can't even protect his own home. If this keeps up, the whole group will be taken over by these people. Today, I must throw them all out, and then let old Gu report to the military command. They need to learn what military discipline really is. Chai Yi clenched his teeth and pushed inside, reaching out to push away the people at the front. But these onlookers formed a human wall. Even with his strength, it was very hard to push through. Chai Yi's anger suddenly exploded. His face was so fierce it was hard to look at. His face changed from dark to pale white, with black and white mixing, shifting constantly. Veins on his forehead throbbed, his face changing from blue to black, then with a hint of green. Anger built up layer by layer, pounding into his head, turning his face a deep red like liver. His face. It looked like a flickering neon sign with bad connections. Colors kept changing, shifting back and forth, endlessly. Even when furious, he couldn't just hit his comrades without reason. Chai-yi could only calm his anger deep inside, gather his strength, and shout in a loud, high pitch, "Move away!" But unfortunately, the crowd was noisy and chaotic, like a rising tide. His loud shout was like a stone hitting the waves, instantly swallowed up and gone. Now, the fire in Chai-yi's chest was almost about to burst out of his head and limbs. Ah.
Ah. Ah.
Everything is turned upside down. Everything is crazy. Sure Yuanting, inside the office building, couldn't find his black squad leader. Hearing the noise outside and the familiar angry shout, he ran out. He peeked out and saw his squad leader's colorful, big black face. His heart skipped a beat. Oh my, is the squad leader transforming? He immediately stopped and turned around, rushing into the crowd ahead, pushing forward with all his strength. With each step he shouted, "Make way! Make way! My squad leader is coming. Chai's squad leader is here. The black squad leader is going to eat people." His method finally worked. Someone heard him. The soldiers outside all turned around. "Hey, isn't that the main character today? Wow, the groom is over there." Seeing the black squad leader coming, the soldiers ignored his colorful, glowing face and excitedly moved toward him. Everyone was genuinely happy for him, no longer afraid of the black squad leader. They worked together to lift him up, tossing him high into the air, shouting in unison, "Oh!
Oh!"
The groom is here." The soldiers still surrounding Hu Chi also turned around and shouted up at Chai-yi in the air. "Congratulations! May you have children early and be blessed." The throwing and catching team cheered even louder, shouting slogans that touched everyone's hearts. "Captain Hay is finally getting someone. Our leader is getting married. It's not easy. Truly not easy." At this moment, Chai-yi, who was being tossed high in the air, had a face that outshone neon lights, turning into a moving palette of colors. Anger bubbled inside him like boiling water, his muscles tense with rage. He wished he could transform instantly and blow everyone away. But his limbs were tightly held by overly enthusiastic soldiers, leaving him unable to move. "Put me down, you bunch of idiots." Chai flailed his limbs wildly, still clawing and struggling pointlessly. "Let me down. I'll beat you all to death." His shouts, loud as they were, had no effect. Instead, he was thrown even higher with more force. His big, dark face kept changing color, and his military cap was tilted back on his head. At the highest point of the toss, when his view briefly cleared, he caught sight of a familiar figure on the edge of the crowd. His eyes shrank suddenly. "Grandpa? Dad? Why are these two old men here?" Before he could process the shocking fact, his gaze locked onto a graceful figure in the crowd. Isn't that Hu Chi, the troublemaker? Why is she here too?" Chai-yi froze completely, as if pressed by a pause button. Her fiery voice just now suddenly cut off, and she felt a strange sense of panic. She got angry, coming to withdraw the marriage proposal? At the same time, Hu Chi and Grandpa, who also heard the commotion behind them and turned around. When they looked up, they saw Chai-yi flying up into the air and then coming down again, bouncing up and down like at a dance party. Hu Chi was first stunned, then her eyes lit up like bulbs. She excitedly shouted to the crowd, "Chai-yi, I'm here." She pushed through the soldiers and rushed toward the group. Where she passed, the soldiers immediately turned into gentlemen, making way for her. The team holding the banner also quickly stopped, letting Chai-yi down. The matchmaker and the bridegroom are about to meet. How could these little sparrows chirp and fuss, delaying true love from becoming a happy couple? Suddenly, everything went quiet. Everyone's faces changed to a suspicious smile, with a hint of blush, and their eyes stayed fixed on Hu Chi, full of anticipation. Hu Chi got closer and closer. Chai Yi's heart started pounding faster and faster, beating wildly. How could it not? It was scarier than seeing a ghost in the daytime, and she was truly frightened. Her eyes widened in disbelief, her pupils trembling, her eyebrows furrowing so tightly they seemed to squeeze out flies, and her mouth involuntarily curled downward. Is this a dream? She. Is she really here? How did she get into the military camp? What are you laughing at? What exactly are you here for? He froze in place, not knowing where to put his hands and feet. His eyes followed Hu Chi's movements. His expression showed shock, confusion, embarrassment, and a desperate wish to disappear. Just as Chai Yi made a face like the world was ending, someone nearby lost their temper even before him. Chai's father looked at Hu Chi walking toward his son, smiling happily. But when he saw Chai Yi's long, sour face, "What's with this kid? What kind of expression is that? Smile already. Even now, when the soldiers welcomed you, weren't you smiling happily?" Seeing his wife's face like she saw a ghost. Just a moment ago, when they were in the sky, wasn't she shouting loudly?
Darn.
I went through so much trouble to bring you here. No, to cheer you up. Are you trying to scare me away? Anger flared up inside him instantly, and his mouth drooped. He gathered his strength and suddenly rushed over to Chai Yi, giving him a hard slap on the back.
Bang.
A dull sound echoed, making everyone around feel the pain and quiet down. That slap almost made Chai Yi stumble and fall flat on the ground. Chai's father immediately changed his expression, showing a kind smile. He quickly grabbed Chai Yi's arm and half-dragged him toward Grandpa Hu. He whispered a warning. "Smile for me, or I'll break your leg." Looking at his stance, it doesn't seem like he's here to introduce his son to future in-laws, but rather like he's escorting a prisoner to receive a reward. At this moment, Chai Yi's mind was still confused, especially when he saw Grandpa Hu's stern face and the other two strangers who looked at him with disgust. He felt a cold chill run down his spine. It was a deep, cold feeling, so sad. What was supposed to happen eventually was happening. Was it destined? He had many questions he wanted to shout out, but seeing the scene, he swallowed his words. Now was clearly not the time to ask questions. Maybe not ever? Meanwhile, Zhao Weigua had just come out and was pushing hard at the crowd's edge, his face turning red from effort, but he didn't move forward even a step. Now, everything was quiet. He quickly signaled to Gu Mingyuan, and the two of them, along with their soldiers, swiftly started to clear the scene. Everyone disperse. Those training, continue training. Those resting, go rest. Don't gather here. The onlookers immediately reacted. They saw what was happening, understood the situation, and had already eaten their fill of gossip. If they stayed any longer, it seemed like Commander Black would have someone put them in confinement. In a flash, everyone slipped away faster than rabbits. Soon, most of the crowd was gone, leaving only a few people on the field. Chai Yi was forcibly pulled by his father and pushed forward like a treasure to the Hu family. His father happily stood there and began to introduce him. "Jiangwo, Jianjun, come and see. This is my son, Chai Yi." Unlike Uncle Chai's passionate warmth, the Hu brothers are as cold as ice. Uncle Hu heir and Dad Hu stand firmly in place, completely still. Their two pairs of eyes, for sets of gazes, show clear dislike as they look up and down at Chai Yi. His face just now in midair looked like a colorful light display, with strange colors, black, white, blue, red. Could this old man have some hidden illness? Dad, who feels upset inside, like drinking 3 gin of old vinegar, bitter and uncomfortable. He's quite old. Besides his height, his face. His shoulders have some good features, but what else is worth looking at? Uncle Hu heir snorts coldly, giving a sharp mockery. With a face like that. Silly girl. How can you be so rude? Haha. Well, since the lights are off, he blends into the darkness. Whether he's handsome or ugly, no one can see, and no one can find him. Thinking about this scene makes him feel even more frustrated. Grandpa Chai keeps a close watch, listening carefully to the expressions of the in-laws. Seeing that Grandpa Hu and his grandson Hu Chi still have smiles on their faces and nod slightly, his heart finally relaxes a little. But when he turns his head and sees how the Hu brothers look, there's no doubt. His face shows clear signs of dissatisfaction, displeasure, and unhappiness. Oh no! Things might go wrong. He must quickly find a way to fix it with Black. He quickly speaks to save the situation. Chai-e, why are you just standing there?
Call someone.
Then he gestures to Dad Hu, speaking urgently. This is Uncle Hu. At this moment, Chai-Yi's mind was a jumble of confusion, full of questions. How could they be here? Why did they come? Was it a breakup?
Or
What exactly is happening today? Quick, call someone. Chai's father, seeing him standing there dazed, was so anxious he raised his hand and gave him a hard slap on the back. Unfortunately, Chai-Yi's stance was as steady as a rock. No matter how hard his father tried, the slap made a loud thump but couldn't move him an inch. Uncle Hu, Chai-Yi called out blankly and dryly. Grandpa Chai quickly pointed to Uncle Hu, but hesitated, unsure whether to call him uncle or elder. He turned to Grandpa Hu, seeking help with his eyes. Grandpa Hu, standing nearby, held back a smile and said, just call him Second Uncle Hu. Chai-Yi was confused. Second uncle?
so.
This is. Recognizing the elder of the Hu family, they weren't here to break off the engagement. Am I dreaming? Bang! When Chai's father heard Grandpa Hu speak, he delivered another, loving iron palm, slap on Chai-Yi's back. Chai-Yi, like a tape recorder pressed to play, mechanically repeated, Second Uncle Hu. His voice was emotionless, more like giving a command than calling someone. Not far away, Zhao Weiguo and Gu Mingyuan, after clearing the scene, drove their own soldiers into the building to watch the fun. The two of them stood under the shade of a tree, acting as amused spectators. The awkward son-in-law saw his father-in-law and immediately made a sour face. Here comes the show. Dad Chai also noticed that the Hu brothers didn't look happy. His heart skipped a beat, and he forced a laugh. He. His mind raced quickly. His eyes darted around and found the key to the situation, Hu Chi. Hu Chi was standing next to Chai-Yi, looking up and down at his big, silly son-in-law. His lips curled into a big smile, and his eyes formed a crescent shape. Clearly pleased. Very pleased. Hu Chi looked at him, unable to hide his smile. The man in front of him, dressed like a Christmas tree with a green uniform, red ribbons, and a star on his shoulder. It's him. Yes, it's him. My hero husband, my man. Phew. Dad Chai let out a sigh of relief. The heavy weight in his heart dropped. Thank goodness. Little Bai Kai is willing to be courted.
Oh, wait.
It's enough that Little Bai Kai likes him. As for those two old helpers, well, we'll see. With sincere effort, even hard rocks can be moved. We'll take our time. No rush. Suddenly, Dad Chai felt confident and full of energy. He grabbed his son's hand and moved a few steps closer, making it easier for the other to check things out. But when he pulled, nothing moved. He looked back. Oh well. Chai-Yi was still standing there, staring blankly, with a stiff, dark face, hanging his head, lost in thought. What could he be thinking? His mind was already blank, his brain burning. What kind of surprise is this? Is this level of shock really 300%? Are brothers meant to be used for tricks? I treat you as brothers, and what do I get? You're always thinking of ways to trick me.
Ah.
Darn it. Ugh. Sigh, cry, cough, scream. Profane language here, omitted for family friendliness. Use your imagination. Father Chai saw how distracted and restless he was, and got so angry his teeth itched. He had no choice but to turn back. He leaned close to his ear and warned softly, don't mess around. Just follow me. Chai-Yi moved as if he had no soul, like a puppet being led by strings, allowing Father Chai to pull him forward. At this moment, everything in front of him went dark. He felt very sad and angry and couldn't even struggle. It was like a pig at a village festival, tied with red ribbons and grass flags, waiting to be taken away for slaughter after the show. No bright future, life or death uncertain. Father Chai pulled his son close and stopped just a step away from the Hu brothers. He wore a friendly smile and tried to make up for the stiff expression of Chai-Yi. Oh, This is the first time meeting the father-in-law. The kid is a bit shy and reserved. He usually doesn't talk much, just works hard. Please don't mind. But it didn't seem to work well. His words sounded a bit hollow. Father who, arms crossed behind his back, and uncle who, with his arms folded, both nodded faintly in agreement, showing no warmth. Their cold attitude was like a big block of ice in the freezing winter. Father Chai felt very anxious inside. No, the firepower isn't enough. We need to show real strength now. It's time to demonstrate true skill. Today, even if I reveal everything, I want my in-laws to see my son's shining qualities. His talents. So, he clenched his fist, gathered his strength, and punched twice at Chai Yi's chest. The sound was deep and powerful, making it seem painful. See that? How is it? Chai's father looked proud, like he was shouting at a market stall, "Got a son, got a son." Big build, strong frame. This body is solid. Tough. Excellent physical condition, no doubt about it. But that wasn't all. To prove his genuine quality, and that his son wasn't just a watered-down pig, Chai's father suddenly unbuttoned Chai Yi's military uniform. With a quick move, he lifted his shirt, revealing firm, well-defined abs. He even patted the hard stomach, making a crisp, clap sound. Look here. Tight muscles all over, no fat at all. Chai Yi's vision blurred. Please, just end it now. Don't wait to be slaughtered. Right now, I need you to end it quickly. Please, I beg you, you old fool. And he wasn't done yet. Chai's father kept going, holding Chai Yi's shoulders tightly to stop him from moving. Then he grabbed his son's mouth and pulled it wide apart, forcing him to open his mouth. Open your mouth and show them. Our face is dark, but my teeth are white. And very neat. Huh, standing nearby, Chi couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. She quickly covered her mouth with her hand, her small shoulders trembling with laughter. From a distance, Zhao Weigua and Gu Mingyuan and nearby Grandpa Chai, Uncle Huer, and Dad all stared in shock at Chai Dad. He looked like he was at a market, trying hard to sell his big pig from his family's farm. He kept rubbing his eyes to check if his eyesight was good. He tugged at his ears to see if they were firm. He opened his mouth to check his teeth, pulled up his clothes to look at his skin, worried that the potential buyer might not like him and be unhappy to buy him. Chai Yi had completely given up struggling inside. Yes, I am just a pig. Just give me a quick end. Or sell me by weight, that's fine too. The price is easy to discuss. Just tell me how much and I won't bargain. I have plenty of money. As long as you don't make me stand here anymore. Though he was still standing there, his spirit was gone. From the moment old Deng lifted his shirt to check his belly, he had felt ashamed and had floated far away, 1,000 miles away. If he weren't his own father, he really wanted to just end his life right then and there, then throw himself and his father into the mountain valley of the 231 battlefield to feed the wolves. Oh heavens! What did I do wrong? If I've done something wrong, just strike me down with lightning. Don't use such cruel methods to humiliate me. Hurry up. Quickly, finish it fast. After tormenting me, I beg you all to get lost. However, no matter how angry he felt inside, in reality, Dad Chai still proudly showed off his strong pig. I tell you, it's because your family doesn't have land. If we were back home during harvest, with my son's build and strength, Dad Chai boasted loudly, spitting as he spoke. To make his point stronger, he punched Chai Yi twice in the chest. Carrying 2 acres of corn without even catching his breath, really useful. His strength was so impressive that he almost wanted to make his son's good physique ring out for everyone to hear. But no matter how impressive his bragging, the 2 Hu brothers remained expressionless. They crossed their arms or held their hands behind their backs, looking at his pig with no real interest. Dad Chai was getting anxious. Seeing he couldn't impress the big client, he glared, clenched his teeth, and made a firm decision. He suddenly turned his head and reached toward Chai Yi's belt buckle. It looked like he was planning to check everything thoroughly, including his underwear. Without showing some real strength, do you think I raise meat pigs for nothing?
No.
I am a top-quality, breeding pig. Jai suddenly widened his eyes, almost popping out of his head, as he stared in disbelief at his father's hand reaching toward his waistband. His face was full of shock. Darn. Old Ding, are you trying to make your son expose himself in public? This is no different from defecating in front of everyone.
No.
It's even worse. My innocence is about to be completely ruined. Dad Jai tried to comfort him. It's okay. Since we're dark-skinned, losing a little white won't matter. He felt his vision go black again and again. His blood was boiling inside, and his legs involuntarily took a step back. His heart pounded wildly, as if crushed by a huge stone, hurting so much he trembled. Just at this critical moment, his good brother finally stepped in. Gu Mingyuan, who had been watching nearby, saw things getting out of control. He sprinted over at full speed. He quickly grabbed Dajai's hand, which was about to do something wrong, sweating nervously. He leaned in and whispered urgently, Uncle Jai, you can't do that. We're outside, remember? Meanwhile, Grandpa Jai, who had already closed his eyes in anger when his son reached out to unfasten his grandson's belt, suddenly slapped his own forehead. Enough. It's all over. I've made a huge mistake. A wooden grandson and a dull son. What kind of curse did our family bring upon ourselves? Having these two troublemakers against me. The faces of our ancestors are about to be completely embarrassed by these two troublemakers.